The heaven and earth mystic sect is the root of all energy, cultivating through the great trials. It manifests my power and divinity. My name is Su Liang, a god wandering in the world. Have you seen a god? Chapter 1. Have you seen a god? The heaven and earth mystic sect is the root of all energy. Cultivating through the great trials, it manifests my power and divinity. My name is Su Liang, a god wandering in the world. Have you seen a god? You haven't seen one, right? Now, your opportunity is here. I see that your bones are extraordinary, your eyebrows are clear, and your eyes are beautiful. You are a rare talent, and now you only need to offer 998 low-grade spirit stones, and you can meet the only true God in this world. At the same time, I will impart to you unparalleled divine skills. Achieving immortality is not a dream. Third senior brother. Yu Qingwen noticed the increasingly strange looks from the surrounding passersby, and the snotty child being held back by her third senior brother. She felt quite uncomfortable and tugged at Su Liang's sleeve. Yes, you heard it right. Only 998. Think about it. What can you buy with 998 low-grade spirit stones? You can't buy anything, but now you could buy the chance to meet the only true God in this world. This opportunity is fleeting. It won't come again. Hey kid, don't go. We can negotiate the price. If it doesn't work, you can give me that string of candied hawthorn you have. We can reach an agreement. Chapter 2. Dai Scholar. Su Liang Nanchi Sword Sect, Shao Lian Peak. Master, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me, okay? At this moment, Yu Qingyue stood to the side, her head lowered, tightly pursing her lips, desperately suppressing the wave of nausea that was growing stronger. She wanted to vomit. Xiantiani was sitting in the main seat, listening to his disciple's heartfelt words, with a blank expression, slightly lowering his head, looking at Su Liang, who was clinging to his thigh and rubbing against him, his eyes hollow, not knowing what he was thinking, master. As Su Liang was about to exert more force, he accidentally looked up and met Xiantiani's vacant gaze. Ignoring it, he slowly lowered his head with a silly expression, 7 parts shy and 3 parts honest. He was determined to be as disgusting as possible. Xiantiani took a deep breath, turned to Yu Qingwe beside him, and asked softly, "Qingwe, where's my sword?" At this moment, Yu Qingwe, who was on the verge of losing control of her nausea, raised her hand and waved. A flash of light from the void ring on her left thumb appeared, and a slender, long sword materialized out of thin air, which she grasped in her hand. Why Yu Qingyue's eyes were resolute. "Master, are you going to clean up the sect? I can do it for you." She was truly disgusted to the core. Chapter 3. The eve of the ceremony the next day, at Shaolian Peak. Third senior brother, why do you look so bad? Today, due to the ceremony for recruiting disciples, Su Liang and Yu Qingyue were both summoned by their respective masters using spirit stones. Yu Qingyue's beautiful eyes kept scanning Su Liang, who looked haggard. His hollow gaze and heavy dark circles were indeed a perfect match. Su Liang glanced at her indifferently. "You're asking on purpose and taking pleasure in my misfortune, right? Do you really think the tranquility technique is just those 16 characters? Isn't it just thinking hard about how to help the master recruit good disciples, leading to exhaustion? Talking nonsense like this is something Su Liang is always good at." "Oh, I thought it was the tranquility technique." Su Liang's expression stiffened, and he shot her another sidelong glance. Deliberate, trying to pick a fight. When Yu Qingwe met his gaze, her heart skipped a beat, and she had a bad premonition. Don't be fooled by her third senior brother's mere first stage of Hidden Yuan realm. He was famously the most untouchable of the top 3 disciples of the Nanchi Sword Sect, living a life of glory. Junior sister. About yesterday, when you hit your senior brother, I don't know which blind person reported it to your senior brother. Once he found out, as you know, he slammed the table and told me to let you know next time we meet to bring 3,000 copies of the Tranquility Technique with me to see him. Chapter 4. A true beast, so many people. Indeed. This is just to test the spiritual roots and bodies. It will probably take 2 or 3 days. Indeed. 2 or 3 days. You must be from out of town. How could the Nanchi Sword Sect's spiritual roots and body tests ever be less than 5 days? Indeed. Don't you have anything else to say? Oh damn, don't hit me. As one of the top 4 forces in the Eastern continent, the Nanchi Sword Sect was already highly attractive, and with that extraordinarily talented senior brother, the scale of this year's recruitment ceremony was noticeably more grand than previous ones. Many people traveled tens of thousands of miles, braving mountains and rivers, just to see with their own eyes how extraordinary that so-called once-in-a-thousand-year senior brother truly is. It is said he entered the realm at the age of 20, and, in just 2 short years, rose to the 5th stage of Jade balance. Moreover, he is a sword cultivator. A sword cultivator who has entered the sword intent. Such talent, saying he is once in 1,000 years, is not an exaggeration at all. Many sword cultivators aim to comprehend sword intent as their lifelong goal, but he has taken it a step further and entered the sword intent. Frightening. The Nanchi sword sect spans over 10,000 miles, and at its foot lies the extremely wealthy Nanchi city, the liveliest place before the recruitment ceremony begins. Chapter 5 The Assessment begins. A new attraction appeared in Nanchi City. A small fortune-telling booth was surrounded by people, packed tightly. Being able to casually acquire information about the Nanchi sword sect's assessment points, these onlookers must have put in a lot of effort. Hey, take care, next please. After sending off another unsuspecting customer, Su Liang's smile became a bit more sincere. This self-declared sincerity, in the eyes of outsiders, made it seem like he was about to smile his face off. 5 medium-grade spirit stones, no bargaining. Here you go. The customers were quite savvy, paying and taking their goods smoothly like flowing water. The business was so good that it overshadowed all the fortune-telling stalls on this street. Even during breaks, several local fortune-tellers approached. However, once they saw the stall owner's face, they all dared not utter a word and quickly packed up to change locations. Who would dare provoke an unscrupulous merchant? They could only curse their bad luck after walking away. It's about time. They should be coming, Su Liang muttered, checking the time before handing over the last yellow paper and clearing his throat. Everyone, we are closing. See you next time if fate allows. Chapter 6 500 Su Liang's disappearance made Elder Chen a bit annoyed, but unfortunately, this was not the stage for selecting candidates after the assessment. So his presence or absence did not have much impact. Moreover, Xiao Yinpeak did not plan to have him watch the entire process. That would not be realistic. Otherwise, why would they send you Qinghua? This talented girl from the Yu family was the second female disciple Xiao Yinpeak had recruited in recent years. Possessing both beauty and talent, and she was much more pleasant to look at than that scoundrel Su Liang. At this moment, Yu Qinghua was personally assisting in testing the spiritual roots and bodies, bustling about. After a comparison, she was even more pleasing to the eye. Excellent spiritual root. Hidden Yuan 9th stage. Fire, wind, and earth triad. A sudden exclamation interrupted Elder Chen's thoughts. Excellent triad spiritual roots. Not far away, a young master dressed in luxurious satin stood calmly, seemingly having anticipated this result. Soon, someone revealed his identity. That's the young master of the Tang family. Yes, here too. Someone in the crowd spoke up, identifying him. The Tang family? That Tang family? Which other could it be? The one dripping with wealth. Such a rich guy is taking the assessment? Shouldn't he just bribe his way in with 100 or 80,000 medium-grade spirit stones? Chapter 7 Purple-Black Dual Pupils Yu Qinghua suspected her mysterious third senior brother had done something outrageous again. Otherwise, Elder Chen wouldn't be glaring at him like that, right? Third senior brother, what have you done this time that has enraged both gods and men? Let me guess, did you steal the spirit chickens from Elder Chen's yard again? Su Liang's expression changed upon hearing this, and he opened his mouth to stop her. But it was too late. The word had already spread. The hearing of a 5th-stage cultivator is naturally excellent, especially under close observation. Spirit chickens? What spirit chickens? So, I was saying why my colorful spirit-calling chickens have been decreasing day by day. It turns out you stole them from me? Su Liang sighed inwardly, but maintained his calm demeanor, countering Elder Chen, whose face was dark. Elder Chen, you need evidence to make such claims. How can you just slander my innocence out of thin air? His gaze was sincere and firm, carrying a certain natural cluelessness. Tell me, what do the spirit chickens you lost look like? When did you lose them? How did you lose them? And is there any evidence pointing to me? Witness? He is the witness. Junior Sister S. ramblings cannot be counted. Physical evidence? Even the leftover bones were turned to ash by him and casually thrown away. Chapter 8 Qingyang Discussion. This is the Nanchi sword sect, like a coal ball. This was Elder Chen's first reaction upon seeing him. He felt a bit of a headache. The Demon Clan, a race that emerged from who knows where, stirring up chaos upon their arrival and completely breaking the long-standing stalemate between the human and demon races. This created a three-way standoff. In that ancient era, battlefields were everywhere, and the three factions fought incessantly, but none could do anything to each other. Long-term wars only bring suffering to living beings. In the end, the three parties had no choice but to temporarily cease hostilities and recuperate. Even until now, the term demon race carries too much weight. The most critical point is that demons consume people. During the ancient wars, many 7th-level monarchs and 8th-level saints were devoured by the so-called heavenly demons, and mortals were slaughtered and eaten like pigs and dogs. If this young man is truly from the demon race, he must be killed. At this moment, several outer sect elders have surrounded him, their expressions serious. This is no small matter. Elder Chen swiftly moved to the center of the formation. Whether he is a demon or not needs further verification. He then took out a heart-protecting mirror from his bosom and aimed it at the coal-like boy. A surge of spiritual energy infused it, activating its power, and a purple light radiated out. Chapter 9. Hide and seek Brother Liu. For this assessment, I will need to rely on you. Here, as a small gift, and I hope you will accept it. 20 low-grade spirit stones, though not much, are enough to convey goodwill. Lu Rong maintained a steady expression and smiled as he accepted it. No problem. Most of those who passed the first test of spiritual root and body detection had medium-grade spiritual roots. Someone like Lu Rong, with both water and wood dual-element high-grade spiritual roots, was naturally someone to be flattered. This is also a matter of social etiquette, beneficial for his assessment and future entry into the sect. Lu Rong's background is not particularly impressive. He comes from a remote small-town family. However, with a cultivation level of hidden origin 7th stage, he is considered above average in this assessment, with a high probability of passing. According to the previous spiritual root testing results, the most outstanding one is undoubtedly the innate spiritual root female sword cultivator at the early 2nd stage. It can be said that her passing the assessment is a certainty. If calculated this way, the female sword cultivator belongs to the T0 tier. The T1 tier, following closely, consists of those from prestigious families with top-notch spiritual roots, mostly at the hidden origin 9th stage. For example, the young master of the Tang family, the prince of Baiwuguo, etc. As for those with excellent spiritual roots from other places, they fall into a lower tier. Chapter 10. Buying insurance? The town is not small, with intricate intersections of streets and alleys, and a complex layout. If it were just a simple game of hide and seek, then the assessment of the South Stream Sword Sect would be too easy, right? Many people think this way, but they also know the assessment cannot be that simple. As there are no ghosts during the day, many began to explore various houses, hoping to find the opportunities mentioned by Su Bing, such as the point card. 100 points means 1 extra life. Even though the town is not small, 3,000 participants is still quite a number. When there are many people, conflicts easily arise. When conflicts escalate, disputes occur. However, since there are no substantial interests at stake, the participants have been relatively restrained when encountering each other. Most chose to form teams, as being in groups at least temporarily provided a sense of security, and various groups remained largely unrelated. Soon, some people indeed found wooden tokens. There were points, but mostly just 1 or 2 points, with no tokens worth over 10 points seen. However, once someone discovered the first 100-point token, the balance was broken. Naturally, everyone wants good things. With 2 parties competing, they can only show their true skills. Chapter 11. You call this an assessment? Daylight is always fleeting, just like a moment of joy that quickly passes. When a nightfall enveloped the entire town, the assessment officially began. Click. In an old wooden house, a sound echoed. First, there was a faint crack, then it seemed to activate some kind of switch, and a series of popping sounds followed, as if something was slowly awakening. Meanwhile, in a dark cave on Shaolin Peak, a man cloaked in black looked with bloodshot eyes at the starry chessboard projection covering the entire cave wall. His messy bangs floated carelessly, mixed with a sense of despair. The chessboard layout was intricate, with 3,000 green light dots flickering continuously. Here it comes, here it comes. Hide and seek. Start. The man suddenly grinned, raised his hand, and added 81 red dots to the chessboard. Bang! The door of the old wooden house was kicked open, revealing a foot glinting with metallic sheen, followed by a figure stepping out, casting a shadow under the bright moonlight. The same commotion occurred in various places in the town, and the first batch of eliminated participants was born as a result. Chapter 12. Chunshi Zhao Tianyu struggled out from the wall again, standing unsteadily, with waves of intense pain in his chest reminding him that he was at the edge of his physical limits. Luckily, he is a martial artist, having endured many beatings since childhood and possessing a martial spirit body. Otherwise, he would have triggered the protective mechanism of the wooden token and been teleported away long ago. Fighting a third-level opponent with his first-level strength is like pinching a chick. Before the assessment, Zhao Tianyu was very proud, even arrogant, but after a few punches, he was almost crushed to the point of shattering his martial belief. As a prodigy, he could naturally fight beyond his level. His best record was defeating a late-stage, second-level sorcerer head-on. Although he took advantage of the sorcerer's weakness in close combat, he still crossed a significant boundary, 3 small levels. Quite remarkable, but these third-level spirit puppets have no spells. They simply throw punches, and logically, he shouldn't be completely powerless. But reality is this harsh. Speed and strength were overwhelmed. The martial artist's advantage vanished, leaving only his tough skin and thick flesh to endure the blows. As for spells, how would a martial artist understand those? The commotion on Zhao Tianyu's side attracted some attention, but seeing him being tossed around like a volleyball by the 2 spirits, those who initially wanted to help quickly abandoned the thought. Chapter 13. Are we assessing you, or just making money? Under the night, people were constantly eliminated in terror. Under the search of the third-level spirit puppets, it made no difference whether one had cultivation or not. They could only try their best to hide. The core idea is actually just one. What can hide and seek assess? Naturally, it assesses hiding. Why hide? Because one cannot fight back. The South Stream Sword Sect wants to teach these newcomers something. In this survival of the fittest world, when encountering an unbeatable existence, learn to run, learn to hide. At least that is how Chun-Shi described the significance of his assessment. Cave 1. Cave 1. There is a brawl on the 2nd Street to the left. 2 fat sheep are available for begging. I've already sent 2 ghosts to seal it. Over. Cave turn. Cave turn. Cave 1 received. Su Liang shook his hand. Putting away a jade pendant he had just touched, took out a compass, and placed 3 medium-grade spirit stones on it again before heading towards the target location. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Outside the secret realm, Su Bing frowned. The 9th assessment area is under his responsibility, and it is also his duty to constantly monitor the changes in the assessment area. He has been keeping an eye on Zhao Tianyu's performance, which can be said to be commendable. To face an opponent across 2 major realms and be able to hold on for so long is quite impressive. Chapter 14. Recruitment ceremony ends. What do you Sect's dark agents after? Are you trying to ignite things ahead of time, after learning that the internal conflict between the 2 factions of the Nanchi Sword Sect is becoming increasingly intense? Su Liang's tone softened, as if chatting with an old friend, with a faint smile on his face. Well, you're thinking too much. Even if the sect is arguing fiercely and cannot come to an agreement, at the end of the day, it's still a matter within their own jurisdiction to rely on divisive tactics to make them turn against each other. Have you lost your mind? The insults weren't very polite. However, Su Liang didn't need to be polite to the dark agents sent by other sections. Luo Xian's face darkened, and after a moment of silence, he asked, "When did you discover me?" As he spoke, his right hand quietly moved down half a distance. You act so generously despite being ordinary in all 3 aspects. As a spy, you are not cautious enough. Of course, this alone is not enough. What truly confirmed it for me was when you mentioned the 3 words Shao Lianfeng. Shao Lianfeng was renamed last year. Even within the sect, there are still people who refer to it as Jin Lianfeng. Yet you could directly ask why there is no Shao Lianfeng mentioned. TCH. It seems you did your homework in advance. Chapter 15. Poor talent, it's a bit difficult. Yu Qingwei obviously did not expect Qin Yin to choose Shao Lianfeng. And the other elders from the 8 Peaks did not speak up to stop Qin Yin as she actively walked towards Shao Lianfeng, as if they were certain that Shao Lianfeng would not accept her. Is it okay? Qin Yin spoke again. Her voice sounded soft and sweet, forming a natural contrast with her external appearance. Yu Qingwei frowned. This isn't her concern, and besides, forget it. You wait a moment. I'll ask Senior Brother San. Reluctantly, Yu Qingwei had to use the communication stone again to call someone. Qin Yin opened her mouth, but ultimately remained silent, waiting quietly. Seeing this, the other 8 Peak elders did not continue to extend an olive branch, but turned to other talented individuals with top-grade spiritual roots, like Zhao Tianyu from Baiwuguo, and the young master of the Tang family, etc. As for Qin Yin, Shao Lianfeng wouldn't accept anyone anyway, so there was no rush. Thus, the recruitment scene became a beautiful sight. Originally, Yu Qingwei had attracted quite a few new male disciples' attention, with Qin Yin standing there. It was like a perfect match of dual swords. Invincible. Haven't you asked Senior Sister for her name yet? After a little over half an hour, Qin Yin couldn't help but ask. Chapter 16. General, whether it's once or twice, it doesn't matter. This is something that the elders present and the disciples who have been in the sect for a long time understand. A sword cultivator in the early stage of the second realm, even if she comprehended sword intent, would still not be enough. That's true. Although this little brat Su Liang is a beast and only at the first realm, he has reached the legendary level of comprehension. A sword cultivator in the early stage of the second realm is not enough to look at. This little girl is probably going to fall. This little brat scared me quite a bit 3 years ago when he defeated Zhang, roughing across 2 major realms. Not to mention the entire sect was shocked. I couldn't believe it when the news came out. It was more fantastical than the novels written by Chen Shi. Speaking of this, I get angry. That brat had a match, and he secretly made a bet with odds of 10-1. Why didn't I bet on him back then? Who knew the mastermind behind that betting scheme was him? But even if you knew, would you have bet on him to win? Before the result came out, tell me. Who would believe Su Liang could defeat Zhang, roughing across 2 major realms? Zhang Rufing's talent is not bad. He has innate spiritual roots. Chapter 17. The first second-generation disciple Nanchi Sword Sect, Shao Lianfeng. You don't need to be disheartened. Losing to me is not shameful. Your 6th master uncle was very arrogant when he just broke through to the 3rd realm. Yet he was still dealt with by me, wasn't he? Don't look at her now, being in the late stage of the 3rd realm. I could still handle her. Qin Yin followed behind Su Liang, and the normally taciturn her suddenly turned curious and looked at you. Qin Yue, your 6th master uncle can't beat him? If someone in the late stage of the 3rd realm can't win, then it's reasonable for me to lose, right? Yu Qingwei reacted like a cat whose tail was stepped on, her voice turning sharp. Who said that? How could I possibly not beat him? That was just an accident. To this, Su Liang just smiled and said nothing, presenting an air of unspoken understanding. Yu Qingwei rolled up her sleeves, furious, and approached him with a fierce expression. In front of Su Liang, she never maintained any ladylike demeanor. I wonder how the Yu family members would feel if they saw her usually obedient and sensible self turn into this. Fortunately, Yu Huafeng is quite far from Shao Lianfeng. Junior sister, what do you want to do? Su Liang's hand shook, and a spirit talisman appeared, which he immediately stuck under his feet, activating it directly. Chapter 18. The atmosphere of home, the sudden change left Su Liang at a loss. Why did she suddenly cry? This isn't how the script is written. Quick! Su Liang, think about what to do now. Well, I can't think of anything. Beside him, Yu Qingwei was also caught off guard. Why did this little girl start crying? So, she naturally glared at Su Liang and said angrily, "It's all your fault. Hurry up and comfort her." Su Liang rolled his eyes at her and retorted, "Is it your habit to throw the pot around?" After that, he rarely put his left hand over his right and began practicing the art of mutual combat. He can cause trouble, but he is completely a novice when it comes to comforting others. What is going on? A voice came from outside, and Xiantiani walked into the courtyard, looking slightly fatigued. Su Liang swore this was the 2nd time since entering Shao Lianfeng that he found his master's voice so pleasant. Master Big Brother. Yu Qingwei's eyes lit up as she automatically locked onto Luo Zijin, who was following behind Xiantiani. Big Brother still looks so good. Xiantiani scanned the room again, still not understanding the situation, but he glared at Su Liang. You are really getting more and more lacking in moral standards. Even bullying little girls? Chapter 19. The dark side of the martial arts stage, the territory belonging to Shao Lianfeng, is not very large. Only about 500 miles. However, even so, there are many places that need management, such as the spiritual herb garden, beast enclosure, and so on. Su Liang's residence is not far from the main peak. Xiantiani chose a small mountain about 5 miles away for him, naming it Shishan, where he settled down. However, later on, Su Liang felt the name was too rustic, so he renamed it Nanjai. Elegant, right? It's a copy from the book. As for which book it was, I forgot. After dinner, Su Liang took Qin Yin and rode the white crane down the mountain. This type of white crane is basically standard equipment for disciples of the 9 peaks, belonging to the gentler category among demon beasts, easy to tame and get along with, easy to feed and not slow in speed. It's a great cost-performance ratio. Recently, the South Stream Sword Sect has been quite lively, mainly because there are too many new disciples this time. When there are many people, conflicts are likely to arise, and as conflicts escalate, they can lead to disputes. Additionally, there are quite a few troublemakers among this batch of new disciples, known as the 7 New Talents. The 7 of them have been continuously challenging their senior brothers, who joined 1 or 2 years earlier. This is normal. The South Stream Sword Sect allows disciples to spar with each other, as long as they do it within limits. Young disciples are competitive and want to prove themselves, which is still encouraged. Chapter 20. Seventh Junior Brother. Feng Gui, is there indeed a dark agenda? Su Liang raised the corner of his mouth and said to Qin Yin, "See, this is the power of shamelessness." Qin Yin fell silent. She didn't understand and asked in confusion, "Lu Feng shouldn't have lost?" Whether in momentum or moves, Li Chun was completely suppressing him. In the end, it was intentional to show a flaw. Su Liang won money and was in a very good mood, with a smile on his face. He explained to Qin Yin, "I know, it was me who made him do that." "What?" "When you asked him to place a bet, I already communicated with Lu Feng. Is it that compass?" "Shoo, low profile, low profile. Go get your money back." Oh, although Qin Yin had doubts, it was undeniable that 400 mid-grade spirit stones was a considerable income. So she didn't hesitate and went to the initial bookmaker. Extending her hand, "Give me the money." The one who opened the betting was a seasoned veteran of the second realm. And now, seeing Qin Yin come to collect the money, he immediately felt a headache. He had been so happy to collect those 300 mid-grade spirit stones earlier, and now he felt just as miserable. He was going to lose everything, especially with a few old gamblers still around. The bleeding was unending. This woman named Qin Yin was one of them. Chapter 21. Breaking the second realm. The dual-colored pupils, one purple and one black, are too cool, right? Her appearance is also quite good. If left to develop freely, wouldn't it threaten his position as the most handsome on Shaolin Peak? Luo Zijin turned around at this moment and continued. "This is your 6th senior sister, and the two behind her are your 3rd senior brother and 5th senior brother." "Hello, 3rd senior brother and 5th senior brother." "Hello, 6th senior sister." Feng Gui's voice was timid, combined with his youthful appearance, making Yu Qingwei want to pinch his little face hard. This little thing is just too cute. It's going to be fun in the future. "Hello." Since it's better to act early than late, Yu Qingwei immediately stepped forward and tugged at his little face. So soft." Feng Gui shivered all over and quickly retreated, hiding behind Xian Tianyi. "Qingwei." Xian Tianyi glared. "Be serious." "TCH." Yu Qingwei silently complained in her heart and quietly retreated behind the eldest senior brother. What the heck, not allowed to play? Might as well continue to observe the eldest senior brother. After some more conversation, Feng Gui obviously relaxed a lot. The kindness and gentleness emanating from him were easily perceptible. Besides introducing the new junior brother to you, there's one more thing to discuss. Chapter 22. The Tao Favors. Heaven shears at the peak of Shaolin Peak. There is a lake in the center. 9 golden lotuses are planted in the lake. The originally golden and brilliant lotus flowers, even after 10 years of nurturing, still have not regained their former splendor. Suddenly, the calm surface of the lake rippled, and the lotuses swayed gently. The wind has risen. Immediately, 9 unobservable auras were peeled away from the golden lotus stems and drifted down the mountain. It was directed towards Su Liang. Following that, the 9 golden lotuses with visible speed wilted. Before they completely died, they slowly gathered together, leaning against each other. Su Liang felt as if his whole body was being continuously torn apart, then reassembled, then torn apart again, and reassembled, repeating the cycle painfully. The overwhelming spiritual energy continuously washed through his meridians, and this sensation was indeed unpleasant. Moreover, as time passed, this process showed no signs of stopping. He closed his eyes, lost all senses, and if it weren't for his perception of the hidden essence of enlightenment, he probably wouldn't even know he was breaking through. This has tormented him for 2 hours. Why hasn't it ended yet? It's just breaking the second realm. Does it need such a grand spectacle? He asked, not undergoing ascension. Chapter 23. Su Liang's talent. The South Stream Sword Sect welcomed a grand event. On Shaolin Peak, the originally wilted 9-turn golden lotuses suddenly advanced and sublimated into a pair of lotus flowers, attracting the attention of the heavens and earth, creating a magnificent spectacle. The revival of the golden lotuses brought about immense opportunities. First, the most direct benefit was that the concentration of spiritual energy on Shaolin Peak surged, almost reaching the level of spiritual energy turning into mist and mist turning into liquid. The most exaggerated was that the stream where the paired lotuses were located had almost completely transformed into liquid spiritual power, flowing down from the mountaintop. This tremendous opportunity directly startled one of the elders overseeing the enlightenment peak of the South Stream Sword sect. After assessing the situation, this elder spent a lot of resources, using various heavenly materials and earthly treasures combined with the sect's protective formation to open a grand formation known as the mysterious Heaven Great Formation. Besides protection, its main role was to slow down the dissipation of spiritual energy to the greatest extent, thus transforming Su Liang Peak into an excellent paradise. If successful, it could directly benefit the entire sect. At that time, everyone in the sect would benefit, and the overall cultivation speed would surely increase by 30 to 40%. For this reason, the entire sect naturally supported it vigorously. Chapter 24. Master, was he really this powerful? Qin Yin remained silent, but her heart was stirred by tremendous waves. A knight of enlightenment. What kind of monstrous existence is this? Impressive, right? Luo Zijin chuckled lightly. However, he soon lowered his eyes and sighed. But if it could always be like this, that would be great. In the next 10 years, Su Liang did not practice anymore, but secretly studied formations, alchemy, and equipment refinement. What? Qin Yin almost blurted out. She didn't understand and couldn't comprehend. With such talent, why turn around to study formations and alchemy? To earn spirit stones. Also out of guilt. After that night, 8 out of the 9 golden lotuses on Su Liang Peak wilted, and the remaining one was also on the verge of dying. The reason for this change has still not been discovered, but Su Liang felt that it was his fault. The reason is simple. Before he came, the golden lotuses were safe and sound, but after he practiced for a night, 8 of them wilted. Many people also felt it was his problem. Luo Zijing spoke to this point, his tone carrying a hint of melancholy. But those 9 golden lotuses are heavenly materials of the earth grade. How could they possibly wither just because of a night of cultivation by a hidden Yuan realm cultivator? Chapter 25. The True Extreme Clear Spirit Falls. Supreme Stunning Phoenix Transformation Wind Sword Technique. Su Liang remained silent for a long time. Although he understood things very early, after all, he was only 17 this year. He hadn't even fully grasped being a master yet, and he was already thinking about taking disciples. However, this wasn't too unusual. The scholars at the Beisai Academy took on disciples even more fervently than this. Why did he suddenly want to be serious about accepting a disciple? Su Liang curiously asked. Qin Yin thought for a moment. My grandmaster told me about you. What about? My grandmaster said it must not be passed on. Su Liang furrowed his brows tightly, almost racking his brain for any embarrassing incident that could make this little girl willingly want to take him as her master. In fact, he and T really intended to take on a disciple at first. In recent years, he had invested too much mental energy. The number of things he considered daily was countless. He simply didn't have the extra energy to teach a disciple. The reason he accepted Qin Yin was merely because of a prompt in his mind, akin to the sensation he had after enlightening the saint. However, with the advancement of the golden lotuses and the resolution of the spiritual energy issue on Su Liang Peak, he had passed this mental hurdle. As for Qin Yin's arrangements, he also had his plans. With his capabilities, sending her to any peak as a generation disciple wouldn't be difficult. Chapter 26. The Insightful Realm. Su Liang held the unconscious Qin Yin in his arms, remaining silent. He could finally confirm what the aura he sensed during the last competition with Qin Yin was. After his hidden Yuan enlightenment, the derived divine consciousness allowed him to perceive more things, such as the memories embedded in the sword intent. The person Su Liang inquired about was precisely extracted from the memories attached to Qin Yin's sword intent. It contained fear and hatred. Was it from the Hidden Kill Sect? Su Liang recalled the character for Hidden on his cheek. The Hidden Kill Sect, a cancer of the Eastern continent. The sect had been besieged several times. But after a while, they would still emerge, causing headaches. How could he have come into contact with these people? Qin Yin? There wasn't even a Qin family clan within 100,000 miles. The identity recorded on Qin Yin's disciple token, indicating she was an orphan and a rogue cultivator, was clearly fabricated. However, some things could be seen. For instance, her foundation was chaotic, and her aura was too disordered. The only dominant feelings were hatred and killing intent. Such a situation occurring in a 15-year-old girl was already quite abnormal. Although sword cultivators are the most lethal, there's an essential difference between killing intent and killing power. Chapter 27. Memories of the Past. 9 Azure Cave Heavens. As his divine consciousness continued to delve deeper, Su Liang discovered that within the 9 cave heavens, there was indeed a golden lotus in each, with traces of divine resonance scattering, gradually deepening the surrounding azure. 9 golden lotuses? Su Liang withdrew his divine consciousness, resting his chin on his hand, breaking through to the peak, or perhaps the 9 azure cave heavens might still continue to advance. If this got out, some old monsters might come to capture him for research, right? Su Liang opened his right hand, palm facing up, as a wave of azure light surged and flickered. He silently felt the spiritual power in his palm. Then with a thought, the spiritual power began to change shape, condensing into a lotus flower, entirely azure. Su Liang had not learned any techniques, nor had he practiced swordplay much. In fact, he didn't have time for these things. Yet, oddly enough, he could do everything quickly, as if these abilities were inscribed in his bones, and he picked up anything very quickly. It was as if, just like in the dream he had years ago, a deity resided within him, helping him cultivate and comprehend the Tao. Quite absurd. Su Liang closed his palm, pinching the golden lotus, thought for a moment, and once again reigned in his divine consciousness. Since there were already 9 cave heavens, could he break into the 3rd realm from the 2nd? The 3rd realm, the Yao Guang realm, meant refining cave heavens with spiritual power and successfully carving out spiritual light. Chapter 28. Hearing him speak personally. Not talent? Su Liang smiled and nodded. Extremely patient. It's not. It's character. Qin Yin looked somewhat confused. Character? What does this have to do with sword cultivation? Sword cultivators aim for speed, precision, and lethality when drawing their swords, right? Otherwise, how could it be said that sword cultivators have the most powerful killing force? What does character have to do with it? Could it be that if a person has a kind heart, their sword's edge could become sharper by 3 points? She didn't understand. Seeing her puzzled expression, Su Liang continued to explain. Sword cultivators often act recklessly due to the sharpness of their sword blades, even calling it carefreely unrestrained. But before a sword cultivator draws their sword, they must first question their heart, and then their sword. Killing for the sake of killing, drawing a sword for the sake of drawing, seizing for the sake of seizing, does not count as a true sword cultivator. They are merely madmen swinging swords wildly. Madmen? Su Liang smiled slightly. These words are not mine. They were said to me by my senior brother. At first, I didn't understand. After all, I'm not a violent person. I wouldn't kill for trivial benefits, nor would I randomly challenge others to a sword duel. So my character is actually quite good, right? Qin Yin nodded. Compared to those sword cultivators who would draw swords at the slightest disagreement, this was indeed much better. Chapter 29. The wind at the bottom of the cliff suddenly calmed. Nanchi Sword Sect, thinking over cliff. Su Liang truly did not expect that just 5 days after breaking into the 2nd realm, he would return here again. A regular visitor is not supposed to be like this. The biting wind, mixed with a bone-chilling cold, made Su Liang shiver. Under the suppression of the formation, the spiritual power lay dormant. Even cultivators of the 5th realm would freeze. Old man Cheng, I remember you, just wait. There won't be any offerings at your grave in the future. All for you to eat. Su Liang found a wind-sheltered corner, hugged his knees, and kept mumbling. It was just a little leniency during the assessment. Was it necessary to be like this? Didn't I put in effort during the question of the heart realm? If it weren't for me, could so many hidden spies have been caught? I've bled for the sect, so what is wrong with asking for a little reward? Su Liang shouted loudly. All right, there's so many new disciples this time, and the troubles caused are not small. Just 3 days for you is enough. A female voice came from beside Su Liang, and he turned his head to see a woman in green squatting down, resting her chin on her hands, smiling at him. Sister Mu. Once Su Liang recognized her face, he charged straight towards the woman like a wild boar. The woman in green flashed, suddenly appearing 5 meters away, standing up. Chapter 30. Sword intent achieved, hidden yuan comprehended. Time passed like a fleeting horse, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had gone by. Master. Su Liang's door was pushed open, and a pair of long white legs stepped in first, chattering excitedly. I've done it, Master, I've done it. Qin Yin walked to the bedside, shaking the still sleeping Su Liang. Master, come quick. I've touched the threshold of the Xian realm. The well-rested Su Liang was forced to wake up, his eyelids slightly lifting. Hearing this, he impatiently pulled the blanket that was kicked aside over his face and said, All right, I know, keep it up. Qin Yin remained excited, pushing Su Liang. Master, quickly tell me, what should I do next? Hurry up. The Xian realm. She actually managed to touch the insights of the Xian realm. Although she had only touched the threshold, that moment of insight benefited her greatly. Su Liang, unable to sleep from the shaking, shouted, suddenly sitting up and glaring at Qin Yin. Do you know it's very unethical to disturb someone's sweet dreams? But master, it's already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and you wouldn't want master uncle to find out you haven't done your homework for a whole month, right? Huh? Su Liang felt a headache coming on and said 3 times, all right, you dare to threaten me? Go, practice swordsmanship today with double the effort, and you aren't allowed to sleep until you finish. Chapter 31. Bringing 2 along Shaolin Peak has become lively again recently. Since that day, when Su Liang broke through and attracted such phenomena, the number of people on Shaolin Peak has gradually increased. However, later the Supreme Elder forcefully drove them away, which made them leave. But this time it was different. The sect directly released news. The new disciple of Shaolin Peak, Qin Yin, has reached the first realm of recultivation, has hidden essence and touched the Xian realm, and also possesses a natural sword intent. Once this news was released, even the originally arrogant 7 new talents fell silent. Hidden essence and natural sword intent. This could directly take off. Those who just entered, like Zhao Tianyu, a top genius, are still refining their 9th stage, hoping to touch the threshold of Xian transformation, and just getting a bit of insight would be considered good. Most people know about hidden essence, but that S about it. Even a top talent like Zhao Tianyu, with exceptional spiritual roots and martial spirit body, is just hoping to gain some insight. Breaking through into the Xian realm can only be considered a lofty ambition. Even those with innate spiritual roots find it extremely difficult to enter the Xian realm in the hidden essence stage. If one can achieve that, it would be remarkable. Of course, if you have a spiritual body and can awaken early, that's another story. Chapter 32. Visitors from Beijai Academy in the South Shai courtyard. There was one more person practicing swordsmanship. In fact, Qin Yin had already built her own residence nearby. While it was far less luxurious than the South Shai courtyard, it was sufficient. She could easily move there to practice swordsmanship, but she didn't. She was afraid that if she were too far away, her master might forget her one day. A glimmer of light in the darkness is always cherished and protected carefully. Fang Gui, on the other hand, had no courtyard and could only stay here. Su Liang did not inquire further about his background, with basic information remaining at a 9-year-old child, innate spiritual root, blood spirit magic body, and, at the hidden essence, 3rd stage. Luckily, he let him practice swordsmanship together with Qin Yin. It turned out that the little boy was indeed easily controlled by a girl a few years older than him. In just 5 days, Fang Gui transformed from being timid and shy when he first saw Qin Yin to now chasing after her every day, calling her sister Qin. The 2 of them had their own titles. In front of Su Liang, Qin Yin called him 7th Master Uncle, but behind his back, she called him Little Junior Brother. What's up? Trying to stand on equal footing with her master. Fortunately, Su Liang didn't care much about these things. If it were the elder brother who valued propriety, it might not have been a small matter. As of now, he let them be. Chapter 33. Entering the Dream Master disciples of the South Creek Sword Sect in the 2nd realm suddenly received a message on the Spirit Communication Stone, and many of them headed toward the largest competition arena at the Sword Practice Square. The Beijai Academy is here to cause trouble. It said that only 2 people came this time, and one of them in the 2nd realm claimed he would blow us up. Is he still half asleep? Look, the Bai Hall has released a task. Defeat that 2nd realm from Beijai Academy, and you get 3,000 contribution points. How much? Is there a time limit? The more the better. But there's a rule that if you lose, you'll lose 1,005 contribution points. In that case, I want to see this bookworm from Beijai Academy's strength. Oh, let me see. Mid-2nd realm, innate spiritual root, 15 years old, fine, I'll go see the excitement. This should be left to the top talents of the 9 peaks, right? Brother Zhou from Qian Peak has made his move. Everyone come quick. The South Creek Sword Sect Sword Practice Square is strategically located at the foot of Sanglong Peak, with Zixiao Peak and Xianin Peak on both sides. The layout surrounded by 3 peaks has always been the place with the largest flow of people. Whether practicing swordsmanship, giving lectures, or competing, it can provide a broad stage. Chapter 34. You step up. I sing Zhou Shi's word were puzzling, but Wu Minyu really sat down. All right, it does take some time to deal with you. He yawned, speaking casually as if he was just having water or a meal. Confidence is good, but if he loses, it would be a bit laughable. She puffed out his chest, his gaze dropping, smiling lightly. How could a mid-second realm dream master compete with his peak second realm insight master? This isn't like the novels written by Fifth Brother, where the protagonist casually crosses realms to fight. Every small segment represents a gap and a chasm. However, it is undeniable that geniuses can indeed rely on their innate talents to fight across realms. Fortunately, Hijoshi is also a genius. An illusory chessboard appeared before him, and with a wave of his hand, he placed a black piece right at the center. Can you play chess? Since you brought me into the dream. Then as a matter of courtesy, I'll invite you to a game. Wu Mianyu fell silent for a moment and nodded. All right. A purple light flickered in his eyes, and then spiritual power gathered as he pinched out a white piece. At the same time, a chessboard also appeared before him. She played black first, placing his piece at the center. You seem to be more confident than I am. The white piece was placed in the corner. Chapter 35. Third brother is Great Beijai Academy achieved a complete victory. After Zhou Xi's defeat, Cheng Shuanglin personally stepped forward, telling the onlooking disciples to disperse and making a statement to Kong Qi. Tomorrow, the new sword cultivator disciple from our South Creek Sword Sect will come, and today's match ends here. Kong Qi, who had already built up momentum, did not continue and nodded in agreement. The goal had been achieved. His mid-second realm disciple from Beijai Academy could defeat the peak second realm prodigy of South Creek Sword Sect by crossing 2 small stages. And he won in such a humorous and almost mocking manner. What more could he desire? Kong Qi now wanted to return to the academy and dig out a jar of the precious 100 Li red from the backyard to celebrate. As for today's match results, he believed that once he reported the outcome back to the academy, the headmaster would know how to handle it. The discord between the two sects is not a secret. As long as it's something above board, what is there to hide from the public? The onlooking disciples remained silent, especially those who had been in the sect for several years. The honor of the sect is something they valued greatly. Especially with a master brother like that leading the way, from top to bottom, they all emphasize pride, indulgence, and a refusal to admit defeat. Is it acceptable for that group of corrupted scholars at the Beishai Academy to block the sect entrance and fight all day without losing? Chapter 36. The Sword Intent of the Gentle Breeze. Can Su Liang make so many disciples obediently greet him because of his strength? Of course not. It's about bullying the weak with power. If you encounter me and don't greet me, that means you disrespect me and my senior brother. If you dare to disrespect my senior brother today, tomorrow you'll dare to betray your master and ancestors, and the day after you'll betray the sect. Such people cannot be kept in the sect. This statement sounds ridiculous, but it genuinely came from Su Liang's mouth. Although everyone knows he is just joking. However, whether to keep someone or not is not solely up to him. Finding trouble with others under such pretexts is his forte. Some people, relying on their higher realm, want to bully the weak, and the consequence is that the second senior sister, who likes to wear white, comes knocking with a sword, settling scores one by one. In the same realm, if my junior brother gets beaten, it's because he lacks the ability. But if someone bullies the weak, don't blame me. The usually quiet second senior sister of the Shaolian Peak, after beating over 10 second realm disciples and 4 peak third realm prodigies, uttered these 2 sentences. From then on, many in the Nanshi Sword Sect learned that the second senior sister in white from Shaolian Peak was also an extremely formidable genius. 18 years old, peak of the third realm, now 23, although she has been in seclusion for 2 years. Since then, no one has dared to bully the weak. Chapter 37. Do you think this is a brothel? Wu Mianyu never expected that a girl of the first realm could send him flying 100 meters with a single sword. If what she held was not a bamboo sword but a real flying sword, he would have suffered serious injuries. He paid the first price for his underestimation and arrogance. And the sword from Qin Yin that followed was the second price. With the blessing of the Gentle Breeze sword intent, her speed even surpassed the second realm standard. In a hurry, Wu Mianyu's chance to pull her into a dream realm became even slimmer. However, regardless of the situation, he was also a second realm prodigy. Being a dream master was merely his greatest advantage. A flash of light from the ring on his hand revealed a light blue long sword, which he grasped. He propped the sword against the ground, the sword tip striking the ground and producing a sharp, clanging sound, dragging out a shower of sparks before he stopped his momentum. But that was all. There was no time to deal with Qin Yin's falling bamboo sword. In the end, he simply lowered the sword and placed it against his chest, preparing to take the blow head on. Qin Yan raised an eyebrow slightly, hesitating with the bamboo sword in her hand, and after a brief pause, she suddenly smashed it down onto Wu Mianyu's chest. A muffled thud sounded, and Wu Mianyu slid back several dozen meters, blood surging to his throat. But he swallowed it down. Though it was uncomfortable, he gained a chance to breathe. Chapter 38. Is it a great mistake to kill a second realm prodigy? Fine, I'll give it. Kong Chi interrupted in a deep voice, recalling the identity of the person before him. 10 years ago, the prodigy who comprehended the profound in one night. Su Liang, the junior brother of Luo Zijin. When the news of his overnight comprehension spread, everyone at the Beishai Academy fell silent. Such talent, if it continued to develop, would be more terrifying than Luo Zijin, right? How could they compete? Fortunately, for the next few years, Su Liang never broke into the second realm, and the information gathered indicated that he would remain at the second realm for life. After several years, he seemed to have resigned himself, ceasing his cultivation and starting to swindle and create trouble everywhere. It seemed to even earn the title of the top disciple that the Nanchi sword sect could not provoke. Quite laughable. However, Kong Chi couldn't laugh now, because he was the one being swindled. The sorrow and joy of humanity are not shared. 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. He didn't want to give them, but there was no good way out. The Beishai Academy had its reasons for not being able to lose. He gave the spirit stones. Elder Chung, can we continue now? Cheng Shuanglin did not respond. He still couldn't believe that Su Liang had actually extorted 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones from the stingy Kong Chi. But with this, it seemed things were not so simple. Chapter 39. As if it were yesterday. Why did Su Liang want to tell them these things? Perhaps it was because the master brother had said similar words to him. In the past 10 years, he had descended the mountain over 100 times, often suffering losses and being deceived, and he had engaged in quite a bit of speculation. A series of experiences had been quite moving. Thus, he wanted Qin Yan to understand that joining the Nanchi sword sect did not mean that one only needed to bury their head in practicing the sword and constantly improving their realm. Cultivating the heart is more important than cultivating the sword. Qin Yan's current motivation for rigorous training was revenge. But what after the revenge? What will you cultivate for? Su Liang couldn't tell her. He hoped she would find it out for herself, just like he himself was still unsure why he cultivated. Strictly speaking, his cultivation was extremely simple, just a single word: comprehension. He comprehended in one night, and his realm naturally elevated, with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth pouring into him as if it were free. As for the sense of bottleneck described in the cultivation manual, he felt none of it. It was as if the path of heaven and earth opened wide for him, allowing him to go wherever he wanted, to anyone's home he wished to visit. Was this a blessing from the heavens? He didn't know. Chapter 40. The Past of the Frost and Snow Palace. 7 days remained until the Golden Lotus Conference. The people of the Frost and Snow Palace arrived on this day. A giant warship sailed across the skies, with a group of women standing at the bow, dressed in snow-white garments. Apart from the leading palace-clad beauty, the rest wore snow-white veils, emanating a cold aura, appearing distant and unapproachable. The warship stopped in front of the mountain gate and did not advance further. The protective array of the Nanchi sword sect was the best among the 4 sects, with clear regulations stating that warships needed to be welcomed to enter. Although the Frost and Snow Palace had received an invitation, they adhered to the rules to avoid unnecessary friction. Before long, a figure appeared in the air above the mountain gate, seemingly waiting for a long time. The newcomer was a woman, with a graceful figure and stunning appearance. Upon closer inspection, one could see she resembled Yu Qingyue by 70%. Dressed in light satin and embroidered brocade, her fair hands were folded in front of her. Her demeanor relaxed, yet exuding an oppressive aura that made others hesitant to meet her gaze. Yu Qingmiao, the master of Yuhua Peak, mother of Yu Qingyue, and head of the Luo Shui Yu family. Master Yu, it's good to see you again. The leader of the Frost and Snow Palace stepped forward, unconsciously bearing all the oppressive aura emanating from Yu Qingmiao, frowning slightly. They say guests are to be treated with respect, but your way of receiving guests is not commendable. Chapter 41. Sword Energy Like a Gale, 3,000 Styles. Master, you still haven't told me why you are participating in the Golden Lotus Conference? Su Liang's expression turned a bit troubled at these words. Well, you haven't told anyone about my continued cultivation, have you? Facing the seemingly unrelated inquiries, Qin Yan felt somewhat confused. Well, Seeing you like this, it seems you haven't mentioned it. Master, didn't others know about your recultivation? I don't know. Su Liang leaned back in the recliner, making himself more comfortable. The commotion for my breakthrough was publicly covered up as your fifth master uncle breaking the mirror. Su Liang paused. Your fifth master uncle even applied to the sect for a resource for stabilizing his realm. However, he soon sold it off to study spirit puppets. You want to know why I had to hide it, right? Qin Yin shook her head. I don't want to. Oh, why not? If you tell me, I'll know. If you don't tell me, I won't know. Su Liang fell silent for a moment. His calm heart was stirred at that instant, like autumn leaves falling onto a lake, creating ripples. Actually, it's not that I want to hide it. It's my master and senior brother. The change in the Golden Lotus is likely related to my breakthrough, but I didn't inquire too much about the specifics. Chapter 42. You didn't recognize me? There are 2 days until the Golden Lotus Conference begins. Master, on the back mountain of our south courtyard, there's a peak that has lost a corner. Do you have any clues? Su Liang turned his head, looking at the puzzled Qin Yin, and, after a moment of silence, he said softly, is it possible that it has always been missing a corner? Impossible, it was intact before. I want to see it today, and the mark looks like it was cut by a sword. That must have been done by that senior who practiced swordsmanship before. Qin Yin looked doubtful and insisted, but I vaguely remember that when I went to practice swordsmanship on the back mountain last month, it was still whole. Su Liang's mouth twitched, and he said irritably, were you concerned about these things while practicing swordsmanship? You were slacking off, right? Tomorrow, add 1,000 more practices. Little brat, I want to let you off easily. Sure enough, as soon as she heard the words add practice, Qin Yin lost interest in why the peak was missing a corner. What about your junior master uncle? He's the most active when it comes to ordering takeout lately. Where'd he go? Su Liang didn't see Fong Guirin and casually asked. Still practicing swordsmanship. How's the progress? It's okay. I can hold the sword steadily now. What about the realm? That has improved quite quickly. I've raised it 2 stages. Chapter 43. Young boys and girls, a faint sense of crisis suddenly emerged. Su Liang felt an ominous premonition rising in his heart. Quick, think, who is this beautiful woman in front of me? When did I offend her? But that doesn't make sense. I've done quite a few things over the years, but I certainly shouldn't forget the person in front of me. Thinking this, Su Liang once again looked up and down at Chen Huayu. She clearly had a look that was unforgettable. Wait. As Su Liang's gaze swept down, he quickly spotted an extremely familiar jade ring. Immediately after, his pupils contracted sharply, and the red-clad girl in front of him gradually overlapped with the person in his memory. Huayu. The originally angry Chen Huayu felt her inner frustration dissipate by more than half upon hearing the hesitant 3 words. At least you have a little conscience. Why are you here? Didn't you say you were going into seclusion? Su Liang scratched his head, somewhat confused. After the letter 2 years ago, Chen Huayu had said she would enter seclusion for at least 10 years. Although he was baffled at the time, after sending several letters without a reply, he gradually fell silent. In his plan, when he descended the mountain to eliminate monsters, the route would coincidentally pass by the Yulo Palace, and he could visit to understand the situation. Chapter 44. The Golden Lotus Conference begins. Qin Yin felt that her master was acting quite strangely today. She had no appetite for food, propping her chin up, smiling one moment and frowning next. It was like a lovesick boy repeatedly pondering whether the girl he secretly admired liked him back. This is how the human world is written. Master, tomorrow is the Golden Lotus Conference. Su Liang did not respond. I feel as a disciple, I have the obligation to support you at the front lines. I think I can skip tomorrow's sword practice. The fox's tail was quickly exposed, but facing Qin Yin's probing, Su Liang still did not respond. So, she directly accelerated her pace and moved forward. Master, if you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement. Fong Gui was still focused on eating. It was clear that the child was really hungry today, eating faster than usual. Who knows if it's because Su Liang didn't pick up his chopsticks, and no one was competing with him. What are you thinking? Am I using you to cheer me on? Su Liang came back to his senses and slightly tilted his head. Even if he was lost in thought, with his powerful perception ability and divine sense, he was fully aware of everything Qin Yin said and did. Not responding was just a temporary desire to ignore her. Who knew this girl was getting addicted to it? Chapter 45. Is it your turn to bark here? Uncle Chuan, are we just letting them go like this? The disgruntled Lei Jingde had a fierce expression. Zhu Chuan fell silent for a moment, then looked at Lei Jingde, sighed inwardly, and explained, "Second young master, can we discuss other matters after the Golden Lotus Conference?" Although he and T figured out which force the other party belonged to, since there were big shots from the Sixth Realm following to protect the way, they were certainly not a small force. The so-called 3 ancient countries and 4 great families only had some influence in the southern part of Dongzhou, considered top-tier forces under the large entity of the Nanxi Sword Sect. However, although the preparation time for this Golden Lotus Conference was short, the top-quality Golden Lotus seeds were enough to attract attention. The 2 people from earlier could very well be from some force in the other 3 divisions of Dongzhou. Given the circumstances, the Lei family had already realized their limitations and abandoned the competition for the Golden Lotus seeds. Their purpose in coming was merely to show support, and it was best to avoid trouble. But Lei Zhengde wouldn't think that much. He fully embodied the qualities expected of a wealthy young master. That shameless woman actually embarrassed him in public. However, even if he was foolish, after Zhu Chuan's repeated persuasion, he didn't act impulsively. This was a small episode, and similar situations had occurred before. Chapter 46. I really am a genius hard, really hard. The disciples of the Nanxi Sword Sect headquarters were already cheering in their hearts. No wonder he asked the 3rd senior brother. He has such a deep background and fears no one. Yu Yuanliang also didn't expect that he had gone around in circles just to retort himself. Thinking back to his master's attitude and what he had said in the transmission, he couldn't help but want to make a move. What's wrong? Seeing your expression, do you want to hit me? Su Liang leaned forward, sticking out his face. Want to try? Qin Yin, who was standing beside him, quietly took a couple of steps back, creating some distance. If the master really got hit, he couldn't let the junior master uncle get involved. Yu Yuanliang was originally a body-refining martial artist, and at that moment, he got a bit fired up and took a step forward. However, a hand perfectly pressed down on him. Dressed in a Taoist robe, Du Zhengqing held him down and smiled. Sit for a while. Standing too long isn't good for your mind. Yu Yuanliang suddenly turned around, and the two stared at each other. After a moment, he withdrew his forward foot and actually sat down. Seeing this, Du Zhengqing finally retracted his hand, shook his robe, and cupped his hands to Su Liang. You must be the renowned Su Liang, who once entered the profound realm in a single night. I've long admired your name. Su Liang glanced at him indifferently and ignored him, then shifted his gaze to Chen Huayu. Chapter 47. Like dying yesterday, like living today. The gazes of those who looked over conveyed 2 meanings. One was, who are these people? The other was, why is he here? The confusion was highly unified. Su Liang ignored the crowd's stares and instructed Qin Yin, keep an eye on your little master uncle. He then lightly leaped down, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. On stage, Cheng Xuanlin looked surprised, and after coming to his senses, he hurriedly waved at him, lowering his voice and slightly reprimanding. You little rascal, what occasion is this? Don't make a scene, get down. He knew Su Liang was invincible at the first realm. But what kind of occasion was this? Every genius attending was at least at the late stage of the third realm. What? Are you going to fight someone at the third realm when you're only at the first? Did you really think that winning against Zhang Rufeng, who had just broken into the third realm, meant you could act recklessly? The third realm is the first major hurdle in cultivation, let alone the late stage of the third realm. Fighting at the first realm? Isn't that just one-handedly swinging a hammer? Did you really think you were invincible after beating Zhang Rufeng, who was at the early third realm? You didn't register, so you can't take the stage. Su Liang smiled and waved his hand back at him, responding off-topic. Old Cheng, you know me. I don't do things I'm not confident about. Chapter 48. Transforming Spirit to Control Wind. The journey of returning to heaven. Does he really only have the first realm? Is Lei Jingde too incompetent? Or is Su Liang really that abnormal? Fighting at the first realm against the third? Winning so cleanly without relying on any external objects is unheard of. Second young master. Zhu Chuan suddenly realized, standing up and glaring at Su Liang. Ew, how could you be so heavy-handed? Su Liang ignored him, raised his foot, and then slowly looked at Zhu Chuan. Are you joking? 17-year-old boy, extending his right index finger towards himself. I, first realm. And then pointing at the unconscious Lei Jingde. He, third realm. Zhu Chuan couldn't catch his breath and could only bite down the result and swallow it. Cheng Xuanlin appeared at this moment. He slightly raised his hand, and immediately, disciples of the law enforcement hall stepped forward, first using spiritual power to lift Lei Jingde, then quickly taking him off the stage for treatment. Instinctively, he was actually paying more attention to Lei Jingde, if Su Liang were to lose. He would be the first to intervene. But who would have thought that this third realm would be as fragile as paper? As if even the Yao Guang realm was insulted. Which Yao Guang can't defeat the hidden Yuan. Indeed, Zhang Ruffin couldn't defeat him at the early third realm. Chapter 49. Yao Guang realm. Su Liang's figure was sometimes illusory, sometimes solid, appearing far and near, floating unpredictably. The essence of the journey of returning to heaven lies in the word journey. As for the two words, returning to heaven, they imply a hint of the power of returning to heaven. Su Liang kept dodging effortlessly. Zhao Tianquan became increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. Movement also requires spiritual power support. Until now, the opponent had not shown any signs of fatigue. After another punch missed, Zhao Tianquan stopped and even took a punch from Su Liang. Su Liang returned to the journey of returning to heaven, once again swaying to a distance and standing still. Sizing up Zhao Tianquan, a peak third realm genius martial artist cannot afford to be careless, especially since he still had to try to hide his own trump cards. The hidden Yuan is indeed powerful, Zhao Tianquan suddenly sighed. He had also made a push in the past, resulting in a waste of 2 years. Since that's the case, I must let loose now. As his voice fell, Zhao Tianquan's momentum began to rise sharply, reaching its peak in an instant. The third realm Yao Guang, refining the secrets within his body with spiritual power, chiseling out spiritual light, expanding his spiritual sea, can be said to be the watershed that crushes the second realm in all aspects. Zhao Tianquan had now reached the peak of 12,000 strands of spiritual light. Chapter 50. The sword technique of no return with this sword. If you can take it, consider me defeated. Su Liang did not answer his question. If it's a fight, then just fight. Why say so much? He had already said quite a bit today. In a duel, the most feared thing is excessive talking. Too many words lead to mistakes, and this applies here as well. Moreover, isn't it often said in the novels of Fifth Junior Brother, the villain dies from too much talking? The invisible sword intent rippled, enveloping Zhao Tianquan. The pressure instantly reached its peak. In an instant, every blood vessel in Zhao Tianquan's body swelled, and the blood pumped out from his heart circulated violently, shocking every hair on his body. Spiritual power was constantly drawn out from his cave and flowed through his body. Ready to go, he no longer held back, preparing to give it his all, even if the opponent comprehended the sword intent. After all, he was only at the first realm. If he, a peak third realm, were to lose to Su Liang at the first realm, he would be a total stepping stone, nailed to the pillar of shame. As a genius, he could not accept this. Having a mountain named Luo Zijin above his head was enough. If another one was added, it would truly be suffocating. Zhao Tianquan changed his stance, stepping back and beginning to change his moves. Chapter 51. Wu Minyu returns. Wu Minyu was even a little impatient. This time, he showed no carelessness at all, even raising his realm from the mid-second stage to the peak, giving up the chance to walk another path to maximize his condition. Everything was because of the man before him. He was Qin Yin's master. Looking at the results of the last provocation match, he won. But did he really win? He didn't think so. Ever since that day, he had nightmares at night where he would encounter Qin Yin pressing his head down, leaning close to his ear, whispering, like a demon's murmur. I admit defeat. Originally from Zhongzhou, he looked down on this remote east continent, but the result of the match was a slap in the face. Wu Minyu had no doubt that if this continued, it would become a major obstacle in the future 6 realms of heart demons. Su Liang's appearance gave him the opportunity to crush the growth of this heart demon. I have fought you, the master, so my previous victory is justified. If even the master can't defeat me, it is reasonable for you, a newly initiated disciple, to admit defeat. The logic is just that. Su Liang noticed the desire in the other person's eyes and felt that the person in front of him seemed somewhat familiar. Chapter 52. The Power of Divine Thought. Wu Minyu began to regret. He had encountered the concept of Yuan Tongxian in Zhongzhou before. It was indeed impressive and had its unique aspects. It was said that once one entered Tongxian, they could solidify their foundation, and some could even enhance their comprehension, gaining insights akin to divine abilities. But no one could be as monstrous as Su Liang. That's right, monstrous. Even if he looked down on Dongzhou, he had to admit that Su Liang was like a monster. Mastering Tongxian, sword intent, at 17 years old, these 3 things combined were remarkable. In terms of combat power, he could even face off against peak martial artists of the third realm head-on and win. Now, He even had an additional means to resist the unknown spiritual techniques of dream masters. What kind of freak was this? After binding him with one hand, Su Liang did not take further action. He turned around and stared blankly at the small courtyard. This was a dream woven by Wu Mianyu, and it also belonged to him. The methods of dream masters were extremely bizarre. Killing through dreams was no idle threat. Fortunately, over the past decade, Su Liang had gained a lot of experience and had once read about dream masters in a rare book. That was why, when Wu Mianyu pulled him into a dream, he could immediately resist with his divine thought and, with overwhelming advantage, take control of the dream. Chapter 53, Lu Bai Rong. Kong Qi silently looked at the center of the arena, where Su Liang and Wu Mianyu stood still, clearly having entered the dream. He was truly troubled by this Wu family young master, but had no good solutions. It was as if he was equally helpless against the white-clothed woman beside him. At this Golden Lotus conference, no one from the headquarters of Beisai Academy had come, but two young talent from Zhongzhou had appeared. Of course, Beisai Academy would not simply agree to this. There were conditions for exchange. They lost. The white-clothed woman beside him suddenly opened her eyes, looking at Su Liang with great interest. Kong Qi, who had been distracted, also turned to look. He saw Wu Mianyu's figure fall straight back, eyes tightly closed, unconscious. Kong Qi stood up in shock, his expression of astonishment unmasked. Had this Su Liang been hiding his strength for the past decade? In an instant, the red-haired elder stepped onto the stage, turning to look at the already awakened Su Liang, his surprise evident. How many more surprises does this brat have hidden? He was actually able to face a second-realm dream master head-on and win. The first seat was locked in. No challenges could be made until the 16 seats were filled. As the words fell, the audience erupted in an uproar. Chapter 54, A Test. The fifth realm elder was silent for a moment, looking around. The martial arts stage was half destroyed, full of pits and craters. Yu Yuanliang lay in the center, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, severely injured and unconscious. If he hadn't intervened at the last moment, arriving just in time, he might have ended up dead or crippled. Thinking of this, the fifth realm elder shot an annoyed glance at Lu Bai Rong. The latter was slightly taken aback, then shook her head. I gave him a chance. You can't blame me. The fifth realm elder was also stunned, unable to speak. It wasn't that he blamed her for Danding City losing. He was quite pleased with that. It was just that the blow had been too heavy. Wait. The fifth realm suddenly remembered something, turning to Lu Bai Rong with a shocked expression. The injured person was Yu Yuanliang, peak of the third realm, innate spiritual root, reportedly with a spiritual body, representing the new generation of disciples from Danding City. He lost just like that, and so badly? His reflexes were a bit slow. Your realm is the fourth realm? The fifth realm elder examined Lu Bai Rong again, surprised. Lu Bai Rong was quite generous, nodding lightly, then putting the ring she had taken off back on her left ring finger, her realm dropping back to the mid-third realm. Yeah, I guess. Chapter 55, Returning to Old Business. Damn, why is this woman not in seclusion? Sun Yuan Dao was sweating profusely, then looked unkindly at the person behind him. Elder Fu. She came, and you didn't even tell me? Elder Fu, whose full name was Fu Jing, was responsible for receiving guests this time. Fu Jing wore a somewhat strange pink-green long dress, her face delicate, belonging to the cute category. She looked at her sect master, but seemed somewhat timid. Stammering, who is she? Sun Yuan Dao felt a surge of anger seeing her like this, but then thought of something and sighed. This girl had the highest talent in their generation, yet her personality was too reserved, speaking softly and gently to everyone. Originally, he had made her an elder of the Bu Yi Hall to train her, even specially letting her handle the reception this time. Unfortunately, it was still of no use. After being yelled at by him at the start, Fu Jing immediately felt a bit wronged. Is there a possibility she doesn't know? So she quietly said, returning to the sect master, I didn't see her on the list. Are you blaming me? Chapter 56, Gradually Getting into the Groove. Chen Huayu. I just saw clearly that my odds of winning the championship are 1 to 9, with an advantage on my side. The odds for the other bets are not good. I scanned the entire board while chatting with old Chen just now. Just by according to this. Remember, these 10 top-grade spirit stones are related to my life and death. Chen Huayu thought of what Su Liang had told him and could not calm down for a long time. Why specifically target his own sect for profit? Although there were definitely other forces involved behind this betting, the main one was still the Nanchi Sword sect, right? In fact, Su Liang hadn't initially intended to fleece the sect. There was no choice. As soon as he descended the mountain and made a big move, he would be criticized and have his hard-earned money confiscated to compensate those who came seeking justice. There was no way around it. He could only scare his own sect into making up their minds to let him go seize the assets of other forces. But after so many years, the sect remained strong. Their financial resources were substantial. Now that his strength and talent were exposed, it was somewhat inconvenient to do this again. There was no choice but to seize the opportunity for a bigger haul. Chapter 57. Number 1 matches Number 2. More matches. The 16 seats of the Golden Lotus Conference had already been mostly determined. Aside from Liu Bairong's martial arts stage appearing deserted, the others were in full swing. They were mostly first-rate forces competing. The 4 major sects, apart from Danding City, originally planned to send only 1 disciple to participate. The more there were, the less impactful their deterrent would be. Of course, Su Liang was an exception. However, the effect brought by this exception was extremely good. Among the remaining top forces, Zhao Tianquan of the Northern Wu Ancient Kingdom was originally the most notable, but unfortunately, he has already been taken off the stage. Among the remaining talents, the one currently receiving the most attention is a girl from the western part of Dongzhou who manipulates spiritual puppets. The senior sister of the Zongheng platform, named Zhang Xinxin, is fair-skinned and beautiful but lacks long legs. She is truly a refined beauty. Her personality forms a strong contrast with her outward appearance. No way. You can't even handle this level of spiritual puppet? How am I supposed to test my new creation like this? Ah, so annoying. Get off, get someone else. Why is a late-stage third realm coming up? You have some interesting skills. Try my new move. After a series of explosions, TSK, still not good enough. This is a small part of the battle information from the consecutive matches. She talks a lot and shows no mercy. Chapter 58. Chun Huayu makes her entrance. On the 4th day of the Jinlian meeting, there was truly no warmth left. The participants took out their signature skills one after another, almost to the point of fighting for life and death. The intensity of the battles greatly benefited the young disciples watching. Many sects brought their disciples to witness this. And isn't that the reason? The clashes between the top talents of various forces are not something one can see casually, let alone so many at once. As the first talent to advance to the top 16, Su Liang was naturally also among the challengers. Plus, he only had a surface-level cultivation of the first realm. Even though he mastered sword momentum, there are always those who refuse to believe in the supernatural. However, after defeating 2 late-stage third realm talents in a row, the area around Su Liang quieted down. Once or twice could be considered luck, but this was already the 5th time. No matter how skeptical one was, they had to wait and see. After Su Liang dealt with the second challenger, he sat cross-legged and looked towards Chun Huayu's direction. Seeing that she still hadn't moved, his heart skipped a beat. This girl, is she really going to take on Du Zhengqing? Even though 12 out of the 16 seats now were peak third realm, there are still differences among the peak third realm. Du Zhengqing can be considered among the strongest in the third realm. Chapter 59. Exploding Spirit Pill? What can it do? The Yulo Palace has a sword manual, unnamed, which records only 1 sword move. It is called the Falling Character. Thus, the Falling Cloud Sword technique was born. The extraction of the cloud character is because when this move is executed, the pure white sword energy spreads across the sky, and, as it descends, it forms a continuous sheet, resembling white clouds falling. This is the sword technique that Chun Huayu is currently using. The green flame twin dragons were continuously extinguished by the endless sword energy, and the originally overwhelming cauldron was now firmly suppressed. Not only could it not descend, but the body of the cauldron was also continuously shrinking to reduce the pressure from the sword energy. The martial arts platform began to sink downwards, but fortunately, it was made of special materials, so even a peak 4th realm expert's full power couldn't shatter it in a short time. The entire venue showed no human figures, only a continuous outpouring of sword energy like white clouds. The green flame dragon was ultimately ground to nothing. Suddenly, an extreme green light shot into the sky, breaking free from its restraints, and then a figure burst out from the layers of overlapping sword energy on the martial arts platform, flying into the sky. It was Du Zhengqing. At this moment, his clothes were tattered, several wounds oozing blood, his aura weak, looking extremely disheveled. Beneath his feet, he stood on that large cauldron. Compared to the initial brilliance, it was now dull and lifeless, even showing shallow sword marks. Chapter 60. The 16 seats are set. officially starting. In the stands, Su Liang, who had been observing the entire battle with his divine sense, felt a sense of relief, shocked like most of the spectators. Is it hard for a peak third realm to fight against a mid-stage fourth realm? If it's a talent fighting an ordinary cultivator, that wouldn't be surprising. But if it's a talent fighting another talent, then it's different. The fifth realm elder who blocked that fatal sword with his hand nodded at Chen Huayu. You won. Put away. The girl in red maintained her usual expression, and the white thought in her hand flashed and disappeared. Seeing this, the fifth realm elder also withdrew his hand, which trembled slightly behind his back, fully visible to Du Jingqing. He slightly opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately sighed to himself, the red hue in his eyes gradually dissipating, the fourth realm's false realm slowly fading, and his aura wilting. He lost, and lost thoroughly. He still hasn't figured out when Chen Huayu circled behind him. After all, when did the white thought sword, which was clearly confronting his Danyang cauldron, end up in her hands? Du Jingqing stepped down from the stage. In the stands, after a brief silence, bursts of applause erupted. Beautiful and powerful. Who wouldn't like such a girl? Chapter 61. Happy birthday. Is it easy to fight? On the way back, Chen Huayu asked softly. It was still the same flying boat, but now it had increased from 2 to 5 people. Su Liang shrugged nonchalantly. I even suspect that the Sect master is giving me special treatment. Chen Huayu nodded, and there was no further discussion. As long as it's easy to fight. Of course, it doesn't matter if it's not easy. She will win all the same. This exchange was purely because she didn't know what else to say. That day, when she went alone to Shaolian Peak, it almost took all her courage. And now she was showing signs of bouncing back, becoming overly shy. Speaking of which, they had only been corresponding through letters. Although frequent, it had already been nearly 10 years since they last met. Li Ximiao's eyes flickered, and after calling out, she led Qin Yinfang back into the boat. Fang Gui's purple eyes were still very eye-catching, but fortunately, Su Liang had made him wear an eye patch the whole time. You shouldn't be at the first realm, right? Chen Huayu suddenly turned her head, looking at him curiously. But then she quickly waved her hand. Actually, I don't really want to know. You can choose not to say. Su Liang was taken aback. She actually saw through him? Could it be that the formation on him failed? But it didn't seem like it. Chapter 62. Qingping's Sword. Sister Mu. Su Liang didn't know what to say. He even forgot that today was his 18th birthday. Let's see if I like it. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't expect Su Liang's reaction to be so big. Of course, it was also his fault. This little brat only told her last year that today was his birthday. I like it. The ones Sister Mu gave are definitely good. Su Liang said with a silly grin. Mu Xiaoxiao shot him a glare. Don't even look at it, good? What good? With that glare, Su Liang became honest, quickly examining the long sword in his hand. A human-level spiritual weapon. Mu Xiaoxiao was immediately annoyed by his loud exclamation and directly slapped his forehead. Lower your voice. Look at how uncultured you are. After being yelled at like this, Su Liang felt a bit wronged and looked up with a sigh. How could he be blamed? This was a human-level spiritual weapon. The entire Nanchi sword sect couldn't produce many of these. This is not some common thing. Take a look and see if it's suitable. I've looked for other options, but nothing is worse than this. Su Liang was taken aback and couldn't help but be curious. What kind of background does Sister Mu have? Where did the sect find such a powerful figure? Is she really just a grand elder? Chapter 63. Happy birthday. Before going into seclusion, Chunxi had instructed Su Liang about his 18th birthday. Although the senior brother is usually easy to talk to, if he gives a serious task and promises to do it but fails to follow through, the consequences would be severe. Moreover, Su Liang's 18th birthday is something he must attend out of both affection and reason. Su Liang is ranked 3rd among his brothers, but in terms of actual age, he is younger than Chunxi, so it is not unreasonable to treat him like a younger brother. After all, Chunxi has lived 2 lives, and his combined age would roughly put him in the same generation as Su Liang's grandfather. However, he didn't expect that Chen Huayu would also be there. That makes things interesting. He knows Chen Huayu, but how he knows is a matter of tracing back to the year when he was experimenting with the effects of a new generation of invisible spirit puppets and accidentally stumbled upon Su Liang writing a letter. It's not a particularly rare memory. In recent days, during the Golden Lotus meeting, he used his latest version of the invisible spirit puppet to monitor the entire competition to earn spirit stones through live broadcasting. Naturally, he also captured the little interactions between Su Liang and Chen Huayu. It's not simple for the third senior brother to come out at this time. You must be the fifth junior brother, right? Chapter 64. Crushing. The next day, the 16th seed of the Golden Lotus meeting welcomed the first battle for the top 8. Su Liang faced off against Zhang Xinxin. Before either party took the stage, the various forces in the stands had already begun to discuss. Who do you think will win? It must be Zhang Xinxin, the peak spirit puppet master of the third realm, who can manipulate 5 spirit puppets of the same realm at once. It's said that the number of Yao Guang has already reached 24,000. Haha, did you place a bet? Even a peak martial artist like Zhao Tianquan was defeated. Can a spirit puppet master turn the tide? I've heard that Su Liang, when he was at the first realm, without using sword intent, relied solely on his understanding to defeat a third realm genius from their Nanchi sword sect. Haha, he could defeat a third realm genius without sword intent? He must have let them win. Let them win? Do you know who that genius is? Who? Zhang Rufu, the chief disciple of Songlong Peak? Yes, that Zhang Rufu who is now at the peak of the 5th realm. At 28 years old, it's said that he will soon break into the 6th realm. A 30-year-old in the 6th realm, someone like that was once defeated by Su Liang. Can Zhang Xinxin win? Hey, where are you going? Supplement. There was a lot of discussion until a loud shout came from the martial arts stage. Chapter 65. You teach me. Bang! Half of the arena instantly collapsed, shattering into ruins. The protective formation of the martial arts stage was automatically activated, intercepting all the flying debris. Zhang Xinxin raised her hands in front of her, eyes closed, ears ringing. In front of her, Cheng Shuanglin extended a hand, channeling spiritual power to resist what was coming. If he had come a moment later, that little girl behind him would have been severely injured. In the first match, Su Liang wins. With the announcement of the result, the stands erupted in uproar. So fast. Zhang Xinxin, who usually has a sharp tongue, fell silent, her head drooping as she turned to walk towards the arena. Losing so decisively was simple and straightforward. After this battle, no one thought of Su Liang as a soft target anymore, and all parties began to reassess their views. Even Yu Yuanliang, who previously looked down on Su Liang, was now silently calculating and shaking his head in sigh. If he had gone up, the result would probably have been the same. This sword strike was even more brilliant than the one aimed at Zhao Tianquan last time. Does he really only have the first realm? Such a powerful sword move must require significant spiritual power. And what kind of sword move is this? When did the Nanchi sword sect acquire such a sword technique? All these doubts were not just his. Even the Grand Elder Meng Lin on the main viewing platform couldn't comprehend it. Chapter 66. The Sword of Heaven and Earth. Astrology can be used not only for divination. Drawing upon the power of starlight to harm the enemy is also a method. What Zhang Xianzong is doing now is just that. The star control technique from the true meaning of the astrology of Star Mountain. Purple light continuously swirled and gathered from his eyes, already overflowing. However, he still did not take action. Not enough. The match between Chen Huayu and Du Jingqing was repeatedly simulated through his stargazing techniques, and the only outcome was that he wouldn't be able to withstand it either. Therefore, he had to break through his own limits. Can he win? He didn't know, but since he represents Star Mountain in battle, he cannot easily concede defeat. Chen Huayu, holding by Nian, stepped forward no more. She casually waved her sword qi, breaking through the incoming techniques. She was waiting. She wanted to see what kind of methods the opponent had. This wasn't arrogance. It was simply curiosity about what the opponent could do. After all, she wouldn't lose. Zhang Xianzong seemed to see through Chen Huayu's intentions, gritting his teeth slightly. Then he stopped all techniques, and even the surrounding wind and sand completely dispersed. He gathered all his spiritual power and began to fully activate the star control technique. Yao Guang rose, illuminating all directions. Chapter 67. The Liu family of Zhongzhou. How is it? In the stands, Kong Qi turned to ask Liu Bairong. The latter remained silent. Seeing this, Kong Qi smiled. Our eastern continent isn't as pitiful as you imagine, right? Liu Bairong did not refute this time, with pearls and jade before her. Saying such words now felt a bit weak, although she did not discriminate against the eastern continent. Deep down, she also agreed with the view that the eastern continent was weak. Such people wouldn't stay in the eastern continent for too long. They would eventually go to Zhongzhou. Liu Bairong shifted the topic. No matter where you go with such talent, you're not being honest. Kong Qi waved his hand to interrupt. He set up an isolation barrier around them, not worrying about anyone eavesdropping. Even in Zhongzhou, this girl's talent would still rank among the top, right? Don't underestimate me, for being an old man with limited experience. Lu Bai Rong slightly lowered her head, and Kong Lao was joking. So, do you have confidence in winning against her? Kong Chi did not elaborate on this topic. I can't say it's a sure win. After pondering for a long time, Lu Bai Rong said this definitive statement. Kong Chi nodded slightly, contemplating for a moment, then said, if you cannot win, then the matters discussed earlier need to be renegotiated. Chapter 68, Fong Gui's Incident. Lu family of Zhongzhou. Su Liang had not heard of this, so it does not hinder him from rejecting this proposal. Lu Bai Rong arrived quickly and left just as swiftly. Su Liang's talent is indeed stunning, but ultimately he is only at the first realm, and how things will develop in the future remains uncertain. In Lu Bai Rong's view, Su Liang should be grateful for the opportunity to lower himself and extend an olive branch. Everyone knows that in the Eastern continent, one could spend a lifetime without breaking through to the seventh realm. Otherwise, how could the Eastern continent have remained stagnant for 10,000 years? That night, Su Liang sat alone on the beam of his room. This was one of his bad habits. Whenever he felt unsettled, he would sit alone on the beam and daydream. Few knew of this habit, only 2 people. With your qualifications, you shouldn't be staying in the Eastern continent to cultivate. As long as you agree to join my Lu family and be my fake spouse for 10 years, whatever cultivation resources you want, I will provide as much as you need. Su Liang's lips curled slightly. What was he thinking that for? This time, I represent the Beishai Academy and will secure that golden lotus seed. When the time comes, if you want it, I can give it to you as well. Even though the Nanchi Sword Sect is the top sect in the Eastern continent, it is not that impressive in front of my Lu family. Moreover, in the upcoming chaotic times, whether they can hold on is another question. Chapter 69, Taking Risks, the Blood Demon Spirit Body. He had heard some rumors about it. It is a type of physique exclusive to the Demon Realm Mountains, inherently evil. Although the cultivation speed is extremely fast, this type of physique continuously erodes the demon's own will, extinguishing excess emotions and turning them into monsters that only know how to kill. However, demons with this physique usually have noble bloodlines and often possess methods to suppress it, the most direct being the essence blood of living beings. It is said that if the consumed blood reaches a certain level, it can further stimulate the blood demon spirit body. As for Fong Gui, he was a bit special. He was half human, half demon. He was the offspring of a human and a demon, possessing innate spiritual roots within him. At this moment, for some unknown reason, the spiritual roots within Fong Gui began to tremble, and the spiritual body continuously pressed down. This was a clear sign of conflict between the spiritual roots and the spiritual body. If not handled properly, becoming a useless person would be the best outcome. If all the spiritual power became chaotic and uncontrollable, leading to an explosion of the body and leaving no complete corpse, that would be the worst outcome. You go out, close the door, take this token, and don't let anyone approach here. If someone tries to break in forcefully, activating it with spiritual power will trigger a great formation. Even a 6th realm cultivator would need half an hour to break through. Chapter 70. Escaping danger. Chen Huayu looked at the tense Qin Yin, pondered for a moment, nodded, then came to her side, quietly gazing at the small house. All right, let's wait outside together. She could sense it, the very pure spiritual power. It was the scent of Su Liang, along with a faint, yet somewhat nauseating, inexplicable odor. This was one of the techniques she comprehended after reaching the profound level, allowing her to detect other things in the fluctuations of spiritual power. Shouldn't you at least ask a few questions about what I'm busy with? Chen Huayu's cooperation left Qin Yin somewhat surprised, and she became somewhat awkward in her demeanor. Chen Huayu suddenly lowered her gaze to the significantly shorter girl, raised her hand, gently rubbed her head, and smiled as she asked, "Does your master not want to feed you? You're so thin." She looked even prettier when she smiled, Qin Yin thought. "No, my master treats me very well. I can eat 4 meals a day." The girl shook her head vigorously, her attitude firm. Chen Huayu smiled deep and "Oh. Then tell me, has your master met any other pretty girls in these years?" The word girl was emphasized heavily by Chen Huayu. Chapter 71. Such a personality in the Heart Lake. Su Liang slowly opened his eyes, and what greeted his sight was a gray sky. "Where's this?" "He's awake." A voice, almost devoid of any emotional color, suddenly rang out. Su Liang turned to look, but there was no one there. "Who is it?" He got up and looked around. The originally calm Heart Lake suddenly surged. Waves rose up to dozens of meters high, suspended and unrelenting, forcing Su Liang to step back and give way. He looked up. A gray figure walked up from the bottom of the lake. I am me. It's you. And it's also me. The gray figure stood atop the waves, looking down at Su Liang. Were you? Su Liang frowned, genuinely unable to comprehend what this being was, or how it could appear in his heart lake. And why was his heart so gray? After all, he was a sunny and cheerful boy. Su Liang raised his hand, wanting to pull that gray figure down from the waves, but was astonished to find that he seemed to have lost all connection with his heart lake. It was as if he was the outsider. What exactly are you? Su Liang stepped forward, and in an instant, a sword-like energy surged forth, shooting toward the gray figure. Chapter 72. For example, admiration, for example. Liking Su Liang was indeed a genius. In just an hour, he was lively again. Unfortunately, he still couldn't speak and could only remain mute for the time being. After getting out of bed, Su Liang immediately went to Qin Yan's small courtyard. Qin Yan had come by twice after settling Feng Gui, but both times she was stopped at the door by Chen Huayu. She knew the little girl was worried, but this worry only served to add some external interference to her spiritual awakening and had no other effect. Qin Yan was not unreasonable. After that, she focused on guarding her little master uncle's bedside, counting the time in her heart. As she counted, she saw Su Liang stepping toward her. Master. Qin Yan suddenly turned her head, both surprised and delighted, tears involuntarily welling up, and then she rushed toward him without a second thought. Su Liang imbranjiter, gently patting the little girl's back, his expression somewhat helpless and awkward. What are you doing? We've only been master and disciple for a few months, and you're making this so emotional. It's quite embarrassing. Qin Yan didn't care about that. She had seen the state of people before they died. From the previously unconscious Su Liang, she sensed that breath. In an instant, the thought that her master might be dying disturbed her mind, making her want to cry. But she also knew that tears would serve no purpose, only adding to her sadness. Chapter 73. The 9 caverns appear in a cave on Shaolin Peak. Chunshi looked at the empty rose pot, remaining silent for a while. Almost without much thought, Chunshi knew who was responsible for this. To find this place, and specifically take only the roses, he couldn't think of anyone other than Su Liang in the entire Nanchi Sword Sect. So, what did the third senior brother want to do by secretly taking them? Chunshi slowly squatted down, extending his finger to sift through the soil, his expression melancholy. The pot still had remnants of rose thorns. The third senior brother is actually quite nice. He even knows to remove the thorns before giving flowers to others. He's the most beautiful and also the most successful rose. Damn, where did this come from? Chen Huayu sniffed again, feeling pleased. Well, you don't need to worry about that. Su Liang's expression was a bit unnatural as he tried to divert the topic. I see. Chen Huayu suddenly walked a few steps quickly, plucked the rose, and tucked it in her hair, glancing back at him with a face full of youthful shyness. Asking, is it pretty? Su Liang, backlit, couldn't help but be stunned. The girl in red simply pinned a flower in her hair. This scene felt almost eternal. A day quickly passed, and the Jinlian conference had arrived at the truly exciting showdown moment. Chapter 74. Is this even a competition? Oh my, did I wake up? 9. Cave Heaven. When did the third senior brother open up 9. Cave Heaven? Among the outstanding talents in Eastern Continent, has anyone ever opened 9. Cave Heaven? This is even more difficult than refining a single Cave Heaven to purple. With a shovel, the highest one can reach is 8 Cave Heaven, and even that is extremely difficult to achieve. Su Liang's 9 Cave Heavens look more stable than the last. The younger disciples were truly enlightened. The older generation, however, was more silent. Some even reached a peak in their desire to kill Su Liang. So this guy was hiding his strength all along. At such a young age, with hidden origins, understanding 9 Cave Heaven, and comprehending sword intent, how much further can he grow? He is definitely another character like Luo Zijin. The other peak masters who had originally concealed their faces stopped pretending, taking a few steps to stand before Sun Yuandao, saying, Junior brother, the resources for the outstanding talents in the next 3 years have been pre-allocated, and we cannot backtrack midway. Some were anxious, even dropping the title of Sect Master. Sun Yuandao glanced at Meng Lin beside him. The latter sensed something, turned slightly, smiled faintly, and then his gaze fell on Su Liang. The meaning was clear. I don't care, don't look at me. Chapter 75. You big-headed ghost, you expose yourself just like that? Chen Huayu looked at Su Liang coming towards her, squinting and smiling. There's no helping it, the pressure is too great. Su Liang scratched his head, looking utterly innocent. He was feeling aggrieved. Chun Huayu gave him a reproachful glance, taking advantage and then pretending to be innocent. I wouldn't he dare, saying that his proud demeanor was not at all restrained, hiding pretty deep, opening up 9 cave heaven. But why did you choose to open 9 cave heaven? You comprehended sword intent and are on the path of a sword cultivator. Wouldn't a single cave heaven be better? Chun Huayu looked at the busy earth element master on the competition stage, realizing her turn to compete would be delayed again. So she casually brought up Su Liang's 9 cave heaven. Su Liang glanced at her, then transmitted his voice with his mind. Guess. Chun Huayu was taken aback, lightly snorted, and stopped speaking, also replying with her mind. Then write me a letter. Su Liang was stunned, nodded gently, feeling happy, and replied, okay. Thus, this topic was passed. But while they could pass it, others might not be able to. Sure enough, many disciples from the Nanchi Sword Sect gathered around at this moment. The third senior brother, who they originally avoided, had now officially transformed into a hot cake. Chapter 76. Zhu Huaran admit defeat. In the second match, Chun Huayu faced Yishan, and both took to the stage. As she spoke, Chun Huayu in her red attire was already in position. Opposite her stood a young man of ordinary appearance holding a long knife. Yishan, a knife cultivator from the eastern part of the eastern continent, comes from first-rate power with decent talent. Begin. There was no opening dialogue between the two, after creating distance. A majestic sword intent raised simultaneously with Chun Huayu's Banyan sword. There was no probing, they went straight for the kill. Yishan took a deep breath, gripping his long knife tightly, as an orange-yellow light trailed from the knife's tail. This was his Yaowang. Not many in number, 12,000, but quite special. Each Yaowang contained subtle knife intent. Chun Huayu, having seen him fight before, felt no surprise and wouldn't he bother with it. The two were not on the same level. Her opponent would not be Yishan. Even if the latter comprehended knife intent, he was still at the pinnacle of the third realm. Power and intent were worlds apart. Chun Huayu sent out a sword. The sharp sword energy gathered, condensing into a wall of clouds, which then transformed into a giant sword, falling straight down. The might of it was even more powerful than Su Liang's separate sword style. Yishan's body sank, and before he could make a move, he knew he had already lost. Chapter 77. Falling Flowers and Flowing Water. It is said that Zhu Huaran has been looking for ways to help her master breakthrough in recent years. Chun Huayu, already clever, understood after Su Liang's hint. It seemed like they had reached some sort of deal, using Wen Ruohai's breakthrough as a bargaining chip. But why would she do this? It's clear that this matter wouldn't be simple. Otherwise, old man Wen Ruohai wouldn't have been stuck in the fourth realm for so many years. Chun Huayu asked again. Su Liang shrugged, pointing to himself, then to Chun Huayu. Naturally, it's because the pressure you and I bring her is quite substantial. After all, she is a young lady from Zhongzhou, originally thinking she could handle the Jinlian conference easily. But unexpectedly, so many monsters popped up. Chun Huayu's nostrils flared slightly, expressing her discontent. You are the monster. All right, I'll change my words. Then, so many outstanding talents have emerged. Is that okay? Su Liang began to doubt whether this girl had only grown physically and in realm over the years, still needing to be coaxed like a child. Well, to be fair, she has indeed grown quite quickly. Where was I going with this? So, she is conserving energy and also trying not to expose her methods. To deal with you and me? Chapter 78. Water drops can pierce stone, not something achieved in a day. Hong Yinlan looked up at the sky, silent. She was thinking about matters unrelated to this competition. Marriage alliance? Breaking off the engagement? No one has ever asked too much about her opinion on all this. She wanted to meet people first, but the sect directly arranged a marriage with a boatload of gifts, making a decision without consulting her. Although she was unhappy, the Frost Snow Palace had created her current self, and the gratitude for her upbringing and teachings weighed heavily on her chest, making it hard to breathe. She could only agree. But what happened later? After hearing about that, the sect wanted to backtrack. She felt like a chess piece, tossed back and forth. Saintess? Perhaps. Compared to the stable inheritance and development of the Frost Snow Palace, being a saintess is naturally trivial. After all, if the saintess disappears, they can just establish another. But if the Frost Snow Palace is gone, then everything is lost. From a broad perspective, there is no right or wrong to speak of. But on a personal emotional level, she was still very angry. At this moment, it was a good opportunity for her to vent her frustrations. Even if the Frost Snow Palace has made a marriage pact, Doesn't your South Creek Sword Sect think to ask her opinion? Indeed. Such a thought seems a bit naive in front of two top sects, but for her, it is a thought that is difficult to untangle. If she knew that Luo Zijin, after coming out of seclusion, learned the details and resolutely rejected the marriage alliance, it would probably turn her thoughts into a heart demon. Chapter 79. Ink and Brush Zhou Yunwan. He did not use the backup plan that the sect had given him beforehand. He relied entirely on his own skills. Openly and justly, it is said that Luo Zijin is an insurmountable mountain pressing down on the pride of the Eastern continent. Whenever the young talents of the South Creek Sword Sect are mentioned, almost everyone's gaze inevitably falls upon him. As for the so-called Sword Child of Zixiao Peak or the Sword Master of Songlong Peak, they hardly attract much attention. To put it bluntly, even if all those titles were added together and multiplied by 2, they would still struggle to hide half of that senior brother's brilliance. So when Sun Yuandao handed that so-called backup plan to Zhou Yun, he felt like a bottle of mixed flavors had been overturned in his heart. And it was quite unpleasant. He is also a talented individual. How could he lack a bit of pride? The flowing sword intent, like water dripping through stone. He has never lacked talent or effort. That last sword was quite impressive. In the stands, Chun Huayu turned to Su Liang and said, Su Liang, reminiscing about that sword, immediately shrugged and smiled. Of course, if he can wield such a sword again, he will completely step into the realm of sword intent. Chun Huayu nodded in agreement. Both she and Su Liang had comprehended sword intent, so they naturally resonated with the subtle aura that Zhou Yun's last sword exhibited. Chapter 80. Sword Dance the next day. What are you staring at? Today, Chun Huayu had specially styled her long hair, her autumn-like eyes flickering and evading. Still in a bright red outfit. It was even more splendid than usual, with golden embellishments on the originally plain sleeves and a luxurious red satin, paired with her unparalleled beauty, made her stand out and astonish the crowd. Caught off guard by the question, Su Liang shyly averted his gaze. I didn't notice. I'll look again next time. Why are you dressed so beautifully today? So you're saying I looked ugly before? Not really. Su Liang was clearly a bit flustered, and his speech became somewhat awkward. Seeing this, Chen Huayu covered her mouth and smiled, her cheeks slightly flushed. Looks good, right? Yes, it looks good. Su Liang met her gaze seriously. It really does look good. This time, facing Su Liang's straightforward gaze, Chen Huayu did not shy away. Since the compliment had been given, she might as well let him look a little longer. Fortunately, Su Liang did not continue staring, but took out a letter from his pocket, turned the envelope around with the back facing up, and handed it to her, nodding, here for you. Chapter 81. Admitting defeat, why are these two still dancing with swords? This was the thought of most people present, but everyone actually had some answers in their hearts. They just didn't voice them. After realizing that they wouldn't gain anything from this Golden Lotus meeting, the people from Danding City understood they would only become a laughingstock. Meanwhile, the Lei family from southern Dongzhou was already feeling quite disheartened. As the steward of the Lei family, Zhu Chuan was now racking his brain on how to make the young scion Lei Jingde apologize to the two on stage, the chance to advance to the finals. Yet the two were openly dancing with swords. It's evident how their relationship stood. If these two young sword cultivators who had a profound understanding of sword intent were to settle accounts regarding the previous matters, Yulu Palace and Zhu Chuan from the South Creek Sword Sect had already begun to regret taking on the troublesome task of bringing out the incompetent Lei Jingde. Moments later, the two on stage stopped their movements. Su Liang pretended to wipe non-existent sweat from his forehead and said, I'm really tired. Chun Huayu slowly rolled her eyes. What kind of expression is that? Dancing with swords before the finals is something only you could think of. Chun Huayu put away her white thought sword. Su Liang's Qingping sword also disappeared, a smile on his lips, and he raised a finger, shaking it. No. It's about being high profile, letting everyone see, letting the whole Eastern continent see. Chapter 82. The initial display of supernatural powers at this moment, Zhou Yun was feeling quite uncomfortable. Was that just now a supernatural power? The opponent was a fourth realm cultivator. Even if they were in the early stage, they must possess supernatural abilities. Although he had been on guard throughout the battle, with 8 caves transforming into spirits, maintaining the flowing water, and constantly observing with his spiritual sense, he was still vigilant against her supernatural powers. But in the end, he still fell in her trap. What exactly was her supernatural power? He had not sensed anything at all. The sudden heart pain left him feeling lingering fear. It was as if in that moment his heart had been tightly squeezed by the opponent, continuously pressed. And what exactly was she cultivating? From beginning to end, she had only relied on her realm and spiritual power to engage with him, including the continuous suppression now. There were no techniques, no spells, no weapons. Just pure spiritual power methods. The pressure came instantly. He was about to lose. With this thought, Zhou Yin no longer held back, abandoning all defenses, and summoned the spirit swords transformed from the caves. The flowing water sword intent sharpened, and he began an all-out offensive. Lu Beirong, however, remained calm, continuously releasing vast spiritual power to dissolve his attacks. The surrounding water flow also stirred. Countless spirit swords using the flowing water as a medium shot out from all directions. Chapter 83. The name of Sister Mu in the South Shy Courtyard. Su Liang spotted two familiar figures from a distance on the White Crane. The current sect master of the South Creek Sword Sect, Sun Yuandao, and the elder, Meng Lin. Good morning, two uncles. Su Liang waved vigorously, being very polite. If he could change morning to evening, it would be even more polite, considering it was already close to midnight. You just returned now, after waiting all afternoon for the Golden Lotus meeting to end? Sun Yuandao said expressionlessly. Ah, did you call for me, Master Uncle? Why not use a spirit transmission stone? If you had just sent a message, I would have come immediately. Sun Yuandao's expression remained unchanged, but his tone was heavier. You busy person, do you even look at the spirit transmission stone? Damn it, sending out a dozen messages and you, proud as you are, didn't read or reply to any of them. The projection link I sent you was like throwing it into the turbulent waters of South Creek, not even causing a ripple. Su Liang understood immediately, jumped off the White Crane, stood straight, and bowed at a 60-degree angle. Please speak if you have something to say. Ever since this old man had caught him a few times, he had been thinking of ways to catch his faults. Not to mention, he really hadn't checked the spirit transmission stone. Chapter 84. 3 threads of Tao essence at the bottom of the thought reflection cliff. The swing of the sky swayed gently. The woman in blue lightly tapped her bare feet, stopping the swing. Come here, Mu Xiaoxiao said casually. As soon as her words fell, a flash of crimson shot out and landed in her outstretched palm. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a red dragon clad in fiery scales. Its horns were prominent, indicating that it had grown. Did you go and fight that stupid lion again? Mu Xiaoxiao's nostrils flared slightly, and then she shot it an annoyed glance. You smell like a lion. It's unpleasant. Go down. The shrunken red dragon, upon hearing this reprimand, drooped its ruby-like vertical pupils and bent its entire body down, looking extremely aggrieved. Seeing this, Mu Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment and then reluctantly said, This is the second time. If you still don't wash after a fight next time, you'll be punished with a year of confinement. The little red dragon, upon hearing this, lifted its dragon head and nodded vigorously. Mu Xiaoxiao lightly shook her fingers, conjuring a bubble of water, which she turned slightly to envelop the red dragon completely. She began to spin it. 3 circles to the left for circles to the right, then the bubble disappeared, and she started to dry it off. After completing all this, Mu Xiaoxiao finally nodded in satisfaction. All right, let's get to business. Tomorrow, you will take care of that little guy, Su Liang. Don't help him openly, but if someone bullies him, you must fight back fiercely, understood? Chapter 85. The final battle for the Golden Lotus. This is the last day. Who will ultimately get the top-grade Golden Lotus seed? Regardless of the outcome, this is an intensely focused showdown. People arrived at the venue very early, with many waiting overnight without leaving. The older disciples from the South Stream Sword Sect also came to witness the event. Not everyone is a genius. Many rely on years of hard work. Achieving the 3rd realm at the age of 25 or 6 is already quite remarkable in the outside world. A battle between a peak 3rd realm and an early 4th realm is unpredictable. The latter has a comprehension of sword intent, while the former possesses an additional supernatural ability. If Su Liang makes it to the finals, almost everyone will believe Lu Beirong will win. Both are geniuses, but there has never been a precedent for a 2nd realm defeating a 4th realm in a straightforward confrontation without relying heavily on superior treasures or formations. Even if he comprehended sword intent, it wouldn't matter. If the 3rd realm is the first threshold of cultivation, then the 4th realm is the first mountain to climb. Su Liang changed his routine and arrived extremely early, showing up just as dawn broke. Chun Huayu sat obediently beside Li Ximiao, casting a glance at him upon his arrival. Su Liang expertly took a seat beside her and politely greeted Li Ximiao. Chapter 86. A random punch to defeat the master? Sword energy flickered endlessly. Until now, everyone finally understood what it meant to have a naturally formed sword intent. Even those who did not practice swordsmanship gained an intuitive understanding of these three realms of swordsmanship. Like thunder roaring, the sound suddenly erupted, and the entire martial arena instantly shattered from the center. Thousands of spiritual swords gathered and ascended, transforming into clouds that fell like rain, and the sword energy collided with the martial platform, creating a thunderous impact. Is this truly a fight between the third and fourth realms? Lu Bairong's figure suddenly appeared, hovering in midair, but immediately after, a fierce sword energy slashed toward her with tremendous force. She attempted to block it with the dagger in her hand, but was struck by another sword that followed closely behind. Bang! A corner of the already shattered martial platform was smashed away, creating a deep pit and sending dust swirling throughout the arena. Chun Huaiyu's figure emerged, holding the white sword, still maintaining her attacking posture, halting her assault. In their first exchange, she held the upper hand. A soft sigh escaped Lu Bairong's lips, audible only to herself. She stood up, her spiritual energy flickering as she brushed off the dust from her body, then looked at a ring on her hand. After a moment's contemplation, she lifted her hand to remove it. For her, an early fourth realm combined with supernatural abilities was already sufficient. Chapter 87. The 16-year-old sword domain falls at 17 master. I comprehended sword intent. 13-year-old Chun Huayu was extremely excited. You promised me that once I understood sword intent, I could go play at the South Stream Sword Sect. Isn't it not possible to achieve unity with the sword? Do I need to reach the sword intent domain? Master, you're deceiving me. You never said that before. You need to give me a written guarantee this time. Su Liang said that once an adult signs a guarantee, they can't go back on it. Li Ximiao's eyes were fixed on the center of the arena. She didn't watch the intense battle between Chun Huayu and Lu Bairong. Instead, she gazed into the void, as if observing or verifying something, an unbelievable expression flickering in her eyes. On the main stage, Sun Yuandao, who was very sensitive to sword intent, almost mirrored her actions. Following him were Meng Lin, then the peak masters of Zixiao Peak and Songlong Peak, and soon, almost all sixth realm cultivators were intently staring at a specific point in the void. 17 can't be possible. Lu Bairong began to dodge, no longer relying on the dagger to withstand the attacks. She realized that Chun Huayu intended to fight her to the bitter end. Even though she mercilessly struck her thighs with 2 more blows, drawing blood, Lu Bairong remained undeterred, wielding her white sword like a heavy weapon, continuously slashing. Chapter 88. Her eyes are like blades good. Just these 2 words announced the final result of the Golden Lotus event. The sword domain gradually dissipated. Lu Bairong called out loudly, I concede. With those 3 words, Cheng Shuanglin appeared, nodding in satisfaction. As long as it's not from the Beijai Academy, that's fine. The champion of the Golden Lotus event, Yulo Palace, Chun Huayu. He proclaimed loudly, his voice echoing throughout the venue. The arena fell silent. Everyone knew that the name of Chun Huayu from Yulo Palace would soon spread throughout the entire eastern continent. It would also reach the northern continent, western continent, southern continent, and even central continent. Soon after, cheers and applause erupted in the arena, resounding endlessly. Chun Huayu felt a little dazed. Having lost too much blood, she felt slightly unsteady even though Lu Bairong had already retracted her supernatural ability. At that moment, a figure in white descended gracefully before her. Warm, spiritual energy resting on her hand. It felt comforting. Lu Bairong grasped her hand, squinting her eyes and smiling. Then let's get to know each other again. Lu Bairong from the Lu family in Central Continent. Hearing the name of the Lu family in Central Continent, Chun Huayu felt no surprise. In the first letter that Su Liang wrote addressing her as Miss Chun, there was an introduction about her identity, although she didn't understand why it was specifically explained. It felt more like a mention in relation to some invitation to the Central Continent. Chapter 89. Liking Chun Huayu walked over to Su Liang's side and, seeing a chair available, gently sat down. With a fleeting glance, she noticed his expression and smiled, asking, What's wrong? Don't you welcome me? Su Liang hurriedly shook his head. How could that be? I just didn't expect you to come. Chun Huayu smiled slightly and then took out an item. In an instant, rich spiritual energy filled the entire courtyard. She shook it. Then you don't want this? It was a golden lotus seed. This was the excuse she had thought of on her way here. She couldn't just say she didn't know why. She just wanted to come and see you, right? Really give it to me? Forget it. Chen Huayu frowned slightly, pretending to take it back. I want it. Seeing her truly clasp her hands and gather her sleeves, Su Liang directly reached out to grab it. He held her hand a bit forcefully, and their eyes met, both stunned. In an instant, it felt as if time had stopped. This was the second time. Fortunately, Su Liang reacted quickly this time and hurriedly released his grip. Ahem. Well, the moonlight is quite round tonight. No, the moon is beautiful. You understand what I mean. The two fell silent for a moment. Only the gentle breeze brushed by. Among the bamboo groves surrounding them, shadows danced gracefully. Bamboo leaves swayed, nestled against each other, rustling softly. Chapter 90. No trouble at all should one be calm and peaceful. Should one be tranquil? Qin Yin read word by word the couplet that Su Liang had personally written and pasted for her. She went over it several times, not tired of it. All right. That's enough. Su Liang waved his hand. What a good girl. How come you still have the habit of repeating? Who did you learn it from? He. Master wrote it really well. As soon as this was said, Su Liang raised his eyebrows, quite proud as he said, of course, just look at who it is. Qin Yin nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. 3 days had passed since the Golden Lotus Conference ended. Today was also Su Liang's last day at the Nanchi Sword Sect. When I'm not around, you and your little master uncle should stay at the Little Lotus Peak. Watch over him, and wait for your master uncle to return. Can't we wait for master to come back? Su Liang was speechless and lightly flicked her pure white forehead. Is there even a need to say that? Qin Yin laughed again. After I leave, the two of you can't slack off on your daily lessons. Come on, recite for me again. What's the beginning of the lesson I taught you? For this matter, Su Liang showed great patience. Master has recited it several times these past few days, already memorized it. Chapter 91. Benefiting the people, following heavenly will. Opening an era of peace. Cheng Shuanglin was not good with words. Now, what more could he say? Old Cheng, give me the demon-slaying pendant. Tomorrow, I'm going down the mountain. The demon-slaying pendant records the information of dead demon beasts with a drop of their blood, according to the regulations of the demon-slaying canon. Cheng Shuanglin was silent for a moment, then sighed, took out an orange-yellow pendant that looked like a pill furnace. This was the symbol of Little Lotus Peak. Don't be too strong-headed and act low-key. Go early and come back early. Don't stray too far from the sect. Within a radius of 10,000 miles. No one dares to lay a hand on you. Don't run too far. Su Liang did not speak, only nodded. Cheng Shuanglin took a deep breath, raised the pendant with both hands, and said solemnly, Su Liang, disciple of Little Lotus Peak, today formally accepts the sect's baptism, going down the mountain to slay demons, to rectify oneself and cultivate virtue, benefiting the people, following heavenly will, opening an era of peace. Su Liang received it with both hands. Outside the hall, many passing disciples nodded silently in respect. After carefully storing the pendant, Su Liang took out 4 high-grade spirit stones from his bosom and handed them to Cheng Shuanglin. There's one thing, I trouble old Cheng. Please exchange these for low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 92. A single palm falls. Half the calamity clouds. If your spiritual energy breaks through to the third realm, it will probably instantly condense into countless rays of ethereal light. Mu Xiao stared at him for a moment, then nodded in satisfaction. Besides your senior brother, in terms of these 2 realms, no one in the entire eastern continent is stronger than you. Well, at least for now. That girl with the knife had a bit of hope of reaching the level Su Liang is at now. She is Su Liang's second senior sister. However, your senior brother walks the path of a single cave heaven, and you walk the path of 9 cave heavens. There is still some difference. Who is stronger and who is weaker is hard to say. Mu Xiao rarely showed curiosity. Before that, show me the path you are about to take. Mu Xiao took a step back, raised her hand and waved, and the heavenly swing disappeared without a trace. The howling winds at the bottom of the cliff dissipated in an instant. Although Su Liang had seen this technique several times, he still slightly opened his mouth. Sister Mu is too amazing. This move is so cool. The feeling of waving your hand and turning to ashes. One could only say that Su Liang had read too many novels by Chen Shi. However, right now, there are still serious matters to attend to. The 9 cave heavens, radiating a might no less than that of an ordinary peak practitioner in the third realm, began to slowly circulate. Chapter 93. Going down the mountain, it said that the first and second realms are the most important foundational stages of cultivation. As long as the foundation is solid enough. When breaking into the third realm, it becomes easier to carve out more ethereal light. Once ethereal light is carved out, one's own spiritual energy will no longer merely be stored within, wandering through the cave heavens, but will gain its own spirit, not only more in tune with one's cultivation, but also the foundation for a self-contained world within in the future. Now the question arises. All the spiritual energy surged into the body of the second little human shadow. How to resolve this? Su Liang could confirm that these three shadows were formed by the three strands of spiritual essence, and thanks to them, the 9 cave heavens successfully unified into one whole. The harmonious Tao golden lotus platform, the Tao rhythm, falls to the 3 purities. From a physical perspective, it was a purple gold cave heaven, with 3 lotus platforms supporting 3 figures slowly rotating. Besides that, the spiritual energy within was also rapidly depleting, falling into the second shadow. This kind of suction seemed to have no end in sight. This forced Su Liang to unconsciously operate that nameless breathing technique and start to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He didn't know how long had passed, but the absorption speed of the second shadow finally slowed down, and then it seemed to open its mouth, and immediately strands of golden ethereal light were actually spit out. Chapter 94. Lin Yunjiao, the Eastern Continent, is an extremely vast territory. Besides the land part, there is also an endless vast sea. The Great Yin Dynasty, as one of the 3 ancient nations in the southern part of the Eastern Continent, stretches for 100,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Among them, countless mortals, scattered towns of various sizes. But overall, the Great Yin Dynasty has delineated a pattern of 9 states and 1 capital. Have you heard? Recently, there have been demon beasts appearing at the gorge north of the city, and 3 merchant caravans have already suffered. It is said that when the people from the city lord's mansion went there, TSK, they couldn't even find all the bones. Moreover, I also heard that these caravans are all newly emerged good shops in recent years. Another demon beast? No. What is the city lord's mansion doing? Collecting such high settlement taxes and causing demon beasts to stir day after day. Last month, it was in the east of the city. This month, it's in the north. Where are so many demon beasts coming from? I think it's probably. Don't say that carelessly. If someone hears it and reports it to the city lord's mansion, it would be a big trouble. Sigh. This world, with Linyun State so close to the capital. How dare they? Isn't it because in recent years, the court has been fiercely fighting for power? And who has the time to care about the lives and deaths of us ordinary people? Chapter 95. Drawing the sword, the moonlight suddenly brightened. A massive creature stepped out of the shadows 100 meters away from the convoy, looking down at the entire merchant group. A 4th-tier demon beast, the Sangyan tiger. The leading peak realm cultivator recognized the giant black shadow blocking the road and instantly took a defensive stance, drawing out a snow-white long knife, as if facing a great enemy. Another late-stage cultivator took a few steps back, pure white radiance shining from both hands, clearly a sorcerer. Don't panic, maintain formation. The leading cultivator shouted, his voice laced with spiritual power, alleviating some of the crowd's fear. It had some effect, but not much. Seeing this, the leading cultivator knew that merely boosting morale wouldn't be very useful. So he steeled his heart, gripped the long knife tightly, and stepped forward. Then, his figure rushed forward, the 100-meter distance vanishing in an instant. The blade flickered, and he swung out a powerful strike. Roar! The Sungyan tiger raised its head and roared, leaping up, lifting its massive paw mid-air, and with a forward thrust, it suddenly swatted towards the blade. A sound wave explosion erupted, and the 3-realm knife cultivator was sent flying. The snow-white long knife bending halfway, shooting out and disappearing from sight. Chapter 96. Silencing in the distance, the onlookers were puzzled and gasped in surprise. Who is this person? Where do they come from? I scanned with my spiritual sense, and there are only those 2 in this merchant group who are in the 3 realms. How strange. That sword intent? What a fierce sword energy. What's going on? This is too fierce, isn't it? Even if he comprehended sword intent, his amount of radiance doesn't seem to exceed 1,000. The peak 4th-tiered Sangyan tiger shouldn't be pressured like this. If this continues, he might actually get killed. Should we intervene? The person at the forefront pondered. Let's wait and see. Rescuing the Sangyan tiger like this is too risky. Upon hearing this, everyone quieted down. Those who could make it to their current position were not fools. The young man clearly came from a faction undergoing training, and his swordsmanship was so impressive that he might be a hidden sword genius from the Nachi sword sect. Moreover, The Nanchi Sword Sect has a sect inheritance for exterminating demons, and after saving the leading knife cultivator, this man in black immediately took up his sword to attack the Sangyan tiger. Such a style is too reminiscent of the disciples of the Nanchi Sword Sect. The more they thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. However, if that were the case, it could become troublesome. Chapter 97. Transaction. When Su Liang returned to the merchant group, Wu Sanxi and his companions were preparing to turn back to the city. Even they, no matter how dull, understood that someone was manipulating things behind the scenes, deliberately targeting the merchant association. Since this was the case, there was no safety guarantee for this trip, so it was better to turn back and report. What are you doing? Wu Sanxi hurriedly approached upon seeing Su Liang dragging a half-dead man in black back, asking somewhat flatteringly. He had probably guessed something, but didn't dare to think further. After scanning the man in black with his spiritual sense, he felt the aura of a four-realm cultivator. Just finished dealing with a peak fourth-tier Sangyan tiger. And now he is handling another four-realm cultivator? Su Liang from Nanchi Sword Sect is definitely a hidden genius. Heading back to the city, Su Liang glanced at the gathered group. Yes, given the circumstances, it has exceeded the capability of our merchant group. We need to turn back and report. Wu Sanxi spoke quickly. Can you give me a ride? Of course, it's very convenient. Wu Sanxi nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Even if Su Liang hadn't offered, he would have likely asked. Who knows what else might happen on the way back? Su Liang was slightly taken aback. So enthusiastic? Chapter 98. Sword symbol. How about I make a deal with you? Oh, please, young friend. I'll give you 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. And you kill all the people behind you. How about that? The head of the chapter squinted, his tone no longer as warm. Young friend, you are joking. Even if I agree, can you come up with that many spirit stones? Su Liang got off the carriage, smiling as he shrugged. I can't. But if I kill you, it will be a breach of contract, right? Is that something a person can say? Once these words were spoken, it meant that there was no room for negotiation between the two sides. But the head of the chapter still wanted to negotiate. The pressure from the Nanchi Sword Sect was indeed quite great. Young friend, if you don't care for spirit stones, if you have other requests, feel free to mention them. I just want these merchant group members. Everyone in the merchant group tensed up. To be honest, if the other side offered such terms to them, they might have agreed to the first offer. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, a chance to get rich. Now it seemed they could ask for even more. What if Su Liang agreed? Although it was said that the people from Nanchi Sword Sect were upright and had a great reputation, they were only strangers. Chapter 99. Re-entering Lin Yun, the head of the chapter, is dead. To be precise, the entire newly appointed City Lords group has now only left the City Lord as a mere figurehead. Angry? Naturally. Under his very eyes. The one who killed him clearly did not take him seriously. Thus, after confirming that the soul lanterns of the head of the chapter and others had all extinguished, Linyan City was put on full alert. Su Liang happened to run into this. Stop. Su Liang presenti da Guden token. It was the pass given to him upon entering the city, valid for 3 months. The red-armored axe guards didn't even raise their hands. Su Liang presented again, and the same happened. So, he frowned and threw the wooden token. The red-armored axe guard saw this, raised his hand to catch it, but didn't even look at it, casually tossing it aside. Thud! The wooden token fell to the ground. At this moment, the red-armored axe guard said blandly, the City Lord's office has issued an order. All who enter the city now must register and pay again. Su Liang glanced at him lightly. Pick it up. If you don't want to enter the city, you can leave on your own. I said pick it up. Buzz. A sound of the sword rang out, and dozens of second realm guards present felt their minds go blank in an instant. Su Liang stood holding the sword, lightly tapping the chinkping on the shoulder of the red-armored axe guard. Chapter 100. The abnormality of the Tang family. The location of the City Lord's office wasn't too hard to find. Although Linyan City is quite large, Su Liang's spiritual sense, after breaking through to the 3 realms, had advanced to another level. However, he didn't go to the City Lord's office first. Instead, he headed in the opposite direction, his figure flickering away. That place was the Good Shop in Linyan City. A standard 5-story loft design, with 9 stone stairs, 2 stone beasts standing on either side. And looking up, one could see the 4 large characters of Good Shop. The dragon dances and the phoenix soars, truly a sight to behold. This is the work of Su Liang. He stepped in gracefully. Hello, may I ask if you are buying or selling? A sweet-voiced woman had been waiting nearby and quickly approached. Su Liang took out a token and waved it. Don't mind me. The maid was taken aback, focused her gaze, tilted her head slightly, and looked puzzled. What does the guess mean? She did not recognize it. Su Liang was astonished, then suddenly realized. How could a maid understand the meaning behind this token? He cleared his throat, feeling a bit awkward. Is your boss around? Just say there's a big business deal. The maid bit her lip, looked him up and down, then nodded. Please wait a moment, young master. A young master with such demeanor and looks surely had no need to deceive her. Chapter 101. Slaying the Six Realms, Comprehending the Sword Intent. Zoli, the person in charge of the good shop in Lingyun City. As long as he could handle him, he could return to the Imperial City. Unfortunately, this old man had been hiding in the city all along. Now it was good. He came to his doorstep. Soon, Lu Yuanjin arrived in the front yard, and from a distance, he spotted the two. Su Liang was automatically ignored. His gaze was entirely focused on Zhou Li. You want to see me? No greetings. No opening remarks. If possible, Lu Yuanjin even wanted to take him down directly. Killing him could not be done lightly, but as long as he could imprison him, he could slowly deal with the leaderless merchant association, and that would be a great success. It's not me. It's our president, Su, who wants to see you. Zhou Li's words were neither heavy nor light. Then he stepped aside. Su Liang walked forward slowly, expressionless. Oh, President Su. Lu Yuanjin's mind flashed with several names, but still could not remember who President Su was. The good shop was founded by me. Su Liang spoke frankly, narrowing his eyes slightly. Lu Yuanjin was taken aback, then looked at Zhou Li. Where did your Tang family find this? A kid who hasn't even grown hair is pushed out to be the president? Zhou Li smiled. Chapter 102. Shocking both court and field. Su Liang had always had a clear understanding of himself. He truly was a genius. His current spirited demeanor was the best embodiment of that. He had given Lu Yuanjin a chance. The only regret was not informing him in advance that not responding meant death. Su Liang's mentality subtly shifted after descending the mountain. He, who originally had no moral bottom line, was now willing to reason with others. However, it seemed that everyone understood reason but was unwilling to listen. In the end, what relied on was still the skill in hand. Sword intent naturally formed. Zhou Li's voice came, filled with disbelief. Su Liang looked up. He saw Zhou Li covered in blood, looking somewhat exhausted, dragging his sword as he entered. You work hard. Su Liang nodded to him in thanks. Zhou Li quickly waved his hand. Not hard. Not hard. It's only right to do the job for money. At this moment, there was no indifference or disdain in his eyes. All he could think about was how he could not provoke this master. After the Jinlian Association, the results made public by the South Stream Sword Sect included Su Liang. Wasn't he had said that he had reached the second realm and comprehended the sword intent to the point of merging man and sword? Just a few days later, he had reached the third realm with sword intent naturally formed. Chapter 103. Seeking Evidence. South Stream Sword Sect. What does he want to do? Sun Yuandao frowned deeply. In just a few days after descending the mountain, he killed the city lord of the sixth realm of Dian, and he did it so openly in the city lord's mansion. He rubbed his brow, feeling a bit of a headache. If you want to kill someone, at least do it discreetly. This little rascal has not let me have a peaceful day. Beside him, the elder Meng Lin chuckled lightly. Unconcerned, the city lord of the early sixth realm, just kill him. That kid Xiaoli must have some evidence to act. What concerns me more is that he has the means to directly kill a cultivator of the early sixth realm. Sun Yuandao replied impatiently. Meng Lin shook his head. Even if that person speaks, with Hongzhu personally guarding, I don't think he would just appear and kill someone right away. This kid must have hidden some other means. It should be something given by Xiaolian Peak. Zijing and the little junior brother would definitely not let him descend the mountain unprepared. The fatigue in Sun Yuandao's eyes deepened. In these past few days, many matters had left him overwhelmed. Among them, the most frustrating was that person from Yulo Palace. Sun, I'll give you a year. Chapter 104. Streets of Mourning. On a remote street in Lingyun City, Su Liang walked aimlessly. A sudden wail caught his attention. Looking up, he saw a family holding a funeral. White strips were hanging, wearing mourning clothes, and paying respects at the altar. It was normal for common folk. Su Liang felt a slight pang in his heart, but that was all. It wasn't that he was heartless, but ever since he comprehended the mysteries of the universe in one night, he had already understood the distinction between immortals and mortals. The joys and sorrows of mortals and cultivators could not resonate at all. Just like the heartless way of heaven. Were these words merely for show? Su Liang continued on, but not long after, he saw another household, similarly in mourning attire. He paid it no mind and kept walking. Lingyun City was vast. home to many mortals apart from cultivators, with a population easily exceeding 100 million. In such a large city, some funerals were nothing unusual. However, after walking for a while, Su Liang's brow furrowed. It was as if he had stumbled into a funeral gathering. Every couple of households on the street were holding funerals. This was somewhat unusual. Su Liang's eyes blinked slightly, a flash of golden light passing before him. He gazed into the distance. After a moment, Su Liang withdrew his gaze. His brow knitted together. Chapter 105. What crime should be met with? The purpose of making you do your homework is not the goal. Studying is not everything. Being a person is the goal. Remember, regardless of how high your cultivation level is, our starting point is always being human. We are not innate spiritual treasures, but people who rely on the mountains to eat the mountains and the waters to eat the waters, whether seeking longevity or the way of the Tao. While looking high and far, remember to often lower your head and take a look. The South Stream Sword Sect is a prestigious and righteous sect, and all actions are pursued with a clear conscience, even if there is a distinction between immortals and mortals. Why does the sect still continuously send disciples down the mountain to eliminate demons and uphold justice? To benefit the people and follow the will of heaven. To establish peace for all generations. These 11 words are the foundation of our South Stream Sword Sect. Xiaoli, Zijing, I hope you can remember this well. As thought surged, Su Liang closed his eyes and remained silent, as if unwilling to look. Master, I seem to understand a bit now. After a long while, he opened his eyes. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered towards him. With each breath, the nameless breathing technique surprisingly began to operate on its own. Almost simultaneously, in Su Liang's palm, that strange jade pendant quietly appeared. Then, a method appeared in Su Liang's mind. Chapter 106. What crime should be paid for changing the dynasty? These 4 words struck Yang Tian's heart, lingering and refusing to dissipate. What? Linyan City actually raises monsters to slaughter the human race? Good. No wonder. These days, there have been monster disturbances every few days, either in the east or the north of the city. It turns out to be this kind of activity, charging an entrance fee just for this reason. I don't care. Linyan City must give an explanation today. Yes, give an explanation. Originally, those who were watching from afar all stepped forward passionately. Yang Tian glanced slightly and raised his hand. Hundreds of people behind him immediately understood, turned in unison, and formed a human wall. Retreat. The murderous intent suddenly rushed forward against these well-trained individuals, some of whom had even been to brutal battlefields. The scattered crowd immediately lost their fire and began to retreat step by step. Asking for an explanation at the cost of a life is not worth it. At most, they would come to Linyan City in the future. The entire eastern continent is not the only place to settle down. How? Dare to do, but not admit it. Su Liang's voice suddenly rose. Yang Tian looked at him, stepped forward, and said solemnly, Su Liang, you must take responsibility for what you said. If this kind of framing is found out, even the Southern Stream Sword Sect won't be able to clean up your mess. Chapter 107. Where to start investigating the Demon Domain Mountains. In front of an extremely vast swamp, 2 figures stood in midair, looking down from a height. Black mist filled the air, and the demon at the center now exuded a wilted aura. The human sounded like a low growl mixed with beasts. You can't get out of here, hee. The intermittent words were extremely unpleasant. The demon race has truly appeared. Xian Tianyi ignored his words, his expression heavy with worry. Beside him, Luo Zijing, holding Luo Shi, sighed softly and waved his hand to unleash a sword light. The pure white sword energy, in an instant, completely ended the already heavily injured demon. Master, this is a bit tricky. After swinging the sword, the momentum around Luo Zijing did not decrease at all, and even continued to rise. It seems that leading us here is his real purpose. Xian Tianyi came back to his senses, then swept his spiritual sense, and the worry between his brows increased. Around them, strands of black mist swirled into existence. They came silently, as if appearing out of thin air. Each figure's aura was comparable to a late-stage cultivator of the 6th realm. Counting carefully, there were actually 20 of them. Chapter 108, Southern Stream Sword Sect. Law Enforcement Hall. My elder brother doesn't even want to go to Linyan City. Is he worried that if he leaves, I will trip him up? The Liu family is a major supporter on his side. Isn't he afraid of chilling their hearts by acting this way? The 4th Prince's mansion, the Hung Wang Mansion. Hung Wang Yang Jinyuan was conferred the title of prince at the age of 10, and at 12 he was granted a separate mansion, now 25 years old. He stands on equal footing with the crown prince Yang Jianxian, who has been in power for 10 years. The crown prince has the support of the Liu family, which holds the position of left minister. He has a powerful general as a father-in-law backing him. The situation in the court is basically evenly divided, with neither side yielding to the other. Recently, under the emperor's hints, their party struggles have reached a boiling point. Your Highness, should we do something about this matter? Yang Jianyuan casually dropped a travel journal in his study, saying indifferently, what could be done? The unparalleled genius of the Southern Stream Sword Sect, Luo Zijing's direct disciple. I've heard that during his 10 years of enduring, he caused a lot of trouble, yet the Southern Stream Sword Sect always let him go after a short while. The Crown Prince's character is such that he would never dare to offend excessively. Chapter 109. To save or not to save. Today's court meeting of the Great Yin Dynasty was exceptionally long. The elders of the Southern Stream Sword Sect's law enforcement hall descended the mountain and, with thunderous methods, forcefully suppressed the current royal uncle, a late-stage Tianquan cultivator. Without any hesitation, they also publicly issued a statement questioning the Great Yin for raising monsters and demanded full cooperation in the investigation. There was no room for negotiation. If the charges are confirmed, the consequences are dire. The atmosphere in the court was extremely tense. Clearly, they underestimated the weight of the phrase raising monsters in the eyes of the Southern Stream Sword Sect, and even more so, the weight of that unparalleled genius. After a long discussion, they finally reached a conclusion. The Great Yin royal family publicly apologized to the Southern Stream Sword Sect. At the same time, Left Minister Liu Xuanxin was dismissed and sent to Linyun City to cooperate with the Southern Stream Sword Sect in the investigation. Considering the earlier demand for justice, it now seems laughable. What kind of justice does the Southern Stream Sword Sect need to offer the Great Yin Dynasty? After the court session, Yang Jianyuan didn't even change out his court robes and search the city for someone. He must recruit Su Liang. And where is Su Liang at this moment? In a small food street in the southern part of the capital city, in an inconspicuous corner, a man in black crouched with his arms around his knees, watching the crowd come and go. This is Su Liang. Chapter 110. Soul-locking 100 traps array. To step in and save would naturally preserve these mortals' lives. But once he intervenes, it would alert the snake. If he doesn't save, watching them die before his eyes is something he cannot do. Cultivators are humans. And mortals are also humans. He cannot change the hierarchy of nobility and lowliness now, but how can life and death just pass by like this? The payment for this work is decreasing. It used to be 30 low-grade spirit stones per person, and now it's only 12. Moreover, taking such a big risk, if caught by the patrol guards, it would be not worth the loss. I don't really want to do it anymore. Shoo, be careful with your words. How dare you say such things? The two black-clothed individuals who had just entered the secret realm whispered to each other, carrying people, expressing some dissatisfaction. However, the fork in the entrance wasn't too far from here, so they only dared to say these few words before falling silent and moving forward, stepping into the first fork. My lord, today's harvest is quite good, a full 10 people. On the first path, the registrar in yellow clothes, a thin man, was looking at one of them with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. I just heard you say you don't want to do it anymore. The calm voice was like a thunderclap in the clear sky, causing the one who complained at first to shiver all over. His face turned pale with terror, and in a flash he was drenched in sweat, hurriedly saying, My lord, I want to do it. I really want to do it. Chapter 111. Killing without batting an eye. 16 people gathered in one place. Looking at the figure in the air, their expressions varied. Who are you? And when did you set up this formation? A figure in a red robe stood up and asked in a deep voice, Setting up a formation? Where is it needed? Just inscribe the receptacle in advance. Is a formation such an inconvenient thing? With 3 realms of cultivation, you dare to act mysterious. A man in yellow strode forward, casually conjuring a thunderous spell and striking towards Su Liang. The runes flowed, and the lightning in midair was extinguished without a sound. Don't move. Su Liang raised his index finger, placing it before his lips, issuing a warning. Silence. The man in yellow, disbelieving, conjured a spell in his hand and charged forward, shouting, I'm moving, what will you do? Su Liang shook his head. The ignorant are truly fearless. In the next breath, boundless spiritual power spread within the formation. transforming into chains that instantly entangled and restrained the man in yellow. The man in yellow, in terror, realized that the moment the chains wrapped around him, all his cultivation and spiritual power were suppressed, and he couldn't mobilize even a bit. Su Liang raised his hand, mimicking a pulling motion. Just like that, he was pulled before Su Liang. Swish! The golden sword light swept across. Su Liang wielded Qingping and severed his head, allowing blood to gush out. Chapter 112. She misses you a bit. Su Liang once again found a narrow alley and stood under a white wall with green tiles, lost in thought. The clues are there. The bait has been cast. But why? The crown prince of Dian raises demon beasts and uses mortals for blood sacrifices. What exactly does he want? Does he truly have the audacity to do such things under the watchful eyes of the South Stream Sword Sect? Who is pulling the strings behind him? Liu Yuanjin's sudden reassignment to Linyan City, targeting the good shop, the infighting in Dian, and the palace's nurturing of demon beasts. These fragments seem to fit together. If everything is for the throne, can that human emperor really be so foolish as to not see this? He does not believe it. Su Liang sighed deeply, watching the crowds on the street, feeling somewhat unsettled. In the end, it is these mortals who suffer. They're just hardworking, ordinary people. While he pondered, a small boy bounced into his view. He held a skewer of candied hawthorn, looking extremely happy, turning back to wave and loudly proclaiming, "Mother, when I have money in the future, I will buy you lots and lots of candied hawthorn." A few meters behind him, a woman in plain clothes, upon hearing this, relaxed the wrinkles around her eyes and brows significantly. Chapter 113. The common people seeing is believing. Brother Su truly has great poise. I am Yang Jinyuan, and I have long admired Brother Su's name. Yang Jinyuan did not dare to act like a prince, adopting a very humble attitude. In the entire hall, besides the maidservants, there were only the two of them. A private meeting, with proper etiquette, left Su Liang unable to find any fault. "You're looking for me?" There was no mention of the so-called His Highness Prince Hong or His Highness the Fourth Prince. In a sense, a prince of the Dian dynasty truly does not deserve to be compared with a direct disciple of the South Stream Sword Sect. His tone was not overly warm, but it was not dismissive either. Yang Jinyuan smiled, rolled up his wide sleeves, leaned forward slightly to close the distance. "I heard that the good shop is run by Brother Su?" "Yes. Well, you guys from the Dian dynasty have sealed it." Su Liang replied nonchalantly, as if he did not take this matter to heart at all. "Ah, my father issued an edict this morning. It was all a misunderstanding. The sealing of the good shop has been lifted, and all losses will be compensated." Just after leaving the court, I searched the city for Brother Su to discuss this compensation matter. Yang Jinyuan spoke sincerely, as if this was some major affair. Chapter 114. Conspiracy cultivating the mind. Eliminating demons to prove the Tao. If it were just like this, why not directly send someone to Nanshan to sweep away the demon race at the border? Su Liang's words suddenly turned sharp. The reason we disciples are sent down the mountain to eliminate demons is to make people like you understand that some things must be done by someone. Humanity, demons, and devils. There is no room for turning back between the three. Peace will not last forever. One day, conflicts will rise again. When that time comes, who will protect the common people? Relying on you cultivators who only care about competing for power in the court? Yang Jinyuan fell completely silent. But the disciples of the South Stream Sword Sect are willing to risk their lives to protect the common people, while you do not take it seriously, raising demon beasts and feeding them with the flesh and blood of mortals. I will ask you one question. Are you aware of these matters? Su Liang was willing to discuss this with the fourth prince, not because he thought highly of him. He only thought that after confronting the crown prince of Dian for so many years, he should have some means to uncover certain things, such as the ulterior motives behind what he witnessed yesterday. It is not difficult for the South Stream Sword Sect to destroy the Dian dynasty. The difficulty lies in having the justification and sufficient evidence. Chapter 115. Questioning the heart, the gray brick path led to the end of the street, and the small road rose and fell along the steep slope. Su Liang leaned against the door railing, and as he looked up, he could see an ancient tree in the courtyard. He was deep in thought. Yesterday, the sect sent a letter explaining the current handling of the situation. After slightly refining Yang Jinyuan's words and sending them out, it wasn't long before Cheng Shuanglin brought back news. His investigation was going relatively smoothly. However, after learning that Lu Xinqian had indeed gone to Linyan City, Su Liang's judgment of Yang Jinyuan became less pure. The Liu family acted on their own, raising demon beasts to suppress the business association, creating trouble, and then using this to return to the capital. Such stories are just about enough to fool children. There is no doubt that the Dian royal family is hiding something under the guise of this. The crown prince engages in such secretive matters, and the fourth prince, who stands against him, is also willing to help him cover it up. Liu Xinqian lost a cousin and was stripped of his position as left chancellor. And now he is treated as a discarded pawn. Such a clan would actually be willing to become a sacrifice? There are too many flaws. But there is simply no concrete evidence. Su Liang originally had a piece of evidence, which was the man who was caught alive in Linyun City and destroyed his body. But when he left Linyun City to retrieve him, he found that the man had long since lost his breath. Chapter 116, Body Refinement Master. Why do people want to cultivate immortality? Do you want to cultivate immortality? I don't know. Do you envy those people flying around in the sky? Not envious. What if I fall? Haha. Don't worry. When you can fly, you won't fall. But I'm not envious of the older brothers who insisted on taking me flying. It scared me to death. Well then, do you want to live a little longer? Not right now. Why not? I'm only 5 years old. You. What if after cultivating immortality, you could do many things you can't do now? Things I can't do. Yes, just like opening mountains and breaking seas. A stone's throw away from the horizon. But master, why should I open mountains and break seas? I think Jinjian Peak is beautiful, and so is Nanxi. Then, Xiaoyang, do you not want to cultivate immortality? I don't know. Since that's the case, how about this? You cultivate first, and then think about why later. What you said makes sense, master. Memories pieced together, only to quickly scatter again. Su Liang's consciousness gradually awakened. You, why do you cultivate immortality? Chapter 117, March has arrived. Another 2 months have passed. In the southern part of the great Yin capital, the recent turmoil has grown ever larger. Mortals are causing disturbances, and immortals are killing. Each manages their own affairs. However, when such cases become too numerous, the higher-ups finally notice something was off. Mortals also cannot be killed indiscriminately. What if there are good seedlings among them? Thus, a patrolling official was sent. It is said that someone from the Great Yin Criminal Department was dispatched, a peak practitioner of the Four Realms. The common folk were naturally happy, thinking that at last someone capable of administering justice had arrived. Little did they expect that the next day, this practitioner would be dismissed by an order. No one dared to intervene. Now Su Liang, every day besides condensing Yaoguang and honing his physique, wanders the streets. His divine sense subtly alters the minds of mortals, briefly calming them down. This is exhausting, yet he continues to do so. Fortunately, the 3-month agreement is finally approaching. During this time, Su Liang once again condensed 15,000 strands of Yaoguang. Using the nameless breathing technique combined with the enhancement of the second little man within him, which was exceptionally smooth. Generally speaking, ordinary prodigies reach their limit at 20,000 Yaoguang. 20,000 Yaoguang is also the limit of combat power in the third realm, continuing to condense. While the instantaneous explosive power may not differ much, the difference in sustainability is like heaven and earth. Chapter 118, Settlement. How long has it been since the Golden Lotus meeting? Has the sword momentum already materialized? Have any clues been found? Zhou Yin came back to his senses, his attitude becoming 3 points more respectful. After hearing the news, Uncle Chung instructed the sect to send someone to investigate his side, where there is a Liu Xinqian, who is not easy to extricate himself. Can't he be killed under the pretext of not cooperating with the investigation? Third senior brother, Su Liang, who had come back to his senses, was taken aback and sighed. I was being presumptuous. If that were the case, why bother investigating? Do you think it would be better if the sect occasionally did not act so reasonably? Forget it. I was being presumptuous again. Su Liang was in a restless mood, and his words began to lose their usual tranquility and depth. Third senior brother, rest assured, the great Yin dynasty will likely come to an end without any accidents. Zhou Yun and Su Liang have not met many times, and even once he was tricked by Su Liang in a deal, but at this moment, he felt that Su Liang's anger was not just an act. Why did a senior brother with such temperament commit those absurd acts over the past decade? He couldn't make sense of it. Fortunately, he stopped thinking about it. Third senior brother, Uncle Chung asked me to follow you from now on. Chapter 119, The Means of the Great Yin Dynasty, Part 1. Yang Jianxian did not go to the secret realm to harvest blood food today, as usual. There was no need for that. Your Highness, it is better not to go in that direction. Guyu, who had been following him closely, could already see the outline of the former queen's palace, dilapidated and withered. The emperor's study has not changed its location. What's wrong with going this way? Yang Jianqian's voice was calm, proceeding on his own. Your Highness, be careful not to miss the time for blood food. Otherwise, the emperor will be unhappy. Gu Yu stopped, squinting his eyes. Today's prince was somewhat unusual. Yang Jianqian stopped and turned to look at him. If the old man is unwilling to come, he can return to the East Palace first. Your Highness, Gu Yu shouted loudly, and, at the same time, his cultivation in the early stage of the sixth realm surged, creating a spiritual barrier in front of Yang Jianqian. You dare stop me? Yang Jianqian's expression was unchanged. The old servant is carrying out His Majesty's orders to take good care of you, so sometimes extreme measures are necessary. It is almost midnight. I ask you to recognize the bigger picture. Gu Yu's words carried a threatening tone. Without the consent of that peak sixth realm emperor, even with 100 times his courage, he would not dare to commit such an offense against the prince. Chapter 120. The Means of the Great Yin Dynasty, Part 2. Outside the Great Yin Palace. After Yang Jianqian activated the jade seal in his hand to seal the secret realm where Su Liang was, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The palace's grand formation relocation still requires some time. Fortunately, those useless people inside are somewhat useful. After completing this task, he looked down, and his gaze instantly became fervent. They are all mortals born in the Yin year, Yin month, and Yin hour. If they are all consumed, reaching the sixth realm will be a certainty. Future plans will also be more secure. However, breaking this turtle shell will still take time. Below him were tens of thousands of mortals. At the forefront, Zhou Yun's spiritual energy was wildly circulating as he activated the jade dish in his hand to maintain the formation. From above, a phantom resembling a spiritual turtle protected the crowd within. The jade dish was a fifth-grade defensive formation given by third senior brother as a precaution, a well-known spirit turtle shield array. But this wouldn't withstand the desperate attacks of that mid-sixth realm cultivator outside. Seventh uncle, I will trouble you here. Yang Jianqian spoke to an elder in gray robes, not far away. The latter nodded. Go on, the people from Nanchi Sword Sect will likely arrive soon. After saying this, Yang Jianqian's figure vanished without a trace. Have you thought about the consequences, Great Yin Dynasty? Chapter 121. The Means of the Great Yin Dynasty, Part 3. With each person who died, the blood energy thickened, and Yang Wujuan's strength grew stronger. Compared to before, he worked hard to cultivate, struggled, and lived a bitter life. What use is it to pay such a price for the demon clan? Haha, chosen. It would be better to say abandoned. His complexion was rosy at this moment, and thinking about soon becoming the first person in East Continent to reach the seventh realm in 10,000 years made him extremely pleased. The palace's grand formation enveloped the entire capital, blood energy rising to the sky, transforming into flowing light converging towards him, the focal point of the formation. Father, everything is arranged. Yang Jianqian stepped from the void, bowing his head. Gu Yu was also a servant who had early on pledged allegiance. Did you calculate this death so easily? What ambition? Yang Jianqian bent even lower, replying to father to exchange one early sixth realm cultivator for a peak sixth realm cultivator. What would be wrong with that? Yang Wujuan glanced at his son, chuckling. Is there really no reluctance in your heart? Or do you truly not know that person is your uncle? Yang Jianqian lowered his head, making it difficult to discern his expression. For the sake of great ambitions, anyone can be sacrificed. Yang Wujuan snorted coldly and paused. How much longer until the people from the Nangxi Sword Sect arrive? Chapter 122. When Death Leaves No Grave. There is a fundamental difference between actively stepping into a fourth-grade Earth-level formation and being forcibly pulled into one. The most intuitive difference is the control over positioning. If you're placed right in the center of the entire formation from the beginning, or in a position that offers no escape, the formation can easily reach its limits. The array maker can also set up multiple formations around the perimeter. Therefore, very few people are willing to offend a master of formations. At this moment, Su Liang looked around, feeling a headache. Unfortunately, he found himself in a dire situation within the formation. There was no other way but to exhaust the formation's energy or break the formation by force. Of course, special methods, such as using array-breaking stones, can also work. Su Liang cast his gaze far and wide, his consciousness spreading. Boundless blood energy stained the sky above the capital a deep crimson. What was going on? As his consciousness continued to expand, he saw more and more. For the first time, Su Liang expanded his consciousness so far that he felt a bit dizzy. After regaining his senses, he rubbed his forehead, his figure swaying, and clenched his fists tightly. He saw countless monsters in the city. The prince standing in midair in the Great Yin Palace, the figure slaughtering all peak human emperors in the northern city, Yang Jianjun in the Hung Wang Mansion, and the noble clans of the capital. Chapter 123. Locking Heaven and Earth. The starry river shone brilliantly. The red dragon's body pushed aside the clouds of the city, revealing the bright moon. Its body was engulfed in blazing flames, igniting a glimmer of hope in this city filled with blood and sin. Are you okay? The little red dragon sent a thought. A figure walked out from its claws, standing in midair. His clothes were disheveled, and his previously tied long hair had come undone. Swaying with the wind, Su Liang, with red-rimmed eyes, shook his head and turned to it, softly asking, "Little Hong, if I hadn't been so reasonable back then, wouldn't so many people have to die now?" The little red dragon looked puzzled. Then its massive dragon head leaned closer, its whiskers brushing against his head, gently stroking. "I don't know, but little Liang is the second best in the world." Su Liang was stunned, completely taken aback. After a while, he came to his senses. "The best in the world? It must be Sister Mu. But don't be discouraged, little Liang, work hard, and maybe one day you'll be the best in the world." Su Liang, who had been in a terrible mood, couldn't help but smile. He laughed softly and slowly approached it, raising his hand, palm outward, resting it between its eyes. Chapter 124. All methods deployed. Another formation. These damn things have been around for thousands of years. The cicada's eyes were somewhat gloomy, as the formation before him seemed to evoke some unpleasant memories. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. "Can you live for 10,000 years? We of the divine race serve the Supreme. It is natural for time to be long. Even if our bodies rot away, we can simply exchange for new ones." Su Liang let out a long breath. "So that's how it is." Without warning, a golden sword energy slashed toward the cicada, moving so fast it was nearly impossible to see with the naked eye. But the cicada clearly saw it. It opened its mouth and bit forward with force. With a crunch, the cicada began to chew. Not bad, not bad. The sword energy is sharp. It's a good seed, but is this power just a tickle? Su Liang smiled lightly. "Don't be in such a hurry." As soon as he finished speaking, another wave of sword energy erupted. This time it was even faster. The cicada seemed unconcerned, still opening its mouth to bite. At that moment, the surrounding formation generated a series of runes, falling onto the sword energy. The sword light shifted, slicing into the ground at an angle. Drip! A drop of blood fell to the ground. The cicada tilted its head to the side, blood flowing down from the corner of its gaping mouth. Almost mechanically, it turned its head, and a fresh, steaming sword wound appeared in view. Chapter 125. 10 breaths. A ghostly, sharp laugh echoed out, and countless chains gathered, transforming into lines, twisting into strands, eventually forming two massive chains, solid as iron. The chains wrapped around it, peeling away all perception and control from the cicada's body. It pressed its lips together, blood oozing out, eyes tightly shut, completely unconcerned, with an expression of intoxication on its face. "The blood on you is something I've never tasted before. This flavor is truly exquisite, so pure and delicious. You must be so fragrant. I can't think. Su Liang's expression remained unchanged, his tattered blue robe fluttering, the wind howling, causing his long hair to dance wildly. Golden sword energy surged again, pouring out from all directions. What a strong sword intent. What a heavy killing intent. It's truly wonderful. If I consume you, everything about you will belong to me." The mad words abruptly ceased. The cicada's head fell off. This time, Su Liang's sword energy easily severed its head. Su Liang's eyes narrowed, and overwhelming consciousness rushed to gather, while a chilling wind seemed to swirl behind him. Right below, the cicada, whose head had been severed, began to become illusory. Chapter 126. When the mountains are exhausted and the waters run dry. No breaking, no standing. The previously dim sky gained some brightness with Little Hong's arrival. But as Little Hong engaged in a fierce battle with Yang Wujuan, this half of the sky turned dark again. One fought in the northern city, while the other fought in the southern city, separated by hundreds of miles. Under the cover of night, a brilliant golden light shot up into the sky. The remaining sword that had been deflected by the cicada was once again raised for a downward slash. Su Liang utilized the most powerful technique he currently possessed, revealing the special sword style. This sword light was not large, but it was heavy enough. It brushed past the cicada's face, leaving no space for it to evade. In an instant, the cicada fell like a shooting star, crashing heavily to the ground. The golden sword energy pressed against it, continuously bouncing and shattering the city walls. Once more smashing out of the city. As both sides fought, it finally seemed there were signs of a decisive outcome. 8 breaths. Su Liang looked far into the distance, took a step, and chased out of the city. A strange flush appeared on his face. Is it worth it to fight for a group of people I don't even know? As Su Liang rushed out of the city, his figure paused, and a voice suddenly popped into his mind. They're just mortals, not related to you in any way, with no entanglements of cause and effect. You are not a part of the great Yin dynasty and have no duty to protect them. Chapter 127. Don't worry, I'm here. That was an extreme, dazzling golden light. A straight line, 100 zhang wide, pierced through the earth, sweeping away everything around it. The momentum was so great that even the surrounding air trembled violently, and the spiritual energy of this world was completely extinguished by the 300 sharp sword moves and sword chi. This had far exceeded the peak level of the 3 realms, leaving people in shock. Such sword moves were still not enough to deal with a peak 6th realm cultivator, but they would be more than sufficient to handle a severely injured 6th realm cultivator who was barely hanging on a life. After a long time, the sword light dissipated. Su Liang's vision was blurry, his body covered in blood, and the broken sword in his hand had vanished. At this moment, he truly felt like he had reached the end of the road. However, when the rolling dust and smoke finally cleared to reveal the last scene, Su Liang's breath caught in his throat. The cicada was still there, completely unharmed. In front of him stood a man clad in a 4-clawed dragon robe, swaying as he stood firm. The unparalleled genius of the Nanchi sword sect was indeed formidable. The crown prince of Dian, Yang Jianxian, looked down at the shattered tiger's mouth and sighed, then raised his head, his expression serious. Since it has come to this, you must die here today, no matter what. The late-stage 6th realm Yang Jianxian was shrouded in black mist, his eyes darkened, and he used his divine abilities with both hands to forcefully take on Su Liang's deadly sword move. Chapter 128. All eaten, the black mist coiled around him, drilling into his mouth, nose, and ears. A piercing scream immediately followed. Commander, what are you doing? This is not what we agreed upon. Yang Wujuan lowered his head and let out a beast-like roar, struggling against the will of the cicada. Heh, a mere human. To merge with me is your honor. Yet you dare to resist. 2 completely different voices emanated from one body. Xian Tianyi frowned. Without hesitation, his thoughts moved, and the flying sword slashed towards Yang Wujuan. The latter raised his head at the sound, but instead of dodging, he met it with an expectant expression. As long as it wasn't a fatal injury, he could endure it, but the cicada that had just invaded his body would undoubtedly suffer more pain. Almost simultaneously, a flash of light appeared in Yang Jianxian's eyes, and his figure moved, suddenly lunging towards the flying sword, sacrificing his remaining arm that was pierced and shattered to intercept the deadly sword strike. In the next moment, black mist surged from his body, instantly enveloping and suppressing Yang Wujuan and the cicada. Then he took out a pulsating strange heart and swallowed it whole. In one breath, he completed the act. The lost arms slowly began to regenerate. Crown Prince, what are you doing? Chapter 129. Luo Zijin's sword in the Eastern Continent. No one has reached the 7th realm for thousands of years. As for the reason, there is still no clear explanation. But as long as you cultivate in the Eastern Continent, regardless of how monstrous your talent is, breaking through to half a step into the 7th realm is the limit. You cannot break into the 7th realm. If you want to go further, you can only seek opportunities to break through in the other 4 regions. And those who reach the 6th realm from the Eastern Continent, even with extraordinary talent, cannot escape being suppressed by cultivators from other continents. This is also why, during the Golden Lotus Conference, the Beijai Academy made such a deal with Liu Beirong. Compared to going to the Central Continent to cultivate alone and joining the Liu family in the Central Continent, it is undoubtedly more secure. As for the 6th realm cultivators without forces to guide them, they would not achieve much in the Eastern Continent. Powerful families, dynasties, or sects would not accept them. After all, who would want an outsider to take the lead and be in a superior position? Cultivating immortality is not the same as becoming an immortal. Often, to retain oneself and not be assimilated by heaven and earth, the higher the realm of the cultivator, the more they will magnify their humanity. This may include a good side, but it also does not exclude an evil side. Moreover, cultivation is inherently a struggle. Therefore, when Yang Jianxian shattered and swallowed Yang Wujuan whole, and his momentum rose to half a step into the seventh realm without any sign of stopping, Luo Zijin felt that something was amiss. Chapter 130. This matter is done, the third brother is dead. A total of 9 faint human figures surrounded one another. This was a secret realm unknown to anyone, and even those who came were merely projections. Acting on their own accord, even if they didn't die, they should be erased. That said, now that he was exposed, if this jeopardized the grand undertaking of the Eastern continent, everyone present knew the consequences. Not every member of the divine race is as foolish as you, unable to handle a force like the Dain dynasty. So, things are going smoothly on your end? Of course, we just need to wait for that so-called 4-sect competition to begin. And then we can feast on the flesh and blood of the talented disciples of the Eastern continent, which is much cleaner and more direct than dealing with those trivial mortals. The conversation continued back and forth, with only the dark figure in the center remaining silent. Quiet. The dark figure gradually solidified, moving to the center, and spoke indifferently. A young nobleman slowly appeared. He was not a projection. From today onwards, anyone who acts on their own accord or takes private actions will be personally eliminated by me. The grand undertaking of the Eastern continent does not need waste. This matter must not go wrong again. Understood? The remaining 8 faint figures fell silent for a moment, then all bowed. We obey the order. Chapter 131. Master and Disciple Pain. So much pain. An indescribable pain. Su Liang felt that the last time he experienced such pain was when he broke through to the second realm. He never expected to experience it again so soon. Unfortunately, this time it was not a breakthrough, but merely a clash of medicinal properties. A pill that could forcibly elevate a peak third realm cultivator to the fifth realm would undoubtedly come with a significant cost afterward. And the current pain was just one of them. In a hazy state, Su Liang seemed to hear someone calling him, or perhaps not. It was distant and near, seeming real yet unreal. He was in a very mysterious state. It was natural to rest when tired, but lying there forever was not an option. The voice was very clear, but there was no emotional fluctuation. Open your eyes, look at me. Also look at you. Waves stirred in his heart lake. Suddenly, Su Liang opened his eyes. The cloudless sky was shrouded in a grayish dead silence, and Su Liang looked down from a height, his expression indifferent as he watched him. Is it you? Am I dead? No, that is not right. The senior brother wouldn't he come? He is in seclusion, right? Is this an illusion before death? Pain, pain, pain. Su Liang, who had just sat up, instantly squatted down, holding his head, trying to alleviate the pain. Chapter 132. An excerpt from Chengping Life 3 days later. Junior sister, why don't you take the trouble to check again? Yu Qingmiao gritted her teeth and said fiercely, no check, no check. I can already get out of bed and walk. What more is there to check? My cultivation is just temporarily dormant. If I supplement it for a few days, I'll be back to bouncing around in no time. That said, Incantations wanted to say more, but she shot him a fierce glare. Don't make me hit you. Ever since I woke up 3 days ago, I've nearly lived in that room. After being yelled at like this, Incantations chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head. I'm just worried. Yu Qingmiao rolled her eyes. If you keep nagging, I really will hit you. Incantations then gave up and turned back. Ever since Su Liang woke up, he finally felt half of his heart was at ease. Arriving at that courtyard, he pushed open the door and stepped into the room, only to see Su Liang seriously reading a book. Usually, when your senior brother urged you to read more, you resisted it fiercely. Why did you think of this today? Incantations cleared his throat and joked. Su Liang put down the book, the cover reading Chengping Shengzailu. He helplessly said, my senior brother has restricted my movements, and I can't cultivate for the time being, so I can only find some books to read. Chapter 133. Gradually moving apart, master. Senior brother, didn't you both go to the alchemy conference and enter seclusion? Su Liang unceremoniously took the sword talisman. To be honest, this thing is really useful, just to throw people off. Incantations waved his hand. I went to the Demon Domain Mountains with your senior brother and gained quite a lot. The Demon Domain Mountains? Su Liang blurted out. So, the demons here in the Dain Empire must have escaped. Luo Zijin chimed in. Do you remember the junior brother? At that time, the Sect's attitude towards a half-human half-demon hybrid, was polarized. After the soul search results came out, your junior brother barely saved his life and, under the master's strong stance, became a disciple of the Shaolin Peak. Your junior brother escaped from the Demon Domain Mountains. Besides that, there are humans deep within the Demon Domain Mountains. Su Liang's expression changed. Humans deep within the Demon Domain Mountains? Luo Zijin shook his head, then nodded quickly. This is just a speculation based on his memories. The key point is that as long as the Eastern Continent plan succeeds, those humans who stubbornly resist will be of no concern. Chapter 134. Just familiarity in the blink of an eye. Half a month had passed. That night, smoke rose in the forest, particularly eye-catching in the dark environment. By the campfire, Su Liang quietly stared at the Yao Guang in his palm, which kept changing shapes. The number had increased. He originally thought that after forcibly enhancing his realm with such overdraft pills, the Yao Guang would fall silent and his realm would regress. But the reality was the opposite. His Yao Guang count not only did not decrease, but actually increased. Su Liang clearly did not know how many pills and heavenly materials Xian Tianyi had fed him at any cost during his coma. In addition, he and Luo Zijin took turns harmonizing the medicinal properties with spiritual power, following the meridians. Plus, with Yu Qingmiao's healing methods, his period of lying down equated to 3 months of cultivation. The number of Yao Guang had risen from 25,000 to 60,000. For an ordinary innate spiritual root prodigy, a solid foundation would only yield about 30,000 Yao Guang. But he had doubled it, with room for further improvement. Besides the Yao Guang, within his internal cave, the figure on the second lotus platform gradually became clearer. It was a mini version of Su Liang, looking just like him now. His divine sense couldn't probe the details. However, Su Liang had a memory of it. At the moment he unleashed those 300 sword techniques, the cave manifested autonomously, and he walked out, instantly returning to his peak state. Chapter 135. 100 Beasts past the South Mountain was quiet, with a purple bamboo rustling under a crescent moon. The swaying bamboo forest evoked memories of Shaolin Peak for Su Liang. It had been nearly half a year since he left, and he wondered how Qin Yin was doing with her sword practice. The messages from the transmission stone mentioned quite a bit. She had undoubtedly taken first place in a new talent competition, and on her cultivation path, she listened well to advice, leaning towards the single cave realm. However, she had recently been sleeping poorly, often plagued by nightmares. The messages were fragmented, with no mention of the master, but her emotions were clearly conveyed. After pausing for a moment, Su Liang continued on his way. He had crossed rivers and mountains for over 10,000 miles now. Of course, the teleportation array played a significant role. Along the way, he stopped and started. When faced with ambushes, he took brief rests, and when encountering demon beasts, he set up camp to cook. Overall, there weren't any significant crises. This actually left Su Liang a bit disappointed. There were no big catches, just small fry, and the only thing he had caught was a late-stage black jackal mercenary group, which could be considered a small prize. He used himself as bait, naturally hoping to reel in something big. Over the past decade, the South Creek Sword Sect had owed him much, and he needed to slowly make up for it. Those forces that viewed him as a thorn in their side and wanted to eliminate him in secret were naturally the best targets for reckoning. Chapter 136. The junior nephew, he was thin, with a scar slanting across the corner of his eye, almost making him look like a one-eyed dragon. And his mid-stage cultivation in the 4 realms was still quite respectable in the 100 Beast Pass. Oh, this young man looks unfamiliar. Just arrived at the 100 Beast Pass? Looking for work? Our black jackals are quite famous. Su Liang, who did not conceal his cultivation level, caught Tang Sanlang's eye. Peak of the 3 realms. After shouting for half a day, someone finally came who was worth looking at. Being a forward scout would be enough. Su Liang was a bit surprised. Didn't they release news wanting his life? Why did they come to him now and not recognize him? Pretending? It didn't seem like it. After thinking for a moment, he smiled slightly. I just arrived and don't know how to sweep the place? This was the jargon within the mercenary group. Sweeping the place, scouting, asking for directions, baiting, cutting tails, and full living represented different roles within the mercenary group. Oh, an expert. The place is full, and your peak of the 3 realms is indeed a bit low. We are recruiting scouts. The pay is negotiable and definitely higher than market rates. The unexpected joy made Tang Sanlang's mouth twitch. He didn't expect this young man, looking so fair and handsome, to actually be an insider. It was easy to chat like this, and the chances of success were high. Chapter 137. Daughter Slave and Granddaughter Slave Uncle Master. Would you like to eat? Su Liang's tone was somewhat helpless. Along the way, he had encountered 3 shops selling candied spiritual fruits, and Fu Jing's eyes had widened each time. It's strange. Businesses like these are rare in the 100 Beast Pass, yet he encountered 3 in one go. Upon hearing this, Fu Jing reluctantly withdrew her gaze and mumbled, No. It wouldn't be good if Master Brother found out. He would scold me. It's fine. He's in the South Creek Sword Sect, can't see or hear it. You don't say, and I won't mention it either, right? Besides, what's wrong with eating a candied hawthorn? Master Brother said to be steady, and elders have their dignity. That stuff is for children. Fu Jing shook her head, quickened her pace, wanting to quickly pull away from this area. Watching her escape like back, Su Liang stopped and sighed. Uncle Fu's character and courage were still as weak as ever. To have grown up so smoothly and achieve the 6th realm was indeed not easy. He seemed to remember the master mentioning that Uncle Fu was the most talented in their generation, but also the most timid. After some thought, he turned around and walked to that shop. Even though the spirit fruit used is not even considered a yellow grade middle grade, its price is not cheap. Following the method of making candied hawthorns in the mortal realm, a skewer costs a middle grade spirit stone, which is about the price of an entire yellow grade middle grade spirit fruit. Chapter 138, a request. I've heard about the situation in the Great Yin Dynasty. Su Liang, you've done well. Although I'm very curious about how you bought time. Since the Sect Master hasn't mentioned it, I want to ask. I'm not trying to pry. It's just casual conversation. Let's drink some tea. The Guanshan Hall is called a hall, but it's actually just a slightly larger courtyard. The initially grand hall design was all rejected by Fu Changfeng. In the old man's words, I'm here to fight on the front lines, not for a vacation, so why bother making it so nice? Change it. Change everything. This aligns with Fu Changxing's military background. Fu Qin took a sip of tea, then frowned and muttered. Does the old man have to be so stingy? Drinking such low-quality spirit tea? Forget it. You shouldn't drink it. I'll brew you a better one later. This tea, I send tea good. After putting down the cup, he was about to talk to Su Liang when he was interrupted. The Sect Master told me that if I want to go to the 100 Beast Pass, I should come here first, saying there's an important matter for me to handle. This was also the reason Su Liang contacted Fu Jing. Although he didn't understand why the old Sect Master insisted he contact Fu Jing before going to Guanshan Hall. Ah, indeed, there's a matter I need to request. Chapter 139. Such preparation. The courtyard is covered with phoenix trees, swaying like jade. Chun Huayu lightly stroked the rose on her hairpin. Why is it so vividly red? Could it be that the small veins within it are also flowing with blood? She shook her head slightly, feeling that she was probably ill. However, she couldn't tell if it was longing or unrequited love. After thinking it over, it should be longing. The rose she raised hadn't withered as mentioned in the letter. Instead, it became even more beautiful under her deliberate maintenance of spiritual energy. In 3 days, you will step into the 4th layer. Are you ready? An elderly woman with white hair dressed neatly and cleanly walked out of the only room in the courtyard. Returning to the ancestor, I am ready. The 4th layer shouldn't be difficult for you. Just keep your emotions steady. The old woman had no spiritual energy fluctuations at all, looking just like a mortal. How could someone appearing in the trial's secret realm of the Jade Tower Palace be an ordinary person? It's just returning to simplicity. That girl Si Miao has good taste. The old woman's eyes softened. After a month of interaction, she liked the red-clad girl before her more and more, becoming increasingly satisfied. With exceptional talent and skills, she was a boon for the Jade Tower Palace. A sycamore leaf fell perfectly onto the center of the rose on Chun Huayu's hairpin. Chapter 140 just arrived fortunately. It didn't take long to prepare. Fu Jing was quite familiar with the 100 Beast Pass. After all, the Fu family was located there. Half a month ago, she had arrived at the 100 Beast Pass, both to visit home and to fulfill Sun Yuandao's intention. Recently, the 100 Beast secret realm was about to open, so she was given this opportunity to lead the team more, show her face, and build her courage. Unexpectedly, the Fu family was even more decisive and sent her straight in. Little junior nephew, are you really not preparing anything? It's fine. I believe my uncle will prepare something for me when the time comes. Fu Jing smiled and patted his shoulder, using a tone she thought was mature. Of course. I'm counting on my uncle. Little junior nephew, what do you plan to buy? It's your first time at the 100 Beast Pass. I'll treat you. Perhaps it was because Su Liang's personality was easygoing, or perhaps being around him made people feel at ease. Or maybe it was the affectionate way of calling him uncle, but Fu Jing was already speaking more fluently and was not as awkward. If Sun Yuandao saw this, he would probably exclaim in shock. Then thank you, uncle. I'll go choose something expensive now. Great. How expensive is it? Fu Jing silently calculated her spirit stones in her mind and nodded. Chapter 141, Su Liang's Calculations in the Nanshi Sword Sect. In a dark cave on Shaolin Peak, Chun Shi, who was excitedly writing a new book, suddenly sneezed. Huh? Who cursed me? Is it because of the pressure to update? Or is it Xiaoong? In recent days, as he began to create his first true novel, the originally good reputation had rapidly declined. He couldn't blame anyone. The masterpieces he remembered from his past life had mostly been copied. As a young scholar, his free time wasn't abundant. Writing on his own was indeed lacking in some aspects. Difficult. Spirit stones. Why can't you just fall from the sky? The funding for his experimental spirit puppets was about to run out again. Thinking of this, Chun Shi propped his chin up, his messy hair casually hanging down, feeling troubled. If a 4th grade spirit puppet burns money like this, what would happen if it were a 3rd grade one or higher? Wouldn't he have to sell half of Shaolin Peak to pay off the debt? Sell a bit of his collection of spirit puppets? No. This is crucial for building his spirit puppet army. So I just kill him with one sword. Or should I consider the business plan my 3rd senior brother mentioned a month ago? Although that would take too much time, research would slow down, but without money, what is the point of researching anything? After coming to this conclusion, Chun Shi's mood improved significantly. He put down his pen and took out a communication stone from his pocket. Chapter 142, Silverback Monkey in the Nanshi Sword Sect at the Thinking Over Cliff. The entire Thinking Over Cliff is divided into several areas, with varying degrees of punishment in different regions. The formation suppresses cultivation, combined with the fierce wind. One has to endure a certain amount of torment. Only one core area remains quiet and peaceful. The swing of the sky swayed, and a young woman in green suddenly opened her eyes, frowning slightly. Who told you to come back? As she spoke, she reached out her hand, grasping in air as if catching a mudfish, pulling the little red dragon hidden among the clouds in front of her. Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on him? Sister Mu, respond. Well, Xiaoyang sent me back. He insisted I come back. You just leave because he told you to? It seems my words aren't effective anymore. Mu Xiao stood up, her expression unchanged. The little red dragon trembled, then raised its claws and waved. No, Sister Mu, don't be angry. There's a letter. Xiaoyang said if you read it, you wouldn't hit me. The message was conveyed extremely quickly, just before Mu Xiao could slap him. She glanced down and saw a piece of paper. So, she sat back down. Extending her right hand, she curled her fingers and the letter fell right in front of her eyes. Chapter 143, Surrounding Hunt. Are we going to act? The Monkey King seems to be absent, and this creature has just given birth. Its aura is quite weak. A deputy commander behind, Yi Yuqing stepped forward, and after some confrontation, he had already used his spiritual sense to gauge the situation, his eyes filled with greed. A mid-6th grade silverback monkey. Not only is it full of treasures, but there are also 2 newborn monkey cubs in the cave. If we catch them and sell them for beast taming, wouldn't that be a fortune? Yi Yuqing, experienced and decisive, quickly made the decision to take down the silverbacked monkey first. The issues with the intelligence could be set aside for now. The opportunity at hand could not be missed. Make your move. With a command, everyone moved swiftly, surrounding and attacking the silverback female monkey. Yi Yuqing let out a beast-like roar. His aura at the late stage of the 5th realm suddenly began to rise. Beastification. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a large wolf. His black fur appeared taut, and his bulging muscles exuded strength. Hunting held no tenderness, only a fatal strike. Life and death often hinged on a single thought. The silver-backed monkey's beastly eyes were filled with rage, but alas, its body was weak, and it had to guard the cave entrance, only able to emit a series of roars as warnings. Chapter 144. Is it reasonable? Once the scene was cleaned up, this hunt came to an end. The gains were substantial. A corpse of a mid-stage, 6th-tier demon emperor alone could fetch an excellent price. Not to mention that they had discovered many spiritual fruits and herbs in the cave, including some mid-grade mysterious goods, along with 2 recently born monkey cubs. Yi Yuqing grinned widely, no longer feeling pained over the 4th grade formation. After everything was packed up, everyone prepared to leave, as the Monkey King could return at any moment. With this thought, Yi Yuqing turned and looked at a few temporarily recruited Third Realm cultivators, speaking lightly. Thank you all for your hard work. Since the matter has concluded, why not help out a bit more and leave the heads behind? It would be a good explanation for the enraged Monkey King later. Huh? A peak Third Realm cultivator looked astonished, just about to say something when his head was suddenly sent flying, blood gushing like a fountain. Su Liang tilted his head. A full-alive vice captain half-squatted, one hand across his chest, the other wielding a long knife, which was stained with blood. It was clear at a glance that it was his handiwork. Did he think he looked cool like this? Su Liang thought to himself. Don't blame me. If you come out to mix, you should know that this day would eventually come. Chapter 145. Gentlemen, villain, if someone wants to kill you and then begs for mercy when things go awry, would you be willing to spare them? Su Liang thought this was not worth answering, because there are not so many hypotheticals in this world. Too many hypotheticals mean too little truth, just like life and death at this moment. To answer life with death, what does that count as? It can only be said to be irrelevant and insincere. Such reasoning is naturally strikingly clear. Even the most senior scholar in Beishai Academy would struggle to back down after discussing it. For these words were taught by the senior brother. The senior brother is a true gentleman. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. I pity all beings and speak for the weak. I do not say to eradicate the strong and support the weak, but at least I can level the current injustices. However, if this becomes a weapon against the gentleman, he can also wield a 3-foot green blade. This is the reason Su Liang killed them. And it is also the understanding he wanted Fu Qing to grasp. One cannot claim to be right in everything, but at least one can be guiltless. Seeking immortality in the Tao, being able to do so with a clear conscience is an extraordinary achievement. Looking back now, for Fu Qing to pass the Sixth Realm's hard demon barrier, it would probably be an extremely simple step. Countless chains of spiritual light had completely wiped out the Black Wolf, leaving only the 2 Third Realm cultivators alive. Chapter 146. Retreat safely. How about we chat a bit more? You see, I'm just a Third Realm cultivator. How could I possibly be a match for a 6th-tier opponent? Isn't it reasonable to talk a bit? Hand over my son. Su Liang clicked his tongue and raised an eyebrow. You don't understand human language, do you? Come on, take a step forward and try it. See if I don't stab them both to death. You would want your cub to die like this, would you? Su Liang held the monkey in one hand and a sword in the other, his words a direct threat. Human, the 100 Beasts secret realm is about to open. If you act like this, you will surely pay the price. The Monkey King was furious, but it had no good solution. Did I say I wanted to enter the 100 Beasts secret realm? Su Liang's nonchalant tone made it furious. Have your master and uncle gone far? Just to be safe, we should chat a bit more. After all, you are a 6th-tier demon emperor. Making things difficult for a Third Realm cultivator wouldn't look good if word got out. Why don't we both take a step back? You let me go, and later I'll return your monkey cub. Do you think I'm a pig? The Monkey King stomped forward again, pounding the ground. No, I think you're a monkey, Su Liang silently thought. As for saying it out loud, that was purely to attract more firepower. Chapter 147. Who are they here for? Tang Jubai's breathing was somewhat rapid. The words young master were extremely grating. Why don't you just take action and capture him? You can't think of such a simple method? The 5 Tang family elders frowned. All were big shots of the 6th realm. Even if the other party was the second young master of the main family, being reprimanded so casually was uncomfortable for everyone. If it weren't for the Tang family providing too much, and they had leverage against the Tang family, otherwise, with Su Liang's identity, once we take action, as long as he conveys even the slightest message, the anger of the Nanchi Sword Sect would be something the Tang family could not bear. The old master of the Tang family would definitely not agree. Otherwise, why would we start planning 3 months in advance? Finally, the leading figure in black robes began to explain. However, from his speed of speech, it was evident that his patience was running thin. It was incomprehensible why the old master of the Tang family placed such importance on this grandson. Agreeing to Tang Jubai's request and secretly instructing them to intercept Su Liang for Tang Jubai to consume his spirit body. Fortunately, they were not required to succeed, but only to do their best. Tang Jubai was filled with frustration, but these 5 were absolutely the foundation of the Tang family. In the end, he suppressed his anger and clasped his hands, saying, I was reckless, and in a moment of anger, I hope you all can forgive me. Chapter 148. Uncle-nephew romance. Not advisable. Is it possible they are here for the 100 Beasts secret realm? Su Liang tentatively said. Fu Qin tilted his head back slightly, a smile at the corner of his mouth as he looked at him, remaining silent. His face wrote 3 big words. What do you think? All right. They're here for me. Su Liang rubbed his brow. Sometimes being too dazzling is also a mistake. At least you have self-awareness. As long as your movements are exposed in public, such calculations will not cease. It's like a drizzling rain, seemingly intermittent yet unending. But don't worry. I'm keeping an eye on these people for you. Similar incidents will not happen again. Within the Guanshan Hall, within the 100 Beast Pass, no one can scheme against you like this anymore. When Fu Qin said this, his tone was very calm, yet full of confidence. Do you know who is behind this Black Wolf? Su Liang shook his head. Looking at it this way, there are so many people who want to kill him that I can't even count. I'm not sure. Please enlighten me, Elder. Fu Qin no longer teased. Knocked on the table. The investigation time was too short, and the traces left by the other party were too shallow, so it couldn't be confirmed for now. But there were still candidates. The Tang family, the Lei family, and Danding City. The specifics still need to be investigated. However, during this entry into the 100B secret realm, if you encounter these 3 forces, you can act freely, and it's fine to kill them all in front of you. Chapter 149. The 100B secret realm. The next 10 days passed very smoothly. Su Liang lived in the Guanshan Hall, and every day, besides gathering Yao Guang and practicing swordsmanship, he kept recalling that 4th grade formation in his mind. Fu Qin would also take the time to come by every day, bringing different kinds of sweet cakes, chatting with Su Liang, and expressing her maternal concerns. Although this maternal feeling was quite immature and even a bit abstract, Fu Qin felt that her little apprentice was an orphan who had endured a lot alone over the past 10 years, and that he had almost deceived everyone, deliberately doing many wrong things. He should receive care. However, their conversations went something like this. Little apprentice, do you long for maternal love? The first day's conversation was spent in silence, and it ended that topic with one sentence. Su Liang understood what she meant and knew she meant no harm, but it was a topic that was destined to be unspoken. So the next day, Fu Qin's conversation was somewhat more normal, right? Little apprentice, try this and this too, and this one. I loved this when I was little. Save me some. This ingredient is hard to find. I reserved it in advance. Chapter 150. Speculation and inference. What a coincidence. Su Xiaodi is here too. Tang Jubai, dressed in a blue brocade robe, swallowed hard, greeted him, and his pale face seemed to regain some color, slightly flushed. He was a bit excited. He didn't expect to see Su Liang as soon as he entered. It was truly effortless. However, a direct confrontation with Su Liang, who could kill 5 realms with a single sword, was definitely a dead end. Fortunately, he had prepared other means. Su Liang frowned. At this moment, his 7 apertures Linglong heart sensed a strong greed and desire from Tang Jubai. It was somewhat disgusting. Su Liang didn't want to pay attention, but Tang Jubai stuck to him like a sticky plaster. I didn't expect to meet you here, truly a fate. He also took to the air, standing opposite Su Liang, blocking his way. Second young Master Tang, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Su Liang's words were quite dismissive, but Tang Jubai's primary goal in entering the 100B secret realm was him. So how could he let him go easily? His eyes shifted slightly, and he actively moved aside, raising his hand in invitation. Understand. However, Su Xiaodi might not know. This area is likely set up with a means. It seems boundless, but in reality, it's only 1,000 miles. We are just going in circles. Chapter 151. You want me to kill you, right? The 100 Beasts secret realm exists within a realm within a realm. Fu Qin had also explained this. The secret realm is nested with smaller secret realms, like a Russian doll, but fortunately, it only nests 1 layer at most. Both Su Liang and Tang Jubai were not slow, and in less than half an hour, they saw a giant pointed stone. With their divine sense covering the area, they found no traces of other people. Interesting. Su Liang's expression softened, and the two landed on the ground. On this open plain, the giant pointed stone was particularly eye-catching. This was the sealing stone. Tang Jubai tried to squeeze out a friendly smile and introduced it. Su Liang nodded in surprise and then looked around, casually asking, "Why don't I see anyone else? Didn't you say there were 10 people?" Tang Jubai naturally took over the conversation. They all went in different directions to look for others trapped here. I was lucky to run into you, Su Xiaodi. Right after coming out. Let's wait a bit. Su Liang nodded in cooperation, waiting silently. He wanted to see what tricks he was preparing. Su Xiaodi, did you come to the 100 Beasts secret realm for the demon-slaying cannon of the Nachi sword sect? Tang Jubai was not idle, and took a few steps closer, his casual demeanor making Su Liang feel emotional. He really could endure, and his face-saving skills were truly on point. Chapter 152, An Extraordinary Talent. Nothing more. Aren't you curious why the formation didn't attack me? Fourth grade formation masters are rare in the entire Eastern continent, and I happen to be one of them. Isn't that a coincidence? Su Liang smiled from the corner of his eye, pondering his words, but that smile was too cold, sending chills down Tang Jubai's back, filling him with dread. Let me think about how to kill you, second young Master Tang, in a dignified manner. Su Liang, you can't kill me. Tang Jubai squeezed out those words from his throat. This is unreasonable. Su Liang casually flicked his hand, sending him flying, and the Qingping sword pierced straight through him. How can there be a rule that only you can kill me, but I can't kill you? With no room for Tang Jubai to argue, Su Liang killed him just like that. Tang Jubai fell from the air and crashed into the ground. That sword pierced through his heart, if there were no accidents. It turned out to be an accident after all. Thin black mist swirled from the heart that had been pierced, quickly spreading throughout his body. Tang Jubai's body gradually floated into the air, and his originally closed eyes suddenly opened wide. His pupils turned pitch black, emitting a faint purple light, and his face became twisted and hideous. A gurgling sound came from his throat as he smiled, opening his arms and taking a deep breath. Chapter 153. Here, how could he be threatened by a demon? The demon domain mountains would eventually be traversed. Before that, there was still the Tang family. If it were the Su Liang before the Great Yin Dynasty incident, he might have hesitated, sparing Tang Jubai's life, to use him as evidence to question the Tang family. As for why he didn't secretly record and leave a trace before the battle, it didn't matter. The Tang family would not have any room for maneuver. He just needed to report these circumstances. Su Liang let out a long breath. He didn't expect that while coming to the 100 Beasts secret realm to retrieve what Sister Mu instructed, he would have unexpected gains. After organizing his current thoughts, Su Liang returned to that sealing stone. Since he stepped into the formation, he had seen its essence. The Binding Spirit Mysterious Void formation. It was similar to his Locking Spirit 100 Traps formation. However, the Binding Spirit Mysterious Void formation was more domineering. Once you stepped into the formation, all spiritual power would be suppressed, and even those in the mid-six realms could not mobilize the slightest bit. Moreover, the spiritual power intervention from the outer perimeter would be ignored, and attacks from within would be countered by the formation. However, there was a fatal flaw. The formation had a life gate, which revealed for half a breath every 10 breaths. As long as one seized the opportunity, they could escape. Therefore, this formation was generally used in conjunction with other formations to seal the life gate. Chapter 154. Fu Qing's strength. Su Liang could actually use the flying sword, but when in a hurry, one would instinctively use their hands to block. Little apprentice, don't die. Fu Qing's mucus flowed out along with her tears. Su Liang looked at her and comforted, Master Uncle, I'm fine. He was actually just in pain. After suppressing his spiritual power, there was at most some fluctuations in his blood. The first level of body refinement had brought his physique to the peak level of a third realm warrior. How could he easily die? The most dangerous moment was when the blade pierced his body and his spiritual power erupted. The rest was just a mere penetrating wound. If he were to be killed just like that, it would be a joke for the talented. However, this dagger seemed a bit unusual. A peak third realm warrior's physique could be easily pierced. The Fu family's young lady is indeed not so easy to kill. The one-eyed, bald man interrupted inappropriately. To be honest, once the news that you are entering the Beast secret realm spread, I don't know how many mercenary groups were secretly looking forward to this day. The Fu family's young lady must have a lot of good things on her. Killing you and then go to other continents to enjoy life afterward is better than working for a mercenary group, right? The one-eyed bald man, who called himself the third master, licked his lips and sighed. What a pity if it weren't for this suddenly appearing little nephew. Chapter 155. Hidden 12. How? Don't worry. Taking money to eliminate disasters for others is what we do. You just need to wait patiently. In the secret room, an elderly man in his twilight years was silent for a moment and then said, That being said, if the Tang family head does not trust, they can cancel the commission. In front of the old man, a figure wearing a half mask with green face and sharp teeth and dressed in a deep red robe leaned forward, stepping out of the shadows and exposing himself to the candlelight. On the mask, the character hidden flickered with cold light. To be honest, this deal your Tang family is trying to make is indeed not easy. looking across the entire eastern continent. Not many dare to take it. His voice was very youthful, but every word and action revealed a sense of maturity. This matter is of great importance, and if it fails, the old man has no more to say. The Tang family can disappear. Or rather, any force in this world can actually disappear. Oh, then what is the Hall of 10 Directions? Rest assured. The Tang family head's worries are normal. If it were me, with the fate of my family in someone else's hands, I naturally wouldn't be at ease. But just a Tang family. Do we really need to ruin our own reputation? Chapter 156. Eat, just eat. Little nephew, do you want to eat this? Fu Qing magically pinched out 5 different colored raw candy. Ta-da! Newly researched. Su Liang looked at her and said, Master Uncle, shouldn't we look for some treasures first in our adventure? Are we just here for a picnic? You need to eat well to have the strength to search. We've already eaten a lot. Where's the excess? I didn't even eat half of what I prepared. I've eaten 30 rock candies on this journey. Su Liang said excitedly. Oh, little nephew, do you dislike what I made? Fu Qing looked aggrieved. How could that be? Is it just that you're tired of it? Not really. It's just too much to digest. It's clear that you are a cultivator, and these things are easy to digest. Fu Qing's voice gradually became smaller. Su Liang bad. Eat. I eat. In fact, the nephew wanted to say that the 5 colors looked unappetizing. Could they change to other flavors? Su Liang hurriedly spoke to interrupt her. Chapter 157. Fu Qing's self-realization the nameless mountain in the Beast's secret realm is not really a secret. It can even be said to be one of the must-visit check-in spots. Among the cultivators entering the secret realm, those at the 4th realm are still a minority. The place that can refine both physique and yaoguang is the first choice for many 3rd realm cultivators. As for the monsters, they don't cultivate yaoguang. The cultivation methods of the demon race are completely different from those of the human race, and due to the bloodline reasons, it can be said to be 100 beasts flourishing. The nameless mountain is high, entering the clouds with no end in sight, and from a distance. One cannot see its full appearance, which is quite strange. Ancient green trees are scattered around, guarding the central path to the sky. The stone steps are green, and white grass paves the road. At this moment, many cultivators have gathered here in groups, wanting to climb this mountain to solidify their foundation. But on the steps, there are only a few people. Are you targeting us, scattered cultivators? A sharp voice came from the foot of the mountain. However, as soon as the words fell, this straightforward, scattered cultivator was sent flying, crashing far away, making a series of crashing sounds, and finally fell into a mountain body, directly fainting. The faces of the surrounding scattered cultivators changed. Their eyes held both anger and fear, but more of it was cowardice. Everyone, let me reiterate, we do not target anyone. Chapter 158. As long as it feels good. I don't know you. Fu Qing felt uncomfortable under his gaze, and her tone was not very polite. Otherwise, she would naturally add a lu at the end of her sentences, as usual. It's normal that Miss Fu doesn't know us, the leader said with a dry laugh. I didn't know Miss Fu came. What does it have to do with you? Fu Qing interrupted directly. She was already a bit unhappy. They wanted to ambush her little nephew as soon as they came up, and now they jump out without apologizing and are asking her questions. Was her previous method too gentle? Su Liang shook his head watching. Master Uncle's temperament, if it were him, he would have already drawn his sword. In fact, he had that intention. The previous Rising Dragon Fist was meant to take his life. Master Uncle, let me handle this? Su Liang stepped forward, examining the 4 people in front of him. Fu Qing wanted to say something more, but the next moment, a sharp sword aura suddenly rose. The Qingping sword was grasped by Su Liang, and without any preamble, he transformed into an afterimage, instantly using the 5-layer heavenly escape, drawing out golden yaoguang from the sword's edge and creating a thin line. That line rapidly enlarged and turned into a separate sword style. Chapter 159. Yaoguang, 90,000. A stream of extremely pure heaven and earth spiritual energy descended from the mountain peak, enhancing Su Liang's body. The cave within him drew it away, landing on the second little figure. The amount of yaoguang increased accordingly. Su Liang's speed in ascending the steps was extremely fast. In an instant, he surpassed everyone on the steps, reaching 3,000. His pace slowed, but his figure did not stop. Soon, he reached the 4,000 steps. The amount of yaoguang in his body transformed from 88,000 to 89,000. The progress of refinement slowed down. At the foot of the mountain, Many scattered cultivators observing saw that Fu Qing did not intend to stop them from climbing the steps, so they surged forward, each one paying their respects as they passed Fu Qing. Fu Qing was puzzled but secretly took out a few kinds of sweet cakes that Su Liang liked to create light. When her little nephew comes down, after refining his body, he must be very tired. He should eat these first before he has a chance to bring out his own medicinal cakes. As for Su Liang saying that someone wants to kill her, she is standing right here, with a body of a mid-6th realm warrior and a peak 4th realm level, plus a number of talismans and formations that she herself does not even know the quantity of. Fu Qing is indeed a master of the Fu family's profound heritage. Sun Yuandao once commented on this. Speaking of which, the little junior disciple is still the first to know that she has reached the mid-6th realm in body refinement. To catch others off guard, she has always appeared to be at the early 5th realm. Chapter 160. The divine ability is complete. A golden shimmering light flickered, wrapping around Su Liang's fingertips. It is unclear whether it is due to his exceptional talent or if the pure spiritual energy that fell was simply easier to refine in a shimmering light. But in any case, he almost effortlessly refined the shimmering light. Su Liang raised his hand to pinch, and the shimmering light entered his body, merging into that blank space. In a vague sense, he felt that this was the right thing to do, albeit a bit slow. This time, he only condensed 10 strands of shimmering light. Without hesitation, he stepped up again. Fu Qing's highest level back then was only 6,600 steps, while Su Liang has now reached 6,700 steps. The value of body refinement continues to rise. 7,000 steps. Upon reaching this point, with every step Su Liang took, his body creaked. His peak 3rd realm physique underwent significant tempering, and the first layer of body refinement continuously advanced towards perfection, although it was somewhat difficult to endure. If one had to describe it, it was like a long-neglected, dilapidated house that had just weathered a storm and was now facing a harsh winter snow. With wind blowing through all sides, making it quite arduous, Su Liang grew increasingly curious about who had crafted this nameless mountain. 8,000 steps. The spiritual energy descending from the mountain peak was no longer a wisp, but rather the size of an arm. It significantly accelerated Su Liang's refining speed. Chapter 161. The Qingyang Sword Sovereign Su Liang felt a bit dazed. Is the intensity this high right from the start? The old man in the purple robe hurriedly waved his hand. Well, it's been a long time since I've spoken to a woman. I'm out of practice. Su Liang twitched the corner of his mouth. That was indeed too out of practice. Let me introduce again. Do we need to warm up our tongues first? Su Liang kindly reminded. Cough, cough, no problem. The old man coughed again. That's better. I'm a bit excited. It's been a long time since I've talked to someone. After repeating himself, the old man slowed down his voice and said, Let me introduce myself again. I am your ancestor. Hey, don't be so quick to widen your eyes. The old man waved his hand like performing a magic trick and pulled out a jade token. Here, this is my identity token. Su Liang raised his hand to take it, examining it closely. Nanchi Sword Sect, Xiao Feng. Does the Nanchi Sword Sect have a supreme elder named Xiao Feng? It should not. Moreover, the traces of time on this jade token are too heavy. It looks like a product from thousands of years ago. However, the patterns carved on it are intricate and profound. What year is it now in Dongzhou? Xiao Feng sat up straight, with a nostalgic expression, his tone melancholic. Su Liang pondered for a moment and answered, 10,300 years. Chapter 162. Memory. Yes, that's right. That's the expression. When I first learned about this thing, I looked like that too. Throughout history, countless sages have attempted to open multiple divine abilities, yet none have succeeded. But you're very likely to succeed now. Xiao Feng picked up that bowl of medicinal soup, carefully examined it, and after confirming there were no problems, he sighed in relief and handed it to Su Liang. You scared me. Normally, the older this thing is, the better its effect should be. Come, drink it quickly. While there's still time, I can chat with you some more. Su Liang took the spiritual medicine and downed it in one gulp. You probably have about the time it takes for an incense stick to remain conscious. After that, you will fall into the depths of your heart to complete the second awakening. The specific process I don't know, but according to that person's words, it shouldn't be difficult. Anyway, you see, throughout history, you're the first to attempt to open dual divine abilities in this way. Even if you fail, it doesn't matter. It just means that your current divine ability will cease to exist. Xiao Feng said cheerfully. Su Liang was stunned. Wait, are you joking? If I fail, the divine ability will just disappear? The divine ability within me is the product of 100,000 shimmering lights. Although I don't know how the last strand of shimmering light came about. Chapter 163. Little green ball? Su Liang touched that wisp of gray. He felt nothing, as if it were a void. Is this the second divine ability? Wouldn't it be too easy? He hadn't done anything. It was just that this wisp of gray felt familiar. Su Liang always felt he had seen it somewhere before. Found it, and then, just as this thought arose, the wisp of gray quietly vanished. Almost simultaneously, a little figure appeared out of nowhere in front of Su Liang. He was surrounded by an ancient and obscure aura. Su Liang's eyes widened. He finally remembered where that familiarity came from. The first little figure from the cave had the exact same radiance. At this moment, it walked out of the cave, coming before him, sinking into this memory of an unknown place. The little figure opened its eyes, and their gazes met. In the next moment, that little figure scattered into a wisp of gray light, identical to the previous gray light. Without any warning, the memory space was torn apart, and pure azure light surged in from all directions, gathering around Su Liang, lingering beside that gray light. Finally, Su Liang felt something. He slowly lowered his head. At his chest, his cave manifested. The vanished wisp of gray light coiled there, and besides it, there was also a green light shining like a brilliant sun at the center of the cave. Chapter 164. The truth of Dongzhou before the divine ability condenses. Some abstract manifestations are normal, but if it remains so abstract after success, you're the first I've seen. Xiaofeng said this with an extremely serious expression. Perhaps. I made a mistake? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What I used is a legitimate method of the Immortal Sword Sect. How could the 9 realms be false? Xiaofeng appeared a bit agitated. This was the third time Su Liang heard the name Immortal Sword Sect. The first 2 times he held back, but this time he couldn't hold it in anymore, especially after the words 9 realms came out. What is the Immortal Sword Sect? As soon as this was said, Xiaofeng instantly calmed down. I think there is still a possibility of making a mistake. Let's try again. What a clumsy twist. Su Liang nodded helplessly. There are priorities. It's not too late to ask later. He extended his other hand. Let me try again. After a brief attempt, the second little green ball made a dazzling appearance. The arena fell silent. Silence speaks louder than words. Why don't you try this thing first to see what it can do? Xiaofeng felt a bit like laughing, but out of respect for the ancestor. He held it back. Su Liang pursed his lips, his mind constantly probing and exploring, but he really didn't sense anything special. Chapter 165. Disciple Su Liang that battle. Below the 5th realm, everyone was just small fry. The 6th realm could struggle a bit. The 7th realm could create some ripples. The 8th realm was the main force in the fight, and the 9th realm determined whether the scales tipped. The battlefield was set in the Eastern continent. By the end, even the heavenly Tao rules of the Eastern continent were somewhat shattered. However, the preparations of the foreign demons were too thorough, and due to the restrictions of heaven and earth, once those dozen or so 9th realm demons squeezed in, the entire 5th domain could hardly accommodate any 9th realm support from other domains. If all the 9th realm fighters rushed in recklessly, the entire 5th domain would be torn apart. Therefore, the big shots from the 10 Directions Hall, in conjunction with the peak 9th realm of the 5th domain, set up a trap. Xiaofeng paused here, as if pondering, and finally let out a sigh. It was this trap that led to the abandonment of the Eastern continent, making it nearly impossible to produce another 7th realm expert. Su Liang's expression was dazed. So this was how the Eastern continent ended up without a 7th realm? What kind of trap was it? He subconsciously asked. Xiaofeng paused slightly, looking a bit dazed as he spoke. They extracted almost all the heavenly Tao fortune above the 7th realm from the Eastern continent, completely skewing it towards the demon domain mountains. Then, the peak 9th realm cultivators took action, using the power of the heavenly Tao rules to trap all the foreign demons inside, ultimately building a border to slowly wear them down. Chapter 166. It should be like this. Su Liang stood still, rubbing the ring in his hand. He learned a lot, but understood very little. Who was that great person? Did he have that person's mark within him? Before he came to the 100 Beasts secret realm, a tall woman in green appeared in his mind. Sister Mu had once pointed a key at his brow. Was it Sister Mu? Sister Mu, is she a 9th realm? But isn't she a supreme elder? The sect master and the grand elder had both personally nodded in acknowledgement. But besides that, what other marks could there be within him? This 100 Beast secret realm was also something Sister Mu specifically asked him to visit. However, Ancestor Xiaofeng said that it was originally supposed to be in the southern mountain Heavenly Pass. Suddenly, Su Liang stretched out his hand, palm facing up, and with a thought, the jade pendant that had given him the nameless breathing technique quietly appeared. Could be you? Su Liang murmured. Xiaofeng had already left, and the answer to this question could only be sought by himself. He suddenly felt that he had a lot more to deal with. After taking a deep breath, Su Liang looked around. After Xiaofeng disappeared, a teleportation opening appeared on one side of the small courtyard. Su Liang waved his sleeve and took all the spirit chickens and herbs from the courtyard. This time, he didn't plan to eat them. He just wanted to take them back to the southern Zhai courtyard arrays. Chapter 167. Su Liang's first divine ability in a mountain forest. How is it? Has Su Liang come out? A young man dragged a late-stage fourth realm unicorn golden-eyed beast, casually tossing it aside like a dead dog. Are we eating this tonight? In front of him sat a frail old man along with 3 other young men. It was the old man who spoke. The old man sat up, glanced at the bloodied monster, and instantly lost interest, his gaze flicking. You did this on purpose, didn't you? You know I can't stand blood. The young man clasped his hands in apology. I'll be more careful next time. I'll clean it up before bringing it back. Well, that's better. With that, the old man lay back down, snoring loudly. Fast asleep. No hurry, there are listening wind bees from the family watching on that nameless mountain. Among the 3 young men, one with a rather androgynous appearance spoke in a high-pitched voice. The other 2 remained silent, merely glancing at the beast before closing their eyes to meditate. By the way, your Lei family has also gotten involved, which is quite unexpected. After all, you're the only one for the Eastern continent here. Aren't you afraid? Why don't you come to our place? We promise to take good care of you. Chapter 168. Utter nonsense, invisible sword intent unfolded in an instant. Su Liang drew his sword. The sword technique vanished in a flash, golden light illuminating all around, and a terrifying wave of sword energy created a sonic boom. Ding! It was the sound of metal clashing. A giant shield was taken out by a man, firmly protecting himself. As the sword light faded, he retreated 1,000 feet. The sword marks on the shield, looking somewhat savage. The hand of the man holding the shield felt slightly sore, calculating in his heart. This must be the sword move mentioned in the intel from the Golden Lotus Assembly. A sword technique with such great power surely consumes a lot. Using it so easily, let us see what you do next. The advantage is mine. Lei Jingxin didn't he expect Su Liang to be so decisive, not even chatting for a bit before attacking. Su Liang indeed didn't he plan to say much to them. He could sense that killing intent. However, besides Lei Jingxin, the eldest son of the Lei family, the other 3 could not be identified in terms of their forces, probably coming from places outside the southern part of the eastern continent. But it didn't matter. First, he would injure them, then slowly ask about the rest. Sure enough, he was a handsome young man. He was liked. Behind Lei Jingxin, a man in pink walked over, twisting his waist. He had a fair complexion, willow brows, phoenix eyes, and red lips that were naturally bright. Every gesture exuded an air of femininity and charm. Chapter 169. Peace of mind, sword energy fell. The land within 1,000 miles trembled incessantly. Golden sword light dazzled, attracting the attention of beasts and cultivators from miles away, who hesitated for a moment before rushing over. This commotion, could it be that some treasure has appeared? Su Liang looked down with an indifferent expression, then turned to the giant pit below, where Fu Qing was standing beside him. However, at this moment, his master was somewhat unhappy. This person is so slippery. Wait a moment. I will definitely give him a beating this time. Fu Qing rolled up her sleeves, truly intending to go and tussle with the little old man glowing with golden light at the bottom of the pit. However, she was stopped by Su Liang's reassurance. Once the name of Elder Xia was mentioned, the old man hidden in the clouds made his move. His methods were indeed remarkable, first receiving Su Liang's sword attack, then resisting Fu Qing's punches. At the bottom of the pit, the little old man slowly stood up, looking up. At this moment, he appeared completely unharmed. Behind him, the 4 were still alive. Little girl, it's better for you not to fight me. The old man's voice came from below, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared opposite Su Liang, hands behind his back, casually dismissive. His body shimmered with golden light. Su Liang took a glance, deep in thought. Chapter 170. Is this the 4th realm? When Xiake was struck down from the sky by a sword, he was somewhat dazed. As for the four people led by Ren Quan, they were even paler, unable to stop retreating. Thinking back to how they previously believed that erasing Su Liang would be a simple task, they couldn't help but want to slap themselves. How could they kill a genius of the sword domain from the Four Realms, whose foundation was so solid? They couldn't even touch him. Ren Quan showed no intention of fighting back and directly signaled to retreat. But after Xiake, who was expected to do great things, was struck down by a single sword, they only wanted to escape. Was this really the same fairy? Who would believe that a Four Realms could fight as Six Realms? Fu Qing's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Little junior nephew, you are amazing. The sword domain, I don't even have that. Little junior nephew, let me help you." Fu Qing rolled up her sleeves, eager to try. "Uncle Master, you hold the line for me." Su Liang only had time to say these two sentences to her before the little old man who had been struck down returned. Okay. I take back what I said earlier. Your talent is likely comparable to Luo Zijin. A genius like this dying in my hands is excellent. Xiake's complexion was flushed. He had taken Su Liang's sword head-on, yet at this moment, he looked as if nothing had happened. He soared into the air again and smiled. "My name is Xia Quebec. I was originally just a martial artist with a top-grade spiritual root, but now I am your end-of-life escort." Chapter 171. Granting you two swords, what technique did you just use? What do you want to learn? Do you want me to teach you step by step? Su Liang sneered, his tone relaxed and comfortable. However, the four jade pendants hidden in his bosom now only had one left. Two were for the locking Spirit Hunter Traps formation, one for the locking Heaven and Earth, and the one just used was the Chinquan Shift. Now, only one was left that could still be used twice for the locking Spirit Hunter Traps formation. Chinquan Shift was the method by which Su Liang was able to strike Xiake down. In simple terms, it meant that Xiake's punch had landed on himself. Unfortunately, not only was this thing expensive, but it could only be used once. Although Xiake was angry in his heart, he was much more cautious this time, unsure if it was due to Su Liang's seemingly endless methods that made him hesitate to strike first. "So, you said earlier that I could stand still while you cut me twice. Does that still count?" Su Liang asked earnestly, but Xiake's thoughts were already a bit unclear. And with his question, it became even more chaotic. "Will you cut me twice?" That earlier sword strike is still fresh in my memory. This little beast. What kind of sword cultivator comes up and attacks with 3 paths right away? If I really let you cut me twice, would there still be a way for my 2 pieces of meat to survive? Chapter 172. Rules should be fair. To some extent, a peak 6 realms martial artist who has lived for 10,000 years still has some means. Su Liang sighed, and the sword domain around him slowly dissipated. In the distance, Xiake crashed into the mountain, his breath faint. Blood flowed uncontrollably from his mouth, making indistinct sounds. The senior brother said that he once struck down the half-step 7 realms prince of the Great Flame, but now, after 2 strikes, Xiake had only fallen into a state of faintness. In the world, there was still pure white sword energy and crimson sword light remaining. Su Liang slowly landed and approached him, bending down to look. "You can't even do this." Xiake's eyes shifted slightly, even at this moment of near death. He still stared wide-eyed. Su Liang squatted down, suddenly raised his hand, and the Qingping sword pierced into his right thigh. Out of instinct, Xiake's body shivered. "Does it hurt?" Su Liang spoke softly, with a hint of concern. "If you don't cry out, then it means it doesn't hurt." He nodded, pulled out the sword, and instantly struck down towards his left thigh. "The back might hurt a bit. Just bear with it." "The back?" Xiake felt like he was about to start seeing colorful lights. "Go ahead and stab. Do as you please. After all, I can't feel anything." After this thought surged for a moment, Xiake suddenly clearly sensed a piercing pain. Chapter 173. Time flies like a galloping horse. Su Liang didn't see too many images. Just as he expected, there were restrictions in his soul, and he couldn't see how it was related to Zhongzhou, how he became a 10,000-year martial artist, or what it meant to sweep away people. He turned and left, seeing Fu Qing waving at him from a distance. Ren Quan and the other 3 were bound to the side, waiting for their fate. "Little junior nephew, they still want to run?" Fu Qing said with her hands on her hips, looking somewhat pleased. "Under my watch, they can't escape." Su Liang didn't know what to say for a moment, and finally had to praise her, as expected of Uncle Master. At this moment, Ren Quan and the others looked ashen. The high-profile moment of their appearance was now extremely awkward. "Did you not expect that I could kill a peak 6 realms martial artist? Did you kill him?" The 4 shouted in their hearts. What kind of power does that sword talisman have? Don't you have any idea? What do you want? We three are cultivators from Zhongzhou. Su Liang finally noticed them, raised his eyes, and sneered. What? Just because you say you're cultivators from Zhongzhou, you think you can live? You really don't take me as a person, do you? Then what do you want? Hope rose in Run Quan's heart. From his words, it seemed there was a way to survive. Earlier, you said you came from the Liu family of Zhongzhou? Chapter 174. The situation, the peaks were like clusters, and the slanting sun was about to set, casting golden brilliance as if drawing a curtain over the ravaged land. Su Liang stood in the air, hand behind his back. Behind him, the bindings on Lei Jingxin were released, and the remaining three struggled desperately, glaring at him. Did I not make myself clear enough? Kill those three, and you can leave. Su Liang's voice struck deep into his heart once more. You want my Lei family to die? Lei Jingxin clenched his fists, staring at Su Liang's back. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and he said in a low voice, "Was all of this calculated by you?" Su Liang looked somewhat tired, raised a hand to rub his brow, and said slowly, "I'm not that divine. I didn't expect your Lei family to jump out. One Tang family, one Lei family, the so-called four great families, and now two of them have their eyes on me." He turned around to look at Lei Jingxin. "I now understand the reason Tang family wants to kill me. They three came from the Liu family of Zhongzhou, and they have a somewhat reasonable explanation. But what grievance does your Lei family have with me? Is it really to seek face for your wastrel brother? I heard that the eldest son of a Lei family is exceptionally talented, so he naturally wouldn't behave so foolishly. After thinking about it, it's probably just like the Great Flame Dynasty." Chapter 175. The Granddaughter Slave is even better at the 100 Beast Pass in the Mountain Hall. Fu Qin was pacing back and forth until an old man hurriedly arrived, and he immediately bowed and said, "Father, you're not busy?" "Busy my foot." Fu Chanfeng came up and slapped him on the forehead, angrily scolding, "How did you guarantee me back then? Foolproof? You even used the sword talisman of a six-realm sword cultivator. Come, tell me, when the 100 Beast secret realm requires Su Liang to use that sword talisman? Or was it two at once?" Fu Qin felt a bit wronged upon hearing this. "Dad, shouldn't you know better than me about the situation in the 100 Beast secret realm?" Slap. Another slap on the forehead. "Are you still talking nonsense with me? Immediately send a six-realm warrior in to find him." "Forget it. I can't rely on you. I'll go in myself." Hey, Dad, you can't go in. The demon clan is watching us." Upon hearing this, the furious Fu Chanfeng finally calmed down a bit. "Then what do you suggest we do?" "I don't care. I want to see Qin Girl and Su Liang standing in front of me safe and sound today." Fu Qin sighed inwardly. This granddaughter slave. Chapter 176. The means of hidden 12. Su Liang and the others did not find an exit, but instead encountered a lot of chaos. They didn't know if these demon beasts had taken the wrong medicine or something, actually abandoning their search for opportunities and uniting to trouble the human race. The human side was caught off guard. After all, no one expected this group of beasts to give up on countless opportunities and turn a fight. There were no major treasures appearing. So what was the point of this? According to past experiences, conflicts between the two races usually occur in the last few days. But for Su Liang and the others, it felt a bit like child's play, entering the sword domain. Although he had a deeper understanding of his sword intent and more detailed control, he lacked practical combat experience. The feeling of being in the domain and controlling everything was truly intoxicating. The scenery inside was much stronger than the natural sword intent. It was just right to use this to consolidate himself. This chaos continued until the two found a narrow crack as an exit. Fu Qin was very happy to see this and explained to Su Liang. This wild void crack was a temporary exit with a very short existence time and unstable maintenance. But it could safely transport them out. They were quite lucky, although they had delayed for another 5 days, if calculated. It had only been half a month since they entered the 100 Beast secret realm. Chapter 177. 1,000 years ago. Called the New Calendar, Su Liang slowly pulled out the dagger, holding it in his hand and turning it over to examine. A top-grade spiritual weapon? As a 5th-grade refiner. He could easily see its quality. However, his little green ball was even more powerful than expected. Under his full activation, it pulled him back from a severely injured, near-death state. But all his spiritual power was completely drained. Su Liang estimated that normal treatment wouldn't require so much spiritual power. He did feel a bit of death's aura. Using too much force, the nameless breathing technique was operated, continuously replenishing himself. The scar on his chest was erased, as if it had never existed. And even the so-called poison was completely resolved. No wonder it was such a good thing condensed from 100,000 Yawang. The recovery ability was so outrageous. In addition, it could regenerate severed limbs and transform blood into an external body, extending life. Well, the last one was somewhat treating his life as nothing. If the nameless breathing technique advanced further, enabling him to replenish his spiritual power consumption in an instant, becoming a sword cultivator who could both withstand and provide unlimited spiritual power. Wouldn't that be terrifying? Anyway, just thinking about it made Su Liang feel quite scared. He stood up, looked around, and sighed inwardly. Chapter 178. The King of Hell calls the roll, "Why did I come here when spring does not come?" Su Liang raised his hand to shield the sun. Now that he was no longer in danger, he looked through the gaps between his fingers at the vast, clear sky. Feeling emotional, it was possible that there were still people in the 100 Beast secret realm who wanted to kill him. He hadn't seen the Frost Snow Palace, the Pill Cauldron City, or the North Platform Academy yet. He felt a bit worried in his heart. So many things, one after another, seemed to come in succession, as if planned. After pondering for a while, Su Liang took off the jade token that suppressed his cultivation aura and put it into his storage ring. The clay figure still had some anger left. It was just killing him, right? Come on, bring it on. His four-realm cultivation was fully revealed. After the battle with Xia Ke and these days of fighting and nurturing, his realm had stabilized and began to develop towards the mid-stage. In four-realm cultivation, most would choose to nourish their divine abilities, putting all their energy into refining those abilities for better results when breaking through later. But Su Liang didn't need to. His holy intuition told him that there was no need to deliberately refine. He didn't know if there were any special paths in this fourth realm. How about merging his two divine abilities into one? Unfortunately, he still couldn't activate that second divine ability, that streak of gray light. It was indeed a strange thing. Chapter 179. So, you have no hidden power? News of Su Liang from the South Creek Sword Sect in the 100 Beasts secret realm spread like wings, instantly circulating. After the Golden Lotus Conference, Su Liang's fame was quite significant, especially when he shouted at the foot of the Sect's mountain. It raised the spirits of many young boys and girls. If the greatest talents didn't die socially, couldn't they also be a bit more proactive? Of course, there were also those who liked to call him brother. For a time, Su Liang became famous throughout the Eastern continent, even gaining a few loyal fans who called themselves Liang fans. When he stood before everyone, announcing himself as Su Liang with his four-realm cultivation, those present who knew some information were all dumbfounded. It had barely been half a year, and he had reached the four realms. A definite second Luo Zijing. He was actually a high disciple of the South Creek Sword Sect, under Shun Hashua, a mere loose cultivator. This formation here is extremely dangerous. It's best for friends not to approach. Only then did Su Liang see the person who first spoke to stop him from advancing. His complexion was slightly yellow, with a full mid-forehead and a pair of heroic sore brows, but those two eyes looked somewhat uncoordinated. Overall, he was quite easy on the eyes. With the cultivation of late four realms and approaching 30 years of age, he was indeed quite good for a loose cultivator. Chapter 180. The second sweeper with the peak of four realms, plus a little understanding of knife intent. Did he think he was 10 parts stable? Su Liang raised his right hand and then punched down, still not making a move. Just as Shun Hashua's head was about to be smashed, he shouted urgently. Su Liang ignored him, and a punch containing immense force came crashing down. Since he had reached the perfection of the first level of body refinement, this was the first time he threw a punch with all his might. Blood surged and pumped, and behind him, a phantom bone structure condensed, blurry and indistinct. This punch landed solidly on the ground, and cracks spread like a spiderweb from Su Liang's center. But didn't he hit? Su Liang stood up, looking at the four figures in the air. Among them was a woman in yellow, supporting the gasping Shun Hashua. I said, this formation really doesn't look like it can transfer someone at the peak of the four realms. It turns out it's your trick. Is it a divine ability or a technique? I'm quite curious. Su Liang stared at the woman, smiled slightly, and then looked around before continuing. I didn't expect you to set up such a huge trap in such a short time. One of the four stepped forward, an old man with a white beard and hair. He looked at Su Liang with appreciation and said, "You're quite impressive. However, the balance in the Eastern continent has already been disrupted due to Luo Zijing's existence." Chapter 181. The foundation begins to show hard against the six realms. I said I would tear you apart bit by bit. The transformed humanoid monster, Shun Hashua, surprisingly retained his self-awareness, his voice heavy and hoarse, filled with rage. Let me guess, is this some kind of demonic transformation method you've researched over the millennia? Sacrificing flesh and blood to stay conscious? Su Liang bandith. But the old man with white hair was surprised and said, "You know quite a bit, don't you? Unfortunately, you're still going to die." Su Liang looked at the formation around him with slight curiosity and said to the old man, "Since I'm going to die anyway, why don't you tell me what this formation is for?" Shun Hashua stepped forward, causing the void to tremble. His desire for slaughter increased as he was magically transformed. "What's the point? I want to waste time." The old man with white hair smiled and waved his hand. "Kill him." Shun Hashua let out a sinister laugh. The pressure of the peak of the six realms surged like a tide. Buzz. The sound of a sword rang out in an instant. The sword domain rose. 3,000 brilliant golden lights flickered, each golden light representing a sword energy. The sword energy surged like a storm, a technique of 3,000. How could Su Liang just wait for them to summon that door? He had been silently gathering power for a while. Chapter 182. What did I do to deserve the world's taboo? What kind of sword is this? It's not as pure as when Luo Zijin cut down the half-step 7 realms, using the most refined energy to annihilate the opponent completely in an instant. It's more like taking time to craft something, revealing its unique sharpness bit by bit. It didn't show at first, but then it gained momentum. Therefore, when this sword struck Shun Hashua at the waist, he felt extreme pain. The sword energy cut through his waist, slowly splitting Shun Hashua in two. The peak of the 6 realms body was actually torn apart by this sword. After the sword energy cut through, it expanded from small to large, forming a circle of sword light, like ripples in water, striking in all directions. Several mountains were cut in half, the ground shook, and the noise was significant. The old man with white hair was dumbfounded, and the 2 men behind him were incredulous, while the woman called Yi exclaimed, "Third brother." Shun Hashua also couldn't comprehend. His remaining body fell down, filled with unwillingness. He used many of his means besides the divine ability, Black Flame. So foolish. Truly too foolish. Why did he have to exchange blows with him? But even if he was unwilling, at this moment he had already been split in 2. What was the point of saying this? Logically speaking, Su Liang should definitely go in for the kill now. Chapter 183. Don't Heaven Shun Xan began to exert himself. No longer worried about being obliterated by the rules of the 100B secret realm. The runes swirled. 3 golden compasses transformed into threads, shattering the spiritual chains of the locking spirit 100 constraints formation that were flung towards him, eventually landing on the formation itself. Crack. It sounded like a mirror shattering. Su Liang looked up. The hopes of the entire village didn't last long. When Shun Xin detonated the 3 compasses, blowing apart the entire locking spirit 100 constraints formation, Su Liang could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Can I deal with a few fellow cultivators at the same level? Is the 6 realms so worthless? After breaking the formation, Shun Xin pressed his palms together and took out an unknown tooth, beginning to chant. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to stir restlessly. As a 4th-grade formation master, Su Liang knew he was constructing a killing formation. Realizing this, he flicked his ring, sending out over 10 talismans given to him by Fu Qin before entering. They were enough to deal with the 5 realms. If it was a reckless peak of the 6 realms, they would just make noise. The 5 elements techniques wrapped around him like dazzling fireworks, the explosions echoing as they engulfed Shun Xin. A furious roar came. Shun Xin raised his hands, the tooth in his hand glowing with purple-black light, as if parting the clouds to reveal the sun, shaking off all the formations. Chapter 184. It's the past you're quite nice, leaving me an inheritance. Su Liang frowned, looking at the hundreds of black shadows in the sky, helplessly shrugging. The next moment, a long spear suddenly reflected in Su Liang's pupils. Without a word, they charged at him with their spears. With a clang, the broken sword deflected the spear tip, but the next moment, the long spear swept back, using his force to spin around and aim for Su Liang's chest, flowing like clouds and flowing water. Fortunately, Su Liang was now holding 2 swords, the Qingping sword safely blocking the blow, but the immense force made him slide back dozens of steps. Before he could stabilize himself, The shadow holding the spear pulled it back and kicked up, adjusting the spear and thrusting towards Su Liang's throat like a swimming dragon. Su Liang was alarmed. The heaven-returning body technique erupted suddenly. His figure turned, barely avoiding it in a stagger. Then he released the broken sword, and a corner of the sword domain unfolded, wrapping the two within. With his mind guiding, the flying sword struck. Clang! At the last moment, this spear-wielding shadow actually grabbed the spear with his palm, forcibly stopping the attack, and a counter-spear blocked the broken sword. In the blink of an eye, both sides engaged fiercely, even having opportunities to end this life-and-death struggle. Chapter 185. Time reversal. Over 100 figures crossed towards the south. The aura of the six realms left the cultivators they encountered along the way puzzled. What's going on? Is this still the 100 Beasts secret realm? A bunch of six realms. How did the six realms get in? And so many? They ignored everyone, their goal clear, heading south all the way. Being secret techniques, the 100 Beasts secret realm naturally wouldn't exclude them. It was still within the rules. Just like refining the body with formations. Su Liang, sitting quietly, suddenly stood up, looking to the north. They're coming. A pure white light pierced through the clouds. A massive tail stream supporting a long rainbow, and in the blink of an eye, an arrow fell before him. Su Liang, already prepared, remained calm. The sword domain unfolded, and before he raised his hand, a sword energy slanted upwards, deflecting the arrow that was about to hit his forehead off course, veering to the side. Su Liang tilted his head to the left, avoiding the arrow's tail stream. The wind howled, pulling at his cheeks painfully. In the distance, a person drew a bow and shot again. Su Liang had noticed this at Shaoyang Palace. Although there were over 100 figures, only one person attacked at the same time. It was like a wheel battle. It was both good and bad. If they rushed in all at once, Su Liang would surely die. Chapter 186. And it's going to talk about martial ethics sometimes. But Su Liang is not prepared to discuss martial ethics. This is not truly going back to the past. It's more like a causal pull. The marks carved by the river of time have been dredged up by Su Liang. It's like the impossible task of seeking a sword from a boat. Under the second divine ability, it becomes possible. The gray light captures the traces of past years and manifests with divine power in the present. There are many restrictions. First, the time reversal can only involve people connected to Su Liang. Second, it requires a cost of lifespan at a ratio of 1 to 5. Finally, at the end, it puts a great burden on the body. This burden depends on the power difference between enemies and allies, as well as the duration of the time reversal. Su Liang's figure began to retreat, causality reversed, and divine abilities manifested, causing his state to turn back. This is a very strange feeling. He could clearly perceive everything around him, even catching the trajectory of that talented individual's attack. Then, as the divine ability reversed, even the two figures that had dissipated due to the divine ability recongealed. Before time stopped disappearing, Su Liang couldn't help but wonder. If he had eaten a rare treasure and then reversed time, could he eat it again? It's hard to say. He thought it probably wasn't possible. After collecting his divine power, Su Liang returned to his previous position. This time, he naturally avoided the sneak attack from that talented individual. Chapter 187. Secret Thoughts with Broken Wings. He stood up, his head buzzing. Before he could steady himself, he saw the suddenly appearing six-realm martial artist, raising a fist as big as a sand pot, smashing down at him again. Without time to think, he screamed, and the huge sound wave blocked Fu Lanshan's momentum. This was his divine ability, now used without reservation. If this thing hit his head at close range, it would definitely cause a concussion. But Fu Lanshan only paused slightly, then recklessly charged at him. Fu Lanshan, are you trying to kill me? As a professional sweeper, Fu Lanshan, a notable martial artist, was naturally on his watch list. If it were outside, he wouldn't be too afraid, but in this cursed place, once entangled, wouldn't he be crushed to dust when the concealment technique failed? With this thought, he regretted accepting the array's call for help. You actually know me? Fu Lanshan was somewhat surprised, coming to Zhouyi's side. Although he was asking, his hand didn't stop moving, smashing down at his head. Zhouyi transformed into light and teleported aside. The fierce punch created a gust of wind, and Fu Lanshan's punch shook the ground, making the surrounding mountains tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 188. Master Uncle will take medicine disrespecting heaven and earth, showing no mercy to living beings. The former belongs to me, the latter to you. But ultimately, In a daze, Su Liang felt a bit noisy. When he slowly opened his eyes and saw the surroundings, it was the Heart Lake. The familiar gray tone welcomed him. Another Su Liang stood quietly, looking down at him. "It's you, huh?" Su Liang shook his head and stood up. "Stop thinking. I'm afraid you'll say again that I am you." Su Liang's expression was dull, his words still without fluctuation. "I'm no longer curious about what you really are. The Heart Lake was vast. If you like it, stay without paying rent." Perhaps he was hit too hard by that last strike. Even the Heart Lake, Su Liang felt a faint pain in his chest. What was that person's name? Jui? It doesn't sound like a real name. Could it be a code name? Just like his and the fifth junior brother's cave-related names. Huh. Why am I thinking about this? Since I'm here, does that mean I'm not dead? Su Liang murmured softly. "I want to die." The gray Su Liang suddenly spoke, startling the real one. After a brief pause, he looked at Su Liang. "I want to die, so you naturally want to either." Chapter 189. Su Liang's confusion inside the Beast Gate in a courtyard. The dark-faced In-12 scratched his head, looking troubled. Am I going to face my first career defeat so soon? The South Stream Sword Sect is quite terrifying, indeed. After failing to assassinate Su Liang, In-12 was thinking about how to kill him again, but after much thought, he felt there was no chance of winning. He had considered that the wounds from the top-grade spirit weapon, combined with the poison, could kill Su Liang in one strike. But since the big movement to the Guanshan Hall began a few days ago, this idea had vanished. "Lord Zongxi, are you going to give up?" The scribe responsible for this record appeared quietly. He knew the news of Su Liang's survival even earlier than In-12 and had even witnessed that jaw-dropping divine ability. The little green ball stuck to him, and he was bouncing around like nothing happened. However, knowing was one thing. All this information could not be revealed to In-12 in the slightest. This was both a rule and related to his own rewards. The more secretive the recorded information, the more spirit stones he could obtain afterward. So now he was quite hoping that In-12 would give up this assassination and let him go directly to collect money. In-12 glanced at him but didn't answer, seemingly weighing his options. Chapter 190. Whose letter? The East Continent's heavenly Tao, which has been incomplete for thousands of years, would truly not have any temperament if it were to become complete again. When a heavenly Tao retaliates, who will be unlucky? Naturally, it will be the beings of the entire East Continent. And coincidentally, those so-called extraterritorial evils will also be in the East Continent at that time. If they're truly suppressed by the rules of the East Continent as heavenly Tao at the so-called border, there will inevitably be countless connections. When a heavenly Tao settles accounts, how can it not involve them? At that time, chaos will ensue in the East Continent and the other four continents. Which Haven Tea helped in 1,000 years will surely not be blamed, right? Su Liang's thoughts were unsettled. What a clever calculation. What good plan. Little junior niece? Fu Qing waved her hand in front of Su Liang's eyes, calling out, "What are you thinking?" Su Liang came back to his senses, looking at Fu Qing, who had appeared in Tino when, chuckling, nothing. With Fu Qing's temperament, it was better not to share his speculations with her. "Oh, little junior niece has a secret? Let me guess. Are you thinking about that Chen girl?" Fu Qing covered her mouth, her eyes revealing intelligence. Su Liang was taken aback. "See? Master Uncle, I'm clever, right?" Seeing this, Fu Qing's expression showed a bit of pride. Chapter 191. When saying the moonlight is nice tonight. Meng Ling and the others have already left. Su Liang leaned alone by the window. The room was quiet. The bright moonlight fell on the window, shining through the gaps onto the floor, but it couldn't reach the desk. After half a year down the mountain, Su Liang suddenly felt nostalgic for his carefree self. At that time, every day was spent thinking about borrowing a little here or there or figuring out which sect could be begged for help. Occasionally, I would study formations and alchemy and had the chance to practice with tools. Life was quite good, aside from dealing with people. I had basically done everything else. But now it was truly exhausting. He silently walked back to the desk, picked up the pen, and wanted to write something. However, the usually quick-witted Su Liang couldn't squeeze out a single word after a long while. He didn't know what to write. At the same time, he didn't know what to do with himself. Many things surged forward, overwhelming him and making it hard to breathe. For a moment, he thought about ignoring everything and just going back to the Nanshi Sword Sect, watching the clouds rise and fall on Shaolian Peak, silently cultivating, teaching Qin Yin to practice swordsmanship, and waiting for Miss Chun to emerge from her retreat before finding her, living happily. But he couldn't. When it came to the matter of sweeping away the people, He didn't even dare to notify his senior brother through the Spirit Stone. Chapter 192, Gu Ziyan. The moral bottom line, you truly are something. Su Liang of my youth. Gu Ziyan ignored him and continued. So how do you propose we settle this debt between us? How to settle it? Just dodge it, Su Liang replied cheerfully. Dodging debts? I'm quite experienced at that. Don't look at me like that. I learned it all from you. Outsiders may not know you, fourth junior brother, but I'm well aware, being shameless is your trademark. Fourth junior brother and third senior brother were heavily bitten by Su Liang's words. Suddenly, Gu Ziyan became serious, interrupting him and nodding. Not bad, it seems third senior brother. Your mood has relaxed quite a bit, unlike how heavy it was earlier. Su Liang, who wanted to continue the attack, was taken aback. A faint sense of guilt suddenly washed over him. Could it be that fourth junior brother was joking with him at first, out of concern for his feelings? The next moment, Gu Ziyan raised a hand and patted his shoulder. I've heard about the situation in the Great Yin Dynasty. You've worked hard. Master has also told me about the events of these past 10 years. Senior brother, it must be tiring. Su Liang stood there in a daze, opening his mouth for a while, but not saying a word. Well, do you want to lean on my shoulder for a bit, junior brother? Chapter 193. Enlightenment. Gu Ziyan limped into the courtyard, holding his leg, and shouted, Liangzi, I'm done for. Let us talk about compensation. I'll compensate you with an egg. An egg? That's fine. I want an egg from Master S. Golden Lion. Your lion can lay eggs? Why can't lions lay eggs? Every lion has a different breed. Their constitution must be different. Su Liang slapped his forehead and said impatiently, Get lost, get lost. You start with this nonsense the moment we meet. Gu Ziyan's appearance indeed caught Su Liang off guard. Then, as if recalling something, he hesitated slightly, set up another formation around them, and said seriously, Ziyan, senior brother wants to ask you something. Gu Ziyan, who hadn't received any compensation, was not very cooperative. I don't know. Who comes up to beat someone and then ask questions? Isn't that private punishment? Do you realize you are breaking the law? Su Liang's expression turned serious as he leaned back, remaining silent and quietly watching him. Upon seeing this, Gu Ziyan's face changed rapidly, and he forced a smile. Third senior brother, please speak if you have something to say. He also didn't understand why Su Liang, a fourth realm cultivator, could handle him, a peak fifth realm cultivator. Chapter 194. Calling for war. After the news about the sweepers was sent out, the usually good-tempered Sun Yuandao smashed the tables and chairs in front of him with a palm. All the core elders of the sect, even the Grand Elder, gathered in the Qingyang Hall that day. Without waiting for Meng Lin to return, Sun Yuandao issued 3 sect master orders. The first was to completely remove the Tang family from the southern part of the eastern continent, allowing Tang Jiring, who had joined the sect this year, to keep his life, but forbidding him from leaving the sect. The second was to urgently recall all disciples who were not on demon hunting missions. The third was to unilaterally announce the cancellation of next year's 4-sect grand competition and invite the other 3 sects, as well as some first-rate forces, to come for discussions. The orders from the Nanchi Sword sect were rarely issued. It might not happen a few times in 100 years. Yet now 3 were issued in a row. For a moment, many forces sensed something was off. Meanwhile, just as the orders were issued, a major event occurred at the 100 Beast Pass, hundreds of thousands of miles away. The demon beasts in the 100 Beast mountain range actually initiated a beast tide during the opening of the 100 Beast secret realm, and it was an unprecedented scale. The incident was sudden, but well prepared. The eastern continent seemed to really be starting to get chaotic. Since its establishment, the 100 Beast Pass had rarely raised its defenses. Chapter 195. First battle defeat. Calling for war. This method had been maintained at the 100 Beast Pass for over 1,000 years, and was a fighting method both sides tacitly accepted and even supported. It involved sending out beings from the 4th realm to the peak of the 5th realm for a duel, with a total of 8 matches. Regardless of who won or lost, even if someone was on the brink of death right in front of their own people, unless he managed to escape back to his camp, no one was allowed to intervene. On one hand, it was a contest of morale between both sides. More importantly, it was to wear down the other side's core foundation. Because there was also a rule: if you win, you can continue to fight. As long as your skills are sufficient, you can challenge anyone of the same realm, or even go beyond that realm. If you can win, it will be an absolute boost to morale. Calling for war, the demon race wanted to kill the human race's spirit, and 100 Beast Pass was no different. The beast tide surged forward, and the border defenses held firm. This was a war. The height of morale was as impactful as having a few more peak 6th realm cultivators assisting. Of course, this was from a macro perspective. On a smaller scale, it was also a great opportunity for individuals to make a name for themselves. Every time one won a match, the 100 Beast Pass would offer substantial merit rewards that could be exchanged for various secret treasures in the Guanshan Hall. Chapter 196. Next, continue. Is it possible? The three-eyed monkey pounded its chest, letting out a series of howls, and the demon beast group behind it surged with momentum, continuously screeching. In the last two beast tides, they had taken the lead, and it was still the same demon. Isn't this against the rules? How could a demon beast break through two small realms in an instant? This unruly creature, this monkey, is already at the late stage of the 4th rank. I'm going down to slay it. A hot-tempered sword cultivator puffed up his cheeks, glaring as he prepared to go down, but was held back by those nearby. Calm down. You're at the early stage of the 5th realm. Going down would break the rules. Aren't they breaking the rules? Temporary breakthrough also counts as a method, right? Which side are you on? Why are you speaking for the demons? This is just the first match. Be patient. Not only the realm, but it seems to have returned to its ancestry. That grayish-white fur is a characteristic of the mountain-moving ape. The first battle was unfavorable, but the cultivators on the city wall were not discouraged. Instead, they were inspired by this small trick and were eager to roll up their sleeves and try their luck. The final decision on the combatants rests with Guanshan Hall. Fu Qin stepped forward, floating out of the city wall without hesitation, his voice booming like a great bell. Chapter 197. Neatly organized, you bastard. The sheepsnake's eyes widened, almost spitting fire. Most of the cultivators on the city wall were in a daze, unable to regain their senses for a long time. The pale-flying ant and the fire-refining sheepsnake were both high-tier beings among the demon race, on par with the mountain-moving ape. Yet they were slaughtered by that black-clothed youth like pigs and dogs, winning 3 matches in a row. 3 matches in a row. Is he trying to break through all 4 realms by himself? Boldly, he might even sweep through all 4 matches in the 5th realm. A cultivator stationed on the front lines for years spoke excitedly, his blood boiling. Challenging the Guanshan Hall had always been a 50-50 situation. The talents of the demon race should not be underestimated, and with their bloodline power, they could almost be considered as mastering both physical and magical combat, making the fights quite challenging. Su Liang squinted, calm and collected. His next fight would naturally gain the recognition of Guanshan Hall. After Bai Wanshan's defeat, he sent a mind message to request a battle. Originally, Fu Changfeng was unwilling, but Fu Qin spoke up, and this matter was settled. Su Liang thought it was simple. Since he was here, there was no reason for other talents to sacrifice themselves in vain. He disliked the dramatic moments of being the final contestant to turn the tide. Chapter 198. The war begins on the city wall of the 100 Beast Pass. There was a moment of silence. No way. Did you really kill them all? You're that fierce? The sheep snake remained silent, staring intensely at Su Liang. In the next instant, it teleported and charged at him. He must die. But Fu Qin, who had been watching him closely, would not let that happen. The fierce sword energy instantly locked onto it. What's the matter? Are you angry? You dare to attack him? The sword light whirled. This was a strike from a peak 6th realm sword cultivator. The name Nanshi Sword Sect alone indicated its ferocity. The sheep snake, helpless, turned to Fu Qin, its snake head exhaling streams of spiritual light to wear down the sword light. The challenge had ended. Humans, this time will be your death. The sheep snake dropped a harsh remark and immediately charged at Fu Qin. Holding his long sword, Fu Qin showed no fear. Over the past century, he had experienced more than 20 skirmishes of this kind. What scenes had he not witnessed? After Fu Qin engaged with the sheep snake, the beast-tide assault formally commenced. The morale of the 100 Beasts Pass was high, while the demon beasts appeared notably dispirited, especially the lower-tier ones, who looked at Su Liang with obvious fear. However, after the higher-ups gave the order, the lower-tier demon beasts at the front still had to charge into battle. Chapter 199. Exposing and not exposing the southern part of the eastern continent was well aware of Nanshi Sword Sect's master Sun Yuandao's extraordinary swordsmanship, and the elder Meng Lin's sharp sword edge, but few knew of this sword emperor who liked to wear light green clothing. Fu Qin had a soft personality, was timid, and almost never revealed her talents in public. But now, she stood fearlessly before Su Liang, holding a long sword. A beam of sword light cleaved through the air, and the rushing torrent in front of Su Liang automatically parted. No demon beast dared to charge forward. Even the pale, flying ant, which had been cleaved away by one sword, returned cautiously, eyeing the sword in the green-clad girl's hand. "Little martial nephew, how are you?" Fu Qing floated down, her voice filled with concern. Su Liang was taken aback at first, then shook his head. "I'm fine, really." Upon hearing this, Fu Qing patted her bulging chest, genuinely relieved. That's good. I was startled when that big white ant charged over." The existence of the 7 apertures Linglong heart allowed Su Liang to easily discern the genuine care in her words, warming his heart, and his gaze unconsciously softened. "Thank you for your concern, martial ant. Of course, the Sect Master asked me to take care of you at the 100 Beast Pass." Chapter 200. Merchants pursuing profit. The battles on the battlefield were extremely brutal, and it was impossible to quickly determine a victor. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Liang's fighting became increasingly excessive, even beginning to influence the battle situation at a slow pace. In just one day, he fought from the east to the west, and now he was turning back to fight again. Who could endure this? Yet, the demon race truly had no good solutions at the moment. Among the beast tide, there were indeed 6th-tier early to mid-stage demon emperors lurking. But regardless of Su Liang's exaggerated combat prowess, just the green-clad girl floating in the air guarding him was unreasonable. Her killing power was too fierce. According to the initial intelligence provided, they had not prepared in advance. After all, who could have predicted that this 6th-tier peak woman would emerge from the 100 Beasts secret realm in less than half a month? And who could foresee how sharp the blade in her hand was? However, overall, they could still endure. With over 1 million demon beasts, even if they lined up to offer their heads for him to chop off, it would take some time. As Fu Qing's battle with the sheep snake drew to a close, the latter was cut in half by a sword and retreated with a shrill scream. Marking the beginning of the contest at the 6th realm level, the demon emperors, resembling mountains, began to move from the rear. Chapter 201. Intense fighting. Suddenly, snow began to fall from the sky, with cold winds swirling, descending upon the world in an instant. This was not a natural phenomenon, but a manifestation of magical arts. When the 2 6th-tier peak demon emperors reorganized and charged back, Fu Qing showcased her magical arts and sword momentum for the first time. Fu Qing was very powerful, but her timid nature had led her to avoid confrontation during the rampage of that silver-backed Monkey King in the past. However, through subtle influences over these days, Fu Qing had changed a little, from stepping out of the 100 Beasts secret realm to stand before her little martial nephew, to now confronting 2 6th-tier peak demon emperors with her sword. This extraordinary girl, who would feel guilty for being slightly more assertive when speaking to her Sect master brother, still had a soft disposition, but her timidity was gradually diminishing. At this moment, she felt that the 6th-tier peak demon beast seemed not as strong as her Sect master brother. Oddly enough, why did her grandfather, father, and senior brothers and sisters all advise her to run when encountering 6th-tier peak demon emperors? This was her first encounter with a 6th-tier peak demon emperor. They were much easier to deal with than she had imagined. Few had seen Fu Qing's sword, but today, the entire battlefield witnessed that heavy snow. Unfortunately, they did not see the scene of the girl in the light green dress, alone with her sword, facing 2 6th-tier peak demon emperors in the clouds and gaining the upper hand. Chapter 202. Tang Jingzhou, Fu Changfeng almost simultaneously descended onto the battlefield. His expression was heavy. He expected the opponents to come down so quickly, not to mention the skirmishes at the 6th realm level. Even the first wave of the beast tide had not yet fully passed, and these 3 could not hold back. Both sides instantly found themselves in the highest air. The battlefield slaughter did not cease due to the emergence of the 3 half-step 7th realm beings. Instead, it became even more frenzied. The rampaging beasts no longer acted according to their usual patterns, almost as if they had come out in full force, disregarding the consumption of cannon fodder, and charging forward recklessly. The 100 Beasts Pass naturally had its countermeasures. The formation was activated in an instant, and the sounds of explosions were relentless, as spiritual energy raged violently in the heavens and the earth, blowing up large areas of shattered limbs and corpses. Fu Changfeng. Today is the day you will break the pass and annihilate the people. The 3 half-step 7th realm great demons spoke human words, their voices synchronized. Have you rehearsed this? Why you sound so coordinated? Fu Changfeng's sleeves fluttered as he stroked his bald head, squinting and sneering. 1 old dragon, 1 taper, and 1 golden ox. A strange combination. The three great demons rose in momentum, seeming to be frugal with their words, ready to engage right away. Chapter 203, Central Continent. Stargazing pavilion on the towering 100-foot-tall tower in the center of the Central Continent. A high mountain floated. At the mountain's peak stood a pavilion named Stargazing Pavilion. Your plan no longer works, does it? A scruffy old Taoist held a wine gourd, leaning against a square table, drinking the yellow wine from the gourd while still finding time to tease. In front of him stood a man in dark robes, with his back to him, leaning on the railing and gazing at the sea of clouds. He looked young, appearing to be only 26 or 27. He held a compass in his hand, tilted his head, and said helplessly, "The feng shui is still obstructed by the mountain, and weapons are still dull with rust. Can spirit and non-spirit be spoken of in the same breath?" The old Taoist glared. "Speak plainly." The man in dark robes rolled his eyes. "If my mystery compass were still here, would you have the chance to speak such cool words? Don't you know a clever woman can't cook without rice?" Old Taoist with a cow's nose, "You don't understand anything. Just drink all day. Drink, drink, and you'll die." The sudden outburst from the dark-robed man made the old Taoist laugh heartily, rhythmically slapping the table with one hand. "Isn't this thanks to your lovely granddaughter? Otherwise, how would your broken compass end up in the Eastern Continent? Oh no, it should be blamed on yourself. Those dirty schemes were overheard by her. And now, look, it hasn't returned from the Eastern Continent." Chapter 204, Sword Falls. Arrow falls. Although Tang Jingzhou charged back again. His face was somewhat gloomy, but he showed no fear. Opposite him, the golden Fu Lanshan also showed no fear. "So it turns out your Tang family had this plan," Fu Lanshan said in a deep voice. The black mist swirling around Tang Jingzhou smiled slightly. "How about it? Isn't this plan quite good?" "Not really. After all, you're going to die here today." Fu Lanshan shook his head. "Oh." Tang Jingzhou's eyes revealed a mad glint as he stepped forward. "Just you? Right now, I'm a bit scary strong." Boom! A loud explosion echoed in the air. And in an instant, a sweeping leg wrapped in 100-foot black mist crashed toward Fu Lanshan. The latter also raised his leg to sweep. The two sides immediately engaged in battle. Fu Lanshan fought vigorously. As a pinnacle martial artist in the sixth realm who could easily rank among the top 3 in the southern part of the Eastern Continent, he was very strong. However, Tang Jingzhou, who had used secret methods to step into the half-step 7th realm, seemed to have undergone some kind of qualitative change in his physical body, allowing him to fight vigorously with Fu Lanshan. Su Liang stood in the distance, stroking his chin, surprised. This Tang Jingzhou's demonic transformation seems quite formidable. Under his divine sense, the opponent's physique and cultivation were significantly stronger than the previous cicada. How'd he manage that? He couldn't figure it out. Chapter 205. This must be over, right? A dazzling light burst forth in the center of the battlefield, with gold and blue colors wreaking havoc across the battlefield, continuing without pause. The beast caught and it never came out again, and the massive commotion even slowed the charge of the entire beast tide. Fu Lanshan pulled Su Liang out at the last moment, retreating to a far distance. At this moment, Su Liang's spiritual energy was completely drained, having been squeezed dry. But the effect was surprisingly good. He did not choose the 3,000 unique sword techniques, but instead attempted the 1,000 unique heavenly sword technique. It was quite a struggle, but he ultimately managed to use it. The key was that he tried to communicate with the second little person in the cave, hoping to have him emerge once more and merge with himself. What was initially just a trial unexpectedly led to the cave's little person genuinely manifesting a form and merging into his body. Thus, the 1,000 unique heavenly sword technique was brought into the world. Suddenly, beside Su Liang, a figure appeared. Gu Zian looked pale, his 5th realm cultivation restrained, and his internal spiritual energy was also empty. However, his expression was excited as he patted Su Liang's shoulder and smiled proudly. "How is it, Liangzi? Look, this is a technical job that can't be rewarded." Su Liang shot him a glance. "Call me senior brother." Chapter 206. His first touch. "Why aren't you laughing? Don't you like to waste time? Speak up. Why aren't you talking?" Fu Changfeng squinted his eyes and said unhurriedly. The 3 half-step 7th realm demon kings opposite him were somewhat shy at this moment, becoming silent and no longer fond of laughing. The Tang Jingzhou, who had been highly anticipated by them, had lost his breath. Upon closer inspection, well, his head was gone. Useless, The human race is indeed untrustworthy, useless. In the end, the old dragon became furious with incompetence. Hey, let me give you a suggestion. Why don't you all put in some effort and kill me? Wouldn't that work? The three demons, who knew Fu Changfeng was just making light of the situation, ignored him. Kill you? If it were that easy, they would have acted long ago. This old man is ridiculously strong. Not to mention he has expertise in knife, sword, and body cultivation. His combat experience is extremely rich. And combined with the battle-honed divine ability and the killing intent developed over thousands of years, even with the three of them together, it would take at least 10 days or half a month to determine the outcome. If they fought like this when the reinforcement from the South Creek Sword Sect arrived, wouldn't they be wiped out? Right now, was there no choice but to withdraw? Their minds were racing at the top of the battlefield, while the few below were not considering so much. Su Liang was somewhat unaccustomed to the fact that Tang Jingzhou had truly not shown any backup. Chapter 207. Inherent Coma and Enlightenment of the Sacred Body. When will the little junior wake up? It feels like you've been lying in bed for a long time. Why are you back up again? Liangzi, third senior brother, Xiao Liang. Hey, the person is fine, but why won't he wake up? You would really have been possessed by that thing, would you? Don't mess around. Your big brother hasn't called enough times. No, I'll call you big brother. Can you at least open your eyes and look at your little brother? Fuqin, you bald head. What kind of person are you? And you, Lanshan, how can you still make mistakes while standing beside me? Dad, let us talk reason. After finishing off that sheep snake, another sixth rel peak comes up. I don't care. If Xiao Liang doesn't wake up, you'll stay here every day with me. In a daze, Su Liang heard many voices one after another. The chaotic memories began to shrink and organize, finally returning to the moment when Tang Jingzhou's head exploded. What happened afterwards? Why does he have no impression at all? It hurts. Su Liang slowly opened his eyes. Little Junior. Fuqin's voice was loud. You're awake. Gu Zian, who was lying on the square table, raised his head in a daze. Outside the door, Fuqin, who had been guarding for over 10 days, was even more excited and kicked open the door. You're awake? Chapter 208. Chiu, I once said, if anyone messes around again, I will personally erase you. Chiu's mood was at its worst. The 10 demons were now down to 8, and the Nachi Sword Sect had publicly announced the cancellation of the 4 sects grand competition. The chaos at the 100 Beast Pass had once again pushed the demon clan to the forefront. The entire East Continent began to clear the snow from their doorsteps, digging up many seeds. It can be said that the incidents in Dian and the 100 Beast Pass had nearly shattered their preparations over the years. As the first demon chosen and the main person responsible for this breakthrough in the East Continent, how could he not be angry? Chiu, looking like a young noble, suddenly smashed the stone table in front of him with a palm, almost losing his composure as he shouted, Speak! Can someone give me an explanation? The remaining 7 demons fell silent, and even though they were merely projections, one could sense their current reluctance to move forward. After a long time, one of the demons weakly said, Boss, the 7th didn't act on its own. The Tang family set a trap and lured it in. No one expected this. Originally, it was planning to use the Tang family's financial resources and extensive network across the East Continent as an entry point. Chiu turned his head, his neck rotating a full 180 degrees while his body remained facing forward, his gaze fierce. So, are you saying I wronged it? When it chose the Tang family, didn't it volunteer? It even swore to me that everything was under control. Chapter 209. Chen Tongtong, what are so many people doing? You came from another continent, right? Today is the day for the Dan City exam. Answer correctly to gain entry to the Huaiyue Peach Forest. What question? If I knew, I wouldn't be here squeezing in. The man answering glanced sideways, and after getting a clear look at the person's face, he gasped. Damn, he's even more handsome than me. Brother, your accent doesn't sound like someone from the eastern part of the East Continent. Are you from the South? You can tell that. Of course, I'm a little genius in Dan City. Without some skill in discerning people and things, I wouldn't dare to carry this title. So, brother, are you thinking of trying this Dan City exam question? But they haven't released the question yet. Even if they do, what's the big deal? It's just about refining various pills or treating some difficult ailments. Dan City loves these. Oh, you know quite a bit. Of course, I am Chen Tongtong. How should I address you, brother? The man in black, Su Liang, dusted off his sleeves, his expression calm and unflustered, and said, I am Chen Shi. Oh, same surname. What a coincidence. Brother Shi is quite accomplished. I can't see through your cultivation level. If you can see through a third-level initial stage, then there's something wrong. Chapter 210. Who isn't a money lover? The act was pretty good. If it weren't me being deceived, it would be even better. Su Liang clenched his fist, crushing the middle-grade spirit stone in his palm into powder and casually tossing it away. It felt a bit like back in the day when he stole spirit chicken and scattered the ashes. Is it worth it? For a piece of middle-grade spirit stone. You took such a big risk. This isn't just deception, it's outright fraud. Chun Tong Tong quietly moved towards the end of the alley. But you do have talent, of course. I'm talking about your acting skills. As he spoke, Chun Tong Tong moved gracefully, the agile, chubby figure leaping off the page. In just a few steps, he darted out of the 100-meter alley like a gust of wind, completely unlike the speed expected of a third-level initial stage. But Su Liang could now use the 6th layer of Tianyu, and letting him just run away felt somewhat disrespectful. So in just a breath, he pulled Chun Tong Tong back to the original spot, pressing down on his shoulder with one hand, smiling as he said, "If you run again, I'll break your legs." Chun Tong Tong cursed inwardly. Damn, another hard stone. But he maintained a good front. "Brother, if you have something to say, just say it. Bring me the spirit stone." "I don't have it, brother." For a moment, Su Liang even thought he misheard, leading him to ask again with uncertainty, "What did you say?" Chapter 211. Entry, brother. Are you saying you want to give me 10 top-grade spirit stones just to substitute for my identity to participate in this Huayue Peach 4 selection? I don't have to do anything else? I already gave you the deposit of 1 top-grade spirit stone, didn't I? Su Liang's tone was calm, but Chun Tong Tong was completely baffled. What's going on? After a slight hesitation, Chun Tong Tong tentatively asked, "Brother, you aren't trying to hide something, are you?" "That's right, brother. If your temperament is such that you can't be seen, then I might as well live underground. Enough nonsense. I gave you the spirit stone. You accepted it. If you say you won't do this deal or mess it up, I will crush your bones like I just did with your shoulder blade, piece by piece, heal you, and crush you again, endlessly." "Stop, brother. I'm already getting scared. I'll do the deal. I guarantee I won't continue to hang around in Dan City. Just speak. Just a little less, brother. Get lost." "All right, brother." The topic for entering the Huayue Peach Forest from Dan City this time is to refine a 5th-grade spirit recovery pill. Chapter 212. Familiar feeling many people cast their gazes over. This is interesting. Logically speaking, Su Liang should keep a low profile. But Chun Tong Tong told himself not to. He could be flamboyant. In his words, he had once tricked even 6th-level cultivators out of spirit stones, and he would rather take a beating than return them, relying on the rules of Dan City. As for why he could still be alive today, Su Liang felt it wouldn't be as simple as he said, having a tough skin that could take a beating. However, everyone has their own secrets, and Su Liang was not interested in that. He just wanted to enter smoothly. With a cultivation level at the late stage of the 4th realm, he needed to work hard to reach the peak and prepare for the matters related to the jade pattern. Becoming stronger was Su Liang's only goal at the moment. There was a feeling deep down that time was running out for him. If chaos broke out in the East Continent, even the highest talent would be wasted. A young prodigy that hadn't matured could instill fear in ordinary times and had a certain deterrent power. But in a chaotic world, finding an opportunity to take you down wouldn't be difficult to say. Plus, with the failure of the sweep, the aftermath would likely be even more severe. And there was a hidden assassination door in the dark. So the threat posed by this 5th-level cultivator in front of Su Liang was truly not taken seriously. Which sect are you from? Chapter 213. Entering the Peach Forest when the person responsible for this entry selection from Danding City appeared. The shrewd old man had no choice but to temporarily give up. Naturally, a grudge had been formed, and how to resolve it would have to be discussed after entering. Dozens of people stepped into the air, and at the forefront was a middle-aged martial artist with a robust physique, exuding an overwhelming aura of vitality. He was shirtless, and his well-defined muscles were striking, making the small, frail old man walking alongside him appear less conspicuous. However, the earlier word silent came from his mouth. His profound spiritual power and peak 6th realm cultivation were displayed without reservation. He ranked 2nd among the 7 core elders of Dan City, named Su Li, and was also a 5th-grade master alchemist. The middle-aged martial artist was named Lu Yin, one of the 6 pillar figures of Ding City, a peak 6th realm martial artist and a 5th-grade master craftsman. Both of them held considerable fame in the Eastern Continent. In fact, every peak 6th realm cultivator was quite renowned in the Eastern Continent, but most people only remembered the top few. Their appearance signaled the beginning of the selection in the Huaiyue peach forest. At this moment, Su Liang chose not to draw attention to himself and quietly found a corner to sit down. Next came the usual opening remarks, led by Su Li, who briefly explained the rules. It was not hard to understand. Essentially, everyone would enter the peach forest before them to compete for points. Chapter 214. The return of the hidden killers. Su Liang shook his wrist, and the Qingping sword spun in the air, scattering a shower of sword flowers while shaking off the blood from the blade before sheathing it. The wise old man had a transparent hole opened in his throat. Su Liang was also injured, with a dagger lodged in his left chest. He was surprised, but upon seeing the dagger, he understood instantly. The lingering resentment was not gone. Logically speaking, a peak 5th realm against an early 3rd realm should be easily controlled. Therefore, one would generally not use their full strength, but this old man was different. If Su Liang had not been prepared and opened his sword domain instantly, at such a close distance, he might have truly been caught off guard. At this moment, the old man pressed his hands tightly against his throat, unable to use the life-saving jade token in time, which fell into Su Liang's hands. Su Liang held the Tianji plate to conceal himself with one hand, while the other played with the jade token. Surprised, aren't you? I've actually been on guard all along. From the moment I entered this secret realm, you harbored murderous intent towards me, just like the person who came to provoke me at the beginning. The murderous intent was faint, and you concealed it well, but for someone like me. Su Liang pointed to his chest. This heart is quite formidable. The ghost flower you gave me was mixed with something else. You were actually quite happy when I swallowed it, weren't you? Chapter 215. A long way off, Yin 12 felt that he had truly lost his mind. He had once again taken on the Tang family's bounty. Was it pride? Or something else? He could not say for sure, only feeling that as long as Su Liang was alive, his heart would not be at peace. If the second assassination failed again, it would truly be unacceptable. However, when he learned that Yin 9 and Yin 8 had also taken on this task, his mood was not very pleasant. The general rule was that tasks were accepted in order of rank, but he was not too worried. Su Liang's foundation was terrifying. He was capable of tearing apart 6th realm cultivators. Let those two die first. That would be quite good. Yin 12 dared to come even after knowing Su Liang's background, naturally relying on something. Thus, when Su Liang suddenly appeared before him, Yin 12 was surprised but could somewhat accept it. It's you? Su Liang tilted his head slightly, looking down at him. Yin 12 changed his appearance, his aura not concealed, making it not too difficult for Su Liang to recognize him. He was the one from the assassination in the B secret realm. You remember me? What an honor. Let me introduce myself. With a loud boom, the sword domain instantly unfolded. Golden sword light enveloped the surroundings, and Su Liang held the sword with one hand, his eyes showing no desire for conversation. Chapter 216. Startled when Su Liang turned around to find Scribe, he had no results. This left him somewhat regretful. If he had not chased after and killed Yin 12, he might have found the clues regarding the extermination of the Qin family, right? But there were still opportunities. Other members of the hidden killers were still around. Just as he was about to turn and look for the next lucky person, Su Liang paused. The two remaining peak 5th realm cultivators he had marked suddenly appeared outside the peach forest. After a moment of thought, Su Liang concluded that it must have been Yin 12 Scribe who had tipped them off. Reluctantly, he shook his head and thought it was a pity, but he could accept it. At least he had obtained a scroll comparable to the means of peak 6th realm cultivators, right? Su Liang found that scroll in Yin 12's storage ring, along with several thousand mid-grade spirit stones. Apart from that, it was entirely clean. He was somewhat surprised. Did these assassins not write journals or something? Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit him, and Su Liang started to sway, slowly descending. Was it miasma? It seemed more than that. It appeared to be a side effect of the second divine ability. So this was what it felt like to be physically unwell. In addition to the reduction of lifespan, symptoms of physical discomfort also emerged. Chapter 217. Time to move since he had not received any positive feedback from Chen Tongtong. Su Liang remained silent. Oh, not talking? How come I don't remember turning you into a mute? Oh, I forgot. It was your sister who got beaten into silence. Haha. TSK. I told you to listen to my advice back then, didn't I? The young master suddenly leaned down, coming close to Su Liang's ear, and said ominously, Look, I told you that you would be expelled from Ding City, and your sister can only struggle to survive, while we will have nothing to worry about. How about that? I didn't lie to you, did I? After speaking, he patted Su Liang's shoulder and added, However, I didn't expect you to sneak into this Huayua peach forest. Although I don't know what means you used if you think this way will draw attention or that you can rise up to take revenge, I find it a bit ridiculous. The young master slowly stood up, and the look of joy in his eyes did not seem fake. Su Liang suddenly looked up. He felt that according to Chun Tongtong's temperament, he should be angry now. In fact, he was a bit angry now, but he couldn't really get angry. What if he accidentally killed him? Who would take responsibility for that? So he imprinted a divine thought mark on him, lowered his head, and stopped responding. Chapter 218. Yin Yuan Spirit Body. Hey, brother, you're back? Shin Tong Tong seemed to have been waiting deliberately. As soon as Su Liang stepped into the courtyard, he appeared in front of him, wearing a flattering expression. Su Liang glanced at him indifferently. His appearance had returned to normal, concealed beneath the aura of the Tianji plate, making him look like an ordinary person. If it weren't for his exceptionally outstanding appearance, he might have struggled to attract attention. Were you waiting for me? Is there something? Chun Tong Tong squeezed his hands behind his back, his expression unchanged, smiling. Nothing, brother. I just wanted to express my admiration for you. It can be said to be like high mountains and flowing water, endlessly eloquent. That's called looking up at the high mountains. It's all the same. As long as you understand the meaning, brother. Are you planning to keep me here chatting? Well, that's not acceptable. Please go ahead. Chun Tong Tong didn't even realize it himself. When he said this, the tension in his heart was constantly spreading. Su Liang walked silently behind him. Shin Tong Tong was scared. When he first saw himself, this emotion was very faint, but now it was extremely intense. The small courtyard, though not large, was quite square, with several rooms in total. Chapter 219. How much? Brother, can you cure this? Su Liang nodded. It's a package deal. What a joke, when leaving the 100 Beast Pass, under Fu Qin's arrangement. He secretly reattached Old Master Lan's arm and rescued by Wenshan, who was sent to battle. Su Liang didn't hide his first divine ability from everyone. He didn't think too much about it. He just felt that such means shouldn't be kept hidden forever. The 7 great families of the 100 Beast Pass were genuinely shedding blood for the entire southern part of the eastern continent, following the orders of the Nanchi Sword Sect. He was a formal disciple of the Nanchi Sword Sect's Shaolin Peak, a direct disciple of Peak Master Xian Tianyi. If he acted coy, it would be embarrassing. As for exposing this divine ability, it didn't matter. He had plenty of other tricks up his sleeve. After learning that Sister Mu was likely the 9 realms lord mentioned by old ancestor Xiaofeng, Su Liang stood even taller. His 5th junior brother said something very reasonable. 3,000 paths are no match for the path of shaking people. So, you're working so hard to accumulate spirit stones just to cure your sister? Yes. Will those people let you go? No. Even if I have tortured myself to this extent, the marks they branded on me won't disappear. That was told to me after they tortured me once to make me more afraid. Chapter 220. Twice. Well, I got a bit carried away just now. Su Liang's face didn't flush, nor did his heart race. The improvement of moral standards has nothing to do with how thick his skin is. Brother, please accept this. I absolutely have no insincerity. That's true. After all, the mouth can lie, but the heart cannot. After reluctantly accepting it, Su Liang's smile couldn't be contained. However, Su Liang suddenly seemed to be struck by inspiration, reaching out towards Chun Tong Tong, grabbing at his neck. Shin Tong Tong didn't dodge or avoid, though he was somewhat confused. Aren't you afraid I'll cut your throat? Brother, you must have your reasons for doing this. Shin Tong Tong hesitated a little. But what if I really want to kill you? If you kill me, you must have your reasons too. We are merely strangers who met by chance. You could easily kill me and then seize your sister's Yin Yuan spirit body. Aren't you afraid? I know you're saying this on purpose. I'm not saying on purpose. Su Liang's tone was very serious, his enchanting phoenix eyes slightly squinting. And he added, I really might do that. Shin Tong Tong met those eyes. An invisible pressure spread out like a tide, engulfing him and making it hard for him to breathe. Chapter 221. Not speaking also counts. That night, Su Liang, transformed into a little chubby boy, was alone in the courtyard enjoying the cool air and admiring the moon. One reason he chose Chun Tong Tong was that his experiences were somewhat similar to his past self, allowing him to empathize. This was quite rare in this world where cultivators' joys and sorrows do not connect. After helping Chun Tong Tong reverse his hidden injuries and restore his appearance, Su Liang didn't completely erase the marks on him. Instead, he silently transferred them to himself. It was also because Huang Kong was careless back then. Otherwise, just sensing the marks would have exposed him on the spot. Before his thoughts could scatter, the moonlight suddenly vanished. Was it cloud cover? No. It was the formation curtains unfolding. Su Liang sat up straight, calm and composed. It wasn't for nothing that he waited so long in the courtyard. As the curtain fell, several figures flashed out, looking at him coldly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Su Liang patiently counted, and when the seventh person emerged, he smiled slightly. 7 people came to snatch my identity insignia. How do you plan to divide it? How about this? You fight first, and the one who survives to the end. I will personally hand over the identity insignia. The 7 did not hide, all revealing their true forms. Chapter 222. Do you like leaving marks? The Huaihua Peach Forest was a grand event in Danding City, comparable in scale to the Golden Lotus Conference, but primarily aimed at cultivators of the 4th and 5th realms. The peach forest was filled with opportunities, and it wasn't just about picking peaches. These peaches weren't real peaches. They weren't heavenly materials and earthly treasures to be picked and eaten or refined into pills. Instead, they were ruled jade patterns that needed to be refined and absorbed instantly. The jade patterns connect to the heavenly pathways, guiding spiritual power and allowing spells to merge with a trace of Tao rhythm, greatly enhancing their power. Moreover, the more numerous and complex the jade patterns, the higher the quality and the more Tao rhythm they can integrate, the greater their power. However, this thing isn't very useful for martial artists and is of little use to sword cultivators. As for why Su Liang wanted to condense better jade patterns, it was due to 2 reasons. First, after his senior brother self-destructed and recultivated, he sensed something unusual and advised him to pay attention to the 5th realm jade patterns. Especially when breaking through from the 4th to the 5th realm and condensing jade pattern for the first time, he needed to go all out. Second, from the notes left by old ancestor Xiao Feng, he learned about the immense role of 5th realm jade patterns in the 7th realm. The 7th realm can communicate with heaven and earth, creating its own domain, and the jade patterns are the key foundation. It seems that the other 4 continents are indeed ruthless, as such matters are hidden from the eastern continent. Chapter 223. Not pretending anymore. In the cave paradise of Danding City, which stretches for hundreds of miles, there is a green wave lake several thousand meters wide, which was the most lively before the opening of the Huaihua Peach Forest. Over 100 outstanding individuals qualified to attend the Huaihua Peach Forest usually hold a gathering here. Many outstanding disciples selected by Danding City enjoy drinking and chatting in the pavilions by the lake, discussing the outstanding candidates for this election. I heard that senior brother Huang Yu is coming this time. I don't know if it's true. Huh? Senior brother Huang Yu is almost 40, right? I heard that senior brother Huang Yu recently had new insights and wants to further improve the jade patterns to break through the limitations of the 5th realm peak. I've also heard that his technique, withered wood meets spring, rain falls with frost, has reached great success. The gathered disciples of Danding City exchanged words casually. By the way, Zhou Shi, I heard you're doing something for Elder Hong this time? Everyone turned to look. Zhou Shi was a pure spellcaster with high talent. Having entered the 5th realm at 30, Zhou Shi, who hadn't spoken much, smiled upon hearing this and waved his hand. No way, they offered too much. What is the matter? Ah, that is not for you to inquire about. Elder Hong has given instructions. Chapter 224. Hee. Chen Tongtong was just put in like that. At the entrance of the Huaihua Peach Forest, Lu Yin frowned and looked at Su Li. There must be something wrong with him. Not to mention how he passed the assessment, just the fact that Huang Kong and the others went over to cause trouble and didn't come back is worth investigating. Chen Tongtong was once a proud talent of Ding City, but Lu Yin, as one of the 6 pillars of Ding City, showed such favoritism in his words that even Su Li, who always upheld the principle of fairness, frowned. So, have you found any news after investigating for 7 days? Su Li glanced at him and then used voice transmission. You even hinted at those loose cultivators to test him. Hee, that's exactly what I wanted to say. Lu Yin also communicated through voice. I've been paying attention to those who went to snatch, and just now, news came that one of them has died. Where did he die? In the alley 3 streets behind Chen Tongtong's residence. So, this is enough to show that this kid is not normal. How could a mere early-stage 3rd realm have such great abilities? Even the most useless loose cultivator is at least 5th realm. Say the conclusion. I think Chen Tongtong is not Chen Tongtong. Lu Yin communicated with some certainty. Chapter 225. Then you come, peach branches bloom in spring, clouds swirl around the morning mountain green. Su Liang looked at the huge stone tablet in front of him, stroked his chin, and pondered. But he couldn't figure out what it meant, so he had to ask the child beside him, "Do I really have to solve it myself?" It was that strange little boy dressed in pink and green, with a tuft of hair on his head. The child pointed at the stone tablet and instructed in a mature manner, "If you want great fortune, you must solve this riddle." "What if I don't solve it?" The child shook his head. "If you don't solve it, then all my thoughts will be wasted." "No, that won't do." "What if it's wasted?" "If it's wasted, then it's wasted." "Very well said. Don't say it next time." Su Liang's expression was complicated, and he truly felt a bit confused about what he was doing. After pondering for a moment, he directly asked, "Are you the spirit of this Huayue peach forest?" If we were to use your words, yes." The child generously admitted, even adding, "But I have a name called Tao Tao." "How about it? Nice name, right? Who gave you this name?" Tao Tao held 2 fingers of his left hand in a V shape, resting on his chin, rubbing back and forth in a thoughtful manner. It seems someone gave it to me, but it also seems I gave it to myself. I can't remember clearly." Chapter 226. Wang Yu A. M. Tao Tao shook his head like a rattle drum. "I can't fight." "You've already become a spirit and still can't fight?" Su Liang teased lightly, then looked at the stone tablet and asked, "Has anyone solved it before?" Tao Tao seemed to be awakened, snapped his fingers, and said excitedly, "Yes, yes." "How do they solve it?" "Oh right, they had to rhyme." "What does that mean?" "Reading comprehension?" Su Liang was puzzled. He could naturally come up with rhyming words, but how to calculate the solution? That is not quite right. Someone is coming. Tao Tao wanted to say something else, but suddenly a sound of breaking air came from afar. A number of flying figures passed by, and when the leading person saw the huge stone tablet, his speed gradually slowed down, landing steadily, then ignoring Su Liang, let out a breath. "Found it, that stone tablet. Huang Yu, is this thing it?" For people landed behind him, 3 men and 1 woman, all older, all late-stage 5th realm. According to reason, the Huayue peach forest is most suitable for cultivators at the peak of the 4th realm who are about to break into the 5th realm. However, it also has considerable benefits for cultivators at the peak of the 5th realm. According to convention, the internal selection of Danding City would only consider disciples for admission. Chapter 227. The world falls silent in the blood-red frenzy. The only surviving female cultivator sat paralyzed on the ground, looking in terror at the sea of blood mist converging towards one person. "Huang Yu?" She trembled and spoke. Huang Yu, bathed in blood mist, lowered his gaze, eyes filled with madness, and chuckled softly after fixing his gaze on this beautiful junior sister. "Seeking immortality is just about competition. You all should have understood this by now. Opportunities like breaking into the 6th realm are not without intrigue, even within the sect, let alone the spirit of the Huayue peach forest. You 4 actually dared to think of sharing it with me? Ha ha ha, a bit foolish but somewhat cute." The woman's face turned pale. "You're possessed." Huang Yu no longer looked at her, raised both hands, and with a look of contentment said, "Possessed? As long as I can obtain the spirit of the Huayue peach forest, what does it matter if I'm possessed? At that time, in the entire eastern continent. Where can I go? Do you know why I spared your life?" Her expression tightened, unable to speak, feeling that the brother before her was completely different from the gentle and refined brother she once knew. "Don't worry, even though you have some looks. In the face of great righteousness, female beauty is just like smoke and clouds." Huang Yu's figure rose into the air, and almost simultaneously, a blood-red manifestation slowly condensed above his head. Chapter 228. Jade patterns open. What are you staring at with such big eyes? I've killed peak 6th realms before you. A peak 5th realm, one die unjustly. Su Liang placed 1 foot on Huang Yu's chest, looking down at him. At this moment, Huang Yu was already breathing shallowly, life hanging by a thread. "Aren't you unwilling?" "But isn't this exactly the weak being preyed upon by the strong? Survival of the fittest that you pursue?" After gently shaking his head, Su Liang moved his foot and stepped down onto his head. Question: Can a flat head grow round again? Answer: No. It can only be pieced together. The shattered skull scattered in the wind. Going in circles, there was no progress, and instead, he had invited some trouble for himself. Su Liang rubbed his forehead. After all, this was the territory of Danding City. If things were not handled properly, he would be entering as Chun Tong Tong. Danding City could completely kill a Chun Tong Tong without giving any explanation to the Nanchi Sword Sect. Who knows that Su Liang is Chun Tong Tong? Tao Tao, I think I remember. At this moment, Tao Tao exclaimed loudly, the sound so loud it made Su Liang's ears ache. However, this news sounded genuinely pleasing. Tell me? If I say it out loud, then at 1T count. You have to guess yourself. Chapter 229, Step by Step to the Sky Within the Heart Lake. Su Liang familiarized himself as he rose. Branches? You're awake. Look, they're even you. Tao Tao had somehow settled into his heart lake, and beside him was Su Liang, looking indifferent. There are more people now, a short and shallow self-comfort. Su Liang sat up, supported himself on the surface of the lake, and smiled at him. We meet again. Last time you said we would see each other again at 5th Realm. Now it seems this is a successful breakthrough. He remained quiet, while Tao Tao, as if seeking credit, puffed out his chest, placed his hands on his hips, and closed his eyes. When I, Tao Tao, make a move, I know whether it works or not. Just a mere 5th Realm, small problem. I'll give you something big in a bit. How about it? Am I impressive? Su Liang smiled back at him, giving a thumbs up. Awesome. Unfortunately, before he could laugh a few more times, Tao Tao stepped forward, casually plucking him up with one hand, and tossed him away, disappearing without a trace. You really took it seriously. Stupid. Su Liang stood up and met his gaze. The gray version of Su Liang had a calm and stern expression, looking at him with no hint of humanity. You've always said that you are me, but you won't elaborate, saying I can't handle it. So what about now? He shook his head, too low. But fortunately, he already had the ability to protect himself. Chapter 230, Purple Sky Thunder Calamity Liquid. The heavenly thunder fell continuously, yet not a single bolt dared to come within 3 feet. The momentum was grand, but it seemed more like a warning. Su Liang walked through the air, neither fast nor slow. His expression was indifferent, as if he were untouched by worldly affairs. As he got closer, the thunder grew louder, and the number of heavenly bolts increased. He frowned slightly. The originally dense, heavenly thunder suddenly fell silent, and even the roiling calamity clouds diminished greatly. Seeing this, Su Liang's brows relaxed. There was no pressure emanating from him. At least, that's how it appeared to the people of Danding City. A peak 6th Realm cultivator could use their methods to see quite far. He suddenly stopped, just a step away from the purple sky thunder calamity liquid, and abruptly turned to look at all the people and things observing this place. Kneel. Gently, he uttered a single word. Bang! The space shattered inch by inch, spreading down from midair. The mountains and rivers of this secret realm rumbled and suddenly plummeted downward. The rivers ceased to flow, and flowers, grass, and trees all bent down, as if in worship. The cultivators who entered the Huayu Peach Forest unexpectedly knelt down without warning. And even the more than 10 peak 6th Realm cultivators from Danding City had no exceptions, even breaking into a cold sweat. What kind of method is this? Chapter 231, Search One by One. So, is it not your method? Su Liang pondered for a moment. Tao Tao nodded, her eyes full of longing. But this purple sky thunder calamity liquid is a good thing. If I were to reshape my form in the future, this would be a great supplement. It would be even more beneficial for Ji. This is a heavenly object. Reshape my form? Su Liang was taken aback. What do you mean? You don't want this vast Huayu Peach Forest? Tao Tao nodded again, a bit reluctant. Yes. This peach forest was just a temporary place for me to stay for many years, so I feel a bit reluctant, but there's no choice. For over 10,000 years. Ji, your scent is the most pleasant. Tao Tao's cleverness told me that following you is definitely the right choice. The future is bound to be limitless. As she spoke, she motivated herself with some self-encouragement. Su Liang found it strange. It was the first time he had received such recognition from a spirit heart. Suddenly, realizing something, he grasped the key word and asked again, temporary residence in the peach forest? Aren't you the spirit heart born from this peach forest? Upon hearing this, Tao Tao's expression became a bit unnatural. She stuck out her tongue, and her speech slowed down, stammering, Yes, actually, I'm not Ji. I'm afraid you wouldn't take me with you if you knew I wasn't the spirit heart born from this peach forest, so. Chapter 232. When pulling a tiger's skin, naturally, you must pull the biggest one. Soul searching? Su Liang frowned and quietly moved back among the crowd. Soul searching is impossible. But now, how to escape has become a technical skill. The Huayu Peach Forest, which Danding City takes pride in, has simply disappeared, and naturally, is not easy to deal with. The crowd was still unwilling to cooperate with the soul searching, but unfortunately, the mountain of Danding City was too high, leaving almost no space for resistance. Fortunately, They weren't immediately subjected to soul-searching, but were given time to clarify what they saw and did in the Huayu Peach Forest. Led by Su Liang, they were interrogated one by one. The once high-spirited young talents now wore grim expressions. Those who managed to reach this level through the assessment were basically hopeful sixth realm prospects. But compared to the Huayu Peach Forest, this weight was not even close. As each young talent recounted their experiences, Su Li's confusion deepened. I found a peach tree, set up a formation to comprehend it, made some progress after condensing jade patterns, and was then forcibly teleported out. The disciple did not encounter a peach tree, but suddenly felt dizzy, went black before his eyes, and shortly after woke up to be teleported out. The disciple had just discovered a peach tree and was about to comprehend it when, in a daze, all the peaches on the tree disappeared. The disciple thought it was the peach tree's method and, without looking closely, was teleported out. Chapter 233. You came up to me? Do you think I'm a pig? You think you can scare me like this? The city lord of Dan City squinted his eyes, but the force in his hand relaxed considerably. What if? Su Liang continued to smile, pointing to his own neck. If the senior has the courage, feel free to break it. Although he said this, Su Liang's attention and spiritual sense were still fully alert. As long as he wasn't deceived, he would escape in an instant. Both of them began to feel tense. Until Su Li interjected, Senior Brother Qin, why not wait a moment? There's no rush. Since this Huayu Peach Forest is my responsibility, if something goes wrong, I will handle it. How about that? The city lord of Dan City turned to look at him, nodding after a moment and releasing his grip. Then you can ask. He was still worried about that what if. Moreover, Su Li was right. There was no need to rush. This is Dan Ding City, the territory of Dan City. Even if a step elder from the Nanchi Sword Sect at half-step 7th realm came, he would not give the other party much face today. But the 10 Directions Hall of Zhongzhou is different. Su Li stepped forward, looking coldly at Su Liang. Continue with what the 10 Directions Hall says. Su Liang coughed a few times again, smiling and shaking his head, his expression gradually becoming manic. It seems that Dan Ding City is still afraid. Do you really want to die? Su Li narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent flickering in his gaze. Chapter 234. The strong speak, the weak listen. The city lord of Dan City was somewhat headache-ridden at this moment. Is what Qin Tongtong said really true? Are you his master? Jin Yutong shook his head. I am not. But I have a younger sister who is an apprentice of the same person. All right, I'm not one for many words. If there's nothing else, I'll take my people and leave. Wait, the city lord of Dan City interrupted. My Huayu Peach Forest in Dan Ding City was plotted against today. This matter must be investigated clearly, right? Since your Chun Tongtong entered the Huayu Peach Forest and enjoyed such opportunities, you should have the obligation to cooperate with us in clarifying it, right? Normally, he would not only treat Jin Yutong with courtesy, but he would also comfort Qin Tongtong. But today is different. The Huayu Peach Forest is of great importance. With all sorts of schemes involved, it absolutely cannot go wrong. Jin Yutong nodded. You make some sense. The city lord of Dan City breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Then, Jin Yutong asked Su Liang, did you plot against our Huayu Peach Forest? Su Liang was confused, but honestly shook his head in denial. No. Jin Yutong nodded in satisfaction and then said to the city lord of Dan City, look, I asked him, and he did not plot against it. Chapter 235. You are an outsider, but I am not. Still pretending? Quick, let me see your true self. Is it really as handsome as the old man said? 100 miles away, Jin Yutong smiled in a somewhat lewd manner, his gaze carrying a hint of malice that made Su Liang feel uneasy. What do you mean? I don't understand. Who are you? Su Liang planned to keep pretending. However, Jin Yutong clearly didn't given the chance, raising a finger and shaking it. Su Liang, 18 years old, a disciple of the South Stream Sword Sect's Little Lotus Peak in this round for realms. Don't know why you've reached the 5th realm in less than half a month. Are you really aiming for me? Su Liang frowned. Then his figure shifted, slowly returning to his original appearance. Hiss! Jin Yutong gasped, his eyes losing focus. Why are you more handsome than me? Su Liang remained silent for a moment. It's always been like this. Not modest at all. It's just my personality. Do you always speak in this tone? Always. You even rhymed. It's not hard. After all, the last 2 words are the same. Seems you're still not very reassured about me. Jin Yutong smacked his lips, spreading his hands. Fine. Considering my old man's repeated reminders. Chapter 236. Accepting it calmly. South Stream Sword Sect, Little Lotus Peak. Meng Weiji's peak is the farthest away and also the cleanest and largest in scale. Boom! A 100-foot waterfall was suddenly cut off by some invisible force. The roaring water flow parted to the sides, as if a curtain was being lifted. Under the water curtain, a figure in white walked out. Gradually, her full appearance came into view. She stood tall and straight, with waist-length black hair gently flowing, her face beautiful yet naturally cold. Her bright eyes contained sharpness and heroism, exuding a powerful aura that ordinary people would find hard to meet. Meng Weiji walked lightly, neither fast nor slow, steadily stepping out of the waterfall, standing in midair. The cut-off waterfall instantly returned to its noisy state, rushing down again. Almost simultaneously, dark clouds began to swirl above Little Lotus Peak, layer upon layer, extending for hundreds or even thousands of miles. Several beams of light soared into the sky, looking towards Little Lotus Peak. Leading them was Sun Yuandao. His eyes first showed confusion, then joy. This is the commotion of breaking into the sixth realm. Could that direction be Weiji? Beside him, Meng Lin nodded. Chunxi is too lazy and only interested in spirit puppets. The only one who could cause such a stir is that girl. Chapter 237. Who knows? First of all, I'm not called Chunxi. My name is Su Liang. Liang means kind, but I'm actually not kind. Helping you comes at a cost. Chen Tong Tong, please remember this. Chen Tong Tong, who had already regained his original appearance, looked somewhat heroic, his long hair tied up, carefully helping his sister up. He listened to these words without a sound, just smiling. It's fine to call me Chunxi or Su Liang. He recognizes people. From the moment Su Liang truly healed his sister, even if he had to kneel and call him father, Chen Tong Tong wouldn't even frown. Don't just keep smiling. I'm serious. Su Liang clasped his hands behind his back, trying to appear as serious as possible. Next, what he needed to explain to Chen Tong Tong was, broadly speaking, related to his intelligence network in the eastern part of the East Continent, indirectly affecting the overall situation of the East Continent. Of course, that's a bit too grand. At least for now, it concerns the life and death of this brother and sister. Benefactor, you say, I will also help my brother remember. Chen Xiaoxiao smiled lightly, her tone showing no hint of insincerity. Su Liang understood this, but sighed inwardly. How can this be serious? He pondered for a moment, then said to Chen Tong Tong, do you want to be a guest elder in Danding City? Chapter 238. Can't say. Also the 8th realm Dan City, secret chamber. Messed up? Dan City's Lord Qian Jiji remained silent, until the charming-looking man asked again. He finally nodded. Messed up? The man sighed, his expression calm. In that case, our cooperation ends here. Qian Jiji frowned. You didn't make a move from start to finish. The man stood up in this dim, secret chamber. The faint spirit light reflected on his face, making his pale skin appear even more enchanting. Lord Qian, are you feeling dizzy? The man's gaze turned cold. When I revealed the information about Su Liang entering Dan City to you, who guaranteed that he would be secretly killed in Dan City. He stepped forward, his words filled with pressure. Speak who? Qian Jiji's face was as dark as water, unable to respond. He knew about Su Liang entering Dan City, but afterward, he vanished without a trace. No matter how much he secretly investigated, it was useless. Moreover, for this matter, he skipped the steps that should have been exposed in Huaihua Peach Forest and handed everything over to Su Li to handle. Now you still have the face to tell me it's messed up because we didn't make a move from the beginning to the end? Chapter 239. When people are speechless, they truly become speechless. A phantom of a Dan furnace stood in midair, the scorching waves rolling constantly, burning the great demon in the center. Is this okay? Su Li showed worry. After all, it's a demon. How should we consider refining it to replenish the lost demonic energy of Huaihua Peach Forest? Aftershock was completely dispersed by Qian Jiji's divine ability. Everyone used their means to imprison it and began to refine it. It wanted the spirit heart, right? Then let us refine it into a spirit heart. Qian Jiji's gaze was deep. Su Li saw this and stopped persuading. In fact, after Shang approached, its fate was already sealed. Danding City is not one of those so-called top forces. How could it be controlled so easily? Ridiculous. As for that demon seed, after months of thorough research, Qian Jiji erased it using alchemy techniques. However, that thing was indeed a bit troublesome. If he hadn't taken precautions in advance, and the Puryong fire hadn't burned day and night, it might have really succeeded. Continuous cries of agony erupted. Shang screamed in pain in the flames. You all will pay the price. Even knowing it had fallen into someone else's trap, Shang still held firm. Perhaps it also knew that begging for mercy was useless, right? Chapter 240. Extremely fast, aren't you afraid? Should I be afraid? Yes, you should be afraid. There is no one in this world who wouldn't be afraid of a ninth realm cultivator. That has common sense. Jin Yutong said seriously. But are you afraid? Su Liang retorted. Jin Yutong seemed to be waiting for this, quickly replying, I'm not afraid. Oh. Su Liang glanced at him, then closed his eyes. Huh? Why aren't you continuing to ask? Shouldn't you ask me why I'm not afraid? Su Liang ignored him. I want to ask. I'll suffocate you. Jin Yutong opened his mouth several times, wanting to say something, but ultimately didn't break the deadlock due to pride. Just hold on. Suddenly, Su Liang opened his eyes. What's up, you want to ask? The latter ignored him, instead looking toward a certain place in the darkness, shaking his head. Someone is coming. Jin Yutong was taken aback upon hearing this, then spread his spiritual senses in the direction he was looking. To be honest, in this eastern continent, he only needed to keep his guard within 100 meters. In a critical moment, he could draw his sword quickly enough. How could he constantly monitor movements within several miles like Su Liang? Several sharp sounds of breaking air quickly approached, and amidst the vast, icy wilderness, a few figures appeared. Chapter 241. Almost there, this was probably why Su Liang did not insist on Jin Yutong leaving. 5-peak 6th realm cultivators. He could kill them with a wave of his hand. This trouble of yours is quite significant. Jin Yutong held the remaining sheath with pain. This is the longest I've had a knife with me. How long? 3 months. That's really long. Su Liang was speechless. You don't cherish your knife at all? Jin Yutong denied it. This isn't my knife. I haven't found my knife yet. Su Liang understood. They exchanged words, but did not mention the 5 people lying on the ground. Until Jin Yutong's eyes lit up and he asked, haven't you told me how you figured out they were coming for you? To be honest, these people have quite a bit of skill. Even my perception was deceived. Su Liang smiled. You probably haven't been assassinated in secret much, have you? Assassinate me? Jin Yutong pointed to himself, then to the 5 corpses on the ground. Don't talk about mere peak 6th realm, even if an 8th realm came. They would have to think twice about whether they are worthy. As for me, I'm living off my family. Coincidentally, I have a bit of capital to rely on. My old man, this amount. Chapter 242. Heaven's Secrets Broken Transmission Spirit Stone? I know, what's up with it? Is this thing common in Central Continent? What? Common? Do you know how much this thing costs? Jin Yutong's voice involuntarily rose by 3 degrees. Su Liang's expression froze. Then his heart sank to the bottom. Why do you suddenly look so heavy-hearted? Is it very difficult to manufacture transmission spirit stones? Su Liang asked again. Jin Yutong nodded. To completely connect this thing while preventing information leaks, it requires at least a 3rd-grade formation master to carve the formation. Even if it's made, each transmission of information costs quite a bit, but it excels in transmitting messages extremely quickly and over long distances, unlike ordinary message talismans. This thing can only be afforded by someone at least in the 7th realm. So, do you have one? Here it is. Jin Yutong spoke quite openly and clearly, flipping his hand to take out a crystal. With his already 4th-grade formation skills, Su Liang instantly sensed the profound runes. After a moment of contemplation, Su Liang took out his own transmission spirit stone. Calling spirit stone? Before he could ask, Jin Yutong had already exclaimed in surprise. You thought this was a transmission spirit stone all along. Chapter 243. Implicit meaning. Jin Yutong fainted quickly, but woke up just as fast. In the blink of an eye, he was lively again, though he sounded a bit annoyed. That bastard calculated against me. Su Liang, who originally wanted to express some concern, immediately fell silent. It seemed there was nothing serious. Transmission spirit stone, calling spirit stone. Su Liang pondered whether to ask for clarification. What are we talking about? Without giving him a chance to hesitate, Jin Yutong directly asked. Su Liang sighed inwardly and quickly continued, calling spirit stone. All right, this thing. Jin Yutong's brief lapse was filled again, but when the words reached his lips, he hesitated somewhat. He wasn't a fool. What happened earlier wasn't an ordinary method, and even with his experience, he could think of more. It seemed he had inadvertently disrupted a chess game. However, recalling the pain and scrutiny that came from the soul earlier, Jin Yutong made a decision. If it's ruined, then so be it. He was Jin Yutong, the direct grandson of Jin Duanshuan, the godson of Meng Tianji, and the embodiment of opulence. born with wealth. No one in the fifth domain had a background as deep as his. Who cares about your chess game? The Calling Spirit Stone is a defective product of the Transmission Spirit Stone. It isn't too difficult to make, but there's one fatal flaw. Chapter 244. I want to take a look after a moment of daze. Jin Yutong gradually regained his senses. His first thought was, are you a fifth realm qualified? What is the situation in the Eastern continent? Even ninth realm schemes are here. But he liked this personality. Jin Yutong's gaze held more appreciation. No wonder you are Luo Zijin's junior brother, Wei Zhi's junior brother. Not bad, I quite like you. Su Liang was taken aback and quietly took 2 steps back. Appreciation is fine, but liking is unnecessary. He already had someone he liked. Su Liang silently thought. Jin Yutong looked as if he understood. I know you have a title called Brother Liking, but I think Brother Joy sounds smoother. How about next time you come? Just say I like you? Su Liang's face instantly darkened. Is this never ending? Don't you know that only true feeling should not be ridiculed? What I mean is pure love. Yes, pure love. All right, in that case, I agree. Jin Yutong clapped his hands, stepping forward and instantly appearing in front of Su Liang. But you're a pretty good person. I think you're quite suitable for making friends. Saying this, he extended his hand and smiled. I just don't know if I'm qualified to be your friend. Chapter 245. Is this really how it unfolds? Luo Zijin ultimately did not go in. Xin Tianyi couldn't persuade him, but adding one more person was enough. What about that little Liang? Did he agree? Luo Zijin gazed complexly toward the deepest part of the Demon Domain Mountains. In the dark, he felt there was something there, something very important. This feeling was exceptionally strong. There was no reason for it, just a pure whim. But Luo Zijin didn't want to go in just because of that. In the history of 10,000 years ago, Luo Zijin came to the same conclusion as Su Liang initially. The other 4 continents were waiting for a backlash from the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao is merciless, and it has always been so. If the border is breached, the Heavenly Tao of the Eastern continent will return to its place. How could it not enact retribution after being used for 10,000 years? In other words, the greatest laws of heaven and earth cannot be easily manipulated. So what is so important inside the Demon Domain Mountains? Have you heard? The Frost and Snow Palace is preparing to take the lead in the 10,000 Arrays secret realm this time. All forces must first pass their test. Is that true? If the Frost and Snow Palace acts like this, wouldn't it offend the other forces terribly? What's so strange about that? If the other 3 top sects send people, the Frost Snow Palace will naturally not make things too difficult, and even those first-rate forces, as long as they understand the situation, should not cause any turmoil. Chapter 246. My life is at risk. I don't know her. We're just sharing a table. I'll leave first if there is nothing else. Su Liang took the lead and forcibly halted the situation. But some things can't be stopped just because he wants to. Yufu, is that right? I'll listen to you. Whatever you say goes. Ma Lu rubbed his hands, looking very obsequious. Su Liang didn't take him seriously. Even if he was a playboy, he was still a playboy who had barely reached the 3rd realm thanks to pills. What weight could a pretty boy like Su Liang, who didn't even have a hint of spiritual energy fluctuation and wasn't accompanied by anyone, carry? Zhu Yufu's gaze was very cold as she looked at him. Get lost. Upon hearing this, Ma Lu suddenly looked like he was enjoying himself, his voice gradually becoming seductive. Ah yes, this is the taste. Curse me. Yufu, the more you curse me, the more you love me. His Su Liang leaned back slightly. There is something there. You all agree, right? The energized Ma Lu turned to ask the 3 4th realm guards. The 3 nodded without hesitation. Young master is right. As the saying goes, hitting is affection, cursing is love. Ma Lu nodded in satisfaction and casually tossed out a few mid-grade spirit stones. Well said here, as a reward. Ma Lu, clean up your mouth. Do you really think you can marry my sister? Why don't you take a look in the mirror? Chapter 247. If you don't accept, let us fight. Zhu Yufu opened her mouth several times, but couldn't say anything. The hot-tempered Zhu Yuqian stood up and leaned closer to her sister. The manager of Fengmenla was the first to regain his senses and quickly stepped forward. Senior, please calm down, please calm down. Su Liang didn't speak, just glanced at him. The latter instantly fell silent and stepped back, but his fingers quietly pinched out a message talisman. When he looked at Su Liang again, the manager felt that this person looked very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. The current situation was somewhat out of control. Zhu Yufu bowed and said, Senior, forgive me, what could she say? Could she say that she was a bit attracted to him? How could she say that? Just pay up. In the midst of her hesitation, Su Liang decisively provided his own solution. According to Chunxi's extortion, no, that is not right. What is it called? Oh right, mental distress compensation. For people, let us say 10 mid-grade spirit stones each. Since it's too much to say that, let us add 10 more, totaling 50 mid-grade spirit stones. Su Liang stretched out his hand to demand. No credit. The sudden change caught even the onlookers off guard. With that imposing manner, if one didn't know better, they would think he was about to do something big, yet he was only asking for this little bit before leaving. Chapter 248. The tea is cold. A loud noise came from Frost Snow City. Such a commotion had far exceeded the maximum noise level allowed for fighting within the city. The Frost Snow Palace was not very strict in managing Frost Snow City. As long as they delivered what was required by the palace every year, it was okay. And as long as there was no major unrest, things could just barely get by. Sect like the South Creeksword sect, which values the common people, is extremely rare. Cultivators are often very indifferent, contentious, and calculating. Therefore, a first-rate force like the Ma family could thrive in Frost Snow City, and places like Feiminla would only try to curry favor. When that brilliantly golden giant sword nailed the owner of Feiminla firmly to the street outside, the manager suddenly knelt down, leaning back. It's over. Su Liang didn't use any special techniques, just 800 sword chi from his sword form. He was afraid of accidentally killing him. Since Tao Tao entered his body, he didn't have to worry about the jade patterns at all. Just focus on increasing his spiritual power. This was quite terrifying. It was like everyone else grows in curves, but for Su Liang, it was a straight line going up. Combined with his solid foundation and monstrous talent, the owner of Feiminla, who was at the mid-stage of the 6th realm, truly had no qualification to fight him. Chapter 249. Settled. Please wait a moment. I'll change it for you right away. The manager rolled and crawled to remove the tea from the table. Su Liang didn't look at him and smiled at Ma Changyuan. The tea is cold. How much longer do you want to wait? The latter looked somewhat confused. No matter how he looked at it, Su Liang was helping Zhu Yufu out of trouble. Could it be that he saw through his intention to drag Zhu Yufu into this and involve the Zhu family? If you don't speak, I'll take it as you've finished. So how will we settle this? Let me remind you, Su Liang was still smiling. He, your son, is preparing to have someone kill me. In other words, he wants my life. Ma Changyuan's old face was filled with seriousness. This kid is quite sharp-witted. He casually disrupted his intentions, and now he has escalated this conflict, which could have been negotiated into a minor issue, into a life-and-death situation. Your son wants my life. Without a perfect solution, can this matter be settled? Headache. If he were a loose cultivator or a young master from another first-rate force, he would have dozens of ways to resolve this perfectly. But unfortunately, he is Su Liang, a direct disciple of the Little Lotus Peak master of the South Creeksword sect, a junior of Luo Zijin, a freak who reached the mid-stage of the 5th realm at only 18 or 19. Chapter 250. Decide for yourself, Gigi. As soon as I arrived, I saw you hitting someone, even breaking them in half. Not far from Feiminla, a voice rang out in Su Liang's heart lake. Tao Tao is awake. Tao Tao. Hey, Tao Tao, who was focusing on condensing jade patterns, came online again after a month. Gigi, let me tell you, although your jade pattern is just that little bit, it's really hard to condense. Did you suffer? Oh, it's okay. After all, Tao Tao, I'm quite capable. It's just that those lotuses in your spiritual sea keep competing for territory with me. Su Liang rubbed his forehead. This is the second time Tao Tao has mentioned such poor compatibility. Can't you just share? It's not that simple. Forget it, Tao Tao. Have a big heart, so I'll let you have a bit. After all, I can still sleep in your heart lake. Su Liang was speechless, hesitated slightly, and then asked in his mind, no one is making things difficult for you in the heart lake, right? Huh, Gigi, what you said is scary. Who is in the heart lake? Then there is no one. That is good. So, it seems the jade pattern is successfully condensed. Not yet, Gigi. You shouldn't use this jade pattern yet, or it will be discounted. Let me fight it out with it again. Chapter 251. Talk now we can talk. At this moment, Zhu Yufu said excitedly. From her earlier performance, she completely believed that Su Liang had the strength to help the Zhu family through this crisis. Even if Su Liang didn't take action, just his reputation and the background of the South Creeksword sect would mean that the Zhu family only needed to get involved, and the Ma family would definitely not dare to act recklessly. There was also no need to worry that the Frost Snow Palace would mind. As long as they could present a share worthy of a first-rate force, the Frost Snow Palace wouldn't care about these matters. Zhu Yufu didn't want to wait even a moment. She wanted to finalize the cooperation immediately. You don't have enough weight. Su Liang shook his head. This time, Zhu Yufu understood just as well and wasted no time. A crimson wooden token appeared in her palm, which she then crushed fiercely. Zhu Yuqian's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "Sister, what are you doing? This is a life token." Zhu Yufu patted her head and reassured her, "It's okay." She then turned to Su Liang and said, "Please wait a moment, Mr. Su. My father will be here soon." Su Liang looked at Zhu Yufu with a hint of surprise. Is she really this ruthless to herself? Even if you want to show your sincerity, there's no need to go this far. I'm young and haven't experienced much, so I'm rather naive. Chapter 252. Not worth a bid if possible. I want all the top families in Frostno City to have the surname Zhu. Zhu Yufu was stunned. Zhu Yuqian, who usually had no sense of propriety, was also dumbfounded. They never expected that their usually soft-spoken father had such grand ambitions. Zhu Ziyuan pressed his lips together and asked again, "Is that possible? On what grounds?" Su Liang laughed and asked, "On the grounds that your Zhu family has 2 members in the 6th realm? One of them is even mid-6th realm? As the saying goes, don't hit the face when striking someone. Don't expose their weaknesses." Su Liang's words were rather blunt. "On the grounds of Mr. Su's abilities. I have no abilities. No abilities is the greatest ability. Just like when Mr. Su asked what the Zhu family wanted your help with. Playing a riddle? Not all. Mr. Su asked, and the Zhu family answered, that's all. Are you sure? The Zhu family is sure. The cost is quite high, and there are many side effects. The Zhu family will bear it. What if you can't bear it? The Zhu family will disappear. Then wouldn't I be working in vain? How could it be in vain? The Zhu family can disappear, but the Zhu family members can change their identities. Changing the banner from Zhu to Su is also a significant gain. Chapter 253. Taiyan Zengzi cultivators can freely ride flying treasures only if they are at the 3rd realm or above. However, for short distances, it's fine, but for longer distances, to avoid wasting time, it's better to take a ferry if one doesn't have solid foundations of the 5th or 6th realm. It's not slow, and it allows for rest to prevent unexpected incidents. It's just a matter of giving some spirit stones. On a ferry heading to the secret realm of 10 arrays, Su Liang stood leaning against the railing of the flying boat, observing the flashing runes on the ferry. In fact, there was nothing unusual about it. This kind of 6th or 7th grade flying array posed no difficulty for him. The moon was bright and the stars sparse as the flying boat sped across, revealing no scenery. Suddenly, a cold female voice came from the sky. "Stop right there." Accompanied by a strong resistance, the sudden collision caused the flying boat to sway left and right, trembling to a halt, hovering in midair. The captain stepped out. He frowned as he looked ahead, and after seeing the figure, he sighed helplessly, floating out of the flying boat and cupping his fist from a distance. As a mid-5th realm cultivator, he dared not show any disrespect in front of an elder from the Frost Snow Palace. "I greet you, elder." The elder from the Frost Snow Palace, veiled in white silk, showed no intention of retracting her mid-6th realm pressure, which weighed down on everyone. Chapter 254. The first path, are you from the 5th domain? How could you not have heard of me? No. Several who came in before said they hadn't heard of me either, and I nearly killed them all. Who are you? I ask you, have you truly never heard of me? Su Liang hurriedly nodded. I've heard of you. Taiyan Zengzi frowned, stroking his eyebrows, trying to straighten things out. No, you're lying. You just want to save your life. Su Liang, don't one die? No, I really have heard of you, and several times at that. Oh, is that so? Then let me ask you, what grade do you think I am as an array master? Think carefully. If you guess wrong, you might die. Taiyan Zengzi stared at Su Liang. The latter's heart sank. In an instant, Taiyan Zengzi's previously friendly demeanor shifted. A faint killing intent began to brew. If Su Liang's next answer didn't satisfy him, he might act to eliminate him in an instant. This old man is a madman? Naturally, Taiyan Zengzi was much more powerful than a first-grade array master. Su Liang quietly clenched the token in his palm. Zhu Ziyuan had said that if he encountered a crisis in the secret realm of 10 arrays, he could crush the token to escape. Chapter 255. I want to go home indeed, still alive. The first thing Su Liang heard upon waking was this, which was hardly a cause for joy. Taiyan Zengzi squatted in front of him, raised a hand to poke himself, and nodded in satisfaction. To withstand the cycle of cause and effect, you truly have some skill. Perhaps you could even achieve 3rd grade. Let me see if you have the qualifications for being an array master. Take a look. What does this look like to you? What do you think the starting point of this array is? Tian Zhengzi moved a distance away and casually pointed out a seventh-grade array that pushed towards Su Liang. The meaning was clear. In the array world, there's indeed a concept of an enlightenment array, but who would start by showing a seventh-grade enlightenment array to someone? Isn't that detrimental to one's moral heart? Su Liang shook his head, trying to clear his mind. However, after a slight shake, the dizziness intensified, and the red-black thread in his hand had disappeared, replaced by inexplicable rules. Heaven and Earth's maxims. The hidden path has three, meeting the cycle. Sinking cause down to effect. He didn't understand the meaning, but the intuition of sage told him that Tian Zhengzi was right earlier. Su Liang shook as he stood up, finally feeling much clearer. Looking through the haze without thinking, he said, "Seventh grade Pan Mountain Array. Behavior is Can. Finally Qian, taking mountains and waters to support Qian. Luo Zhe is the force of Can, which means." Chapter 256. The embodiment of heaven's way. I want to go home, Tian Zhengzi repeated. Su Liang silently stared, unable to speak. It seemed he guessed right again. The secret realm of 10 arrays, like the secret realm of 100 beasts, also appeared suddenly. There was no need for anyone to maintain stability. It would open every so often, filled with opportunities. The way of heaven has always been ruthless. Although the secret realm is a world of its own, it also belongs to the opportunities of heaven and earth, unless it is artificially developed and maintained. But if it were an artificial secret realm, how could it remain stable for thousands of years while opportunities only increased? No one would be that foolish. Within the secret realm of 100 beasts, there is Yaoguang Peak, but the even more mysterious central tower is one Su Liang has not entered. After going out this time, if he contacted the fourth junior brother about the situation, he would most likely guess it was close to the truth. These two secret realms are waiting for people. Or rather, they're choosing people. Who could have such means? Su Liang felt a chill down his spine. He once again confirmed in his heart the matter he had buried the deepest and dared not think about. It was the Eastern Continent's heavenly Tao itself. The Eastern Continent's heavenly Tao is saving itself. The heavenly formation confronts the heavens. Senior, do you recognize someone named Shunjun? Chapter 257. There is great terror within you. Nonsense? The heavenly Tao incarnation? Su Liang was unwilling to believe it, but the facts seemed to be just that. Are you feeling lost inside? Lost. It's fear, isn't it? Didn't you say the heavenly Tao is ruthless? After organizing his thoughts for a long time, Su Liang, who still didn't know what to say, asked this. That was before the deficiency. Once the heavenly Tao becomes deficient, it will take form and self-protect. This is akin to the heavenly Tao's reckoning. Moreover, I'm not the true heavenly Tao, just an incarnation of it. So, I count as a human now, similar to you. The amount of information was a bit overwhelming, and Su Liang clearly had difficulty digesting it. After a while, he asked again, can the heavenly Tao also become human? Indescribable. What does that mean? You cannot bear it now. Understood. Then, what do you want to do now? It is an explanation, and also, the time has come for the heavenly secrets. White light flickered, gradually transforming into a human form, becoming a small figure of white light, indistinguishable in appearance, with no clear reality. Su Liang's divine sense descended, and the only response was a void. The Eastern Continent's heavenly Tao has taken human form. It spoke. Do you remember? The heavenly precept says there are 3 hidden paths. Chapter 258. Why is it deficient? At the bottom of the thought reflection cliff, Nanshi Sword Sect. Mu Xiaoxiao, rarely not swinging on the swing, arrived at the edge of a cliff. In front of her was an unfathomable abyss where no one had ever been. In fact, there shouldn't even be such a terrifying abyss in this thought reflection cliff. There was no wind at the cliff's edge. Mu Xiaoxiao stood still, glancing down silently for a long time, then sighed. What a clever tactic to set me up secretly. The abyss did not speak, and there was no sound from the bottom of the cliff. But what could be done? You are here, and I am here. I don't mind waiting for tens of thousands of years. Isn't that why? At first, it was you who came to me, and now you want to go against your own will? Suddenly, a fierce gale swept through the cliff, making the entire abyss wail incessantly. Mu Xiaoxiao's expression turned cold. You probably never thought I would leave my mark on that little guy, did you? Now, how will you respond? Suddenly, a thought fell into Mu Xiaoxiao's mind. Mu Xiaoxiao frowned. Then another thought was sent out, almost simultaneously, in the sky above the entire thought reflection cliff. The image of the heavenly Tao swirled, dancing like a dragon and phoenix, with golden lotuses blooming everywhere, presenting a scene of auspiciousness. Chapter 259. The Crops of Heaven and Earth. If the half-step extreme realm is converted according to cultivation levels, it is also at the peak of the 9 realms in depth, but far exceeds its breadth. To put it simply, I alone, in terms of fighting, can match 3 peak 9 realms. When Shunjun said this, there was no trace of arrogance, but rather a hint of pain as he covered his face. But what use is it? My family is gone. My wife, children, relatives, and brothers are all dead. They died in that half-destroyed territory. I shouldn't have gone to Zhongzhou. I shouldn't have coveted the so-called witness of the 10 Directions Hall, the so-called first in formation. Can you understand? Shunjun's memories returned in full. When I stood at the peak and looked back, home was gone. Su Liang felt that this kind of feeling must be unbearable, but he couldn't empathize. He wasn't even 20 years old. The quiet listening at this moment was the best way to comfort. Shunjun rubbed his face repeatedly with both hands, remaining silent for a long time. Until he wiped away all the tears at the corners of his eyes, he finally released his hands, his reddened eyes looking into the distance. So I'd gone mad. On the front lines resisting the foreign evil, I went completely insane. Those 3 peak 9 realm demons were ground to death by me using a massive formation. As for the others, I can't count them. Chapter 260. Contemplating the 3rd grade. These words have been bottled up in my heart for too long. If I don't find someone to speak to, I'm afraid I'll explode right here. Shunjun shrugged, trying to appear relaxed. I've said everything that needs to be said. Now, start your formation training. Although I can't go out, if you don't reach the 3rd grade in a year, your lifespan will shorten. Since you're already at the 4th grade, it shouldn't be difficult. So tell me, where are you stuck? I guess it's at the unique formation of the 3rd grade. Or have you not even seen the changes in the rising and walking of the formation? Shunjun put his hands behind his back, quickly shifting the topic. If we talk about it, the younger generation has yet to see what a 3rd grade formation looks like. I'm just breaking through by referencing the method of moving from 5th to 4th. Su Liang also didn't dwell on the truth from 10,000 years ago. His original goal in entering the myriad formations secret realm was to aspire to the unattainable 3rd grade formation master. With the foremost expert in formation techniques from tens of thousands of years in front of him, it was probably a sure thing. It's impossible. Even if the Eastern continent's heavenly Tao is deficient, how could those formation inheritances be cut off? Shunjun was puzzled. Su Liang had actually had such confusion before. But after Shunjun explained the process of the Eastern continent's heavenly Tao's deficiency, he was no longer confused. Perhaps it was related to the senior's previous confrontation with the heavenly Tao using formations? Chapter 261. Unable to fall, unable to retreat. Flowers lean against the mountain moon. Old dreams sink into autumn. The world has suddenly turned late, and the rivers and mountains are already autumn. For months passed in the blink of an eye. It has been a year since Su Liang descended the mountain. On the broken city wall, Shunjun was lost in thought, looking down from the city wall. The originally barren land had many more pits, with 3 or 4 deep, bottomless giant holes. A few miles from the city wall, there was a golden light formation shining in all directions, with continuous explosions and rumblings. In the formation was a person, their robe disheveled, hair scattered. No. How could it change direction just now? Such a fast strike of symbols shouldn't suddenly turn like that. Su Liang stroked his chin, pondering and talking to himself. Being in a 3rd grade formation, his expression remained unchanged. In these 4 months, Su Liang had encountered many 3rd grade formations, and his understanding had deepened significantly. With a formation master like Shunjun guiding him, how many opportunities does one get in the world? However, this was his first time personally falling into a 3rd grade formation. It wasn't particularly tense. After all, with Shunjun pressing the formation beside him, he couldn't possibly die. But the disparity between the scenery outside the door and the view inside made him fall into enlightenment. The 3rd grade formation already had the semblance of heaven and earth, vaguely connecting with them, borrowing strength to counter strength, far surpassing the ordinary realm of sketching formations. The difficulty compared to embedded formations and self-created formations was several levels higher. Chapter 262. Is there still a slight difference? It was like a wandering dragon stranded on a sandbank. Su Liang grasped the tail, engaging in a contest. It seemed that both sides were still, but in reality, it was a competition of foundation and spiritual power. Jean Kenyo's light surged into the runes grasped on both sides. Like a mud ox entering the sea, yet it was constantly wearing away. The spiritual power stirred continuously, imprisoning the eye of the Great Formation. In an instant, Shenzhen understood. It wasn't that he hadn't seen through it. He had clearly seen through to the bottom. Su Liang's face was flushed. The foundation of his mid-stage fifth realm, competing against a third-grade formation, was still insufficient. But he didn't plan to just break the entire formation like that. He only needed to tear apart this one eye of the formation. His observations of the position that day confirmed that this was indeed the core eye of the formation. Shenzhen silently watched, not intervening. A third-grade formation could not be easily broken. Even if Su Liang had identified the eye of the formation, Shenzhen, as the center, could increase his strength to struggle, but he chose not to. It would be embarrassing. Thus, as time passed, Shenzhen witnessed that scene, the young man with hair flying. With the cultivation of the mid-stage fifth realm, entered the third-grade great formation alone and ultimately forcefully tore apart the most crucial eye of the formation. It shattered like a bubble. The aggressive runes gradually dispersed, turning into flowing light. Chapter 263. Take it slow, good news. The purpose of this trip was perfectly achieved, even exceeding the standard. Bad news, half of his lifespan would be gone. But was it possible that he was an exception? After all, the heavenly Tao incarnation had an affinity with him when they chatted before, right? Besides, it still needed something from him. So it wouldn't be appropriate to take away his lifespan like that, right? But that red-black line passed over Shenzhen and then over him. Su Liang felt that it was the method of the slumbering heavenly Tao. There was a distinction between the heavenly Tao body and the heavenly Tao incarnation. Will it shorten lifespan or not? Su Liang pulled off the last petal of the yellow flower in his hand and exclaimed excitedly, "It won't shorten lifespan." Shenzhen cast a glance at him, smiled, and clasped his hands. "Ah, congratulations. Pulling off 72 yellow flowers finally helped you find one that suits you." The smile was too fake, making people feel annoyed. Su Liang waved his hand, pulling his hair, looking worried. "I'm only 19 years old, and my lifespan is already halved." "That's about it. You still have 7 or 8 months to learn this formation technique, so calm down with those emotions." Shenzhen stood up and patted his sleeves. "Are you ready?" Su Liang also stood up. "Please, senior, give me guidance." Today, the South Stream Sword Sect welcomed a significant event. Chapter 264. Can I end my life? The void shattered, and Su Liang stepped out. What met his eyes was a vast expanse of snow-capped mountains, with endless snow and wind. A year had passed, yet it felt like a lifetime. Su Liang was full of spirit, his aura rich, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed into his body involuntarily. Tao Tao had only awakened once during this year, and it was during that one time that Su Liang's jade pattern became perfect, and the vertical pattern on his forehead seemed to have opened the heavenly eye. He successfully reached the peak of the fifth realm. It took him only a year and a half to go from the third realm to the peak of the fifth realm. Moreover, in almost every realm, he had reached the end, even attaining a level that even the Eastern continent's heavenly Tao could not break through, bringing enormous benefits. The most intuitive feeling being a surge in combat power. Transitioning from the fifth realm to the sixth realm mainly involved overcoming the demon of the heart. Su Liang didn't plan to ponder too much now. He intended to completely consolidate his current cultivation. He hadn't used that jade pattern on his forehead even once. Perhaps he should learn some techniques? Organizing his thoughts, it wasn't until the surrounding snow and wind intensified that Su Liang took out a communication stone. For cultivators, a year of seclusion wasn't much. However, he still needed to check. Suddenly, he caught sight of a message and was stunned. Master Sun was getting married? Chapter 265. Don't go to the sky humorous. Su Liang gave his own evaluation, and then the originally faint sound of the wind gradually unfolded, transforming into the sound of swords. The sword domain expanded. The Qingping sword stood beside him. Huahong, on the side, was already so frightened that she didn't know what to do. 5 peaks of the sixth realm. Even if she searched through all her memories, she couldn't recall who they were. Peaks of the sixth realm were not small figures in the Eastern continent. Aside from the half-step seventh realms of the 4 major sects, they were the top existences, each weighing heavily in the Eastern continent. How could 5 people suddenly appear who she had no impression of? Unless they weren't from the Eastern continent. It seemed they were after Su Liang's life. But why? 5 peaks of the sixth realm teaming up against someone who was supposedly in the mid-stage of the fifth realm. What enmity do they have? What a fierce sword domain this sword has, truly honed for 10 years as rumored. Even though Qi had already witnessed Su Liang's abilities last time, he still couldn't help but praise him. No, it was just a sudden comprehension of the sword. Actually, I'm not very good at using a sword. Su Liang's attitude was sincere, and he was speaking the truth. However, the 5 people sweeping through considered him to be talking nonsense. Chapter 266. Self-destruction. Su Liang's eyes opened and closed, seemingly with divine light. The light dancing at his fingertips pulled and tugged, and the entire swaying great formation instantly deformed, being pulled this way and now like a bubble, ready to shatter at any moment. In 7 months, he had mastered many techniques of the formation. The 4 people sweeping through felt a tremor in their hearts. Was he really human? He was under 20 years old. Did he really only live for 19 years? Originally very confident, Lien could only feel it was unbelievable, speaking these words with great uncertainty. Now, someone told him that Su Liang had been reincarnated after being possessed by a powerful being, and he would believe it in a second. No, I still have half a year until I turn 20. Su Liang smiled slightly. He could smile, but the others might not be able to. Su Liang gradually reined in his smile, and the eye of the formation he was pulling became restless again, the entire formation swaying madly, the runes trembling. He looked up. Although he was looking up, it gave a tremendous pressure. What kind of technique was this? The only woman among the 4 gasped, even forgetting her movements. Su Liang glanced over. Curious? Then let me show you. The vast formation began to change, rising from the ground, gathering endless light swords. As Su Liang's fingers lifted, this incomplete 3rd-grade great formation completely transformed in both attack and defense. Chapter 267. Quite good Dan City. Now, Chun Tong, who held the title of guest elder, was enjoying an unprecedented glory. With such a status, as long as he didn't do anything outrageous, he could thrive in the eastern part of the eastern continent. The elder Hong, who coveted Chun Xiaoxiao's extremely mean spirit body, had been scolded by Chun Tong for half a day and had since gone into seclusion for a year, causing the Hong family to restrain themselves significantly. Those who had once oppressed and bullied Chun Tong, one by one, came to apologize. Chun Tong said little, simply accepting the items silently without unpacking them. With his current status, he hardly lacked anything. He kept it like this, waiting for Brother Su to return and hand it all over to him. All along, Chun Tong understood very well. Everything today, this illusory beauty, like a mirage, was given by Brother Su. As a person, one must understand gratitude. However, after some probing from Danding City, they found no unique qualities in Chun Tong. His talent was indeed decent, but he had wasted several years, and it was unlikely he could catch up to the top echelon of prodigies. As for the so-called talent in formations, there was indeed a 4th-grade formation within his residence. When it was first discovered, many elders from Danding City and even the city lord were somewhat surprised. Chapter 268. He has arrived. The ancient saying goes, the autumn wind blows and the rain passes over the southern tower. A night of new coolness marks the beginning of autumn. The seasonal changes valued by the mortal world coincidentally coincided with this grand marriage affair in the southern part of Dongzhou. The South Stream Sword Sect was decorated and hung with red lanterns, and the whole sect was filled with joy. The Jade Tower Palace was similarly vibrant, even more so. Forming a partnership in the cultivation world was not a big deal, but the identities of both sides were extraordinary. Originally, Li Ximiao was hesitant about the position of the Grand Elder of the Jade Tower Palace, but this year, she suddenly took it over. Many elders secretly joked. Could it be that she took it on to match the identity of the South Stream Sword Sect's master? In fact, it was true. In a situation where there had never been a marriage alliance among the 4 major sects, the Grand Elder of the super first-class force, the Jade Tower Palace, was at least barely qualified. In the well-arranged room by Li Ximiao, the atmosphere was filled with joy and warmth, and at this moment, there were only the 2 of them. The senior sister and junior sister chatted back and forth. Senior sister, do you really think this looks good? Isn't it a bit too flamboyant? Li Ximiao scrutinized herself in the mirror, feeling increasingly awkward. The beauty was undeniable, but the means of beauty were quite debatable. Chu Yin smiled and adjusted her posture. Don't move around, it's not over yet. Chapter 269. A momentary glance. Su Liang specifically went to Frost Snow City and Dan City for a purpose. After confirming the issues with the communication spirit stones, using this method to gather important intelligence was not ideal. He wanted to collect what the Zhu family and Chun Tong were doing. It was nothing outrageous like what the wife of certain city lord was wearing. Cough, cough. Without using communication spirit stones, what should he use? Su Liang had thought it over. Using trade routes, the banner of a good merchant could allow for legitimate exchanges in Dongzhou. As for the important intelligence collection, the spiritual puppet of his fourth junior brother was also quite skilled at conveying messages. After making arrangements, plus the methods Su Liang left for them, he planned to slowly strategize after returning to the Sword Sect, and he believed both parts could proceed smoothly. Thinking too much was indeed tiring. Sometimes Su Liang wondered, if he directly broke through the limits of the heavenly Tao in Dongzhou and broke into the seventh realm, wouldn't everything be resolved? But then he shook his head alone. Before leaving, Shanjun had repeatedly reminded him not to try to break the limits of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, when the heavenly Tao returned to completeness, he would be the first to be accounted for. Yet, the contradictory part was that Su Liang had seen the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, although he still didn't understand how the incarnation of the heavenly Tao intended to help. Chapter 270. What is it to you? The earlier elder seemed to have some opinions about me. By the Dianchi Lake of the Jade Tower Palace, Su Liang and Chen Huayu walked side by side. Initially, the two couldn't loosen up, but after the old woman left with a smile, they gradually started talking. Chen Huayu tidied her disheveled hair. Are you talking about Elder Su? Well, how should I put it? Chen Huayu tilted her head, staring at the pond full of spiritual flowers. But her mind was not on them at all. The head of the Su family once wanted to become the Grand Elder, but my master kept suppressing him. Then the eldest son of the Su family once wanted to betroth himself to me. Chen Huayu's speech suddenly quickened, but I outright rejected him. Su Liang was taken aback. Suddenly, without warning, he reached out his right hand, hooked her left hand's fingers, and slowly pulled her up, holding on tightly. Chen Huayu's hand, which was gathering her hair, froze, and her other hand stiffened as well. Her whole body stopped in place. Su Liang glanced at her, his voice gentle. Is that okay? She softly hummed in agreement with a nod. Above the clouds, the old woman watching secretly smiled, her wrinkles bunching together. Good, very pleasing to the eye. Although Su Liang appeared calm on the surface, he was actually more nervous than when facing the peak of the sixth realm. His left palm was uncontrollably sweating. Chapter 271. A bet. Actually, I'm quite curious. Su Liang finally stopped saying, what is it to you? Let us not talk about the most important relationship for now. In terms of background, talent, and strength, I should have the absolute upper hand. He looked again at Su Ingjun. How can you dare to say that I am not worth this? Has cultivation made you foolish? Can't you tell who you are? Boom! The aura of peak fifth realm suddenly pressed down, like a mountain collapsing. However, Su Ingjun, in the mid-fourth realm, turned pale instantly. Right? How could he not understand that he was looking for trouble? Chen Huayu looked at Su Liang's back, feeling happy. Now you're scared? Su Liang casually asked. Su Ingjun silently turned to leave. He left quickly, making Su Liang somewhat puzzled. What were these people here for? Su Ingjun was not foolish. After Su Liang's reputation had risen sharply over the past year, he had seen the situation clearly. But knowing the situation didn't change the fact that he wanted Chen Huayu too much. He was 29 this year, when he went to arrange a marriage. Chen Huayu was only 12. A 12-year-old girl could be so beautiful. With just one glance, he could never forget her. Chapter 272. The Oath is Made. Jin Yutong scoffed. Do you even have the qualifications to sit at the table? Is Dongzhou something you can meddle in? Get lost. Mo Dai's was not angry. Smiling gently. Naturally, I can't meddle in the grand scheme of Dongzhou, but I can still influence some minor matters. Moreover, I haven't finished speaking yet. Why rush to drive me away, Brother Jean? Oh, now you're calling me Brother Jean? Crawl far away. I don't have a little brother like you. Jin Yutong gave no face at all. In fact, both sides didn't need to give any face. Each family had a backing at the ninth realm, and they were all aware of the situation in Dongzhou. The situation in Zhongzhou had long since torn apart. Last year, the higher-ups almost fought, didn't they? TSK. Communication spirit stones, calling spirit stones, hidden so deeply with such a dirty heart. Mo Dai's smile began to fade, but after a moment's adjustment, he smiled again. Let us bet on a person from Dongzhou. This person, his name is Su Liang. Jin Yutong's smile gradually faded. I bet he will die within the next 3 months. What do you think? Do you want to follow along? How come a young Master Mo is starting to use these low-level tricks now? Chapter 273. The Master of the Nanchi Sword Sect, Wedding Achu. Su Liang sneezed 3 times in a row. Sniffling, He scratched his head and muttered to himself. Is it possible that Miss Chen already misses me after such a short time? It can't be, right? But it seems like it could be. After feeling giddy like a fool for a while, Su Liang felt a bit of worry. What should he give for the wedding? He didn't lack spirit stones. Did he have any magical artifacts? He couldn't possibly give away the nameless breathing technique. Could he? Troublesome. Especially since the bride is also Miss Chen's master. He couldn't be perfunctory. Otherwise, according to Chun Shi's words, just give some trivial gift. Su Liang sat on a step, frequently observed by disciples coming and going. Many women stopped, while men whispered continuously. The former were mostly beauty-conscious, and the latter, as Wang Shaoling, a disciple of the closing door, said, wanted to see what the famous Su Liang looked like, and whether he resembled the projection in the spirit stone. Upon seeing, well, he was even more handsome than the projection. The tension in his heart finally eased. Some of Chun Huayu's secret admirers were heartbroken. How could they compete? Competing was pointless. They might as well go home and dream about it at night. Su Liang? Nice name. His voice carries a sense of age. When Su Liang turned around, he saw an old woman. Chapter 274. The wind rises. Su Liang never expected things would develop this way. On the large warship, only Miss Chun and he were present, along with the long unseen Uncle Fu. Hey, your hands are so white just like mine. But I think being too white isn't good. It's not very healthy. Hey, little Marshal nephew. Come look, her hands are about the same size as mine. No, they're a bit smaller. Oh, little Marshal nephew, come here, her waist is soft. You should try it. Fu Qing was like a curious baby, examining the young lady that her little Marshal nephew had a crush on with great scrutiny. After a while, Fu Qing nodded in satisfaction and said, Miss Huayu, if you become engaged to my little Marshal nephew, and he dares to bully you, just tell me. At that time, you will also be my little Marshal niece, and I won't protect him anymore. Chun Huayu's mind went blank, stuttering. If it weren't for her profound sensing ability to discern a person's true nature, she might have thought that the young woman in the light green dress had some special peculiarities. Why did Uncle Sun suddenly make me his groomsman? Where did this idea come from? Huh, little Marshal nephew, you don't know? This was proposed by your junior brother Chun. The sect leader thought it was fine, and since you happened to be at Yulo Palace, it just fell to you. Chapter 275. Clouds surge in the western part of the eastern continent, at the Beijai Academy. Master, the dean asked you to go over and discuss the upcoming trip to the Demon Domain Mountains. Chiu, who was meditating, smiled and replied calmly. Got it. Chiu could hardly hide his inner excitement while maintaining a composed demeanor. 700 years, a full 700 years, from the beginning, hiding and recovering strength in the eastern continent, to gradually gathering other servants and steadily establishing a foothold, step by step eating away and climbing up, promoting the great cause of the eastern continent, driving the entire divine race's resurgence. The eastern continent was just the first step, but it was also the most important one. Once the great cause succeeded, the divine race would return, surpassing all things in the world, ruling over countless races, and ushering in a prosperous era. And it would be recorded in history, becoming immortal. All the planning and efforts were about to bear fruit. How could he not be excited? At the border between the eastern continent and the central continent, 20 figures descended in succession. This realm suppression really makes me feel a bit uncomfortable. If you can't stand this little discomfort, why not just turn back now? Young Master Lu will surely reward you greatly. Hee, can't I complain a bit? As you wish, just don't hold me back when the time comes. Su Liang's head must not be on my belt. Chapter 276. I don't mind breaking you again a daze. The green bamboo in the courtyard turned yellow and green again, withered and revived, repeating for 2 years. Su Liang sat in the courtyard, with Chun Huayu sitting on one side, while Qin Yin seemed nervous, with her hands and feet unsure where to put them. Only Fang Gue, eating takeout inside, appeared at ease. How is the sword practice going? This was a conversation starter. Su Liang didn't know what to say. Just like he had said before, it was his first time being a master. Returning to the master, it's going well. Oh, that it. He didn't speak. And Qin Yin didn't either, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Su Liang remained silent, because he and figured out what to say or do, repeatedly thinking about what his master usually did after a long absence. And Qin Yin didn't speak because of Chen Huayu. Originally, she had many questions and things to say, but in front of the girl who had been publicly declared liked by her master before most of the eastern continent, she felt a bit constrained. She asked the master's wife. Chen Huayu switched her gaze between the two, smiling. As the saying goes, the bystander sees it clearly. She was now the one who understood the situation best. After such a long time apart, you just say this one line? Chen Huayu helped Qin Yin speak, but stop there. Chapter 277. Words to say. Walking along the path of the penitent's cliff, Su Liang suddenly stumbled. What is that noise? The ground trembled, but quickly returned to normal. Su Liang quickened his pace. Familiar with the way, he met the gatekeeper elder and went straight in. When he saw the figure in blue and the heavenly swing again, his heart settled. With the earlier commotion, he thought Mu Jie was throwing a tantrum. Mu Xiaoxiao leaned against the swing, glanced at Su Liang, then turned her gaze away, casually saying, "You're willing to come back?" Su Liang instantly understood, scampering over to her side and began to push the swing without needing any prompting. "Mu Jie, what are you saying? I think about coming back to see you every moment, every second, all the time. Wow, Mu Jie, you still look so good after such a long time." As the swing swung, the wind at the cliff bottom quietly swirled. Mu Xiaoxiao's long hair draped over her back, not tied up today. In fact, she would normally tied up, but back then, this little guy insisted on showing off her skills. "Oh, you miss me that much?" Mu Xiaoxiao's voice was calm, her back to Su Liang, making it hard to discern her emotions. Failing to read her expression, he activated his backup plan. "It's true, I've missed you dearly. I even brought a gift on my first day back to see you." Chapter 278. The border. Do you want to go to the Demon Domain Mountains? The pure moonlight spilled down, casting colorful shadows through the bamboo, and Chen Huayu got straight to the point. Su Liang hesitated for a moment and nodded. Yes. Chen Huayu was a bit surprised to hear his straightforward answer. Just like that. "You admit it?" Su Liang smiled and suddenly stepped forward, taking her hand. "You ask. I won't hide. How did he become so adept at this?" Chen Huayu's face turned slightly red, and she tried to shake off his grip. But Su Liang held on tighter. "Is this what Miss Chen wanted to say to me?" Chen Huayu looked serious. "I want to go too." Su Liang held her hands tightly and whispered, "Can we not go? Are you afraid I'll hold you back?" Su Liang shook his head. "Miss Chen from the 6th realm. How could you hold anyone back? I just want to take a look first, and I will come back as soon as there's a problem." "Then why can't I go?" Chen Huayu looked down. "Senior Ziming has a lot she wants to say to you. Is it just for this?" Su Liang shook his head. "The threat from the Scourge is still there. The last time 5 people failed to kill me. This time it will probably be even more dangerous if they know you are with me." Chapter 279. Innate arena. Pure white sword intent spread in all directions, and even through the rules cage, one could see the terrifying sword light. Xiao was at half step to the 7th realm. For more than half a year, Luo Zijin had also entered the half step to the 7th realm. He steadily extended his sword, his steps light and his breathing even, appearing quite at ease. In contrast, Xiao fought much more aggressively, disregarding some sword chi, or directly reaching out to grab it. Even when his arm was severed, he was unperturbed and simply swung it away to reveal a good arm again. The demon race has its own unique cultivation methods. The Black Demon God clan is known for its physical prowess. Luo Zijin had no sword domain around him and couldn't even feel much of a fierce sword force. His attacking style was somewhat slow, but from beginning to end, it was Xiao who was being beaten unilaterally. He hadn't retreated a single step. "What exactly is your sword heart?" After again grabbing the sword chi with his hand, Xiao's arm was shattered, and he jumped back, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Curious. Can I just devour it like this?" Xiao scratched his head, his fighting spirit mixed with desire. So fragrant, so fragrant. Wasn't he attracted by the fragrance from his person? Luo Zijin remained silent, focused on his swordplay. Seeing that he was ignored, Xiao became even more excited. Chapter 280. 7 days on the second day after Sun Yuandao's wedding, Su Liang and Chen Huayu walked slowly within the sect. With Su Liang's current strength and status, he could almost go anywhere. Occasionally meeting 1 or 2 disciples in the sect, they would greet him respectfully. Recognition of strength and status was one aspect. On the other hand, Su Liang had revealed his wealth and shared it with his fellow brothers. This time, the sect was no longer concealed. The wealth accumulated over the past 2 years was spent in one go, leaving only 1 top-grade spirit stone for daily expenses. If he were to be frugal, Su Liang had already paid back cleanly for those 10 years of secretive dealings. "The Sister Mu you mentioned, is she really easy to talk to?" This was the 3rd time Chen Huayu brought it up. Sister Mu has a cold exterior, but a warm interior. She could be quite fierce with her words, often showing a domineering attitude, but she is really nice, Su Liang explained patiently. Chun Huayu turned to look at Su Liang, her right hand now unreservedly held by him. After struggling unsuccessfully a few times, she let him be, as there was nothing to be shy about. In another month or so, she would be 19, and he would be 20. If she were truly shy, she would have rushed up to cover Su Liang's mouth when she left the Nanchi Sword Sect. Chapter 281. Who Dies First Border Defenses. 3 days have passed. Come out. The door creaked open, the decayed wooden door making a sound. Compared to when he first arrived at the border, the soldier responsible for urging the platform was much more polite. Of course, this was only towards Luo Zijin. Not only was his talent extremely high, but his temperament was also very good, plus his outstanding performance in the innate arena. Such a person, if not an outsider, should have already climbed to a place he could never reach, possibly even joining the city's army. Luo Zijin's face turned slightly pale as he got up from the dilapidated bed and, according to custom, asked, "Excuse me, has there been any outsider named Xiantiani like me recently?" He looks about. "No, let's go." The soldier shook his head and then interrupted him as he walked out. But after walking a few steps, he hesitated and turned back, saying, "Who else can come from outside? I have no contact with them, but there have been no outsiders entering these days. I heard this situation stopped 2 months ago. In other city sections, perhaps there is someone you're looking for, but crossing city sections is difficult." Luo Zijin was stunned, then bowed in thanks. "Thank you." Chapter 282. Another 10-8 gray-faced man wiped his face, patted his hands, and shouted, "General Chun, the eldest son of the Guans, Guan Sun, is willing to die first." He was somewhat slender, looking over 50, with a deep purple hue in his eyes that appeared eerie. Yet his realm was only at the late stage of the 5th realm. Chun Xian was a bit silent and did not nod immediately, instead advising, "There aren't many left of the 7th lineage of your Guan family." Guan Sun smiled calmly. "No problem. The future is settled. I have no more worries. And look at my eyes. They can't be contained. Facing life and death." The ordinary-looking man with ordinary talent and cultivation turned and cupped his hand with a smile. "Everyone, please wait." Chun Xian closed his eyes and nodded slightly. In this hell of the border, who can remain unscathed? Guan Sun transformed into a streak of light and soared into the sky. Luo Zijin watched quietly. Initially, he did not understand what could be done in the 5th realm arena until the first 5th realm participant detonated the purple light within him, smashing down a peak 6th realm demon in a life-for-life manner, after which things became much clearer. Moreover, over the past half-year, he had been climbing onto the stage continuously, earning a bit of respect, and finally understood. In the innate arena, there were heavenly materials. Chapter 283. 9th realm demon. After winning a match, one could rest, but if they choose to continue, then the innate spiritual resonance gained from winning would increase each time. Chun Xian watched quietly, saying nothing. "I'll go." This time, it was a younger man, probably around 25 or 26, with not much purple light in his pupils. But his realm was not low. "General Chun, please infuse me with energy." With little purple light, he would infuse it until it exceeded the limit. "Go away. It's not your turn yet. I'm not dead yet." A few older men waved their hands, pushing him aside. "Kid, you're still young. Save up some more. And then give him a big one. I can't do it anymore. I've lived 70 to 80 years and only reached this realm. Dying is no problem." The leading man with a long beard laughed loudly and cupped his hands to Chun Xian. "General Chun, Lu family's 6th lineage, Lu Anjuan, is here to bid farewell." After saying that, without hesitation, he clashed his internal demonic energy with spiritual power and soared into the air. On the innate arena, as the rules chains fell, and after this world had no other people, Lu Anjuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, pulling out a small bottle from his bosom and grinning at the 8th level great demon. "You dog, although your bird language grandfather understands, I have never spoken." Chapter 284. Invincible. Below the 7th realm, the contest for the innate arena was about to conclude. If the heavenly treasures belonged to the human race, they could rest and recuperate for a while, or even counterattack to seek more time for peace. However, if they fell into the hands of the demon race, such occurrences had happened 8 times over 10,000 years. In the 8th assault, 2 peak 9th realm beings had died. Although they had severely injured 3 peak 9th realm demons at the moment of their death, the human race was already at a numerical disadvantage. And those 3 demons were merely injured, not dead. Now, 3,000 years later, they had likely recovered quite a bit. Chun Xian clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth. This was not just an 8th realm. It was clearly a 9th realm demon he had never seen before. An 8th realm contest had unexpectedly produced a 9th realm being. This had never happened in 10,000 years. But what truly infuriated Chun Xian was that he had not realized how the opponent had stealthily taken away the last large portion of the innate spiritual essence. After comparing it with the mountain and sea cauldron in his hand, his expression became even worse. Based on the current numbers, only by obtaining all the remaining innate spiritual essences could he possibly win the 6th arena. Many people on the city wall also noticed the anomaly, and it quickly spread. Chapter 285. A sword to decapitate. Well, who would have thought that Chun Xian, that coward, wouldn't he come? But instead, there was a surprise. The late-stage 8th realm Jueshin made its appearance. Compared to the other chaotic forms of the demon race, it looked more human, except for the beating heart hanging on its chest. After appearing, Jueshin wanted to say a few more words, but in the next moment, swish. Luo Zijin held his sword with one hand, and surprisingly circled behind it. The long sword was stained with blood. Whoosh! 2 sounds echoed, and it only fully spread now. Jueshin's perspective swayed, and after rolling a few times in a dizzying spin, it finally saw its own body. Flying sword decapitation. So fast. This sword made the 8th realm demons watching from outside their hearts leap. They didn't even react. Jueshin's head opened its mouth to speak. At this moment, it was wearing the skin of a white-faced scholar it had devoured, and it exclaimed in shock. You were also 8th realm? Oh no, I was careless. Fortunately, he didn't cut the heart. Thoughts spun wildly, and then Jueshin's body moved first, or rather, that external heart began to beat. Thump! Another muffled sound. It was not the sound of a sharp blade cutting flesh. While Luo Zijin maintained his sword-holding posture, another Luo Zijin pierced through the heart that should have been indestructible with one hand. Chapter 286. Border City deep in the Demon Domain Mountains. Chun Huayu arrived at the location where Su Liang stepped into the void crack of the border city, a look of confusion in his eyes. He couldn't sit still, no matter how he tried. Although the green mountains were beautiful, they were hard to stay in for long, and the distance between the two places left him longing. Since she didn't want him to follow her directly, he decided to follow secretly. But why did the perception of the yin-yang twin pendant cut off here? Was there something special? The originally flickering void crack disappeared without a trace. This was Border City. Of course, you and T have heard of it. After all, your Eastern Continent is the new Eastern Continent now. The mocking tone of the armored man was self-evident. Su Liang probably guessed something and didn't rebut him, silently following. Border City was vast, yet there were no tall towers within the city. Many straw houses were visible, and the words extravagant and luxurious had nothing to do with it. However, the people coming and going looked very spirited, and many merchants traded in a more straightforward manner, laying out their goods on tattered cloth and starting to haggle. It's worth mentioning that although it looked chaotic, the order was surprisingly good. Su Liang didn't even see patrolling guards. It all relied on self-discipline. This seemed a bit too advanced, didn't it? After walking through a few streets, he finally found some mansions and courtyards. Chapter 287. Apology that brute Shunjun is still alive? Haha, he is probably in a high position now, right? Captain Wei spoke without any courtesy. You haven't left? Su Liang said in surprise. Well, Captain Wei is responsible for the stability of our family in this area, so he usually stays here. Zhao Pinglu spoke first. Captain Wei hurriedly interrupted. Pinglu, why are you saying everything? What if he harbors ill intentions? No worries, Captain Wei is here. That is true. Su Liang felt he was somewhat floating. After Zhao Pinglu responded a couple of times, he looked at Su Liang again. Since you know the inside story, it will be much easier to handle. However, I need to first understand what you know before deciding how to deal with you according to the agreement. Deal with? Betrayal for 10,000 years. The agreement has been rewritten. If an outsider cultivator does not meet the conditions, their cultivation will be suppressed at the 7th realm for life. And the place of punishment will also be different, Zhao Pinglu explained. Su Liang didn't quite understand this time. What do you mean? Captain Wei, somewhat impatient, interjected. It means answer whatever we ask, and then someone will explain it to you. Su Liang was not so easy to talk to this time. Frowning. Even if I know the truth of the Eastern Continent, you should know better than I do. Chapter 288. 9 consecutive victories that night. However, the night in Border City was different from outside. Su Liang also understood why Captain Gong had previously told him that if he didn't want to die, he should enter the city. His gaze passed through the intricate flow of runes in the air, crossing the light shield, and finally landing on a black gas flood that turned into rivers flowing eastward. Demon energy. After night fell, the demon river in Border City would exert its power. To minimize the impact, the sect elders had no choice but to divert it to Border City. It was heard that some small demon soldiers would sneak out, and since the manpower in Border City was indeed limited, they couldn't afford to spend too much effort to catch these small fish. So they could only let them go. Zhao Pinglu's voice came, footsteps approaching. The little guy had changed his outfit. On his chest was embroidered a gold thread, forming a character Zhao. It wasn't very impressive, but seemed more mature. How is it? Not bad here, right? Are you comfortable? Su Liang's face twitched, and he forced a smile. Didn't you say I would stay in a top room, according to the agreement? Zhao Pinglu nodded naturally. That's right. It's a top room. This is a top-notch stable, usually accommodating warhorses above the 5th rank. How could it not count as top-notch? Chapter 289. I'm going to Chunxian brought Luo Zijin back to the city. When the halo transformed into innate spiritual charm and descended into the Shanhai Ding, the guards at the city wall finally changed the way they looked at him. It was a change from the heart. It was recognition, respect, and even awe for the strong. The role of the 7 realms at the border was not significant. A 7 realms who could continuously slay 9 late-stage 8 realms demons was definitely a treasure, even under the pressure of realms. Go rest, then come with me to meet someone. Chun Xian said these 2 sentences and then stopped talking, because the other party had ascended. He dragged the Shanhai Ding straight into the sky, and on the city wall, until the moment his feet landed, the scene before Luo Zijin finally became blurry. In the 15 days of fighting, he had not had a moment of ease. The realm pressure was still quite advantageous to the 8 realms. The outer demons were also cunning, using several tactics in succession. If it weren't for his sword heart being able to glimpse a fleeting corner of the future, he might have truly fallen. Brother Zijin, the young talents from the eastern continent, saw Luo Zijin's body start to sway, and a surge of spirit arose, pushing aside the guards blocking the way, stumbling forward to Luo Zijin. Chapter 290, Provocation. He, quite a spirited one. Zhao Yuecheng said this, but the sarcasm was unmistakable. Zhao Pinglu felt a bit overwhelmed, fearing that Su Liang would confront his uncle like he did with Commander Wei yesterday, and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Uncle, since that's the case, let's head to the border early. I heard the arena in the 5th city is a bit tight. This was a hint. He almost forgot about the big matter and still needed to pick someone up. Zhao Yu waved his hand, and in an instant, a warship appeared, blocking out the sun, with a Zhao character hanging on the banner. Taking the opportunity, Zhao Pinglu approached Su Liang and tugged at his sleeve. Uncle, that's how he is. You might as well stay. Commander Wei won't leave the border city. No, if I really stay and see him bow, I still feel a bit guilty. Su Liang refused half-jokingly. Last night, Zhao Pinglu had explained the rules to him. They, as outsiders, needed to win a match in the innate arena at the border to stand firm. It was also fine not to participate. Freedom wouldn't be granted. And every time the arena rang, they would just follow behind to watch. Originally, there was no such rule, but as the idea of abandonment grew heavier, they had to add some rules to make things difficult for possible newcomers. Chapter 291. Is the Eastern Continent not suffering now? You seem quite unconvinced. Wei Shuheng's gaze fell on Su Liang, who stepped aside, and he followed with his eyes. I haven't said a word. How did it become unconvinced? Su Liang said calmly. The disgust emanating from the other party was almost palpable. You didn't speak, but your eyes speak for you. Where did this person learn these words? He looks decent, but seeing your realm, I guess you just like candy, right? If I call you a waste, is that okay? Wei Shuheng sneered. Yesterday, he heard that an outsider actually gambled with his ancestor and even set up a bet to bow from outside the city to inside. How dare an outsider be so arrogant? Without their hard work here, could there be these peaceful days for thousands of years? So he decided to teach a lesson. However, it was actually a misunderstanding. After all, the bowing was proposed by Wei Zhongong himself. But sometimes things are like this. The versions of the message passed along often have some deviations, especially since the entire border city was extremely resistant to outsiders, naturally speaking ill of them. Su Liang sighed. Want to fight? Chapter 292. The 5th city at the border the warship flew over. And Su Liang also understood where the main eye of the combined formation was located. It was at the border. Runes flickered, and from the void, they felt a guide and fairy. What entered his eyes were clusters of buildings, all no more than 3 stories, densely piled together, but arranged strangely as if they were stacked towards the sky, giving an overall sense of disharmony. It looked as if they had fallen from the sky. The warship showed no signs of stopping, continuing forward, and soon Su Liang saw a giant city. The Great Wall at the border was more magnificent than he had expected. It far surpassed the 100 Beast Pass in scale and was built on the clouds, based on the rules of the heavenly Tao, creating a great wall out of thin air to resist the outer demons in the outer heavens. It seemed that only by traveling high and far could one withstand such fierce battles. If it were in the eastern continent, it would have long been in ruins. He also saw the demon, leaning against the city wall, a slow-flowing inner-city river. If not examined closely, it appeared to be still. Along the way, he saw some people with glowing harpoons standing on the shore poking around, completely oblivious to the warship flying overhead, focused on their actions. Chapter 293. The radiant light reaches the sky. Why is this beast so difficult to deal with? Even the protector of the 9th vein of the Li family can't handle it for a while. Its supernatural powers were too bizarre. Cutting it was like cutting oneself. And the young master of the Li family dared not strike with all his strength. TSK. How can there be such unreasonable things? Sharing damage has come out. Don't worry, the Li family's methods are also not bad. Although they're not a top-tier clan, they're considered upper class among the 2nd tier. So it should be fine. But we can't afford to be careless. If that beast wins again, will we have to lower the pressure to the 6 realms? Sigh. There's no choice. The young masters of other families have not yet healed from their injuries. This competition for the peak of the 5th realm. The golden armored general led Su Liang and others closer. As for the saying about going and coming back, he had completely forgotten. How is it? Do you have confidence? The golden armored general asked Su Liang. The latter was somewhat confused and asked, "You seem to have a different attitude towards me from the beginning. Can I know why?" The golden armored general was silent for a moment, then said, "First tell me, does the beast on the arena have any confidence?" Su Liang looked again. However, he did not look at the person and demon on the innate arena, but instead let his divine sense extend outward infinitely. Chapter 294. Su Liang ascends the stage. 3,000 farewell sword styles paved a path. Su Liang stepped onto it, holding the Qingping sword in his hand. The sword intent boundless, directly crashing towards the demon in the center of the arena. Before he arrived, the sword had already fallen. The sky shook and the clouds dispersed. The demon that had been defeated by the young master of the 9th vein of the Li family was cut into countless fragments, dying utterly. Su Liang blinked. Dressed in black, standing on the innate arena, the first innate spiritual charm descended, gathering above his head. He reached out to flick, but found it to be a void. Passing through, just like a projection, on the city wall of the 5th city, the crowd with long lines all looked at this scene. Who was this person? They lost several matches, and even the heir of the Li family couldn't handle that monster in the next match. Yet was defeated so easily? The demon army was equally astonished. They had carefully selected their forces this time, prepared to win the innate spiritual rhyme contest today. So how did such a thing suddenly appear? This sword is too sharp, right? Does it really match the power of the 5th realm? The demon tribe was buzzing with discussions, considering who else to send into the arena. After all, this person had revealed too little, just a flying sword. At that moment, a tall demon creature revealed a sinister smile, its mouth almost tearing open to 180 degrees, exposing terrifying sharp teeth as it stepped forward. Hee hee. Finally, there's something to look forward to. Don't fight over it. I'll take it. Chapter 295. The unfading crown of light Xianhe was gone. It happened so suddenly. In just a moment, the previously lively Xianhe was reduced to nothing, not even bone fragments left, cleaned up by the sword intent of that man in black. Turned to ashes. Who exactly is this person? Xianhe didn't even have a chance to resist. Su Liang once again flicked the crown of light on his head, still feeling nothing, only noticing that the radiance was significantly more dazzling. He felt something strange about having such a thing on his head, but he couldn't quite articulate what was odd. He quietly waited for the next demon from the tribe. To be honest, after dealing with peak 6th realm demons in the earlier rounds, now facing a duel at the peak of the 5th realm felt quite comfortable. Yes, this is the normal duel. Why should he have to jump 2 or 3 realms to kill enemies? Fighting in the same realm is so much better. No need to worry about offensive and defensive maneuvers just pure engagement. If one sword doesn't kill, then strike again. There are many ways to die. The wind stirred slightly. Another demon appeared. Its lower body was a whirlwind, while its upper body was robust, with a pair of horns curving backward, and its eyes bore a look of deep wariness. Su Liang's clothes began to flutter gently, and then his gaze dropped slightly as he continued to count in his heart. Chapter 296. It has begun. The fifth city gained a bright lamp. With the crown of light on Su Liang's head and his hands clasped behind him, he swayed leisurely. The guards of the city couldn't help but marvel at the sight, some even feeling envious. This crown of light could disperse the demonic energy emerging from the demon river, preventing any ordinary creature from approaching. It was the first occurrence in 10,000 years. Su Liang had killed over 50 demons, achieving remarkable feats, and could have settled into the comfortable lower tier. But the crown of light, made from innate spiritual rhyme, was too important. He had to stay in the upper tier until he figured out a way to remove it. Because of Su Liang, the young talents from the eastern state were not troubled and were united in the lower tier, each assigned a room to avoid the interference of demonic energy. Chengdu wore a worried expression, occasionally glancing at the crown of light on Su Liang's head. Why isn't it coming down? I even called out to it, and it didn't respond. Undoubtedly, he had to bear the blame for this. He didn't know if he would be penalized with silver soldiers or have to start over if it couldn't be removed. Su Liang didn't know how to describe it to him, so he could only offer a few words of comfort. Change your perspective. If neither side gets it, it equals both sides getting it. Chengdu was taken aback for a moment, then scratched his head. I actually thought for a moment that what you said made sense. It did make sense, after all. Chapter 297. Either he comes over, or I go over. Su Liang stayed in the fifth city at the border for a month. There were not many setbacks. Each day was merely about stepping onto the stage and presenting his sword, making the crown of light on his head more solid. That intensely rich crown of light was indeed tantalizing to behold. Since the demon tribe released the special scent from Su Liang, they seemed to have gone mad, rushing forward without fear of death. But the real tough characters had not yet shown themselves. The most they could do was send a few half-step 7th realm demons to last a few more strikes, allowing Su Liang's crown of innate spiritual rhyme to accumulate even more. If this innate spiritual rhyme could be integrated into the mountain sea cauldron, it would likely allow him to pull back the downward trend of recent years with his own strength. After all, the more consecutive victories, the more generous the rewards. Being someone who went up and never came down truly opened people's eyes. The demon tribe had also considered ways to deal with it. But the priority of this half-baked, innate spiritual rhyme in the fifth city was just too low. Furthermore, even if Su Liang was incredibly powerful, he was still just at the 5th realm. Once the siege began, a 7th or 8th realm demon could easily crush him. The innate spiritual rhyme in the 9th arena accounted for 45, the 8th arena 20, the 7th arena 15, the 6th arena 10, the 5th arena 5, and the remaining 4 arenas shared the last 5. Chapter 298. The South Creek Sword Sect always protects its own boss. Are we really going back like this? Wang Lindong snapped his folding fan and looked at Jin Yutang. The old man had spoken. The fate of the eastern state was running out, and they couldn't stay any longer. Jin Yutang's voice was deep and resonant, still a bit unwilling. What's wrong? Didn't your old man send you a message? Oh, he did, but I usually don't listen to him. Wang Lindong shrugged. I'm closer to my grandfather and great-grandfather. You that close? No wonder you're the only child. Jin Yutang's gaze was complex. Wang Lindong waved his hand. Still not as good as you, boss. All right, pack up and get ready to go back. Let's swing by Dan City and check on my little brother. What about that bet with Tiandao? What are you afraid of? We can't find anyone, can they? What if we stir up trouble at the South Creek Sword Sect? Jin Yutang glanced at him. Stir up trouble? All right. They don't know what's inside the South Creek Sword Sect. Huh. Let them go cause a ruckus. I actually hope they do. Jin Yutang rubbed his chin, appearing somewhat excited. What's in the South Creek Sword Sect? That red dragon? Wang Lindong was puzzled upon seeing this. The people sent by Mo Dai's had already investigated thoroughly, and their methods were not trivial. Chapter 299. How can this still be hidden strength? In the fifth city at the border, Su Liang sat alone at the city wall, propping his head with his hands, looking at the slowly flowing demon river beneath him. With his 5th realm cultivation, he could sit so casually at this distance from the demon river without a lantern. He was truly one of a kind in 10,000 years. This demon river not only emitted demonic energy, but could also disturb one's mind, deliberately seducing the weak-willed to jump into the river without realizing it. The crown of light above Su Liang's head was exceedingly bright. After another month of accumulation, there was not much innate spiritual rhyme left in the fifth city's arena. Chengdu roughly estimated that based on Su Liang's current pace, it would take about another 7 days to collect the remaining innate spiritual rhyme. Interestingly, besides the fifth city, the demon tribe across the river also hoped Su Liang would quickly take away the remaining innate spiritual rhyme. They were already terrified of being killed. They hardly dared to send demons up anymore. If it weren't for the strict rule that after 5 rounds without sending a demon, the opposing side would directly take away all their innate spiritual rhyme, they probably wouldn't have sent any demons at all. The innate arena is not a place where just anyone can qualify to take the stage. It's not advisable to simply send some random fish to pass the time. For this reason, every day that this place opens is a torment for them. Chapter 300. A god of death is sent in. Have you heard? A celestial-like foreign woman has recently arrived in the border city, and she will be sent to the sixth city in a while. Is that true? I want to take a good look at her then. How good can she really be? It's true. Someone from our Du family mentioned it when they sent someone yesterday. What is the use of being good-looking? The border city doesn't care about such things. It's not about being pleasing to the eye, and besides, who says she is just pretty? Others can make it to the sixth city too. She seems to be only 19. How many? 19? Do outsiders also have the Tao of Heaven inheritance? That's on par with the guardians of the A-grade clans, right? What a big deal. Guess how old that Luo Zijin is? He should be around 40, right? 40? Not even 30. Huh? You guys have been going back and forth for a long time. Are you too idle? Damn, who are you calling a busybody? General Chun. Have you eaten, General Chun? If not, I'll get you some food. Chun Xian's face darkened, and he flashed forward, slapping the person away. The small captain guarding the city in the seventh realm was sent flying just like that. Chun Xian clapped his hands and turned to the others, glaring. How many years have you spent under Chengdu? And you already love to gossip this much? For the next half-month, you don't need to take shifts. You'll all guard the banks of the Demon River at night. Chapter 301. Old Phone. Su Liang returned to the city head. Chengdu, holding the mountain sea cauldron, leaned closer to him, mumbling, Collect, collect, collect. Su Liang gave him a glance. Collect my ass. Work's done. Is there food? You still need to eat? Chengdu ignored him, fiddling with the mountain sea cauldron. I'm so hungry. The spiritual essence left in the innate arena is very few. Even if we lose completely from now on, as long as we take down the one above Su Liang's head, it's a done deal. Unfortunately, it can't be taken down. Winning too much makes one happy. Let us eat a little. Chengdu put down the mountain sea cauldron and slowly rolled his eyes, just showing off for you. Su Liang smiled and walked towards the Eastern Continent's prodigy team, with Chengdu closely following, still unwilling to give up on chanting the incantation. Along the way, many city guards and even clan disciples nodded in acknowledgement, their expressions gentle. He seemed like the moon surrounded by stars. Unknowingly, the barriers between the outsiders were gradually diminished. Although they couldn't fully accept them yet, at least the cold expressions were gone. Brother Liang, you've worked hard. Brother Liang, please sit. What do you want to eat? I've been practicing my cooking skills recently and will definitely show you a thing or two. Are you thirsty, brother? Try the mid-grade spiritual wood water I prepared. It's sweet and not hot. Chapter 302. Changes at the border. Just a little more. Old Feng nodded. Should I wait for you to take another look? I've seen enough. The sudden change made Old Feng smile slightly. Your spiritual sense is quite interesting. Su Liang scratched his head. Senior, you call me here for what? Old Feng pointed to a chair beside him. Let us chat while you sit. Oh. Silently dragging over a chair, he placed it diagonally across from Old Feng and sat by the window. Why sit so far away? It's by the window. The air is good. Old Feng was taken aback, then clapped and laughed. You even speak so casually about your own nervousness. You're quite good. Just relax. I'm just here to chat with you and see if we can take that innate spiritual essence off your head. Old Feng paused. I didn't take it off at the first opportunity because it seemed beneficial to you. Now that I see you're no longer absorbing this innate spiritual essence, let us share some with the fifth city. Su Liang's pupils constricted. Is the ninth realm that terrifying? Even this can be seen? Chengdu, at the peak of the eighth realm, has followed him for so many days without noticing that this innate spiritual essence has decreased. Bang! The door was kicked open. Chengdu walked in with a look of disbelief, shouting, What? The innate spiritual essence has decreased. Let me see. Let me see. Chapter 303. So what about the Tao of Heaven? What is this? Su Liang examined the light ball in Old Feng's hand. It's a projection of time. Old Feng explained. It's a past captured by great supernatural powers. So, it's a memory? Exactly. Then why say it's so grand? Su Liang silently complained and moved his gaze away from the light ball. Do I really have to watch it? Old Feng nodded. Inside is the key history of the border over the past 20,000 years. It can help you understand what I said earlier. Senior, you mentioned to take your time to watch. What did you mean by the border can still hold on? Old Feng. Junior, may I ask, will this memory take long to watch? About a year. Su Liang understood. Then I want to watch it. Why is that? Old Feng was puzzled. Before I came here, the Eastern Continent's Tao of Heaven sought me out, and Elder Shenzhen taught me. Even the Sect's ancestors directly told me. Su Liang's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. I can probably guess a little about what changes are coming. The change is not me, but another me. This time, Old Feng didn't understand. What are you talking about? What change is not you, but another you? Could it be that this kid has a split personality? Chapter 304. Can both be achieved? So what about the Tao of Heaven? Under Old Feng's astonished gaze, Su Liang, who was only at the peak of the fifth realm, displayed a confidence that made him wonder. How can a person be so arrogant? But Su Liang's words were indeed unambiguous. So what about the Tao of Heaven? That thing in his body makes the incarnation of the Tao of Heaven respectfully call him. And when it comes to accountability, who knows who will count? And didn't the Tao of Heaven incarnation say that as long as the self inside him helps, it will protect everything he cares about? Initially, he only cared about his eldest brother, his master, about Miss Chun, about the Nanchi Sword Sect, and about the teacher who named him. But since Old Feng said so, should he care a little more? What a big deal. I don't know where your confidence comes from. Old Feng was choked for a long time before speaking. But there's one thing you should have heard. The more you want everything, the less you can get. That is not necessarily true. It depends on the person. Su Liang waved. Don't worry. It's called a variable, so it must change more. Just think positively. The ones creating trouble are the evil spirits from outside the domain. If we kill them all, wouldn't everyone be happy? Old Feng glared at him. Easy for you to say. Chapter 305. What are you babbling about? The next day, Su Liang still wore the light crown. Old Feng didn't take it down. It felt a bit strange, but he indeed couldn't take it down. Reluctantly, he could only let Su Liang go back and take down the remaining innate spiritual essence. The city head was crowded with people. The garrison troops were eager to see what the foreign prodigy looked like, to be so fierce. Does she have multiple heads or 4 arms? Chengdu stood at a high place, shaking his head. A bunch of people who have never seen the world. What's so interesting about the mere 5 realms? It sounded sour, as if he was deliberately saying it for Su Liang to hear. Su Liang smiled. Yes, just the 5 realms. I don't even know how I ended up on this arena back then. Pointing at me? Almost. Hey, I say, that's a bit disrespectful if I go up. I could easily knock them down too. So why let me go? Chengdu opened his mouth but swallowed the words back. Forget it. You're impressive. What did Old Feng talk to you about last night? Changing the subject, he began to pry for gossip. Su Liang glanced at him. Want to know? Obviously. Otherwise, why would I ask? Chengdu is already quite familiar. Then you can ask Old Feng yourself. If I dare to ask, I would ask you. Come on. I promise not to spread it. Chapter 306. Rain entanglement. The night had not yet fallen. Is this it? Chengdu was silent for a while, still somewhat incredulous. But it was indeed over. The arena was gone. Su Liang glanced up. But I think you should consider how to take it down. It's a bit too glaring. It is something to think about. Chengdu agreed. But before that, I want to know how you, at such a young age, can be so impressive. Su Liang patted his shoulder. That's talent. It doesn't matter if you know. Chengdu felt a bit cheap, wanting to show off to him. Forget it. Let's leave it at that. Old Feng still needs to think of a way. You should rest during this time. After everything is settled, you can stay at the border or leave. This is the highest order given by Old Feng. Can I go to the 6th city first? Chengdu shot him a glance. To flaunt with such a thing? You don't even know how you would die crossing cities. You've been pretending these days. But do you know how many demons on the other side want your life? Su Liang paused for a moment, glancing at him. Long-term planning, right? You already know that. Chapter 307. I come to open the sky. Why should I? Chanyu roared. Just a lowly flesh. Go die quietly. Why are you shouting so loudly? Chun Xian showed no mercy, transforming into wind, ready to kill again. Chanyu gritted his teeth. I don't believe your foot is completely fine. The boundless black rain fell again. Chan Yu transformed into its original form, pulling out a black whip from between its hands, striking fiercely. This was a treasure cultivated over thousands of years, modeled after human methods, refined daily, with innate powers that could seal physical strength, a bane to martial artists. Chun Xian chuckled. Is it just you with a weapon? With a flick of his mind, a thick layer of cloth appeared on his hands, wrapping around his palms and fingers. It looked ordinary, but the cloth brewed a terrifying killing intent, pressing down without reservation. The burial cloth? How could it be with you? How could it possibly be brought up? Chan Yu was shocked, immediately transforming into flowing water, fleeing backward. How'd he bring it up? The innate arena shouldn't allow it. Treasures, formations, pills, and even divine weapons that far exceed the arena's limit should be restricted. That thing was used to kill the 9 realms, right? This aura, it can't be mistaken. Chapter 308. New Mountain and Sea Tripod in the Stillness of the Sky. Luo Zijing walked back to the city. The fighting in the 6th city was nearing its end. The demon army on the other side paused its advance, and Luo Zijing waited for a moment before choosing not to continue. That sword was truly invincible, but the consumption on himself was also significant. It wasn't just a simple consumption of spiritual power, but also the cultivated sword intent. This sword is called Open Sky, a sword technique that Luo Zijing comprehended himself. The power of the sword technique is self-evident. To date, he had used it twice. The first time was during the Great Yin Empire, and the second time was now. Zijing, such a fierce sword technique, does it have any after effects? Chun Xian's eyes sparkled. This is a treasure. No wonder the sect elder instructed me to take good care of Luo Zijing after talking to him. It seems you won't need the position of a city guard anymore. I guarantee that after the heavenly treasures are claimed, a starting position as a 1,000-man commander is certain. This was said openly, and the other leaders on the city wall heard it clearly, but they all accepted it. Without Luo Zijing, relying only on their self-explosions, the 6th city would have been without suspense long ago. How could it have turned the tide like this now? That innate spiritual rhythm is running low. Luo Zijing looked at Chun Xian's flushed face, understanding his feelings. Chapter 309. Boundary Sky Demon. The 6th city is in trouble, and it's not a small matter. The demon clan has acted under the pressure of the heavenly rules and heavenly treasures. This is very crazy. If they act now, the 8 realms of the demon clan can only exert the power of the 7 realms at most. Even the 9 realms would be restrained, at most reaching 30%. But the demon clan still acted. However, they were not attacking the city, but targeting people. And these 2 people are very specific. One is Chun Xian, and the other is Luo Zijing. Blood flowed like rivers on the city wall of the 6th city, with bizarre demon corpses stretching for hundreds of miles. The attack came suddenly, especially when the innate arena had not yet completely ended. Caught off guard, they were pushed in. However, once Chun Xian stepped onto the stage, the situation gradually stabilized, slowly tipping in one direction. At this time, the opponent actively attacked, and his martial artist in the early 9 realms could be used in the later stages. With this change, the demon clan quickly fell apart. Even the strategic resource of the 8 realms suffered significant losses. This puzzled Chun Xian. Even if there were a lot of demons under the 9 realms, the number of 8 realms was several times that of the border, but it shouldn't be this careless, right? Just as the doubt arose, Chun Xian soon found the answer. The departed hate realm. A deep voice instantly penetrated the entire 6th city. Even the nearby 5th and 7th cities could hear it. Chapter 310. Departed city. The peak 9 realms demon is called the Heavenly Sovereign, while the other 9 realms are called sovereigns. The Bone Sovereign squinted and smiled. Wally Yuan's face was as dark as water, but he did not act slowly. Thunder flashed between his palms, and spiritual power surged wildly, instantly raising his momentum to its peak. I didn't expect you to have buried in 9 realms here. The Bone Sovereign deliberately dragged out time. Originally, I should have entered the mid-9 realms, but you damn bugs have kept the 6th city from falling, making it hard for me to get my hands on things. Truly damned. Boom! The sound of thunder erupted. Li Yuan's palm crackled with thunder, magnifying right in front of him. Break! The Bone Sovereign did not resist head-on, retreating as he fought, building a towering white bone body to withstand the thunder. Umans, have you thought it over? If you fight with me here, the commotion won't be small. Li Yuan was extremely furious. You want me to say something? If it weren't for the battlefield being too close to the city wall of the 6th city, it would really be unacceptable for you. who was suppressed by the heavenly Tao in the early stage of the ninth realm, not to be beaten half to death. Wan Guzun chuckled mockingly, but did not push too hard. The great formation at the city wall of the sixth city was activating. If it was delayed, it would be difficult to survive afterward. Wan Zhang, Bai Gu retreated. Li Yuan chased after him, casually killing 2 late-stage demons of the 8th realm along the way. Chapter 311. Trust and entrustment. What are you thinking? A gentle voice awakened Meng Yuan Ku, who was resting his chin on his hand in contemplation. He had a refined appearance, and although he wore ordinary cloth clothes, his unique temperament was hard to hide, with an unmistakable gentleness in his brows and eyes. He smiled and looked at the person who came in. It's nothing. It was a graceful woman dressed in a flowing fairy dress, with her long hair styled up, exuding a gentle and virtuous vibe at first glance. The commander's airs are getting bigger and bigger. Even I am kept in the dark. The woman smiled, pulled a chair, and sat across from him, propping her cheek with one hand and just looking at him. The latter couldn't hold back. Yuqin, this is confidential. Ji Yuqin remained unfazed. And then? Meng Yuan quickly changed his expression upon reading the situation. Since it's confidential, I naturally have to tell you first. Just in case I forget later, you can remind me. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuqin released the spiritual light she was pinching with her other hand, propped her chin with both hands, and smiled brightly. Next time you can tell me later, that way I'll have enough reason to beat you up first. Cough, cough. Yuqin, you know me. How would I dare to hide anything from you? So what is it? Chapter 312. Meng Yuan Ku's scheme strange. Chengdu scratched his head repeatedly, feeling quite confused. Don't you think we are a bit too smooth this time? How would I know? This is my first time. True, but can't you see? This is the demon's territory, and it's at the intersection of 2 cities. They shouldn't be careless enough not to send even a single patrol, right? After all, if the demon clan were really that foolish, they would have been flattened long ago. Chengdu's brows furrowed tighter. Something's not right. Very not right. Do you think we were discovered from the beginning? Are we luring the enemy in? Su Liang ignored him and busied himself with the task at hand. TSK. Still fiddling with your broken plate? Can't we think together? Chengdu turned back, feeling a bit displeased. Crossing cities is no child's play, especially with you carrying such a big lantern. Su Liang relaxed his hands, glanced at him. Since you also know this is no child's play, why did you still take me down this path? At first, I thought you had a plan and wanted to go against the grain. But I've seen your caution all the way, which indicates. Chapter 313. Have you experienced the storm? As a first-class clan, my family should be the first to go. Commander Li, time waits for no one. Gather your energy. Li Yuan did not turn back. He gritted his teeth, pretending not to hear. In a normal fight, they couldn't win. Many victories were bought with lives. Only if a certain clan could produce a peerless genius could they regain some ground in a war of attrition. After all, it still came down to insufficient foundation. Even with 3,000 clans and the nourishment of the heavenly Tao's rules, how could battle experience and practical skills be gained solely through infusion? In the beginning, the foundation of the East Continent was filled with deaths and injuries. Which one of the famous big demons like Shao hadn't dominated the innate arena for thousands of years? To put it bluntly, one side had quantity while the other had quality. This was the true reflection outside the 8th and 9th arenas. Gulmandeli. There's no time to hesitate. I can't guarantee a solid victory. The newly risen genius from the Li family had a pale face, his lips slightly trembling. Who wouldn't be afraid of death, especially someone like him who had been a clan member for less than 3 years? But fear or not, the task still had to be done. What's wrong? Does the 6th city only have 2 capable fighters? I remember that one with the gun was pretty good too. Oh, sorry, I forgot. He was ultimately killed by me. Chapter 314. The last match, Shao was literally beaten to death. Li Yuan did this on purpose. He was establishing authority and also stalling for time. Thus, he immediately used his life as ultimate treasure, followed by divine powers and techniques, and slowly wore him down. Currently, he was the only one in the 6th city who could secure a steady victory. Unless the opponent brought out the 8th realm genius from the demon clan who specifically countered thunder techniques, or Wan Guzun personally came down to battle him. To be honest, even with the latter, Li Yuan still had some confidence. Come if you want to die. Li Yuan, with a crown of light above his head, casually threw out thunderbolts, completely erasing the already lifeless Shao, reduced to a pile of debris. His eyes flickered with lightning, exuding an overwhelming aura. Needless to say, Kun was indeed frightened. No demons rushed in immediately. That so-called God-Wind demon, who spoke with great confidence, felt a bit intimidated as well. It looked too fierce. It felt like it was a bit too much to handle. But they could not go in, could they? The innate spiritual resonance on the sixth arena was running low. If they couldn't secure it after paying such a price, every single one of these demons would be thoroughly accounted for. Therefore, Kun didn't hesitate much and said to the God-Wind demon, "You go, take this." A dark bone spike transformed into a stream of light, landing steadily in front of it. Chapter 3:15. The head is flying. One must say, the influence of a beauty is always present in any situation. The appearance of Chun Huayu eased the tense atmosphere in the sixth city, especially when some from the seventh and even eighth realms noticed her peak sixth realm cultivation. They were all astonished and then, as if thinking of something, came forward to inquire. Which clan sent you as support? Do you have a solid victory guarantee? Are you from the seventh city's supporting clan? What is your surname? Do you have any divine treasures or techniques to ensure victory? Chun Huayu remained calm, answering one by one. No. My surname is Chun. No. Her responses were no more than 2 words each. The brow of an early-stage 8th realm city guard commander furrowed. Then where are you from? East continent. Everyone fell silent and gradually dispersed, but after walking a few steps, they seemed to think of something and quickly returned with hopeful expressions. Then are you very strong? Luo Zijin was also a peak 6th realm back then. In fact, these people had somewhat overlooked that they only assessed her realm and did not notice her age. A 19-year-old at peak 6th realm? Not bad. Not bad. Don't say not bad. This is urgent. Chun Huayu was taken aback, then slowly nodded. I've never lost. Chapter 3:16. Are the people from the East Continent all this smart? Kun did not die right away. It simply abandoned its head, leaped to a distance, and grew another head again. Its expression was grave as it said fiercely, "Dare to play the pig to eat the tiger?" Chun Huayu lightly exclaimed, then understood. It's the demon clan. Having some tricks is naturally normal. If the head can fall off and not die, then how about splitting into 8 pieces? She supported the sword sheath of Bai Nianjian and drew her sword, looking around. The sword tip lightly tapped the void. Buzz. The sword domain unfolded. The fierce sword wind instantly howled throughout the arena, crackling loudly. What a fierce sword. Playing tricks. The beast gritted its teeth, its arms suddenly sinking, covered in bone armor, with patterns flashing like blood vessels. It cultivated the physical body. Stomp. The void was stepped into by him, and his figure rushed forward, instantly arriving in front of Chun Huayu, raising his fist to smash down. The intense wind from the punch was on par with the sword domain sword chi. Clang! The sound of iron hammering echoed, and then the arena pulled up a thin black line, sliding from one side to the other. How is this possible? The beast, which was smashed away by a sword, felt like it was dreaming. Is this reasonable? The beast was dazed, but it couldn't afford to be dazed, because it saw streaks of white clouds, appearing particularly out of place under this heavy red-black sky. The white clouds gathered, and a sword chi-long rainbow capable of shaking deep mountains and peaks descended. Chapter 3:17. The reappearance of the Eastern Continent's heavenly path. The 5th domain, Eastern Continent. Demon Domain Mountains. Old Xiao, there are no abnormalities today, either. The demon clan in the mountains is becoming more and more reclusive. Haha, they must be scared after being killed. In the past month or 2, we've gained quite a bit. Old Xiao, I think tomorrow I should lead a team to delve deeper, give them a thorough sweep, and let the people from Nanchi Sword Sect see the methods of our Beijai Academy. A blue-clad old man stroked his fan, calm and composed. Before, when we came a bit slowly, there were rumors outside saying that our Beijai Academy is afraid. I think this is just the right time to make a name. Xiao squinted and smiled, calmingly saying, Su Jiayu, please don't be too hasty. We must plan everything carefully, right? If we rush it, casualties are inevitable and uncontrollable. If there is a major loss at this time, it would just be a laughingstock. What kind of loss could there be? I think we should just charge in directly, intimidate, and scare them. We have over 30 elders of the 6th realm in our Beijai Academy. What is there that can't be subdued? Su Jiayu was full of enthusiasm, drawing nods of agreement from several instructors around. However, Old Xiao was indeed highly respected, and in the end, the decision still rested with him. With his white hair, Xiao kept one hand behind his back and the other gathered in his sleeve, maintaining the demeanor of a scholar. Chapter 318. The Demon Sovereign Guards the River. Central Continent. Shifang Hall, Stargazing Hall. When do we depart? Jin Duanshuan, in a tattered Taoist robe, unusually did not drink, leaning against the railing with Meng Tianji. This place not only observed celestial phenomena, but also had scenery that ordinary mountains and rivers could not compare to. The time has not come. Can't you let me enter early? That would be problematic. Jin Duanshuan scoffed. What could I ruin? I'm not a madman who just cuts down anyone I see. You are. Meng Tianji glanced sideways. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You want to clean up the Demon Domain Mountains in one fell swoop and completely resolve the issues of the Eastern Continent, right? TSK, did you secretly divine that for me? Jin Duanshuan, caught, did not deny it. Meng Tianji chuckled. Do you need divination for that little thought of yours? Looking down on people? All right, just keep your head down. Even if you really have the ability to forcibly awaken the Eastern Continent's heavenly path, can you handle the consequences afterward? Not to mention, don't forget who else is inside the Eastern Continent. A word woke the dreamer. I actually forgot. Jin Duanshuan seemed to remember something, gasping in surprise, but then puzzled. How could I forget the impression of that existence? I can't even remember the name. Chapter 319. So tired. In the 9th city of the frontier, there was a camp with a well-arranged formation. Meng Yuanka sat in the central army. In the camp, Meng Yuanka leaned on one corner of the sand table with both hands, looking at the entire frontier. Report. Enter. Old Meng. Chengdu's silent spirit was once again activated at the border of the 7th and 8th cities, but it hasn't moved since. Meng Yuanka waved his hand. The golden-armored soldier respectfully retreated. Then Meng Yuanka conjured a sign out of thin air. It looked like the number 9. Moving his feet, Meng Yuanka placed it on the upper part of the sand table. That was the boundary river of the 8th city. Thus, he found another one at the 9th realm. Meng Yuanka clapped his hands. A total of 4 more at the 9th realm. He raised his head, surveying the camp. 6 people stood here, 4 men and 2 women. How about it? Do you have confidence in removing the 8th city? A middle-aged cultivator positioned slightly forward frowned, his green eyes watching curiously, then stepped forward after pondering for a moment, his tone somewhat drawn out. Replying to old Meng, it's a bit difficult. P.S. at the boundary river. As long as he crosses the river, he will be suppressed. Meng Yuanka smiled. What if we don't consider the influence of the boundary river? The middle-aged cultivator's expression changed, and the few people behind him also showed surprised expressions. Chapter 320. Choice. Su Liang and Chengdu had been wandering nearby for several days, but still couldn't find a good way. The perception of a 9th realm was too sharp. If they moved forward a bit, the scrutinizing gaze would increase. What to do now? Su Liang could sense that obscure aura, very special, capable of instantly killing him. In short, don't move for now. Chengdu dared not breathe loudly, then slowly gave his guess. Could it be that the 8th arena has some changes? But it shouldn't be to guard the boundary river. And look at the other party's posture. It seems intentional, as if waiting for someone to deliver themselves to the door. Wait, deliver ourselves to the door. Chengdu est pupille contracted. Aren't we just delivering ourselves to the door? Not moving ISN, gonna work. My heavenly mechanism plate is about to reach the point. Su Liang's face showed a hint of bitterness. It's fine, with this treasure, as long as we don't move, it's okay. Old Meng must have his plans. Let us be patient and see. Just as he reassured himself, suddenly 3 shadows walked out ahead. Chengdu blinked hard. He wanted to curse. Another 3 9th realm demon sovereigns? Where did they come from? What did the demon clan promote? 3 new demon sovereigns. I always feel something is off. Su Liang stroked his chin. Chapter 321. The Counterattack of the 8th City. Chen Xian's head ached. It felt like something was chattering in his ear. Before he could hear clearly, his consciousness gradually withdrew, returning to reality. In his view was the 6th city. It seemed he was being supported by someone. Awake? Luo Zijin glanced over, casually tossing him aside. Chen Xian, who reacted a beat too late, staggered to steady himself, shaking his head, and after a while, looked over gloomily. You just throw me like that? Aren't you afraid of killing me? Luo Zijin didn't reply. If a 9th realm martial artist could just be thrown to death like that, he thought it wouldn't be a bad thing. It would set a precedent for all ages. Is this out? Chen Xian slightly assessed the current situation, and the next moment, a figure landed beside him, visibly agitated. Chen Xian, Li Yuan shouted, and Chen Xian instantly turned around and threw a punch. It startled him. The thunderous strike barely deflected. Li Yuan, somewhat annoyed, said, "What are you doing? Am I also going to fight?" Chun Xian, looking like a startled bird, reluctantly withdrew his hand, saying, "I didn't notice. I just woke up." "Just woke up?" Li Yuan frowned. "Aren't you the one who led the attack out of the bitter separation realm?" "I brought you out," Luo Zijin interjected. Li Yuan was astonished. Chun Xian was equally surprised. "How many tricks do you have up your sleeve?" Chapter 3:22. The Nine Realms Tao, Immortal Wind, and words. How did the counterattack happen? Is this reasonable? Both of them were somewhat confused. War was on the brink. And almost every second someone was getting hurt, someone was dying. The same was true for the demon race. Under the suppression of the heavenly Tao rules, the casualties in the 8th city were obviously heavy. Cultivators at the peak of the 8th realm could only huddle together for warmth, not daring to act recklessly. While the demon race was different, like wolves among sheep, going on a killing spree. This situation continued until the formation on the city wall of the 8th city unfolded, with runes bombarding reinforcements, gradually stabilizing the situation. The realm heavenly sovereign watched from above, somewhat bored. "How about we have a spar?" It transmitted its voice, the demonic sound flowing, sweeping through the air, causing many 5th and 6th realm cultivators to lose their composure, which the demon race took advantage of. "Get lost," a mighty voice echoed, the sound waves overlapping, a horizontal wave crashing into the demon army's flank, causing heavy casualties. Seeing this, the realm heavenly demon didn't care at all, laughing. "What's wrong? Afraid I might accidentally kill you?" Above the 8th city, a very young-looking white-haired man sat, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. He was quite extraordinary. "One of you isn't enough. Call a few more to consider," Xiang Donglai said, his eyes opening and closing. Quite a boast. Chapter 3:23. The strength of the dark arts foam. Yin Yin looked around, a scene of devastation, debris everywhere. The late stage of the 9th realm was already unfathomable. And with the realm heavenly demon unable to intervene, those 2 demon lords were already caught in a layout against Meng Yuan Ku, and they could only be slaughtered. The old man in the straw robe moved through the battlefield, as if in an uninhabited realm, harvesting as much as possible. What peak talents of the 8th realm? They were as fragile as thin paper. The demon army resisted with all their might, using all their tricks, but in the end, they could only last a few more exchanges. Like chickens and dogs, they soon collapsed. This is the absolute control of the battlefield that the 9th realm possesses. Without entering the 9th realm, one would never comprehend how terrifying the scenery inside that door truly is. The realm heavenly demon was getting anxious. Feng Yin was not crossing the boundary river at all. Purely through magical techniques, he bombarded and forced the demon army to retreat repeatedly under this back and forth. The soldiers at the frontier of the 8th city became more and more emboldened, quickly pushing forward. The realm heavenly demon could not hold back any longer, and from across the boundary river, it struck down with a palm. It covered half of the battlefield indiscriminately. Almost simultaneously, plum blossoms bloomed and fell in the wind. Why the rush? This trivial battlefield can catch your eye? Xiang Donglai stood up, showing a mocking expression. "Didn't you say you wanted to fight me earlier? I think there's no better day than today." Chapter 3:24. Plan settled. The heavens stirred. The 1,000th Earth Demon Lord was on the verge of death. The other 3 Demon Lords, in disbelief, suddenly shouted, "Impudent! How dare you?" Having reached this depth, their intelligence was naturally not low. The thought of rebelling began to take root in their hearts. "How dare you?" This sentence was conveyed telepathically. Like thunder, it reverberated in the hearts of the 6. The leading elder quickly transmitted an explanation. "The 3 heavenly sovereigns are wronged. This is all the arrangement of the realm heavenly sovereign." The 3 words realm heavenly sovereign instantly suppressed 3 parts of their anger. But it wasn't enough. How could dignified demon lords be so easily wounded before them by 6 human beings? Such injuries, no matter how one looked at them, would require a considerable amount of time to recuperate afterward. Would the heavenly sovereign truly plan this way? Even to lure out Meng Yuan Ku, wouldn't this be too much? Would the 3 early 9th realm and 3 peak 8th realm cultivators truly come up with such a plan to take down a mid-stage 9th realm heavenly sovereign? The 3 demons felt some regret. If they had known, they should have inquired more about the intricacies of the entire plan. You should cooperate with those 6. Pretend to be defeated and lure out Meng Yuan Ku. On the other side, seeing that the timing was almost right, the 6 felt somewhat troubled. Chapter 3:25. all tremble in the sky. A fierce battle was underway. The realm heavenly demon saw Meng Yuan Ke. It also saw that the six dared to seriously injure the 1,000 Earth Demon Lord. This was completely contrary to its plan. Even to lure out Meng Yuan Ke, it would not use such a ninth realm foundation as bait. Eliminating Meng Yuan Ke was only a matter of time. It had waited so many years. If it were anxious, wouldn't that be a waste of all those years? Thus, when the six attacked the other 3 demon lords again, it sensed that something was off. Connecting it to Meng Yuan Ke's cunning tactics, the scheme of the double cross was presented vividly. The 4 demon lords were indeed well calculated. But if the realm heavenly demon had calmed down and not engaged with Xiang Donglai, it might have been able to see some clues through careful consideration. Unfortunately, it didn't react in time, because when Meng Yuan Ke appeared, the 2 late-stage 9th realm demon lords had already attacked. They were hidden in the Boundary River. The heavenly sovereign truly had no mistakes in its calculations. Meng Yuan Ke, today is your day of death. The Boundary River surged, and the 2 late-stage 9th realm demon lords wore mocking expressions. Meng Yuan Ke stood in the air. Su Liang stood behind him. To be honest, he was somewhat dazed. He wouldn't be confused facing 2 late-stage 9th realm cultivators out of the blue. Chapter 326. The dust settles. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you return to the peak of the 9th realm? At your age, with such vital energy. It's fake. It must be fake. The 2 demon lords stood on end, retreating step by step. Those void-like eyes were easily crushed by Feng Yinyan. I'm not afraid, even if the real body comes. What are these little tricks for? Feng Yinyan smiled slightly. Surprised? I think so, but it's a fact. What will you do now? Feng Yinyan held the mountain and sea cauldron of the 8th city in one hand, stirring the winds and clouds, displaying great powers. The mountain and sea cauldron nullified the heavenly Tao rules, and the innate divine wind instantly killed the late-stage 9th realm. Ming Yuan Kiskiviko Votshidkuitli. What ownership of heavenly objects, what half-completion of innate spiritual resonance. What he Meng Yuan Ke plotted has always been the highest level of things. 3 early 9th realm, 1 mid-stage 9th realm, and 2 late-stage 9th realm were thus eliminated. Wouldn't that hurt the demon race immensely? But who told you that his ultimate goal was these? Impudent. The realm heavenly demon was stunned and also anxious. When Feng Yinyan's peak aura of the 9th realm was revealed, he was completely flustered, his mind almost blank. How is that possible? The peak of the 9th realm is not something he, Feng Yinyan, can just enter. Chapter 327. The cause and effect are all fate. Su Liang was stunned. The moment he saw that graceful figure, his heart shook violently. Huayu. Beside him, Meng Yuan Ke observed closely but said nothing. He had calculated everything and had already fulfilled almost all plans, yet the biggest variable before him remained unclear. Su Liang truly couldn't comprehend. Why is Miss Chen here? And what is that terrifying aura around her? It feels somewhat familiar, like the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. Besides you, there are 4 other variables. Such words suddenly echoed in Su Liang's mind, lingering. Is Miss Chen also a variable? In the next moment, he abruptly looked at Meng Yuan Ke. You must know something, right? Meng Yuan Ke, holding a mass of gray mist, nodded. Don't get excited. It's not time to relax yet. Let me use the heavenly mystery disc. Meng Yuan Ke lightly tapped the void. An array of light fell from Su Liang. His heavenly mystery disc floated away. After catching it steadily, Meng Yuan Ke's gaze became dazed, as if seeing through 1,000 years. Father, I didn't expect that back then. I was so noisy about not learning this thing of yours, and now that I'm in such a ghostly place, I wish I could come up with 800 variations in a day. Chapter 328, but she chose him. Chun Huayu retracted her thoughts, her eyes shining with golden light. Her aura entwined, resembling a celestial being. She did not step forward to engage. Even though she had received the heavenly Tao's blessing and her cultivation level would gradually rise, she still had not reached the point where she could casually break through to the peak of the 9th realm. If the embodiment of the heavenly Tao truly had such means, there would be no need to seek variables. It could directly awaken the main body. But if it relies on the rules of this place, then it is possible. Thus, the crown of light above her head was extraordinarily radiant. Aside from Su Liang's innate spiritual aura from the 5th city, used to evade the suppression of the heavenly Tao rules, and the 8th city's innate spiritual aura to facilitate full power attacks against the old and dream old. All the rest was above Chun Huayu's head. It was personally stabilized by Elder Zone. Her current peak, 9th realm aura stemmed from this. Blood stained half the sky. The Jitian demon was roaring, fighting for its life, and also calling for help. But no matter how hard it tried, it was in vain. The preparations at the border were too thorough. So thorough that Zhong Xian released the innate platform that would ascend to the 9th city today, attracting nearly all the 9th realm demon lords and heavenly demons' attention. It fought desperately, and Feng Yin and Xiang Donglai, both at the peak of the 9th realm, were no different, until the Jitian demon's life lamp left in the demon clan's base trembled violently. Only then did the demon clan notice. Chapter 329. Fallacies are also reason. The dusk was like gauze, lightly veiling the mountains, and the red-clad Pampan furrowed her brows. She stood before him, her smile as radiant as a flower. How did you come here? Su Liang lowered his brows and softly asked this first. I guess. This time, Chun Huayu actively took his hand. I know you don't want me to come, so I had to sneak along. Huayu. Huh? Not calling you Miss Chun anymore? If possible, I actually want to call you wife directly. Chun Huayu hurriedly released her hand. Her cheeks flushed. What are you saying? Aren't you ashamed? Su Liang was unconcerned, holding her hands. But it is the truth. All right, I got it, let go. Chun Huayu dared not look at him. How strange. Why am I becoming more bashful? Is this what Master often calls restraint? But actually, I'm really happy. Miss Chun is amazing. She has become the peak of the 9th realm in the blink of an eye. Su Liang felt a bit sour. Chun Huayu, with talent shining in her brows, looked somewhat proud. It's all right. Curious? Yes, curious. Can you tell me? Do you really want to hear? Yes. How much do you want to hear? Just as much as I want to hear you talk, Miss Chun. Why are you getting more glib now? Chapter 330. The mountains are like jade like a gentleman. They smile at each other warmly. I don't want him to stay here. Chun Huayu's crown of light was dense, but Luo Zijin did not react for a moment. Until Meng Yuan Ku explained the whole situation, Luo Zijin understood. As Meng Yuan Ku left them to discuss on their own, the atmosphere grew heavier. So it turns out that the girl is her. Is it a coincidence? Or was it intentional? Luo Zijin felt it was the latter. So he added, Little Liang probably doesn't want you staying here either. Chun Huayu bit her lip as if in thought, and finally said, his talent is higher than mine. And the embodiment of the heavenly Tao also said he is the most likely. Luo Zijin shook his head, smiling gently. It says that to everyone. Moreover, he probably doesn't want you to stay here either. What will we do then? Chun Huayu showed a difficult expression, but quickly added, he can't stay here, and I can't let him fall into a dilemma. It's fine as long as I don't get seen by him. You didn't answer, just change the way to avoid it. Luo Zijin smiled slightly. Besides, if he asks me, I will definitely tell him. At that time, Little Liang won't be willing. Chun Huayu hesitated for a moment. Master Luo, can I call you that? Chapter 331. There are many actors in autumn. Have you heard? The beautiful and powerful senior girl from a few days ago has actually found someone. Is the news reliable? Please elaborate. It's true. I saw her holding hands with a guy in a corner of the city wall. Senior girl, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? Looking good makes her a girl, and being strong naturally makes her a senior. Don't you understand? Oh, you're still behind. Holding hands is nothing. Let me tell you, they're already hugging and kissing. Damn, who is that guy? Why? My looks and strength don't even dare to compare. Where did you get this news? Is it really reliable? It should be true. I tell you, General Chun said it himself. Last night, I saw him wanting to say something, but stopping. So there must be a secret. And now, after a little drink, it came out. Perhaps because the Demon Clan's army has not returned outside the 8th city. These 8th realm leaders have relaxed a lot and are chatting freely. Only Su Liang, passing by, had a dark expression. Behind him, Chun Huayu covered her mouth and laughed. Excuse me, which one is General Chun? Huh? You don't even know General Chun? Where have you been? The leader who was patted on the shoulder turned around. And the next moment, he was left speechless. Chapter 332. The situation in the East Continent. Where is he? Did the heavenly sovereign jump into the demon river and run away? Useless. With just a cold snort, the early 8th realm envoy who came to report was instantly turned to ash. Master of techniques, pay attention to your attitude. This matter was originally your guarantee, yet you are now killing members of my clan. What is going on? A total of 5 towering figures stood quietly between heaven and earth, their terrifying aura making it hard to breathe. Apart from the 3 heavily injured supreme beings who had yet to show themselves, the remaining 5 supreme beings were all present. The demonic energy surged, obscuring their true forms, with only their voices distinguishable. The voice of the Master of Techniques was sharp, while the Mirror Supreme's voice was dual-toned, embodying yin and yang. Your clan has produced useless members. I'm just clearing out the trash for you. You don't need to thank me. But why say these things now? Upon hearing this, the Mirror Supreme suddenly snorted coldly. A purple glowing ancient mirror appeared out of thin air, then slightly turned, capturing an early-stage 8-bound demon envoy before it. In the next moment, a flash of purple light passed, and the still-dazed 8-bound envoy was obliterated. Your clan has also produced useless members, unable to withstand even one of my attacks. I'm just helping you clean up. Chapter 333. Breaking the 6 boundaries? More than that, I always feel that it is not the Tao of Heaven. Luo Zijin sat opposite, with Su Liang and Chun Huayu sitting side by side. The first thing he said was a bombshell. It doesn't resemble the rules. It's more like the one who governs the rules. Luo Zijin continued. I possess immortal spiritual roots, and my physique is quite unique. After stepping into this place and breaking the 7th boundary, I awakened some memories. I think I understand what it is. His words lacked logic, but he believed the two understood. After witnessing Luo Zijin break the restrictions of the Tao of Heaven, Chun Huayu understood even better than Su Liang what he was talking about. In the current situation, 3 of the 5 variables were at the border. It was now certain that the so-called Tao of Heaven in the Eastern continent wanted one of them to emerge victorious to grasp the power of the Domain Lord, allowing it to return to completeness. It sounded like a tempting condition. Who could refuse the power surpassing the peak of the 9th boundary? Su Liang had already witnessed the means at the peak of the 9th boundary, not to mention the peak. Just those few early-stage 9th boundaries from back then made him feel suffocated. A beam of light fell from Luo Zijin's palm, pure white, without any fluctuation, as if he was holding a pearl glowing with pure white light. Chapter 334. The Sound of the Wind and Waves. What does it mean to act against the wind? This is probably it. A mere crop of the Tao of Heaven's transformation dares to compete with it for fertilizer? How outrageous! The thunderclouds instantly exceeded the level of the 6th boundary, pressing towards the 7th. Tao watched excitedly, continuously shouting, "Is this all you can do?" Not enough. Far from enough. Su Liang watched in silence. Although he was unlikely to get into trouble, was this really polite? Boom! The red-black thunder punishment fell, striking directly at Tao. It was strange. Clearly, it was Su Liang crossing tribulation, yet every strike was aimed at Tao. Tao opened her mouth and swallowed it all. She was all about not turning anyone away. Su Liang silently felt the constant rise of spiritual power within him. There was even a trace to follow. Each time Tao swallowed the heavenly thunder, his spiritual power would increase slightly. Suddenly, a few words popped into his mind. Breaking boundaries is not an inconvenient matter, a bit pretentious, but just right. Impudent. A thought descended, meant for Tao, but also warning Su Liang. The former was recklessly eating without a care, simply unable to finish. The latter pointed to the sky. Is this your attitude in asking me to do something? The heavens remained silent. It wasn't that there was truly no way, but it was clear that Su Liang was right. Chapter 335. The Final Arena. The 9th arena was vast and no longer merely gentle, but instead filled with majesty. Low-level cultivators could not even bear to look directly. The Sect's elder had instructed that this arena was not to be observed by those below the 6th boundary. Indeed, at this level, low-level cultivators did not even have the qualification to watch. At this moment, an old man ascended the steps. He was not tall and even had one eye blind, half his face ruined. But as soon as he stood there, the hearts of everyone at the border calmed by half. After so many millennia, the final act was always performed by the Sect's worthy, and without exception, he had one, being the key to their repeated victories at the border. Sect's worthy, you're not dead yet? The demonic sound entwined and fell. The Sect's worthy didn't even raise his eyes, merely giving a light snort, suppressing the sound waves of the demonic voice, not allowing them to ripple. The mirror demon was not angry. As one of the oldest 3 supreme beings, it had battled the Sect's worthy 9 times, and although it had lost each time, it had inflicted the most damage on him so far. Were you bringing that pile of scrap metal up here for? To dismantle and repair? The Sect's worthy shook his head, rising in form. Even with the cover of the innate arena, the clash between the two peak ninth boundaries was too intense. It was necessary to straighten the firmament above. Chapter 336. Once again in the world. Senior Green's divine power truly defies reason. The smiling benefactor envied greatly. The Jade healer smiled and nodded. Yes, others attack him. And he adds healing and boosts spiritual power. In the final innate arena, the demon clan often could not help but strike. There wasn't any major purpose, just to annoy people. If one were to put it more cleverly, it was an attempt to distract the Sect's worthy. One could say that to break the Sect's worthy's undefeated myth, the demon clan would use any means. This is also why 4 peak ninth boundary beings gathered here. One must be cautious. Of course, if the demon clan chose this moment to ambush other border cities. The sound of the wind and waves would not only signal the start of the final battle in each city, but also prompt them to activate the first grade linked formation. Even the demon clan had been lurking, perhaps waiting to spring out and stab you. The demon clan's layout was the brilliant work of Meng Yuan Ku. Without their demon lord, their fighting spirit was terribly scattered. It seemed they truly did not care about righteousness. If it weren't for Meng Yuan Ku's promise to designate the simplest first 3 cities for them to defend, perhaps one by one, demons would join the demon clan. The demon clan had a long lifespan, and with the constant instigation by the demon clan, the possibility was extremely high. Chapter 337. Border Reaction. On the city wall of the 6th city at the border, Li Yuan's face was ashen to the extreme. Beside him, countless people looked shocked and incredulous. 3 demon lords had come together. The sense of oppression was overwhelming. They did not even need the support of the demon army. Just standing, there was an insurmountable mountain. The river of realms surged. The power of rules transformed into chains of order, wrapping around the 3 demon lords crossing the river, holding them tightly. But the shadow that obscured the sky did not stop, continuing straight towards the 6th city. Everyone, don't panic. The mixed heaven great formation still exists. All maintain formation. Under the enhancement of spiritual power, Li Yuan's voice spread throughout the entire 6th city, temporarily stabilizing the hearts of the people. After the bell of the wind and wave was struck, the great formation was in an open state, and coupled with their arrival while carrying the boundary river, it couldn't be broken for a while. Suddenly, one of the 3 celestial demons vanished. It flashed to the front of the great formation on the city wall, and amidst the swirling black mist, a hand as large as a small mountain took shape and slapped down. Bang! The entire sky seemed to descend, and the formation trembled violently. Clang! It seemed that the previous slap was just an appetizer, followed immediately by a storm-like onslaught. While shifting and dodging, it continuously struck the great formation with both palms, while also evading the formation's self-protection measures. Chapter 338. The 6th City. The 6th realm in the secret realm of 10,000 formations. Shunjun leaned back against the city wall with his legs crossed, gazing at the starry sky. Well, there are no stars, only emptiness. But it was enough. After all, there was still a moon, right? Not being tormented by dreams, he felt quite good at the moment. Over the past year and a half, he mostly reminisced about the past, occasionally practicing that set of exercises Su Liang had taught him. What was it called again? All right, the 6th set of radio calisthenics. It was of no real use, but it passed the time. As for the books Su Liang had left him, he had read them back and forth twice, planning to wait a year and a half before reading them again. Hey, that Shenxi is indeed a talent. There are quite a few quirky things. Days passed like this. Even he hadn't realized that deep in his heart, Su Liang's words about taking him out had taken root and begun to sprout. Very shallow, but it was there. Until today, when he, originally leisurely, suddenly tensed up. He looked surprised, stood up, and then pulled out a leaf. His brow furrowed. The great formation he had left behind had actually been found by that kid. This was not good. That brat was at the border. Chapter 339. Everything about you, the border, is established on the rules of the heavenly Tao. The fortunes stripped from the eastern continent are all here, and if the 6th city, which is a suppression of the 6 realms, is breached, this suppression will disperse. This is not too taboo for the overall situation at the border. But for the eastern continent, it is a devastating blow. Those demons that slipped out from the magic river were originally from the 7th realm. This is the limitation of the border and also unavoidable. After realizing this, Feng Yinyan immediately took action, fighting alongside the three celestial demons while explaining the situation to Chun Huayu, asking him to assist from the side. As long as they can hold on, it's fine. He believed that with old Master Zhong's intellect, he would definitely discover that something was wrong. Once Zhong Xian appeared, all problems would be easily resolved. According to the current consumption of innate spiritual essence on both sides, as long as the last victory of the ninth city is secured, the heavenly items will be in their grasp. And at that time, relying on part of the domain lord's authority, they could naturally turn the tide and counterattack, resolving the current situation. He believed Zhong Xian would not lose. The most important thing now was to hold the sixth city. The eastern continent must not be chaotic. That is the foundation, the retreat. Once the eastern continent falls, the defense of the border will also lose its meaning. The sky was continuously torn apart, and a terrifying spiritual power storm completely overturned the spectators' understanding. Chapter 340. Die faster than forget it. Su Liang refused, while complaining. Didn't you say you are me? Why are you still asking for half? According to your statement, what isn't mine shouldn't be mine, and yours should still be mine. Why differentiate so clearly? Humorous. He smiled lightly. Even he didn't notice that his emotions had increased. This is not a good thing. Once humanity and divinity become confused, problems can arise. After a brief moment, he adjusted back. 2 strikes have already used one, and the remaining one is for karmic repayment. I hope you won't regret it. His voice gradually faded, like his form becoming ethereal, dissipating little by little. Su Liang returned to his senses. Regret? He wasn't afraid. He had divine powers and could turn back time. With a roar, a figure was smashed down from deep within the sky, instantly buried underground, creating a cloud of dust. Then, with another bang, the ground cracked from the inside out, spreading cracks, and black mist surged like a tidal wave, crashing toward the sky. The winged celestial demon was the first to be knocked down, only to instantly charge back. The boundless void exploded, and terrifying black cracks naturally formed, falling along its path, with dense demonic energy rushing forward. Chapter 341. Heavenly items take position before entering. The mirror celestial demon was quite proud of its yin-yang mirror, claiming it could break and reassemble, being indestructible. However, now it was somewhat doubtful about the demon's birth. How can this person be so unreasonably strong? Terrifying power repeatedly obliterated it, and after being shattered again, it appeared from a great distance, looking at Zhong Xian with a wary gaze. Or rather, 2 Zhong Xians. Unlike the original, the Zhong Xian awakened as a heart demon maintained a youthful appearance, with long hair and handsome features, eyes full of red light, exuding murderous intent. Without waiting for the mirror celestial demon to react, the heart demon Zhong Xian stepped through the void in an instant, his right hand clenched, spiritual power sweeping forth, causing the mirror celestial demon to change color, quickly dodging, constantly disappearing from its original spot and appearing elsewhere. However, Zhong Xian had already locked onto it, raising his hand to grasp its head, looking down upon all. Unsurprisingly, the mirror celestial demon was once again crushed, its head exploding into shattered mirror shards. The true Zhong Xian no longer made a move. Summoning the heart demon, maintaining clarity was the top priority. If he fell into it, even for a moment, the heart demon could take advantage of the gap. Now that he had advanced further, losing his rationality would deal a significant blow to the border. He understood this principle very well. Chapter 342. The calculations of the heavenly Tao, it was just a light ball. Ordinary, palm-sized, and in this battlefield at the border, it appeared inconspicuous in terms of shape. But this object, after drilling out from the boundary river of the ninth city, gathered almost all eyes of both humans and demons. As it rose, the long hovering red-black clouds instantly dispersed, and myriad brilliant beams of light rose and fell, paving a path. This is a heavenly item. It is the authority of the heavenly Tao, the power of the domain lord. Even if it isn't complete, it's enough. Useless. On the demon side, as the oldest abyssal celestial demon, it pointed at the mirror celestial demon and scolded without holding back. The nearby art celestial demon chuckled. I thought you were so capable, bragging so much, yet you can't even withstand 7 days? Art celestial sovereign, you shut your mouth too. The abyssal celestial demon suddenly yelled again. This made both celestial demons frown in unison. However, when thinking of these 2 consecutive defeats, they all temporarily endured. Now that the heavenly item has fallen, what should be done? The abyssal celestial demon was extremely furious, The sixth city has not been taken down until now. What are you doing? Three celestial sovereigns. Unable to breach it, its entire body was engulfed in swirling black mist, visibly furious, until the other celestial demon beside her comforted her a bit, saying that it wouldn't be long before they would break through. Just wait a little longer. Chapter 343. The Tao of Heaven takes action in the eastern continent. At the Guan Mountain Hall, Fu Qing suddenly felt a bit restless. It was as if something in her mind was about to come out, making her quite uncomfortable. And she didn't even have the interest to make sweet cakes. Girl, are you worried about something? Why the frown? Fu Qing sneakily entered the kitchen, originally wanting to scare his obedient daughter, but upon seeing her in a daze, he immediately canceled all his plans. Fu Qing jolted and turned around, saying unhappily, Dad, can't you walk without making a sound? Fu Qing looked at her with a doting expression. Blame me. I'll let you know in advance next time. But I really don't know why. Suddenly feeling a bit sad. Could it be that Master and the senior brothers ran into trouble in the Demon Domain Mountains? Pah, don't say such nonsense. Then is it about the little nephew who hasn't gotten married yet? Little Huayu has also disappeared. Fu Qing suddenly lowered her head. Fu Qing's eyes fell, still hiding the news of Xi and Tianyi and the others being gravely injured and on the brink of death. Both Master and senior brothers are like this, and the feeling of heavy powerlessness surged in his heart. If it weren't for the suppression of the Tao of Heaven, how magnificent would the Nanshi Sword Sect be? It's fine, it will be fine. Many people are there. Chapter 344. Are you looking for me? No one expected the situation to become so chaotic. The border was fighting with the demons, and the casualties on both sides were rapidly increasing. Too many. Those who died in the innate arena, which one was not a peerless genius, in a situation where the peak of the 9 realms was completely restrained. Both sides found it difficult to cope. The border situation was somewhat better. If they couldn't win, they would retreat into the Hunyuan Great Formation. The demons, however, were suffering greatly, relying solely on their numbers to hold on. The peak of the 9 realms supporting the 2 rivers also considered splitting up to change the situation. But that so-called Tao of Heaven seemed to have anticipated this. I have said before, there are 3 ways to hide. It murmured again, and then 2 white figures walked out from its left and right sides. Their auras were almost identical, and the power they unleashed was the same. One went to the Boundary River, and the other to the Demon River. They didn't engage, but simply watched. If anyone tried to leave, they would take action. The returning abyssal demon tried several times, all in vain. The Sect Virtuous wanted to split the heart demon, but also failed. The outcome had long been predetermined. The Tao of Heaven, as the central entity, spread its hands, standing in the high sky, speaking to itself in an empty place. However, it suddenly looked towards the direction of the 6th city. The variables are still there, and there is causality. How should this be severed? Chapter 345. Pseudo-Tao of Heaven. It dared not move. It truly did not dare to move. At this moment, it could almost confirm that the thing within Su Liang did not belong to this world. You and I me? Su Liang smiled slightly. I thought you would continue to call me yes. In the next moment, without any visible action, the avatar of the Tao of Heaven disappeared. The air opened up a path, extending to an unknown place. The avatar of the Tao of Heaven lay there, heading north. Su Liang turned around and raised his gaze again. There was no trace of killing intent in his eyes, seemingly indifferent. Yet the overwhelmingly powerful avatar of the Tao of Heaven flew backward for thousands of miles, still showing no signs of returning. After a brief assessment, Su Liang looked at Chen Huayu, his voice slowing. Don't act rashly. I'm here. After saying this, a sudden white light illuminated the world, and as Chen Huayu stared in astonishment, a barrier slowly formed, enveloping her within a 100-meter radius. Feeling reassured, Su Liang did not linger. He merely took a step forward and vanished without a trace. When he reappeared, it was in an extremely dark space. This was the spatial limit where the border was located. Tap! The sound of footsteps echoed. Su Liang's mind stirred slightly, and he looked down at the thing embedded in the boundary wall and said, In the past, you did not have the qualification to be regarded. Chapter 346. Wife Su Liang awoke in the familiar heart lake. Another self sat opposite him. For the first time, he saw it at such a close distance. Are we done? After shaking his head slightly, Su Liang shrugged and feigned ease. So can I go back and take over everything? The surface of the heart lake rippled slightly. Its emotionless voice spread. Before you reach the 9 realms, this is probably our last meeting. Su Liang fell silent for a moment and then spoke. That is quite a long time. So, don't you want to ask something? If I ask, will you answer? I will. Anything? No tabus. Who are you? God. Su Liang fell silent again. If it were before, he would have slowly formed a question mark in his mind and labeled it with, "Are you okay, buddy?" God. Su Liang murmured, hesitating before saying, "Then does that mean I am also a god? What about immortals? What are immortals? Aren't they all seeking immortality in the Tao? You are not a god. You are human." It began to explain, or rather, I am divinity and you are humanity. Everything is based on you. Yet divinity will eventually return to one until you have no humanity. Chapter 347. Luo Zijin in closed-door meditation. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the quiet room, Su Liang lay on the couch, while Chen Huayu sat by the bed, looking at him helplessly. "All right, let go. You need a rest." Su Liang squinted and smiled, becoming more mischievous, touching her here and there. "I think this is quite nice. I don't want you to think." Chen Huayu withdrew her hand, wanted to hit his head, but then felt it was inappropriate to bully a sick person. "I think I like Miss Chun even more than yesterday," Su Liang suddenly said. Chen Huayu turned her face away, not responding. Her face gradually turned rosy. It was quite strange. 3 days ago, when he called her wife, he was clearly very calm. Su Liang smiled knowingly. "So, can Miss Chun come a little closer?" Chen Huayu abruptly stood up, seemingly fleeing towards the door. "I'll go see how your medicine is." "Medicine? What medicine is there?" Su Liang did not expose her and watched her walk away. Until she reached the door, she stopped, turned around, and came back to the bedside. The curtains were long. She leaned over, like a dragonfly touching the water, fleeting. Those peach blossom eyes glanced down, straightened up, and wanted to say something, but hesitated. "Is it okay now?" Su Liang dazedly touched his lips, seemingly not reacting. What a fool. Chapter 348. Borrowing life. This was Su Liang's first time coming to the 9th city of the border. Under the cover of night, led by Chun Xian, Su Liang and Chen Huayu landed simultaneously. "Someone will lead the way ahead. I'll head back first. I have a lot to deal with." Since the border incident, the usually talkative Chun Xian has become taciturn, always lost in thought, and no longer as loquacious. Su Liang glanced at him, his mind subtly moving. It wasn't an illusion. Although Chun Xian's physical body remained the same, his cultivation level was gradually declining. The speed was slow, but Su Liang's perception had reached an incredible level, enough to discern the changes with great accuracy. Naturally, Su Liang wouldn't reveal whose influence it was. After Chun Xian left, Chen Huayu suddenly asked, "What happened to Tao Tao? Why haven't I seen her lately?" Su Liang was taken aback, then seemed to remember something. "She's in here." A jade pendant appeared in his palm. A gift from the heavenly Tao. It had been silent since it mentioned transformation and devouring. Why the sudden question? "It's nothing, just a casual mention." After a brief chat, someone soon came to escort them. As for why Su Liang and the others came here, Chapter 349. She didn't want that little guy to be unhappy when he returned. In the eastern continent, at the Nanchi Sword Sect, Gu Ziyan and Yu Qingwe had finally managed to pull back half their lives. Their injuries weren't too severe, just that their bodies were heavily tainted with demonic energy. After the sect used the golden lotus seed to heal them, the results were quite good. But Xiantiani was completely different. When that terrifying entity made its move, he was the first to react, without a moment's hesitation, taking on nearly all the impact for the two of them, and was subsequently thrown into the Demon River. His cultivation plunged completely, now at the 3rd level. It was a miracle he was still alive. At this moment, in Yuhua Peak, Yu Qingmiao's face was pale, her spiritual power nearly depleted, helplessly stopping her efforts. If it weren't for the efficacy of the golden lotus seed, Xiantiani might have already perished. What to do? Her daughter and Gu Ziyan showed no signs of awakening, leaving her truly at a dead end. Suddenly, she felt a stir in her heart and walked out of the room. Outside, Meng Lin's breath was disordered, but upon seeing her, he quickly presented a storage ring. "This is the golden lotus seed from Elder Fu of the 100 Beast Pass. I brought it back. How about it?" This was also the last golden lotus seed. Yu Qingmiao gently took it, shaking her head. "It's difficult. I can't clear out the thing inside, Brother Xian." Chapter 350. A world of its own. The border received a tremendous piece of good news, although not many people were aware of it. Meng Yuanke was pulled back from the brink of death. As for the instigator, Meng Yuanke didn't mention it, and neither did Ji Yuqin. Even if Zhong Xian and the others had their eyes everywhere, they couldn't find out. But it didn't matter. The outcome was excellent. What was the cost? As night fell, Su Liang and Chun Huayu were alone in a room. She stared at him intently, ensuring that if he lied, she would sense it clearly. It was just that his spiritual power was depleted, and he wouldn't be able to use this divine ability for another year or two. He covered up well. You mustn't lie to me. Chun Huayu's voice was very soft, with a slightly spoiled tone, almost making Su Liang lose his composure. Of course, I was worried about you, so I'll let you go first. But now I'm even more worried, Chun Huayu muttered. I feel like you've only told half the story. Su Liang screamed internally. Don't guess. If you keep guessing, I won't be able to hold it together. After a moment of thought, Su Liang began to change the subject. Not at all. My second divine ability is quite powerful. After all, have you seen anyone with dual divine abilities? As a good husband, he had to find ways to coax her. Chapter 351. Returning to the Eastern Continent. Once Su Liang was able to get out of bed, he prepared to leave the border. Meng Yuan didn't try to keep him, and in his mind, Su Liang was the best candidate to seek help from the other 4 continents. His old man would be the first stop. Chun Huayu also chose not to stay at the border. She was still at the peak of the 6th level. So returning to the Eastern Continent was not difficult. As for Luo Zijin's whereabouts, they didn't hide it from them, but Su Liang could only put that aside for now. Much more awake, he was deeply concerned about someone, yearning to return. After falling into the demon river, if the demonic energy entered his body severely, he would need to eat this. If it came down to life and death, eat this. Yu Xiaoxian had been personally invited by Meng Yuan Ku and granted 2 pills. The former could preserve cultivation, while the latter could only preserve life. There were more instructions, but Su Liang didn't have much interest in listening and hurried to the border city, where there was currently the most stable entrance and exit. Chengdu was already waiting there, along with a familiar face. Congratulations. Chengdu clasped his fists and came over to congratulate him. Congratulations for what? You don't know? Old Ming has promoted you. An honorary title has been established just for you in the Dingxing army, and in terms of status, it ranks above mine. Chapter 352. I am Su Liang. Xiao had completely lost contact with the inside, in such a close proximity to the border. Using secret methods to communicate with heaven and earth several times without receiving any feedback meant that either all the divine clans at the border had perished or that the heavens were about to change again. With the Eastern Continent's heavenly path set to return, it leaned more towards the latter, so its actions had become increasingly reckless in recent days. Some clan members had been released at the risk of discovery, causing havoc in the Eastern Continent, and it was heard that several had begun slaughtering cities. Unfortunately, the damned Nanshi Sword Sect had a terrifying foundation and had already made preparations, leaving behind backups in various parts of southern Eastern Continent, with peak 6th level members appearing everywhere. Damn it. After all these years of lurking in the Beijai Academy, they had only managed to uncover about 50 peak 6th level members. The Nanshi Sword Sect, on the other hand, casually showcased over 100, and this didn't even count some of the visible peak leaders. They could really hide well. Xiao, the headmaster has sent a letter. Just as he was feeling anxious, someone burst into his temporary residence, looking somewhat flustered. What a mess. Xiao quickly took on the role of an old scholar, his demeanor perfectly in place. Chapter 353. The jade pattern begins to show its power. Actually, it could have been less polite, but since Miss Chan was nearby, he had to pay some attention to his image. You are Su Liang? A 6th level member exclaimed, incredulous. How did he become 6th level? Are you serious? It's only been a little over 3 years since he emerged from the Golden Lotus Conference, right? 3 years, and he went from 2nd level to 6th level? Or is he at the peak of 6th level? No, his aura seems much deeper. He couldn't possibly have 1 foot in the 7th level, could he? The seriousness in Xiao's eyes flashed by, with too many questions in his heart. He knew Su Liang well, especially the unique aura on him that captivated demons. But how did he come out? How could someone who entered the border possibly come back out? What kind of changes had occurred inside? Everyone has different thoughts. But Su Liang doesn't have the time to explain to them slowly, nor does he need to. There's no need for him to explain anything to the South Stream Sword Sect or the North Cliff Academy. A simple greeting will suffice. Su Liang glanced at Xiao and sensed some negative emotions from him. Is he wary of me? I am Su Liang. May I ask how to get out of here? Su Liang didn't think too much about it, focusing instead on his desire to return to the South Stream Sword Sect. The Demon Domain mountain range is vast, and without a precise direction, he would waste a lot of time. Chapter 354. blood transformation, all methods invulnerable. This was the first term that popped into Su Liang's mind. Then came a fixed word. With a tug of spiritual power and a thought, he fixed Xiao in place. Quite useful. Is this the perfect jade pattern that Tao Tao prepared for him? It's a pity that he is still asleep. Otherwise, I would definitely take him out and praise him properly. What custom-made craftsmanship? What shortcomings could he possibly have now? He can tank, fight, heal, and is incredibly durable. However, the effect didn't seem too good. He hadn't pondered it in detail when, in just a moment, Xiao broke free from the restraints and looked at him with a face full of wariness. Is he really human? At that moment, Xiao suddenly felt that the two fools who died at Su Liang's hands back then were not too wronged after all. On the other side, after Chen Huayu unleashed her sword domain, the six people instantly became much more obedient. They were just scholars, and before mastering the Tao completely, how could they compete head-on with a peak 6th realm sword cultivator who has a sword domain? This isn't how one should play the game. So they felt that they had most likely made a mistake. Just as they were about to explain things to Elder Qiu, they found that the originally amiable Elder Qiu had changed his appearance. The demonic energy surged, and a terrifying aura seemed to be about to collapse the entire space. Half-step 7th realm, and it's the very top tier of that. Chapter 355. There will be times you envy me. 1 realm challenges 3 realms. 3 realms crush 6 realms. And now that Su Liang is at half-step 7th realm, he should be compared to a 7th realm, right? So how could Qiu escape? He couldn't escape. When the 5 avatars surrounded him, he finally realized the reality. What is a world-shattering genius? Qiu's expression became serious. He wanted to resist, but was horrified to discover that these 5 avatars didn't just seem like magical techniques. Their breaths were so stable that it felt as if there were truly 5 Su Liangs. He couldn't defeat even one, let alone 5. How could such a monster emerge from the eastern continent? Qiu felt a bit helpless, but did not resign to fate. He still had means and treasures. In the next moment, he stopped fleeing and turned to attack. But it was of no use. When the 5 resplendent golden portals of the heavenly gate opened wide, everything was settled. Somewhat amusingly, the demon clan had worked hard for so long on the grand strategy for the eastern continent, and it ended so lightly. Qiu and his group of demons had indeed worked hard. They had incited discord, manipulated families, and had almost done everything to perfection. However, in the face of absolute strength, all their schemes seemed trivial. This was not a matter of effort. The levels were different, and naturally, the stage for the game was also different. Chapter 356, just teasing you. That night, Xi and Tianyi went to bed early. Su Liang and Chen Huayu guarded outside the door. The former stared blankly at the sky. Originally, Chen Huayu was going to see her master first, but Sun Yuandao said he had already sent her a message and was on his way back. Huayu, I'm fine. Su Liang suddenly turned his head. When Annie comes later, she will surely have a lot to say to you. Chen Huayu understood his meaning and nodded. I know. I just want to watch you, to feel more at ease. I want to think too much. Su Liang mumbled. Chen Huayu's eyes were gentle. She suddenly cupped his face in her hands and slightly turned it towards her. Their eyes met, but I want to be with you. Oh, so that is what she meant. Su Yang's face turned red, and just as he was about to respond, a voice interrupted. It seems I came at the wrong time. Li Ximiao appeared without even having time to change out of her battle robe, flashing over from the Demon Domain mountain range. After a long day of travel and intense fighting, she looked quite exhausted. Chen Huayu's hands, as if electrocuted, instantly let go. What is the big deal about holding it? Back in the day, when I was your master, I was much bolder than this. Chapter 357. Do you take it, or should I? The swing stopped swaying. Su Liang arrived at the bottom of the thought reflection cliff, a place he had never set foot in before. At the edge of the cliff, a fierce wind howled and spiraled upward, yet vanished little by little as it approached him, unable to get close. It was a bottomless abyss. Mu Xiaoxiao brought him to the half-formed body of the heavenly Tao, raised her delicate hand, and pointed. Just grab it. You can use it to give your master some spiritual roots to play with. Sister Mu, what's down there? It's half of the heavenly Tao's body of the eastern continent. Mu Xiaoxiao said casually. It's nothing much. The immortal path is severed, and the rules of the heavenly Tao are in a state of drift. It can't achieve the grandeur of the heavens, but it's enough to treat your master. Su Liang silently took 2 steps back and suddenly asked, Sister Mu, are you above the peak of the 9th realm? Mu Xiaoxiao replied naturally, of course. Then, Sister Mu, are you human? Su Liang still remembered that before he descended the mountain to eliminate demons, she had told him, if you encounter a demon with good intentions, spare its life. I don't know. Mu Xiaoxiao glanced at him and shook her head. She could actually choose not to answer. In the entire fifth domain, there was nothing that could force her to do what she didn't want to do. Chapter 358, Heavenly Tao Certification. Su Liang saw it again. Memories, many memories. But this time it was different from before. Everything was too clear. It was as if he was there in person. Su Liang raised his hand, wanting to grab something. He didn't know why he wanted to do this, but he just raised his hand. Slap. Another hand came over. Husband? The crowd around was noisy, and he couldn't hear clearly, but these two words made Su Liang freeze. Such a familiar voice. He turned to look. Husband, are you worried? A woman in a bright red dress, with a shy face, did not dare to look him in the eye. Why you? The woman was taken aback. Why you? Before Su Liang could think much, memories surged like a tide, instantly dissipating, and when they converged again, he found himself in a dilapidated academy. In a corner of the courtyard, several melons, fruits, and vegetables were growing. He held a book and paced back and forth until a figure in red appeared. She sat on the low courtyard wall of his home, with bright eyes and white teeth, graceful and poised. Hey, bookworm, what will you do if you fail again this time? Why not listen to me and pack up for us to elope? I found a lot of private money from my father. It's more than enough. Su Liang struggled to open his eyes and see her clearly. The words why you were stuck in his throat. Chapter 359, Not Angry Anymore. In Zhongzhou, at the Stargazing Palace, a courtyard that had been locked for over 10 years, Meng Tianji was peering through the crack of the door, trying hard to look inside. Wei, are you hungry? Grandpa's brought you some good stuff. Can you open the door? Grandpa promises to agree to anything you say. There was no response from the courtyard door. A plain wooden door was blocking a peak ninth realm cultivator. It could almost have a page dedicated to him in the family genealogy of the courtyard. Meng Tianji was even careful with his breathing. Wei, you have to believe that Grandpa has his reasons. Still no reply. The old man sighed. It's not easy to coax a granddaughter. What did I say? I can't even get in the door. Just then, a disheveled Taoist floated down, followed by a young man in splendid robes. Jean Duanchuan's smiling face made Meng Tianji very unhappy, and he immediately sneered. As if you can get in? Hey, that's hard to say. Let me try. With a flick of his sleeve, he took out a wine jug and knocked 3 times. Girl, open the door. I am your grandpa Jean, not that old fox of your grandpa. Jean Yutong shook his head from behind, feeling it wasn't much different. Sure enough, there was still no response. Jean Duanchuan reluctantly withdrew his hand and then glared fiercely at Meng Tianji. It's all your fault. What a useless calculation. Chapter 360, Another Farewell. Sister Meng, what realm are you in? I can't see through it. Jean Yutong was somewhat surprised. He, in the 7th realm, couldn't see through Meng Wei's realm. Just a little trick, Meng Wei casually replied, then added, You're not really sworn brothers with Su Liang, right? Have I been exposed? Damn it. Sister Meng's eyes are like torches. Meng Wei felt somewhat uncomfortable. You're older than me, so don't call me sister. That won't do. If we count ages, Sister Meng, your years before being sealed away add up. Ugh, I shouldn't have mentioned that. Just consider it child's innocent talk. I see you have no taboos at all. Meng Wei lightly brushed it off, then changed the subject. Let me ask you, where did you get the news about my master and Xiaoliang? Well, it's because I made a bet with Mo Day Eyes and the others, and they are bad news. They actually want to harm junior brother Liang. She frowned. What nonsense. Jean Yutong embellished the story a bit and told everything. Have they returned? A cold light flickered in Meng Wei's eyes. Who? Montak Daitze? That coward didn't even go. Only his 3rd brother went to back him up, but the Nanchi sword sect gave them a good beating. About 10 of them were all battered and bruised, and several were seriously injured and on the brink of death. Chapter 361, Not Wanting to. 5 days later, Gu Zian woke up. That same night, Yu Qingwei also woke up. Both had minor issues, just a long coma, and now that they were awake, everything was fine. After taking the low-grade, earth-level elixir prepared by Su Liang, their complexion instantly improved, and they were lively. Yu Qingmiao was overjoyed and cried, looking as if she was much more worried about her daughter than her senior brother. However, the two had different roles, so comparing them was somewhat unfair. But it was only natural for the mother and daughter to share some whispers in the room. Gu Zian's side was equally lively. He was an orphan, but not really. Xiao Lianfeng was home. Xian Tianyi had a favoritism for these disciples, but it was based on love with added stakes. The room was bustling. Su Liang was the best at chatting and understood the situation at the border, and, after a few words, he understood the whole story. The demon clan had a heavenly demon intervene and intercept them. Overall, they seemed to trust the pseudo-heavenly path quite a bit, believing this could interfere with variables, thus offsetting some losses from the Dead Realm's heavenly demon. Xi and Tianyi left first to visit Yu Qingwei, while Su Liang stayed behind for the time being. Liangzi, you really brought honor to our Shao Lianfeng at the border. I heard you single-handedly broke through the arena. Chapter 362. I'm coming. The foot of Nanchi Sword Sect was filled with people. The cohesion of a cultivation sect reaching such a level was indeed surprising. As the truth of the Eastern State was revealed, the urgency at the border began to spread from this moment. Nanchi Sword Sect took the lead, with no one shrinking back from top to bottom. So when the news spread that Su Liang was preparing to go alone to the other 4 continents to ask for help, everyone was eagerly waiting for that figure. He's here. Someone with sharp eyes spoke first, and the crowd immediately turned their gaze. A white crane gracefully descended from the clouds. Su Liang, dressed in a white shirt and black robe, appeared somewhat hesitant, especially upon seeing a striking figure. It was very fitting for Su Liang to go to the other 4 continents. But if Chen Huayu accompanied him, it would be even more appropriate. Then, a figure in red appeared before him. Let us go. She extended her hand to him. Don't say anything about staying here. I don't want to hear it. Chen Huayu, who easily predicted Su Liang's words, felt a bit smug. But did she really predict it? Half. The words matched, but the physical action was unexpected. In front of a large crowd, he walked right up, took her hand, embraced her, and kissed her in one smooth motion. Chapter 363. Are you afraid of death? Should we manage it or not? Qian Jiji was somewhat impatient. Going back and forth, they were just arguing, and there wasn't a single useful suggestion or solution. The city lord might as well just watch the changes. Finally, an elderly man who looked the oldest spoke up. We can't afford to offend this group either. Nanchi Sword Sect is a bunch of reckless people, and we still have many matters to attend to. After the incident at Huayue Peach Forest was messed up, they were quite dissatisfied. Qian Jiji pondered for a moment and then asked, has there been any new instructions after the news went over there? He knew he was probably asking in vain. If there were really instructions, they wouldn't be holding a meeting here. But if no one managed the last Huayue Peach Forest, Su Li, who was hesitant, spoke up. First, he's our alchemist guest elder from Dan City, and he holds the highest status among us. It would be somewhat inappropriate to just pretend we didn't see him. Second, Jin Yutong has a peak 9th realm behind him. So what? The guest elder title can be added or removed at will. As for those from Jin Yutong S group, being from Zhongzhou, they should know very well who Chen Tong has behind him. The elderly man rebutted again. In such matters, it's best to keep to oneself. Chapter 364. Embarrassed. The calm tone was deafening. When that head flew high, Su Liang's cultivation was fully revealed, and in an instant, everyone reacted. Half-step 7th realm. Mo Dayun's expression was serious. That sword just now was too fast. Even he couldn't react in time. What does this mean? Although he couldn't secure a position in the 1st tier of the Tianjiao in Zhongzhou, he was still the leader of the 2nd tier. You should know me, right? Su Liang said again. Mo Dayun squinted slightly, observing him closely. Once he got a clear look at that face, his pupils suddenly dilated, and he exclaimed, You are that Su Liang? Is this possible? Isn't he only in his 20s? Su Liang did not respond, and another sound of sword ringing arose. A phantom of a heavenly gate rose behind him, shining with golden light, and a massive sword energy shot out from within the gate, transforming into a Qingping sword. Heading straight for Mo Dayun's forehead, Elder Mang said that someone came to Nangxi City looking for him, wanting his life. At first, he didn't understand, but now he has an idea. The only ones with grievances in Zhongzhou must be the Liu family, a group of exterminators. And even if you count the Hidden Kill sect, there are only 3 at most. The latter 2 are both assassination types. And it wouldn't be that foolish to provoke him directly. After thinking it through, it could only be the Liu family from Zhongzhou. Chapter 365. Chen Xiaoxiao's disappearance, she felt embarrassed, but Chen Tongtong was very accommodating, calling her sister-in-law repeatedly. Su Liang was quite satisfied, but suddenly he glanced sideways. What's wrong? Chen Huayu also turned to look. It was the corpse of Mo Dayun. It seemed like something had run away. Su Liang pondered for a moment and said, The soul? Chen Huayu thought for a moment and asked, Cultivators above the 7th realm can temper their souls, even if their physical body perishes. As long as the soul does not extinguish, there is still a chance to reshape the body. This is not particularly rare, even at the ninth realm, under certain conditions. A drop of blood can lead to direct rebirth. Therefore, battles above the ninth realm always focus on eradicating threats completely. Why did Meng Yuan prepare for so long before planning to kill the heavenly demon in the dream realm? Isn't it because it is so difficult to kill? If they're not careful during the encirclement, it can escape, and even if left with only half a body and a dim soul, it just means it will take longer to recover. The three severely injured heavenly demons are the best examples. Have you heard of the MO family? After thinking for a moment, Su Liang asked Chen Tongtong. The latter showed a thoughtful expression, then shook his head. I haven't heard of them. But I've heard of the Liu family and of the Wang family that is currently trading. They say it's the largest merchant family in Zhongzhou. Chapter 366. Sword Heart one sword in a cave paradise of the upper sect in Dan City. The spiritual energy was dense. Chen Xiaoxiao's face turned pale. In front of her, an old man with white hair and crane-like features was tightly gripping a spiritual puppet with one hand, smiling at her. You must be Chen Xiaoxiao, right? Don't be afraid. I just need something from you, and I will compensate you afterward. He exerted slight force, and the spiritual puppet, comparable to the peak of the fifth realm, was crushed to pieces. I didn't expect you to be at the fourth realm. The old man licked his lips, his greed unmasked. Very good, very good. This saves me a lot of trouble. Chen Xiaoxiao wanted to escape, but she couldn't move at all. It was clear that the old man had used some means. A fourth realm wanting to escape under the watch of a peak sixth realm was too extravagant, especially since there were many formations enhancing this grand hall. Why? Chen Xiaoxiao suppressed her discomfort and asked. The elderly man, named Zheng, smiled lightly. Survival of the fittest. What is there to question? Gradually, his gaze turned cold. I shouldn't have let those useless people from the Hong family handle this matter. I wasted another year waiting. Fortunately, the result isn't bad. He stepped down from the highest position in the hall, each heavy step weighing on Chen Xiaoxiao's heart. Chapter 367. What will you do? The commotion from Su Liang's sword was not small. One might even say it was a bit excessive. But that was fine. He intended to make a big deal out of it. He was no longer the Su Liang who came to Dan City for the first time. With both reason and strength on his side, what was there to be afraid of? You in Dan City are afraid of the forces from the other four continents and dare not act for your own patrons. Su Liang could overlook it. But taking advantage of the chaos, then he would have to deal with it properly. In fact, when he stormed into Elder Hong's retreat and dragged the person out like a dead dog, the elder responsible for maintaining order in Dan City, Elder San, had already made arrangements. Elder San also did not recognize Su Liang, but he recognized that half-step seventh realm aura. He immediately reported to the city lord, but unfortunately, Qian Zhiji was busy relaying the situation regarding Chen Tongtong to the Supreme Elder and did not receive any news. This situation left him uncertain, so he could only follow secretly. Soon, he witnessed that terrifying sword. Clearly, it seemed ordinary in momentum, but Elder Zheng, at the peak of the sixth realm, had no ability to resist and was directly thrust out of his home for 800 miles. After all, Elder Zheng was a seasoned sixth realm, one of the few in Dan City with a chance to approach half-step seventh realm. Just like that, he was killed in one sword strike. Chapter 368. Danding City, an exterminator's sky had fallen. At least, it appeared that way on the surface. The white clouds dared not shift. The wind dared not howl, all because the man in black held a faint azure light. That large cauldron was shattered by him using pure physical strength. And then came this new sword move before her eyes. Sword heart, moving with the heart. He was indeed a stunning genius, having never trained in swordsmanship. He gained enlightenment in sword moves when he reached the level of sword heart. The sword move was nameless, merely aligning with his intentions. As for Su Liang's intentions, to protect others, protect himself, and bring peace to the world. Therefore, this sword was named Peace of the World. It had no rank and did not require extensive cultivation or comprehension. It was simply a manifestation of his entire sword path. A single stroke unleashed brilliance, and the light covered the 9 abysses. Sword cultivators wielding flying swords are known for their immense killing power, and this sword could be called terrifying. In terms of momentum alone, it surpassed the other heavenly realms. Layers upon layers of sixth realm cultivators were left dumbfounded. Qian Zhiji was drenched in sweat, and Kai Quan, who bore most of the pressure at half-step seventh realm, appeared even more flustered. What a terrifying sword move. They didn't even need Su Liang to strike for them to see the result. An outcome without any suspense. They could not withstand it, completely unable to take it. But this sword ultimately did not fall. Chapter 369. New accounts and old accounts. It seems that there are still some old debts to settle. Su Liang scoffed. Kai Quan sensed that the atmosphere was off and quickly took over the conversation. We are not ignoring Chun Tong Tong's plight. We have already notified you. As the Supreme Elder, he lowered his stance repeatedly, giving Su Liang enough face. But Su Liang never needed others to give him face. In the past, he was shameless and naturally did not require it. Now, he was strong enough and also did not need it. Then let's settle it one by one. Su Liang's voice turned cold. First of all, Chun Tong Tong is your guest, yet you ignored her plight. I will help you publicize this matter well. I believe with the current influence of the Liangshan Merchant Association, it can spread throughout the entire Eastern continent. As for the other 4 continents, I'll think a way later and try my best. Su Liang cannot be blamed for more angles, nor can he be unjustly accused. At most, it is the moral integrity of Danding City that is lacking, failing to protect its own people. To forcibly pick a fight with such reasoning is too far-fetched, and he does not need it. There are better reasons. Kai Quan so Daken. He realized that Su Liang was not planning to give any face at all. Chapter 370. One person shakes the city. The Qingping sword spiraled down and slowly returned to his hand. Xie Jingtong, dressed in white with white hair, had long and narrow eyebrows and eyes that sparkled with brilliance. He raised his hand to summon back the large cauldron. This is the treasure of Danding City, an earth-level spiritual weapon and of high quality called Hongyuan Mountain. The reason for taking this name is simply that the first lord of Danding City was named Hongyuan Mountain. Capable of refining weapons and alchemy, it could also refine people. Let him go, otherwise you won't be able to leave Danding City today. Xie Jingtong was much more assertive. He had the capital to be assertive. After all, on the surface, he could rank among the top 5 in combat power in the Eastern continent. The surrounding elders opened their mouths, their faces looking somewhat unpleasant. Su Liang looked at him in confusion. I will reason with you nicely. I will not reason anymore. In the next moment, he spread his hands. Buzz. The invisible sword intent surged, overwhelming, sealing off the entire space, encircling 100 miles as a sword domain. A slender golden light flashed first, then slowly condensed, drawing out 3,000 beams of golden brilliance, all aimed at the encircling elders. Xie Jingtong's expression darkened as he felt the overwhelming sword intent and immediately shouted, "What are you waiting for? Defend against the enemy." I don't believe that even with this sword domain, he can turn the world upside down by himself. Qian Zhaoji was the first to react. His aura at the peak of the 6th realm soaring to its maximum, and the divine powers in his hands began to gather. Chapter 371. A millennium pattern overturned in a day. The Eastern continent has changed. The movements of the upper sect of Dansheng were too significant to be hidden. Several elders who were cautious recorded the entire process with recording stones, but they did not make it public. But is it useful not to make it public? That is a true invincible being. Just as many were speculating what changes had occurred in Dansheng, Su Liang directly revealed the answer. The next day, he ascended to the upper sect of Dansheng and stated plainly, from today onwards, Nangxi Sword Sect will no longer be included among the 4 major sections. From today onwards, Danding City will unconditionally cooperate with Nangxi Sword Sect to resist the Demon Domain Mountains, and all matters will follow instructions. Finally, I'm not negotiating with you. This is just a notification. When this news first spread, the people of Danding City were the first to explode, followed by another half of the Elder Council, led by the City Lord of Danding City, coming to Dansheng to seek justice. The people of Dansheng casually handed them 2 recording stones. From then on, Danding City was calm again. This was the preparation Su Liang needed before leaving the Eastern continent. Also known as his backup plan. Regarding the assistance from the other 4 continents, he actually only had expectations for the Central Continent. More accurately, he had expectations for Meng Yuan Ke's father, as he only planned to seek his help this time. Chapter 372. Central Continent. The Central Continent's domain was not initially vast. Its expansion began after settling in the Shifeng Hall. At first, the reactions from the other 4 continents were very intense. After all, no one wanted to cede their territory, even if you were the Shifeng Hall. But somehow, the Northern Continent suddenly teamed up with the Central Continent, constantly pressing outward. The first to bear the brunt was the Western Continent, which ranked at the bottom of the 5 continents. The southern continent was much wiser, seeing the situation was not right and immediately banding together with the eastern continent to stabilize their position. The effect was immediate. At that time, even with the Shifeng Hall taking charge of the central continent, the eastern continent had to remain on high alert. Fortunately, they were not there to fight. The purpose of the Shifeng Hall establishing branches in various domains was solely to seek opportunities for immortality. Now, expanding territory was merely because the conditions had not been negotiated. Opportunities for immortality could exist anywhere. It could be in a small mountain village, so the Shifeng Hall needed the cooperation of the 5 continents to come and go. The 5th domain was more stubborn than they had imagined, but that was okay. It was just a matter of taking a bit longer. By offering some conditions to win over one continent, and then suppressing another, balancing the remaining 2 continents would completely change the situation of the entire 5th domain. Chapter 373. Entering Tianyang City was thriving, and now it coincided with the central continent's grand competition. Various forces rushed there, all hoping to showcase their disciples, and even many elders were eager to try. After all, the only restriction for the central continent's grand competition was age. Anyone under 50 could participate. Based on the situation of each session, it could be considered a carnival for those below the 8th realm. Those aged 50 to the 8th realm were all exceptional talents, and such existences had no time to participate in the so-called Central Continent Grand Competition. They would rather find ways to break through to the 9th realm within 100 years. If we categorize the exceptional talents into 3 levels, the lowest would be those who reach the 8th realm within 100 years. The second tier would be the peak of the 8th realm, and the highest tier would be those at the 9th realm within 100 years. In the first domain, there is a unified name, calling the lowest tier peerless talents, the second tier unparalleled talents, and the highest tier holy talents. Initially, the 9th realm peak was intended to be distinguished by sages, but a strong person's remark at the time dismissed this idea. Becoming a sage is not as good as becoming an immortal. However, the term holy was still preserved for the title of talents. Counting the entire 9 domains, very few can hold the title of holy talent. Even with a spiritual root, one cannot claim stability. Chapter 374. Don't call if you act violently and ignore others, then come over and apologize. The more than 10 people at the 7th realm who surrounded him, aside from the second young master of the G family in the mid-7th realm, were all in the early 7th realm. Hey, let's talk slowly and peacefully. The second young master of the G family pushed aside the person speaking in front of him, and without knowing where he pulled out a folding fan, he lightly waved it, covering his face with a shallow smile. His eyes charming. I see this young master looks unfamiliar. He shouldn't be from Tianyang, right? Su Liang admitted that it was the first time in over 20 years that a man threw a flirtatious glance at him. Even when he went down the mountain to beg for alms in the eastern continent, he had never encountered such a thing. Damn, how disgusting. What if I want to kill him with a sword? Su Liang took a deep breath and turned to leave. Upon reflection, it wasn't a bad idea to wait for the next secret realm assessment. Want to leave? The most proactive person flashed and blocked Su Liang's path, his whole body filled with energy and blood. This was a martial man, looking somewhat scruffy, but with an excellent physique. Su Liang was speechless. He raised his eyes and immediately threw a punch. The martial man's eyes lit up. A good opportunity to show off had come. Without hesitation, he met the punch. However, was it really a mutual strike? It wasn't. He was merely getting beaten up. Chapter 375. Making a friend. Su Qingfeng was indeed somewhat interested in Su Liang. His physique, or rather, the method of body refinement, was a bit special. In response to Jiang Yuesheng's inquiry, he still replied, "Is there? Let me take a look." Jiang Yuesheng raised his eyebrows in suspicion and was about to look over when he was interrupted. "You shouldn't be able to see it. You look down on people, right? He's just a half step into the 7th realm, and I can't see through his details." It was clear that someone was dissatisfied. At the same time, Lu Cheng, who had remained silent, calmly replied, "Su Qingfeng is right. I also can't see through it." "Is that so?" Jiang Yuesheng scratched his head, surprisingly obedient, saying he wouldn't look if he shouldn't. "So, the body refinement has quite a way?" Lu Cheng pondered for a moment before looking at Su Qingfeng. "You don't practice body refinement, so you naturally wouldn't understand." Su Qingfeng narrowed his eyes. "His martial artist physique is very pure and perfect." "Oh, how does it compare to yours?" Lu Cheng casually asked. "Above me." Seeing his answer was so decisive, Both Lu Cheng and Jiang Yusheng's expressions changed. For Su Qingfeng, who ranked 72 on the talent list, to wholeheartedly admit this was not easy, especially for Lu Cheng, who had been planning to spar with him again. Su Qingfeng was very proud. Even though the Su family aligned with the Tianji Duanshuan faction, he still preferred to act alone, avoiding excessive contact with the younger generation and focusing solely on martial arts. Chapter 376, Tianyang Selection, Who Dares to Bully the Ji Family? After another loud shout, a young man dressed in brocade stepped out of the carriage. He had a handsome face, but the rebellious look in his eyes was too strong. Su Liang could easily predict the following developments. "It's your grandpa." Jiang Yusheng raised an eyebrow, showing no leniency. "What's wrong? Can't the Ji family take it? Should you be so arrogant?" Ji Qinshan turned to look in the direction of the voice, just as he was about to speak when he saw the person at the forefront. The red hair was too eye-catching. He couldn't help but take a clear look. "Ahem, when did Su Xiao arrive? I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Su Liang was taken aback. Has the change happened so quickly? Shouldn't he have pretended for a bit longer, then called him out by name, allowing Su Qingfeng to intervene and naturally owe him a favor? Wasn't that how it usually went in Shun Shi stories? "Oh, you recognize people quite well? What's wrong? You only see Su Xiao and not Lu Xiao beside him." Jiang Yusheng was enjoying the spectacle. Ji Qinshan suppressed his anger and quickly added, "I met Lu Gongzi. This. Jiang Yusheng pointed at himself. "I didn't see it. Who do you think you are?" Ji Qinshan couldn't hold back. Chapter 377. Looking for me? "Brother Mu, are you coming with us? We can look out for each other." Su Qingfeng invited again. Su Liang wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for him, so he nodded in agreement. In any case, the other party had helped him fend off the trouble from the Ji family. At least he felt that Ji Qinshan currently hated Jiang Yusheng more. Seeing Su Liang agree, Jiang Yusheng's eyes brightened. Not bad. He has finally knocked the bottom of the team. As a late-stage 7th realm, he was finally going to stand up and eat. "Brother Mu, don't worry. You won't have to do anything inside. With Su Xiao and my brother Lu here, you're guaranteed to advance." Lu Cheng suddenly spoke. "You can brag all you want, but don't drag me into it." Jiang Yusheng's breath hitched. "Is this brother-in-law a real brother-in-law?" "Oh, not quite yet, since the matter hasn't been settled. However, in Jiang Yusheng's view, it was only a matter of time. His sister and Lu Ge were a perfect match." After the rules were announced, the talented individuals present began to discuss excitedly, and many solitary ones started to band together. "Lin Xian, you split into 2 groups, and be sure to eliminate Su Qingfeng." An elder from the unaging mountain transmitted to the only early-stage 8th realm behind him, unambiguously adding, "If possible, trample the Yu family as well." Chapter 378. Age of Bones. The first kill was born earlier than ever, and it came in the form of 5. Quite fast. The 5 people almost died at the same time. What's going on? Why are you out?" someone asked. The 5 were speechless, finally managing to choke out. "Do we look like we came out on our own?" If it weren't for the fact that the speaker was a peak 7th realm old man, they might have slapped him twice, saying if you can't speak properly, then don't speak. "Who did you encounter?" "There are only a few who can instantaneously kill 5 early-stage 7th realm fighters. You wouldn't be that unlucky, would you?" The 5 hesitated to speak. Some things were hard to say. They couldn't exactly say they were killed by a half-step 7th realm fighter, could they? The crucial point was that they didn't even see how they died. They just knew that if the life-saving talisman had been a moment slower, that suffocating feeling of death would have truly descended. Zhao Yang's gaze slightly lifted, landing on a certain spot where Su Liang's figure was. A smile crept onto his lips. Interesting. In the assessment secret realm, Su Liang casually dealt with the 5, flicking the light sword in his hand, focusing on being relaxed and comfortable. Now he had a precise judgment of his strength. Mainly, Su Qingfeng's appearance provided him with a reference. Chapter 379. Confrontation Run. "It's you, Feishuan." Shouts rang through the mountains and forests, and soon a large number of cultivators transformed into streams of light, fleeing in different directions. "Run? Stay here." If they truly managed to escape, Yu Feishuan wouldn't even think about killing Su Qingfeng. Moreover, the Yu family was originally known for their speed. But he wasn't in a hurry. He thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of a hunter chasing his prey. He leisurely trailed behind those fleeing cultivators until they had no choice but to fight back, at which point he would comfortably send them out of the assessment secret realm. Of course, there were those who begged for mercy, but the outcome remained unchanged. He wasn't in a rush. He took his time, and in the end, he was quite lucky to encounter one of his targets, Lu Cheng. He stood atop a mountain peak, seemingly waiting specifically for Yu Feishuan. Didn't he expect to meet you so soon? It's a bit boring. How about you run first? I'll go over there and stroll around, then come back to kill you. Yu Feishuan shrugged, appearing nonchalant. He truly hadn't had enough fun. Heard the Yu family is extremely fast? The mountain wind howled, and Lu Cheng's robes fluttered. What's wrong? Do you want to compare speed with me? Yu Feishuan was unimpressed, sneering. You think you're worthy? Chapter 380. Second Awakening of the Spirit Body. The Su family shouldn't have such means. Lin Xian's expression was grave, his eyes flashing with spiritual light. Taking in Su Qingfeng's strange state, his body began to self-repair. The sunken chest began to mend, and the shattered organs were slowly recovering, but strangely, he felt no divine abilities at play. Is a spirit body? Lin Xian frowned, speculating. You're quite sharp. What kind of spirit body is this? I've never heard of a physique that can self-repair to such an extent. Su Qingfeng did not respond further. This was one of his trump cards, something he comprehended after breaking through the 8th realm, which he named the sacred body of life. The effect is simple and easy to understand. As long as it's not a critical hit, he can slowly recover, and even some severe injuries can be reversed. No, isn't your spirit body a dragon and tiger body? How could you have such recovery methods? Lin Xian had done ample research before coming, and with Su Qingfeng's numerous records of sparring, most of his techniques were almost exposed. He had never heard of him having such methods. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Lin Xian's breath caught. You've awakened a second time? Chapter 381. Let us go. The Yu family's speed is indeed well-deserved. Lu Cheng raised his hand to summon the flying sword, watching Yu Feishuan return. Earlier, he pretended to adjust, but in reality, he was gathering his sword momentum, silently accumulating power. He didn't expect that the opponent, while in his sword domain, would still have such a fast reaction speed and a terrifying movement technique, even leaving the flying sword slightly behind. This sword missed, and he completely fell into a disadvantage. It was like a gamble where he took the initiative but missed. However, Yu Feishuan's expression was no longer frivolous. Instead, it seemed a bit heavy. I didn't expect you, ranked 90, to almost make me capsize in the gutter. What Lu Cheng didn't realize was that his seemingly quick reaction came at a considerable cost. This instantaneous spatial contraction technique not only consumed a large amount of spiritual power, but also meant that his attention would be scattered for a while. In a battle of equal levels, this was quite deadly. He usually relied on this technique to determine victory, but unexpectedly, he had to use it to save his life against this ranked 90 Lu Cheng. It was somewhat humiliating and also woke him up. The rankings on the genius list have room for surpassing unless the gap is evident. Chapter 382. Steady Yu Feishuan also lost. The much-anticipated Bulow Mountain and the Yu family fell on the way to enter Shifeng City. Facing a fully replenished Su Qingfeng, Yu Feishuan couldn't stir up much of a wave. No matter how fast he was, he still needed to keep up his stamina. The wind domain technique had exhausted him quite a bit, making it difficult for him to avoid losing. This could be considered a double loss. But only Su Liang's situation was not so good. It was that the formation was about to be smashed by 5 mid-stage 7 realms practitioners. But that Jiang Yuesheng was about to collapse. Thunder rumbled in the sky again, and then a figure plummeted straight down, shattering a hill before barely stopping. Jiang Yuesheng, you're nothing special. Ji Qinshan's eyes were indifferent, looking down at all. He seemed quite pretentious. The Danlan Chongcheng in his hand was highly spiritual and exuded an extraordinary aura. Bah! Jiang Yuesheng soared again, hair flying, spitting out a mouthful of saliva. If it weren't for that broken spear in your hand, could you be my opponent? Ji Qinshan, you really have no shame, using your family's ancestral spear in a fight against peers. Jiang Yuesheng looked at that spear with considerable caution. This item was quite famous in Tianyang City. A low-grade heavenly spirit spear, Blue Moon, the clan treasure of the Ji family. Chapter 383. The well-behaved and cute junior brother Su Liang passed the assessment without any doubt and would represent Tianyang City in the Central Continent Grand Competition. After recording personal files, the city lord's mansion was obviously skeptical about his loose cultivator identity, but there was nothing they could do. When Zhao Yong found Su Liang interesting, he sent someone to investigate. Unfortunately, there was no breakthrough. The Wang family's business association had his record information, but it was also a transaction under the loose cultivator identity. They could only give up. However, no matter what, he was representing Tianyang City in the Central Continent Grand Competition, which seemed fine on the surface. The subsequent time was a temporary rest, and the City Lord's mansion also opened the first 7 floors of Tianyang Marshall Tower for these geniuses to browse, as per usual. Su Liang went once but didn't find anything good. However, Su Qingfeng received special treatment, going to the 8th floor, but came down after just 1 day. During the subsequent rest, Su Qingfeng exchanged some body refining techniques with Su Liang and even discussed skin, blood spirit, bone structure, and finally, the martial man golden body. Su Qingfeng was straightforward, with no tricks up his sleeve, saying whatever he had. After a few days of interaction, Su Liang found him quite decent. A clever heart doesn't lie. Chapter 384. The Genius Banquet. Currently, the situation in the Eastern Continent is flourishing. First, Su Liang's strong unification, and then the earth-shattering 7 realms, Chun Huayu. The pattern of no 7 realms emerging from the Eastern Continent has been broken for the first time in thousands of years. However, when the pinnacle of the 6 realms attempted to break through, they found no difference. The restrictions still existed. It seemed to be a privilege exclusive to Chun Huayu. But regardless, now the Nanchi Sword Sect is dominant, and the Yulo Palace is also thriving, transforming the pattern into 1 sect, 1 palace, and 3 small doors. The Nanchi Sword Sect did not excessively interfere with various forces, relying on its hegemonic status to act as it pleased, but was particularly active in the confrontation against the Demon Domain Mountains, constantly sweeping away the rampaging demons. Chun Huayu was active on the front lines. She was quite busy, not busy with cultivation, but busy taking care of the entire Eastern Continent. Mainly, she didn't have much to do. Her cultivation realm would naturally rise. From the moment she passed the assessment and received blessings, this was destined. The original cost was that she would take over guarding the borders for 10,000 years. But who would have thought that was a false heavenly Tao? Overall, it seemed that the true heavenly Tao of the Eastern Continent was also manipulated by her through some means, setting a plan for 10,000 years. Chapter 385. Lu Yulong of the Lu family. Lu Cheng, you really are here? So the rumors are true. You and Su Qingfeng are indeed representing Tianyang City in the battle? Haha, I wonder if the people from Liuyi City have arrived. I really want to see their expressions. Su Liang looked over. A standard group of people surrounded by stars, and the man at the front was quite charming, with a high cultivation level, early 8 realms. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng turned his head and, after seeing the man's face, ignored him. Lu Yulong was taken aback when he saw him ignoring him, disregarding Su Liang and Jiang Yuesheng, and said, not talking, pretending to be cool. Lu Cheng still ignored him, naturally disinclined to engage with people, especially this fool. Do I have to talk to you? In the awkward atmosphere, Su Liang spoke up. Lu Yulong's head didn't move, but his eyes glanced. What are you? To have the qualification to talk to me? All right, starting off with high-intensity dialogue. Just as Su Liang was about to speak again, Su Qingfeng arrived. He doesn't have the qualification, but I do. He hadn't walked far. The perception of 8 realms is incredibly sharp. Lu Yulong smiled broadly. You rank a bit higher than me, so you have qualification. But your Su family is a bit worse than my Lu family. So the qualification isn't too much. Su Qingfeng was unfazed, his eyes calm. So what? Just like if I beat you to death inside. Your Lu family wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Chapter 386. It's not good to litter isn't that the young master of the Wei family? The pinnacle of the 6 realms at 30 years old. Who is that half-step 7th realm person in Tianyang City? Why do I see that his bone age is only 21 or 22? Sigh. He probably used some means to conceal it. It's really boring to use such tricks in this kind of occasion. The crowd was buzzing with discussion as Su Liang looked up at the person. Do you want to fight me? Wei Kei, representing Shifeng City, nodded proudly. Isn't this bullying you? Su Liang scoffed. Forget it if you're not afraid of killing me. I'm afraid of killing you. The other party was clearly looking for trouble, so there was no need for Su Liang to give him any good face. The more you retreat from such people, the bolder they become. You're really shameless. Wei Kei snorted coldly and leaped forward. Then why don't you try? The Tianjiao Grand Meeting had no official organization, only some old guys lurking in the shadows, who would only intervene when lives were about to be lost. At this moment, everyone surrounded a lakeside, using a raised sandy area in the center as a ring for competition. Those standing at the forefront were all the pillars from various factions, such as Su Qingfeng, Lin Xian, and Lu Yulong, while the majority could only watch from behind. Wei Ke, a peak 6th realm, could stand at the front, partly because the Wei family was a family with a 9th realm at its helm, and partly because they were closely allied with the Lu family. Chapter 387. Reinforcements. Does this count as a competition? Naturally not. It only lasted 2 breaths. The front row of spectators watched closely. Su Liang's movement was swift, completely unlike the level of a half-step 7th realm. He looked like he had the strength of a mid-7th realm. The whole process was Su Liang flashing to Wei Ke's side, then turning to snatch the knife from his hand, delivering a chilling blow. Finally, when he threw it into the air, Wei Ke triggered some kind of life-saving mechanism, and a beam of light protected him as he landed aside. In response, Su Liang couldn't help but sigh. He and considered it thoroughly. Even trash still comes with a trash bag, after all. If he had known he should have supplemented with a sword, forget it, that wouldn't be good. The old man above was most likely a 9th realm, and since he hadn't even probed with his divine sense, it was best not to complicate matters. Even so, the shock that Su Liang brought was considerable. Many began to seriously speculate about his origins. Is there such a character in Tianyang City? I have no impression, but since he could easily defeat Wei Ke, he wouldn't be nameless unless he was from some hidden family like before. I think so too. I didn't see many of his techniques. Could it really just be speed? Unlikely, but I feel this person's aura is quite ordinary. Chapter 388. Young people should be arrogant. Jiang Yuesheng stroked his chin, deep in thought, then turned to Lu Changdao beside him. Brother Lu, do you think he might really only be 21 or 22? Should be. Lu Ching nodded. Huh? Jiang Yuesheng was shocked. Brother Lu, why didn't you say so before? You didn't ask. Jiang Yuesheng was speechless, looking somewhat gloomy. Lu Cheng, unusually concerned, asked, "What is wrong?" Brother Lu, Jiang Yuesheng sighed. With such talent, I'll soon be at the bottom of the team again. Again at the bottom? Lu Cheng pondered for a moment and nodded. That is how it should be. You really know how to comfort people. I'm just speaking the truth. Jiang Yuesheng became even more unconvinced. That is hard to say. After all, he has only half-step 7th realm. He has a solid 7th realm late stage. Can't he handle a mere half-step 7th realm? But he is only in his early 20s, and you're almost 50. Jiang Yuesheng's face turned bright red. I'm only 43. How can that be considered almost 50? Lu Cheng shook his head. I don't know, don't ask me. That is how it is with age. But why do you care about this? Of course I care. This directly decides whether I should continue calling him Brother Mu or Old Brother Mu. Chapter 389. I won't let you die. Lu Yulong laughed. Better not. What if you accidentally get killed? You're just boasting. Su Liang rimand expressionis. Yin Zixiu, however, no longer gave the two time to continue bantering. Start the fight. Give me your storage rings. Lu Yulong was somewhat reluctant, but ultimately handed over his storage ring. There wasn't much value inside, as he had more than one storage ring. Su Liang was even less concerned. After all, he wouldn't lose. Everything's settled. The man wearing shackles looked up indifferently at Su Liang, his voice hoarse and low. Just kill him? Just beat him half to death. That sounds difficult. It's easy to kill, but leaving a live one is troublesome. This remark was made without any attempt to avoid the audience. The people present grew increasingly curious about this man's identity. Who are you to be so arrogant? Double the reward. Deal. The conversation ended, and the man stepped onto the stage. With the shackles rising and falling, he was now in front of Su Liang. He raised his face, shook his head, and smiled at Su Liang. It might hurt a bit. You can feel free to scream. No sooner had he finished speaking than a sound of air breaking rushed forth, followed by the man's yellowing arm thrusting straight at Su Liang's eyes. Chapter 390. This is talent when the 3,000 sword energies reunited. Fong Buhui began to admit he felt a bit regretful. As the first person to face Su Liang directly, no one could understand the pressure he was under at this moment. That sword energy was not a bluff. It was truly coming at him once more. He even horrifiedly discovered that this time the sword energy was even more ferocious than the last, with the void cracks around him proving his thoughts. In fact, this was indeed the case. Su Liang was using this Tianmen sword for the first time and was still not very skilled. He and used his sword heart much. Only those who understood the reason would grasp one thing. The holy Tianjiao had lowered Su Liang's level. And when this sword was unleashed again, the various Tianjiao suddenly realized something. all probing Su Liang with their divine senses. His aura was as steady as ever, yet deep as the sea. Simply put, for him, these two strikes were just casual blows. It was hard for people to accept, but that was the truth. His foundational depth could actually be so terrifying. Surely every realm had reached its limit. At such a young age, with such achievements, did he have to reach the limit in every realm? Is that even possible? There is no record of that in history, right? Who on earth is this person? Chapter 391. Meeting again, did he win? In any case, Fong Buhui had lost his breath. Or rather, he still had a breath left, but no one was willing to help him. Lu Yulong suppressed the anger in his heart, but still couldn't hide his fury. Su Liang let out a long breath, turned to Lu Yulong, and smiled, asking, "What do you think?" No one responded. In the end, Lu Yulong snorted coldly, waved his sleeves, and left. "The spirit stones will be sent to you later." Lost both his wife and soldiers. Su Liang's smile grew wider. "Take care, welcome to come often. 100 top-grade spirit stones is quite a lot." Yin Ziqiu looked at Su Liang with great interest, stepping forward. Interesting. Facing the sudden appearance of Dream Fairy, Su Liang was not restrained. After all, he had seen even more impressive figures like Zhong Xian. He had dealt with too many from the Nine Realms. And even Shunjun was at the extreme level of formations. So when Yin Ziqiu saw him still calm and composed, his appreciation for him increased a few more points. This junior of Dream Girl is quite good. I didn't expect that besides Luo Zijin, there would be another such monster in the Eastern continent. Could it be a rebound from the bottom? He had no interest in the schemes, but he had heard some of them. "What can you teach me, senior?" Su Liang saluted, showing the proper etiquette. "You won, of course, I will award you." Yin Ziqiu rarely joked. Then pushed 2 storage rings to Su Liang. "The body refining liquid is also inside, and I will help you make up for that 100 top-grade spirit stones. Just have the Lu family make it up to me later." Chapter 392. I didn't count I can't go. Su Liang dare not refute. His tone very weak. "How could that be, senior sister? Do you know everything?" Dreamway stepped forward, pointing her finger at his forehead. Pushing back a little. "Shouldn't I know?" This damn sense of oppression was both strong and heartwarming. Su Liang didn't speak this time, silently looking at her. The images of Meng Yuan Ku and Ji Yuqin appeared in his mind. They really looked alike. He wanted to say something but couldn't organize his words for a long time, making Dreamway suspicious. "Why aren't you speaking? Haven't seen you for 2 or 3 years. And you don't want to chat with me, your senior sister?" Su Liang repeatedly waved his hand, no longer distracted. "Senior sister, you're joking with me. How could I dare?" Dreamway, who originally didn't plan to linger on this topic, took a step back, looked him up and down, and nodded. Half step into the 7th realm. Not bad. "Oh, it's just average," Su Liang modestly replied, but his face was filled with 3 big words. "Praise me quickly. How are Master and the others?" "Senior sister, don't worry. They're all fine." The stone in Dreamway's heart was completely set down. Although Jin Yutong had assured her, it was far less reassuring than hearing it directly from Xiaoyang. Chapter 393. The bet speak, what do you want me for? Those eyes outside keep looking. If I sit here too long, I might be drawn over to your side. Yin Ziqiu got straight to the point. "Isn't it good to be drawn to my side? No matter how you look at it, I have the advantage." Dream Tianji twirled his right index finger around the edge of the teacup, speaking casually. "All right, old Meng. Stop testing. You know my situation. If I really get involved, both sides will have big trouble." Yin Ziqiu shook his head, clearly not wanting to continue this topic. Dream Tianji made a hand gesture, helplessly spreading his hands. "Just saying a couple of words. Look at you, so anxious." "Fine, let's get to business. You should have calculated this matter yourself, right?" Suddenly, a loud snoring sound erupted. Jin Duanshuan was curled up on the ground, his gourd somehow put away, and he was sleeping quite soundly. Dream Tianji glanced sideways, admiringly saying, "The title of Dream Fairy, I'm afraid it could be yours in the first domain too. Is it because you know there are no Dream Masters in the first domain that you say this?" Yin Ziqiu smiled lightly. Having used a bit of skill to help Jin Duanshuan sleep peacefully, let old Jin sleep for a while. After all, even if I don't intervene, you also have your means. Chapter 394. The rules of the Dream Domain. The rules for this Central Continent Grand Competition have changed? Jiang Yuansheng exclaimed. While Su Qingfeng and Lu Cheng sitting nearby were silent, but their expressions clearly indicated surprise. "This isn't right, is it? The sword in that secret realm has never been settled. Has the Shifeng Hall prepared to change targets?" There was no prior notice either. This was the confusion of most people. Not to mention that secret realm. Is this change to the Dream Fairy's dream domain really fair and just? Jiang Yuansheng looked around, speaking softly. No matter how you looked at it, the intensity of this central continent grand competition was much less than before. After all, in the Dream Fairy's dream domain, unexpected deaths like before wouldn't occur. Of course, if you have the means to kill someone under the Dream Fairy, that would also be a way to gain fame across the 4 continents. Safety is guaranteed, but what about fairness? The competition in the dream domain is no longer just a test of personal overall strength. It's more about willpower and mental strength, which directly disadvantages martial artists. Therefore, Su Qingfeng was somewhat puzzled as to why this was the case. On the surface, he, ranked 72 on the Tianjiao list, was undoubtedly the strongest martial artist. Since the Shifeng Hall could make such a decision, and with the Dream Fairy's methods, fairness should not be an issue. Lu Qing pondered for a moment and offered his opinion. Chapter 395. Could it be coincidence? Before the rules of the Central Continent Grand Competition were changed, in the Star Observation Hall, Yin Ziqiu looked at Dream Tianji with great displeasure. You're just playing dirty, aren't you? You didn't even say that the Xuanji plate was given away by Dream Girl? And you still bet with me? Besides, can't you calculate it yourself? I calculate that as the Xuanji plate. Semi-holy weapon. You couldn't even calculate it back then. And you want me to calculate it? That doesn't count. Anyway, I won. Yin Ziqiu's face looked terrible, as if he had eaten something unpleasant, and in the end, he could only sigh in unwillingness. He never imagined that the Xuanji plate had actually been given away by Dream Girl. Ah, old Yin, lighten up, we're already this age. Old trickster, shut up. Yin Ziqiu was still unsatisfied, but no matter how unsatisfied he was losing. I knew it. Getting involved with you would lead to no good. Fine. I'll take care of this. Now tell me about the other small matter you mentioned. Upon hearing this, Dream Tianji immediately changed his expression, smiling widely. Old Yin, you're so good. Get lost. Hey, old mouth is really sweet. Don't go. I'm just occasionally selling a sword. Can't a person relax once in a while? Dream Tianji slightly eased the atmosphere and stopped causing trouble, then sent him a voice message. Chapter 396. What's behind the dream gate? The 4 gathered, looking at each other. This is a bit too coincidental. Isn't it? Jiang Yuansheng was the first to break the silence. The other 3 silently nodded, and then Su Liang spoke. What's next? Are we going to try that so-called dream gate? Although he said that, Su Liang always felt something was off. All right, then shall we begin? Jiang Yuansheng readily agreed. This made Su Liang raise an eyebrow. Why did it feel like he was being pushed along? Before he could think too much, Jiang Yuansheng pointed, and a long sword fell into his hand. He casually tossed it into the air, and it suddenly plunged into his head. Has he always been this decisive? Su Yang looked at Su Qingfeng and Lu Cheng. It felt a bit strange, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Lu Cheng commented, pausing before continuing, but it seems his right hand didn't move. Indeed, Jiang Yuansheng's body was dissipating, but until the end. His right hand did not make a gesture. The 3 stood in place, waiting for him to completely disappear and be eliminated, and they were somewhat silent. I should have asked him more about the book he was reading. Lu Cheng felt a bit guilty. He didn't know how he trusted that statement. The Central State Grand Competition is also related to reputation. The Zhang family's top genius was eliminated at the bottom, which still has some impact. At least it doesn't look good on the surface. Chapter 397. Everything is Meng Weiji's choice. This secret realm was originally used for the Central State Grand Competition. And inside it, there are time laws that come from who knows where, with a flow rate that is about 1 to 100 compared to the outside world. With the cover of the Dream Domain, we can practice here for 700 days. And by using this Dragon Soul Pearl to extract a complete, true dragon inheritance, we can offer it as a sacrifice to obtain that sword in the secret realm. Meng Weiji knows that only Qin Shi understand what she is saying. After all, if she hadn't accidentally discovered him that night, she wouldn't have known about the Liu family or the calculations of that group, led by Emmo Ruhui. There wouldn't have been the subsequent events where Meng Tianji sought Yin Ziqiu to change the rules of the Central State Grand Competition, confusing the situation to allow them to enter this secret realm. Yes, Yin Ziqiu would never have thought that the entire process was actually orchestrated by Meng Weiji. In fact, there is a flaw. When Meng Tianji proposed a bet, there were too many things that could be wagered, but why did he use the Xuanji plate? It was simply to hand over the initiative to Meng Weiji, making the outcome more controllable. Of course, The key is that Yin Zhuqiu himself can also calculate celestial secrets. And involving Meng Weiji, this seemingly random factor makes him more at ease. Chapter 398, Paving the Way. To be honest, Chunxi has truly become honest. The second senior sister's words are very reasonable. He was too focused on advancing research and forgot the basics. As a result, the current situation became very clear. It can also be seen as a good breakthrough opportunity, allowing Su Liang to ponder the path ahead without any worries. Jin Yutong returned from afar, looking somewhat disheveled but dared not complain, only muttering a few words. Sister Meng, please be gentle next time. Meng Weiji ignored him and began arranging the upcoming itinerary. There was no danger in this world. The demon beasts had long been slaughtered, and the heavenly materials and earthly treasures had been nearly exhausted after more than a decade of searching. Therefore, the four of them each found a place rich in spiritual energy to settle down and cultivate, temporarily separating. Aside from Su Liang, the other three were busy with their own matters. Tao Tao was still asleep, and her internal foundation had reached a point where it could no longer contain anything. Su Liang tried to develop 3 cave heavens, but the benefits were minimal. Besides now being able to actively recover, the other 2 were immovable. Su Liang, who mastered time-related supernatural powers, suspected that these 3 little figures were likely related to the Tao of Time. The 7 realms solidified, allowing a preliminary glimpse into the heavenly Tao, and Su Liang had already explored the specifics of cultivation in the 8th and 9th realms back in Tianyang City. Chapter 399, Seeking the Path. A broad and smooth road. I really have a way with words. Tao Tao self-affirmed in her heart, completely unaware that Su Liang was currently in a state of enlightenment. And it was not an ordinary enlightenment, until Su Liang's body began to emit rays of light. The golden lotus phantom reflected beneath his feet, the lotus mark between his brows completely emerged, and a peach tree appeared behind him. Tao Tao finally realized something was off. The branches seemed to be breaking through. A golden beam of light shot up from below, suddenly illuminating the sky, then began to stir, until there were no flowing clouds within 1,000 miles. The fierce wind raged, the clouds lowered and darkened, and there was lightning, but no thunder was heard. The thunder did not dare to roar. Su Liang closed his eyes, spread his hands, and Tao Tao darted out from his hands, circling around Su Liang, wondering if there was anything she could do to help. Unfortunately, this time of slumber was all about stabilizing herself, reshaping her true body, and it was not yet time to repay. She did not dare to disturb him and simply waited quietly. The commotion grew louder until the wind and rain poured down, and calamity clouds brewed. This was not a direct punishment from the heavenly Tao, but rather the dispersed rules of this world sensed a crisis and spontaneously organized to resist, feeling that if they did not act, they would be refined in an instant. Chapter 400, What is a Deity? 3 more months. A whole year passed just like that. Meng Weiji was slightly slow due to distractions, but her progress in the mid-7th realm was completely stable. Jin Yutong achieved the late 7th realm and stabilized himself. This was also normal, with the Holy Heaven's genius aptitude, if it weren't for the initial focus on the sword domain and breaking through the sword heart. He would now be steadily in the early 8th realm. Chunxi was relatively annoyed. Fortunately, he was always good at finding and filling gaps, and he had returned to the 5th realm, slowly moving towards the 6th realm. In addition, his ethereal body seemed to have awakened something, as he had been bouncing around while walking these past few days, indicating a slight achievement. Su Liang, on the other hand, was as steady as a mountain. Various mundane plants began to sprout around him, looking quite out of place, but upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. It is said that immortals and mortals are different. But whether it is the word immortal or the phrase immortal person, it always occupies a human character. It cannot simply be discarded. Meanwhile, within Su Liang's own cave heaven, the scene began to change again. During the border period, there had already been one change. The foundation fell to the ground. The cave heaven transformed into the sun and moon. The luminous light gathered mountains and rivers. The first supernatural power drew in spiritual energy. Supported by the breathing method of the Tao, rhyme, celestial pivot, which could be said to be continuous. The second supernatural power achieved the river of time. Chapter 401, Setting Off to Call the Sword. With the operation of the 3rd stage of body refinement, combined with the breathing method of the Tao, rhyme, celestial pivot, Su Liang's physique broke through again, finally reaching the threshold of the peak of the seventh realm. His blood surged, and his bones retracted with golden patterns faintly visible. Until the thunder clouds dissipated, only Su Liang remained, parting the clouds to see the blue sky. Su Liang's path seemed to have opened up, completely stepping into the seventh realm. As for whether it counted as the early stage, it was hard to say. Other seventh realms are judged by the completeness of their own domains. But he walks a path of divinity. If classified by the sword path, the peak of the seventh realm is more than enough, if spoken from his own pace. He has now comprehended the Tao of time. Does that count as directly stepping into the eighth realm? It probably doesn't. But one thing is clear. When he starts to fight, it should hurt a bit. Little Liang? Meng Weiji's voice came from miles away. Her worried heart was completely put to rest the moment she saw Su Liang safe and sound. When Su Liang plucked the heavenly thunder with his bare hands, her heart suddenly raced and could not calm down for a long time. Senior sister. Su Liang's gaze faded, and the three-petal lotus mark on his brow also disappeared. For this special state, Su Liang temporarily referred to it as opening the divine path. Chapter 402. Master. The sword edge, like a mountain, pierced into the clouds. And this scene was indeed somewhat shocking. Even before getting close, that intense sense of oppression came rushing at him. Su Liang extended his divine sense, but it stopped around the sword edge, causing his eyes to narrow. So far, there have been very few things that divine sense cannot reach or probe, especially after the border period. There is something here. Jin Yutong stroked his chin and sighed. Even though he had some preparation in his heart, when he truly saw this sword, he couldn't help but feel a shock. As the three of them continued to approach, the sense of pressure grew stronger, until they felt a clear sense of repulsion and finally stopped. At this moment, they were completely enveloped in shadows, unable to see the tip of the sword above. With a clear purpose, there were no unnecessary movements as Meng Weiji took out the Dragon Soul Pearl. Originally, it could have been extracted in advance and brought in, but doing so might have drawn attention, so it had to be extracted on the spot. The extraction method was simple. The Dragon Soul Pearl itself had already processed the Dragon Soul within, and now it just needed to be awakened by nurturing it with spiritual power. After Meng Weiji briefly explained, the three of them acted together, channeling their spiritual power. The suspended Dragon Soul Pearl began to shine. The entire process went exceptionally smoothly. With no surprises, with a resounding dragon's roar, the Dragon Soul Pearl shattered completely. Chapter 403. The Immortals of All Directions. The teacher has no surname. Or rather, he has never mentioned what his surname is, only asking Su Liang and Luo Zijin to call him teacher. Su Liang was exceptionally talented. By the age of half a year, he could already pronounce the word teacher quite proficiently. The fact that you can come here indicates that the situation in the Eastern continent is already clear. After Su Liang's emotions calmed down, the teacher spoke. There are no pleasantries, no explanations. He went straight to the point. Teacher, how did you end up here? Is it because of this sword? Su Liang's thoughts were always quick. Yes, Xiao Yang, you should already know that the path to immortality has been severed, and you should have witnessed the methods of the pseudo-heavenly path. At that time, the village was inexplicably hit by a disaster, which made no sense. But what if it was driven by the pseudo-heavenly path? The teacher turned around, pointing at the scene of the village behind him. Your identities with Zijin are extraordinary. It will be hard to find anyone similar to you in the 9 domains. So this village is destined to not be able to protect you for long. Even if the pseudo-heavenly path does not come to me for a deal, I will find a way to send you both out. Su Liang hesitated to speak. It seems you understand your identity now. The teacher did not turn around, but all of Su Liang's expressions were under his control. Chapter 404. The Lu family provocation. Suddenly, it started to rain in Shifeng City, and under the bleak atmosphere, even the spiritual power of heaven and earth slowly lay dormant. It was evident that this was not a natural rain. Today was the last day of the Central Continent Great Competition, and various big shots had arrived to witness the results of this year's competition. For aristocratic families to continue to exist, a reserve of talents is essential. And networking is also necessary. Young talents from the 4 continents had gathered here. It was unreasonable not to come and take a look. Who do you think will be the champion this time? Su Qingfeng, right? Among everyone, he ranks the highest on the talent list. I don't think so. The Su family's background is not as strong as the Lu family's. Lu Yulong's ranking is only 4 places lower than Su Qingfeng's. I believe Lu Yulong should be the biggest winner. Isn't it too early to say that? What if a dark horse emerges? There aren't that many dark horses. That's hard to say. Wasn't that half step to the seventh realm at the talent banquet like that? If that half step to the seventh realm can take the crown, I'll eat it. Everyone was discussing fervently. There was always no shortage of onlookers. The Central Continent Great Competition was not considered a taboo. Yin Ziki was high above in the clouds, and many people had already gathered around him, all at the early to mid stages of the ninth realm. Chapter 405. Shaking People Chuniji, why are you so cowardly? Let them bully you like this? Jin Duanshuan cursed loudly, directing his words at the head of the Chun family. The latter looked a bit wronged. If I had the peak cultivation of the ninth realm, I could also speak so handsomely. Lewin, who had his arms severed, turned pale and let out a miserable scream. The killing intent carried by the blade light was too deep, making it difficult for him to recover in a short time. The gap between the peak of the ninth realm and the late stage of the ninth realm is not something trivial. Old Jean, what do you mean by this? Mo Ruhue asked in a deep voice. Jin Duanshuan showed no respect. Oh, it's the acting hall master. Old man, my eyesight is failing. I didn't see you for a moment. What is up? Do you have something to instruct? Although he said this, the mocking tone was unmistakable. Unfortunately, Mo Ruhue had no way to counter it. In terms of seniority, others were guest elders of the main hall. Coming to this fifth continent was already a great favor to Shifeng Hall. In terms of strength, this old man was firmly in the top 5 in the entire 9 domains. What could he do when a scholar meets a soldier? Moreover, he had Dream Tianji standing behind him. However, today's Mo Ruhue had changed his usual demeanor and was quite tough. Old Jean, are you planning to bully the weak? Chapter 406. The White-Clothed Sword Immortal shunned by Senior Ming. Is it too late? The white-clothed sword immortal stepped out of the door, looking around before finally fixing his gaze on Meng Tianji. If it's not too late, let me see the sword first. Meng Tianji sighed. It seems your little master uncle is still unwilling to come. The white-clothed sword immortal smiled. Senior Ming, you can predict things so well. Shunbai, are you also going to wade into this murky water? Zhou Dufu recognized this person and couldn't help but frown. Not only him, but even the old man from the Shifeng Hall was equally puzzled. Meng Tianji should not have the capital to let this white-clothed sword immortal take action. It's you. Shunbai glanced sideways, his tone neither heavy nor light. It's good that it's me who came, not the little master uncle. Otherwise, you would be so embarrassed. Zhou Dufu's face immediately darkened. Don't look so grim. It's normal that the little master uncle can't take your sword. No one will blame you. In the face of Shunbai's jab, Meng Tianji was lost in thought, stroking his chin. He hadn't heard that this white-clothed sword immortal had a scheming side, but it was quite good. So, do you want to fight me? Boom! Zhou Dufu stepped forward, his blood energy bursting forth, instantly appearing before him, squinting down. Afraid of you? Buzz. It was as if thunder struck from a clear sky. Countless strands of white sword energy appeared abruptly, creating a battlefield. Chapter 407. The competition results. It was unclear what Meng Tianji had whispered to Shunbai, but this hyperactive white-clothed sword immortal became much more obedient, quietly waiting. Seeing this, Meng Tianji let out a sigh of relief, while also feeling a bit bitter. Damn it, Tianji Duanshuan would have been scattered long ago without him. Old Jean only knows how to fight. Calculating all these things has made me worry to death. After a brief pause, he looked at Yin Ziki and asked, Old Yin, what is the result of the Central Continent Great Competition? As soon as this was said, it completely brought the topic back. The onlookers in the ninth realm seemed to wake up from a deep dream. The first line of spectators was indulged in the drama. However, overall, it wasn't just a matter of watching. They were also taking sides. Now that the atmosphere between the two sides was tense, everyone's thoughts became more active, needing to plan for the formal battle ahead. Those forces with ninth realm strongholds naturally understood the situation in the eastern continent, which had been going on for over 20,000 years. Under such circumstances, as long as they took a side, it was impossible to retreat unscathed after a defeat. They could only exert their utmost effort to help their side win this round. 1. A bright future. Lost, shattered to pieces. It's that simple. Yin Ziqiu looked down and observed, pausing slightly before saying, Everyone is awake, and their respective scores are marked on their identity tokens. The overall leaderboard will be released soon. Chapter 408, Then Let Us Fight. They indeed looked down on the fifth domain, even directly calling it Dream Fairy. Such disrespect towards mere juniors. Yin Ziqiu glanced at the three of them, remained silent, and raised his right finger slightly, pressing it into the void. The aura belonging to the late stage of the ninth realm descended upon them, and the terrifying pressure materialized at this moment. The void shook continuously. The three were indeed arrogant, stubbornly enduring in silence until they could no longer hold on and were about to kneel. Only then did they shout, "Senior Dream Fairy, we merely expressed our confusion. Kneeling down like this would be quite embarrassing." They were also somewhat puzzled as to why no one came to mediate. The Shifang Hall had requested their family to intervene, and that was why they came here. Why were they now disregarded? No one responded. Yin Ziqiu did not go too far. After all, they were just ignorant juniors. He could choose to crush them or let it be as he pleased. The old man had stated the rules. Those who could find the Dream Gate would earn 10,000 points. Yin Ziqiu retracted his finger, his gaze slightly lowered, finally settling on Su Liang. Interesting. Although he knew this young man had changed his appearance in advance, he did not expect that the true identity was him. The name Su Liang had even reached his ears. Chapter 409. One sword to kill him is also fine. Under the watchful eyes of many, Zhong Yunxiu, the proud one ranked 96 on the proud talent list, flew straight out. Just a single punch. However, there was significance to it. Unlike Su Liang's earlier casual punches, his current moves contained his own momentum. In simple terms, the forces within him were all exerting power, making every serious punch appear natural yet violent. However, Zhong Yunxiu was not just a pretty face. After taking this punch solidly, he soon returned with an extremely dark expression, shouting, "Taking advantage of my unpreparedness to use such a treacherous killing move?" Clearly, he had not recognized the situation. In fact, most of the proud talents present had not realized how Su Liang had struck. Those at the peak of the seventh realm, who could see through the method, were replaying it in their minds, trying to understand it while looking at Su Liang with bewildered expressions. If it were them, they too would have suffered this punch while relaxed. Indeed, worthy of being the holy talent Su Liang, who could even rank among the top within the holy talents. Such killing techniques were truly unfathomable. In fact, it didn't require much contemplation. Zhong Yunxiu was ranked 96 among the proud talents, and if he had taken a hit, how could those not on the list escape? Chapter 410, One Domain of Heaven and Earth. Fighting from the early stage of the 8th realm against the early stage of the 7th realm should be a crushing victory. However, the current situation was clearly not the case. The surging hurricane just a moment ago was now suppressed and rubbed down by a great momentum, dissipating completely, as if it had never existed in this world. Su Liang initiated his move. The sword domain unfolded. After establishing his own realm and walking a path unique to himself, he opened the sword domain for the first time. Sword domain? Above the sky, Shun Bai, who had initially shown no interest, instantly sensed this sword domain and became intrigued. There were very few sword path geniuses capable of comprehending the sword domain, even in the Immortal Sword Sect. It did not exceed a handful. If excluding those who forcibly raise their vision through their realm, it would be only a few. After a slight perception, Shun Bai showed surprise, immediately judging that this was the latter case. This sword domain was too perfect, right? The sword domain originally had no form. But now the domain around Su Liang resembled a landscape ink painting with too many elements. If some sword cultivators, just beginning to understand the sword momentum, viewed it, it would seem less pure, and they would probably not find it impressive. But to Shun Bai, who possessed a sword heart, the implications within were vast. Chapter 411. The curtain falls. Outrageous. In the outermost layer, Guo Changfeng and Guo Changhe clearly saw everything. In their anger, they stopped watching from the sidelines and acted simultaneously. Thus, they collided fully with the sword energy from Baiyetiank. Guo Changfeng used wind as a blade to take on this sword strike, while Guo Changhe was even quicker, arriving beside his elder brother and taking him away. Su Liang, on the other hand, acted casually and did not obstruct them, even thoughtfully redirecting the sword's edge towards the wind blade. After this, Su Liang stood in place, looking at the three opposite him. All three were trembling with fear and greatly confused. Which early stage of the 7th realm could be so fierce? In less than 3 exchanges, they nearly lost their lives? Am I the one at the 8th realm? Or is he? Guo Changlin looked around and suddenly exclaimed, No wonder you dare to speak so boldly. It turns out there are hidden mechanisms around here, providing you with support, before being inexplicably drawn into this place. Su Liang's sword domain did not have such strong suppressive power. Even his offensive techniques did not seem like something at his level could possess. Su Liang paid no mind and did not intend to explain. He couldn't just tell them that he hadn't really exerted himself outside, could he? It was like at the beginning when he simply took out the sword without even drawing it from the sheath. But now he had genuinely drawn the sword to open the door for them. Chapter 412, I'm a different concept from others. The results of the Central Continent Grand Competition were hard to accept, yet had to be accepted. Su Liang was actually the junior disciple of the granddaughter of Dream Tiangong. Under such a background, no one could raise any objections. Even Mo Ruhui could only acknowledge it for now. After all, how could they deny it? If the Shifang Hall had no right to guide, then who in the entire Central Continent was worthy to do so? After the curtain fell, the proud talents began to leave one after another. There was another banquet later, but all parties were not in the mood for that now. They had witnessed the disputes above the sky, and sensed that the true great changes in the fifth domain were about to arrive. At this moment, they could only think about returning to prepare. In the other three continents, although there was only one visible peak of the ninth realm, it did not mean they could not share in the spoils. The starry sky was brilliant, and soon the night fell. The scenery at the Star Observation Pavilion was excellent, but Su Liang had no mood to appreciate it slowly, his thoughts turning continuously. There was only one person beside him. Dream Tiangong had been silent for a while, suddenly turning her head to ask, "How are Yuan Ku and his wife?" "Pretty good. The border situation is not so good. You sound resentful." Dream Tiangong patted the railing and seemed to want to say something more, but Su Liang openly admitted it. Chapter 413, The Sky is Filled with Golden Rain. In the Star Observation Pavilion, after shown by her Dream Tiangong's final words, he spread his hands. "So, Elder Dream set me up? It looks that way. Then, shouldn't you give me some compensation?" Shenbai appeared somewhat indifferent. Su Liang, however, glanced over. The seven apertures Linglong heart told him that this person was very curious about him. "Should I give him something? But I'm quite poor. Can I defer payment for now?" Shenbai nodded. "That's fine." Meng Tianji's eyes lit up. "Since I can defer payment, why not ask for a bit more, including this top-tier heavenly spirit sword?" Jin Duanshuan, who had been pretending to sleep on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, gave a thumbs up to Meng Tianji. "Lao Meng, you are truly a genius." Su Liang was taken aback. He had heard of the combination of Tianji and Duanshuan when he entered Zhongzhou, and now it seemed that they were simply not the same type of people who could play together. These two were quite shameless. Shenbai naturally couldn't agree. "Old Meng, that's a bit difficult for me. Asking to defer payment for a sword when there's none to give. How can one pull off such a trick?" Each is nothing. I just mentioned it casually, thinking if you agreed, it would be a win-win situation, Meng Tianji said quite naturally. Chapter 414. Advancing to Spirit Shenbai's figure was ethereal, constantly dodging under the golden rain. Jin saw the light flying everywhere, looking dazzling, but in reality, it only restricted Shenbai's movement. Even if occasionally sword energy struck him, he would always dissipate it with his fingers like a sword in an instant. Your sword energy is numerous, but the power is somewhat lacking, enough to deal with ordinary 7th realm opponents, Shenbai's voice echoed, making his comments. Su Liang, standing high in the sky, was not in a hurry, maintaining a relaxed demeanor. As the sword energy kept falling, he occasionally brought his fingers together to lightly tap the void. Seeing him silent, Shenbai had some guesses in his heart. Such a massive amount of sword energy would require a lot of effort for fine control. Even full dedication would not be an overstatement. This thought was not baseless. The sheer quantity of sword energy was indeed astonishing, but the accuracy was lacking greatly, with many sword energies not even targeting him, falling in completely wrong directions. Shenbai understood this well. With such a quantity of sword energy, even he couldn't possibly be so precise with every strike. The key was that Su Liang did not adjust the direction from the beginning. He first took out all the swords, then made temporary adjustments. Chapter 415, Peak of the 7th Realm. Earth Tier Top Grade, Su Liang no longer held the sword with one hand. He held the sword horizontally in front of him and lightly stroked the sword body. He felt a bit dazed. At the moment the Qingping sword advanced, he suddenly felt that the scene before him was very familiar, as if he had held a sword countless times and seen countless spirit swords advance. In his mind, the original dream gradually became clear. Past events resonated with the current scene. The voice of resonance grew stronger. Shunbai showed a look of longing. He also wanted a sword that resonated with his heart. But what he wouldn't understand was that Su Liang had never deliberately nurtured a sword. It was the Qingping sword itself that recognized the gap. It was adapting to him. Su Liang? Like a deer calling, it was the first time it made its voice heard in his heart. Su Liang's gaze was gentle, and at this moment, the already complete sword intent reached new heights, and the sword heart rose like a building, allowing him to truly grasp the entire sword formation. After a while, he looked up at Shunbai. Senior? The latter nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. You may strike. To those who did not understand swords, this seemed inexplicable, and they did not comprehend what the exchange between the two meant. The unique grand momentum of Su Liang was about to tilt, and in that fleeting moment, Su Liang seized an opportunity. Chapter 416. Waiting for a variable at the top of the star observation hall, Su Liang sat beside Meng Wei, while Meng Tianji and Jin Duanshuan looked serious. Su Liang knew the situation at the border best, and there was no need to hide anything here, so it was better to be open and honest. Moreover, he could probably guess that Meng Tianji had some means. Yuan Ku, Jin Duanshuan sighed, looking at Meng Tianji. His eyes filled with regret. That child has talent is no less than yours. After saying that, he spoke to Meng Wei. Girl, although your parents were forced into the situation back then, they actually had some room for maneuver, and my words had great weight back then. But they were willing. It's time to fill you in on the situation in the Eastern continent. Upon hearing this, Meng Wei bit her lip and did not respond. Su Liang already knew his senior sister's background and probably understood everything. He thought to himself, how could it be so coincidental to casually find such a powerful treasure as the mystery disc? However, there were still some things he didn't understand. What exactly was Zhongzhou plotting 2,000 years ago? Was it the path to immortality, or the authority of the domain lord? Let me explain, Meng Tianji said happily. He hadn't been this happy in a long time, even wanted to reach out to grab the wine gourd at Jin Duanshuan's waist. Chapter 417. Everything becomes clear. There were 5 variables, but who said all 5 were effective? At least 2 variables had already exited the grand scheme of the Eastern continent. This was also why Meng Tianji had directly called Jin Duanshuan to rush to the Eastern continent back then. With 2 out of 5 variables suddenly gone, it made him quite anxious. He was genuinely worried. A wait of 10,000 years in preparation suddenly felt like it was all wrong. Such a blow was something even he couldn't accept. Fortunately, he quickly sorted out his thoughts again. The essence of a variable is in the word change, isn't it? In response to Meng Tianji's sudden mention, Su Liang was slightly taken aback, but then understood and felt relieved. He probably understood what Meng Tianji had calculated. The pseudo-heavenly Tao's avatar left in the Eastern continent once said that there was great terror within Su Liang. Even through Meng Tianji's explanation, Su Liang deduced even more. Although he didn't know how the pseudo-heavenly Tao evolved, he was certain that it wanted to remove the pseudo-label. If that's the case, how could it be willing to share the path to immortality? The people of the Shifeng Hall were indeed colluding with the pseudo-heavenly Tao. But the outcome must not have been good. It was highly likely that both sides couldn't come to an agreement. One side only thinking about becoming immortal, while the other only saw the imprisoned heavenly Tao, thinking there was an opportunity to take its place. Chapter 418. Those who understand communication know how deep the matter is. Gu Ziyan seemed restrained for the first time. It wasn't because the woman before him was overly beautiful, but because her gaze made him feel as if she was looking at her son. What made it even harder for him to stay calm was that her eyebrows and eyes were indeed somewhat similar to his. People say that sons resemble their mothers and daughters resemble their fathers. So when Su Liang first saw Meng Yuan Ku, he thought of his senior sister. As for why he didn't think Gu Ziyan resembled Ji Yuqin, it was because at that time his thoughts were focused on the young lady trim beside him. Ji Yuqin looked at Gu Ziyan and seemed a bit nervous. You didn't grow up at the border, did you? Replying to my senior. I am from the Eastern continent, a disciple of the Nanchi Sword Sect, Shaolian Peak. Ji Yuqin was taken aback. Nanchi Sword Sect, Shaolian Peak? Su Liang and Zijin are senior brothers. Speaking of which, there was also a junior brother and junior sister of Su Liang at the border, who had an accident during their journey. They had felt guilty and self-reproach for a long time because of this. Meng Yuan Ku would not hesitate to create that cultivation space for Luo Zijin, which also had a sense of compensation. Now another one has come. The Nanchi Sword Sect is indeed not well known. It should be a sect that rose later. Chapter 419. Little cause and effect arrived, so you didn't get the sword? Shunbai was leaning in the center of a pavilion, holding an ancient mirror. Treasures that can communicate across domains are rare in the world. But for the foremost sword cultivators, Xiao, Wanqiu, and Shunbai, having such an item is not surprising. I couldn't get it. I had it, but lost it in a gamble. The man in the ancient mirror had his back to him, his voice soft and gentle, sounding nothing like a decisive sword immortal. Oh? Zhou Du Fu hasn't he fought yet? They haven't he fought yet. I guess the timing isn't right. After all, the situation in the Eastern continent should still take some time. Otherwise, Old Meng wouldn't he have mentioned a 3-year agreement to me. Old Meng? You sure know how to elevate yourself. Well, didn't you say it yourself, little master uncle? The ranks of cultivators are based on strength. Then does that mean if you surpass me in the future, you'll have to call me little Xiao? Shunbai straightened up instantly, serious. Hey, that was said by you, little master uncle. I didn't guide or imply anything. You didn't get the sword. Are you satisfied? Shunbai's behavior was well known to Xiao Wanqiu, his little master uncle. He was initially unhappy, but after meeting someone, he found it quite interesting. Shunbai's eyes lit up as he recalled Su Liang, slightly excited. Little master uncle, if I say I found someone who might one day match you in swordsmanship, would you believe me? Chapter 420. A rune, little cause and effect? Su Liang initially wondered how small it could be, but when Lu Bairong appeared before him, he realized it was indeed quite small. When Lu Bairong reached the top of the star observation hall and was watched by 2 big shots, she felt like sitting on pins and needles. She didn't expect she could actually come in. As everyone knows, the Lu family is backed by the Mo family. If it weren't for being cornered, she wouldn't have taken the risk to come here. Why are you so nervous? I know you're from the Lu family. But overall, you're just a yellow-haired girl. Besides, the 2 of us old folks are just here to watch the fun. The person you're looking for is sitting right here. Meng Tianji pointed at Su Liang with a grin. Upon hearing this, Lu Bairong felt her pressure significantly lessen and relaxed a bit. However, your news of coming here should be easy to check. Will you really be able to get what you want then? Meng Tianji knew a little about the competition for the Lu family's bloodline, but just a little. After all, a person of his caliber paying attention to such matters would be overkill. You're looking for me? Finally, Su Liang spoke up. His tone was neither too far nor too close, quite reasonable. He had only a little connection with her. In fact, she was closer to Miss Chun. Chapter 421. Current situation in the Eastern continent. Lu Bairong left, having agreed with Su Liang to go to the Lu family in 7 days to participate in this year's competition. You just agreed like that? Meng Weiji frowned, still feeling it was a bit hasty. Although Lu Bairong offered a considerable sum, the task Su Liang was to undertake was not small. The competition for the Lu family's young master is held once a year. As long as someone can win twice in a row, that person becomes the young master of the Lu family, second only to the family head and the great elder, except for those who choose to retire. If you're lacking those things, just tell me. There is no need to wade through this muddy water. What my senior sister said makes sense. Su Liang shook his head, but no matter how small a favor is, it has to be repaid. Moreover, I didn't agree to help just for her family's wealth. Lu Mo Cho, the eldest son of the Lu family, previously sent someone to the Eastern continent to kill me, and he came with the sweepers, so I think the Lu family should be in league with the sweepers, right? Senior sister? Before he finished speaking, he sensed a surge of energy. Looking closely, he quickly locked on a Meng Weiji. When was this? Meng Weiji squinted and asked. Chapter 422. A microcosm of the Lu family. The Lu family can be considered a representative of the many aristocratic families in the central continent, inheriting a brutal system. As long as they can better pass on their legacy, they allow for the emergence of privileges and also allow for competition between different bloodlines. Whether a family is strong or not depends on the leading figure. If the future family head lacks strength and cunning, merely emphasizing bloodline inheritance, they would have long been consumed by other families. Therefore, when Lu Bairong appeared again in this year's competition for the young master, she inevitably faced much ridicule. In the last competition, she had already been completely thwarted by Lu Mo Cho and Lu Yulong, who had broken all her wings. The guests and subordinates left cleanly, and even the direct relatives made her withdraw voluntarily. But she still came today. Aside from the phrase self-inflicted humiliation, most people couldn't think of any other adjectives. The core of the competition is summed up in one word: kill, and it's not simply one-on-one. First, each side will send 3 people to fight, and then every incense stick's time, each side can send 1 more person to join the fray until only one side remains in the center. If any side loses a member, the side that made the kill can immediately send in another. Chapter 4:23. To be horizontal or vertical. As the carriage landed, an aged voice rang out. After 3 incense sticks, the 7th test of Jia Chun will begin. He didn't even show his face. After his words fell, an ancient jade mirror flew out, expanding in the wind, and finally revealed a massive mirror surface, 100 meters wide and high, in the realm of the 7 realms. A single gesture can change the terrain, so it's naturally impossible to fight here. This mirror realm is the designated venue set by the Lu family. As the mirror surface unfolded, streams of light scattered, accurately landing in the hands of every candidate, eventually transforming into a brush. All entrants must point a bit of their palm to gain the ancient mirror's acknowledgement. The Lu family has 13 branches, aside from the main branch. The other branches can select a maximum of 2 candidates to compete for the position of Young Master. Mo Cho's cousin has arrived. As the voice spread, many saw the tardy Lu Mo Cho. At 30 years old, in the late stage of the 7 realms, while not considered a top talent or a holy genius, he still held the title of an extraordinary genius. Of course, the key point is that he has too many followers around him. After Lu Bairong and Lu Yulong's defeat, the vast majority of people came to support him. Lu Mo Cho was also not polite and accepted them all. Chapter 4:24. Stepping into the ancient realm, who is that person? Why is he so arrogant? I don't know, but why can't I sense his cultivation level? Don't mention your early stage of the 7 realms. Even I, in the late stage, can't detect it. He must have some kind of concealing technique. Cut it. Breaking through to the peak of the 7th realm is nothing much, yet he acts all mysterious. If he's really at the peak of the 7th realm, then it would be interesting. It seems Lu Bairong wants to turn the tables with this. The peak of the 7th realm is not unique. On Lu Mo Chao's side, there are 2 known figures. With Su Liang's appearance, the atmosphere in the arena also became interesting. Suddenly, he felt someone was spying on him. Following his perception, Su Liang saw the palanquin in the air. Oh, the elder of the Lu family was slightly surprised. This person actually detected his spiritual sense spying? That shouldn't be possible. However, Su Liang merely glanced at it and then turned his gaze back to the somewhat dazed Lu Bairong. Hey, are we just standing here? Oh, then shall we go in together? The late-to-the-party Lu Bairong's gaze was a bit erratic, and her expression looked unnatural. Su Liang didn't pay much attention to these trivial details, and under her lead, a mark landed on his body, serving as the ticket to enter the ancient realm. Chapter 4:25. Heaven and Earth. Open that mid-7th realm guy didn't die. At the last moment, before flying into the ground, he exerted all his strength to activate the ancient mirror ticket on him, and was enveloped in the light it transformed into, sending him away. This ancient mirror is not ordinary. It contains a secret realm of its own, with its own set of rules and boundaries. Although he didn't die, he was still heavily injured. Fortunately, Su Liang wasn't too serious. Otherwise, with the physical prowess of that peak 7th realm, a solid punch would leave that mid-7th realm guy with no reaction time at all. As Su Liang's afterimage faded, Lu Bairong revealed her figure. The opposing peak 7th realm showed a look of astonishment, simultaneously feeling wary of Su Liang's earlier actions. He hadn't seen it clearly at all. He couldn't even catch the motion before the hand was raised, and that mid-7th realm guy flew straight away. The peak of the 7th realm. Definitely the peak of the 7th realm. But even so, it shouldn't be like this. It's just one small realm higher. It shouldn't be that he couldn't see the movements clearly, right? He's not one of those monstrous prodigies on the talent rankings. The Central State talent rankings only have 100 people, each with recorded appearances. People like him, who are guest elders, have long memorized the appearances of these existences to avoid being deceived. Clearly, Su Liang's face wasn't among those impressions. Chapter 4:26. 8th realm substitute. There really is no safer method than having the entire world under Su Liang's control. But this commotion is indeed a bit too loud. At this moment, outside, around the ancient realm, the elder in the palanquin suddenly spoke. The main lineage Lu Bairong defeated 2 people from the 7th lineage. So 2 can enter. The 7th lineage, that's Lu Cheng's people, right? How many people does he have? They're just Lu Mo Chao's lackeys. It seems Lu Bairong wants to take out the dog first. Speaking of which, the last man who came really has some skills. If I remember correctly, Lu Cheng's lineup is 2 late stage and 1 mid stage, right? It should be the peak of the 7th realm. Hey, I wonder if Lu Mo Cho is panicking this time, acting so tough every day, but secretly doing those shady things. Still, as I said, among the 13 main lineages, very few are willing to be like Lu Cheng's dog. Most prefer to unite and take care of each other. Even if you have many strong guests, we branch families will still hit you hard. There's no need to worry about your future reckoning. After all, losing the competition for the young master won't lead to anything good. Rather than cowering and seeking peace, it's better to enjoy now. Chapter 427. Something's wrong. It could be heard that the effeminate man was very anxious. Generally speaking, being anxious is either due to unusual anger or extreme fear. Clearly, he belonged to the latter. Saying Su Liang was at the 8th realm was not unfounded. Whether from the golden light path that descended from the heavens or the Yao Guang that suppressed his cultivation realm, it couldn't possibly exert such a strong suppressive effect. After all, he is at the peak of the 7th realm. Isn't that peak of the 7th realm supposed to have some prodigy attributes? Even if the peak of the 7th realm from the talent rankings came, they shouldn't be able to take him down so quickly, right? If Lu Cheng knew his thoughts, he could only lightly comment, "How many prodigies have you actually seen?" Su Liang also felt sympathy for him. To be honest, his combat power really doesn't make much sense. Under the same realm, it's hard to find a few opponents. "Do you want to die?" Su Liang suddenly asked. This directly bewildered the effeminate man. Is this even human language? If he wanted to die, would he still be alive now? Seeing his expression change, Su Liang also felt he asked unnecessarily. So he continued, "I think you still want to live. Since that's the case, then open your mind. I'll alter this memory of yours a bit, and then send you out while you're unconscious." Doing these troublesome methods didn't mean Su Liang was some great person. Rather, he thought that simply killing someone wasn't as effective as severely injuring them, as it could better create the illusion of being evenly matched. Chapter 428. As you wish, is this okay, bro? Xie Yan's hand, holding the knife, trembled slightly. After he transferred the protective measures of his ancient realm to the effeminate man and personally dealt several blows to him, Su Liang finally nodded. "It's good, next one." The effeminate man lying on the ground dared not express anger or words, silently enduring. In a siege, there must be the appearance of a siege. Here, your meteor hammer is suitable for sneak attacks. It's better to hit his back. Of course, be careful. If you kill the next one, it's you. This person is a devil. Hey, who shot this arrow? Good skills. It seems you practiced a lot. A burly man holding a bow scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed as he stepped forward. "Bro, it was me." "Very good, you go the last few spots." Su Liang nodded in satisfaction, then waved. And the burly man felt as if he had been pardoned, quickly moving back behind the crowd. This left the others with looks of regret. Lu Bairong remained silent beside Su Liang. It was a one-sided crushing. Among the 30 or so people around, none could withstand a single move under Su Liang's hands. Everyone who came in with high spirits now lowered their profile. "That's enough. Please take him out." Chapter 429. "No, I'm just showing off. Xie Yan is dead." Moreover, the manner of death was extremely tragic. Lu Bairong held the earth-grade, middle-grade treasure knife that she had given him. And after Su Liang used a binding technique to pin him down, she began to slice away his flesh, one knife after another. Peeling skin, removing bones. One cut at a time. Throughout, she remained very calm. This was a scene of slow slicing. And it was a very casual kind of slow slicing. The weight of the strikes, whether heavy or light, was entirely at her will. Finally, after she chopped all the flesh and bones on Xie Yan into pieces, she couldn't help but vomit. The other 7th realms watched this scene, only feeling a chill run down their spines. This kind of death is rare in the mortal dynasties, and it occurs even less frequently. Su Liang didn't pay her any mind. Everyone has their own growth. He hasn't experienced much himself, and he doesn't have the qualification to preach. Today she paid, and he agreed, so he just needs to act according to her wishes within the scope of his obligations. The palace under the sky slowly dispersed. Su Liang's sword did not fall, and the remaining people dared not make a sound, already beginning to plan their own deaths. It's just being beaten. Isn't it better than what Xie Yan went through? Su Liang looked at the heap that was Xie Yan, then dropped a strand of spiritual fire to burn it clean, and then with a flick of his sleeve, he also dealt with the ashes. Chapter 430. Exploded. Lu Macho looked at Su Liang, taking in the current situation with a cold voice. "So it was you behind this?" Su Liang admitted generously. "You guessed it, but still dare to come in. You must have some means?" There wasn't much mystery between them. Did Lu Macho guess it? Naturally not. So at this moment, he was somewhat indecisive. Whatever reward this woman offered you, I can double it. No one expected that Lu Macho, still with a cold face, would say something so soft. Isn't that just surrendering? Su Liang was a bit surprised. I thought you were going to try and fight me. Try? What for? Before he came in, he had thought of countless possibilities, but never considered that this person could be at the 8th realm. Lu Macho had confidence. He wasn't just at the peak of the 7th realm, but half a step into the 8th realm. If it weren't for his obsession with hunting men, he might have advanced further to see the scenery of the 8th realm ahead of time. It was precisely because he had one foot in the 8th realm that he could clearly feel that great momentum upon entering this space. Let's skip the testing. Just name your price. Even though the situation wasn't friendly to him, Lu Macho still maintained a calm demeanor. Chapter 431. Who are you pointing at? The elder of the Lu family had a grim expression and could no longer sit steadily in his carriage. He stepped out. Contrary to the imagined image of an old man with white hair and a frail appearance, the elder of the Lu family was quite young, looking like a man in his 20s or 30s, but his words sounded very aged. Elder. Seeing the elder step out of the carriage, they all bowed deeply. This elder usually did not like to show himself, but now that he had come out, and with the ancient mirror having such an incident, it seemed something significant had occurred. Such matters were generally not good news. Could it be that the ancient mirror collapsed and killed everyone inside? That was quite possible. Many thoughts were racing through people's minds, but the elder of the Lu family kept scanning all the people who had been sent out. All of them, without exception, had fainted. This included Su Liang and Lu Bairon. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared beside the elder of the Lu family, slightly bowing, and asked, Elder, we've heard unusual sounds here. Is there something going on? As the 7th elder responsible for the safety of the inner courtyard, he arrived quickly, not wasting the peak 8th realm cultivation. Nothing, the bronze-faced ancient mirror just exploded. Chapter 432. Mo Ruhui's on-the-spot performance. Does the Lu family have the guts to wrestle with Jin Duanshuan? Naturally not. Not to mention the elder of the Lu family. Even the family head wouldn't have enough weight. After all, if they were that powerful, why would they need to align with the Mo family? Furthermore, even Mo Ruhui himself was wary of Jin Duanshuan. No one could ignore this top sword cultivator. This is common sense. Senior Jin, what do you mean by this? A figure appeared in the void. The head of the Lu family stared at Jin Duanshuan like a great enemy, and immediately notified Mo Ruhui. He truly didn't expect Jin Duanshuan to swagger into his Lu family mansion, but upon closer thought, it was quite reasonable. Not to mention the Lu family. As long as the other party was willing, where in Zhongzhou City couldn't he go? Don't need to explain this to you? Jin Duanshuan glanced at him lightly. Get lost. I never look at the owner when I beat the dog. The head of the Lu family's expression darkened. You dare to show me a cold shoulder? No sooner had he spoken than the void in front of him split open with cracks. Jin Duanshuan raised his hand and lightly waved. The blade light he casually threw instantly tore through the void, ultimately landing on him, lifting a long rainbow straight into the clouds. Chapter 433. Planting willows, but waiting for flowers to bloom. Even Jin Duanshuan understood the underlying meaning of Mo Ruhui's words at this moment. He was somewhat annoyed. Damn it, I really want to find an opportunity to kill him with one blow. However, he had to admit that Mo Ruhui was very thorough in his thinking, just like old Meng, who was of the clever type, in just a few words. He turned the passive into the active. You want to take people? I'll let you take them. I won't hold you accountable for hitting people. Then in the future, if I do the same, how can you argue with me? If this was a long-term plan trap, then it could be considered something. But Mo Ruhui's ability to react on the spot was something noteworthy. However, Meng Tianji also reacted quickly. If someone is lost, they should be found. Look, I've searched for a long time and only found this one person. The next few have no leads. Since the conversation had reached this point, they might as well come. It was a subtle competition. If nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Old Jin, let's go. The blade domain doesn't need spiritual power, right? Oh. Jin Duanshuan obediently withdrew his power. Zhou Dufu wanted to say something, but hesitated, finally looking at Mo Ruhui with confusion. It seemed like the latter had whispered something to him. Thus, he had no choice but to withdraw his stance. Chapter 434. Returning Kid. I always feel like this trip isn't worth it. Meng Tianji looked at Su Liang, carefully reviewing. You are right. I won't let it happen again next time. Su Liang's attitude was still very proper. Before going, Wei Ji mentioned it was a minor conflict, so Meng Tianji didn't pay much attention, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a bombshell. You too, with such a big commotion, why didn't you tell me? Jin Duanshuan, feeling quite innocent, spread his hands. I thought Meng girl had informed you? Meng Tianji was speechless. Your excuse for fooling around is a bit too casual, isn't it? Well, since it's already done, we might as well think about how to respond next. Jin Duanshuan was a bit excited. During the previous conditions exchange in the Zhongzhou Grand Competition, his activities were temporarily restricted to Zhongzhou. Since that was the case, making a bit more trouble would count for something. Can you handle it alone? Meng Tianji glared at him. The mid-level combat power on Mo Ruhui's side still needs to be increased. After all, the acting Hall Master of the Ten Directions Hall can also be considered a Hall Master. They are more focused on a high-end crushing strategy here, without Zhou Dufu. To put it bluntly, if Meng Tianji holds one back, Jin Duanshuan can easily take out the other two peak ninth realms. It's just a matter of time. Chapter 435. No trouble this time, have you heard? Nangxi Sword Sect has increased the rewards again. As long as you go to the border, you don't have to go to the battlefield immediately. You can have plenty of time to cultivate to the fifth realm. So what? Look at those who have returned from the border. Aren't they all missing limbs and permanently disabled? Even if they're all settled in Nangxi City. How can it compare to our freedom and ease here? You can't say that. I've heard there are people who have risen to great heights there. Didn't several sword emperors break through to the seventh realm? There's even one who seems to be on the brink of the peak of the seventh realm. You're talking about the current sect master's wife of Nangxi Sword Sect, right? That's still a minority. Besides, others were already lingering at the peak of the sixth realm for a long time. Nonsense, what you said lacks insight. Even if they linger for a long time, can they reach the peak of the seventh realm in just half a year? I believe there must be great opportunities in the border. And the Nangxi Sword Sect must have some hidden explanations. I understand. After all, they need to benefit their own people first. I've decided to give it a try. Brothers, want to join? Hey, brother, you want to go too? Suddenly poked in the arm, Su Liang turned to the person and smiled, nodding. Sound about right. Chapter 436. So noisy Su Liang's return didn't cause much of stir. After all, he would be leaving soon. Many people didn't even know of his arrival. For someone at the peak of the seventh realm, like Su Liang, it was easy to go unnoticed. You were so small back then. And in the blink of an eye, you've become someone even the master can't see through. Su Liang jumped down from his back, and the master and disciple sat in the hall while Feng Gue ordered takeout. The third senior brother is back. We should get something good. Of course, it's definitely not because he is greedy. In such a hurry, are you going to the border? Xian Tianyi didn't beat around the bush. If it weren't for the need to change the topic smoothly, he wouldn't even have made a joke to start with. This doesn't quite align with his usual steady demeanor, which only indicates that he doesn't want him to go. Having been to the border, Xian Tianyi knows his disciple has great abilities, especially since he can no longer sense Su Liang's cultivation level. But in the end, he is still a young man. It's unreasonable for him to take the blame if something goes wrong. Su Liang understood and didn't respond immediately, pondering over his words. Then you should go. Su Liang was taken aback. Xiao Liang, you're a sensible child. Although I think such an overly sensible nature shouldn't exist in the cultivation world. Chapter 437. Back to the border, are you sure he isn't? Ji Yuqin pressed Meng Yuankai again with a soul-searching question. Didn't you say you left him in the eastern continent? Is it possible that it's him? Perhaps. Ping was saved by some powerful figure and has been hidden all along. Meng Yuankai felt a bit guilty. It's been several months. Every so often, Ji Yuqin would press him for answers. Meng Fu Ping is the name he gave to his son. It wasn't voluntary, but forced. At that time, the retribution of the heavenly Tao was too heavy, and the name needed a sound as unstable as possible. It doesn't make much sense, but the retribution of the heavenly Tao itself is unreasonable. If it finds a loophole, it can dig a cellar for you. However, Meng Yuankai had to admit that Gu Zian looked very much like Ji Yuqin. Yuqin, it's been 20,000 years. He still patiently explained, because he understands Ji Yuqin's unwillingness. The retribution of the heavenly Tao has had its effects. At least Ji Yuqin can no longer have children. At the border, she was pregnant twice, and both times the babies died at birth, while Ji Yuqin herself also suffered tremendous hardships. This was only at the border. If it were in the eastern continent, both mother and child would have likely perished. Moreover, even if Meng Fu Ping was indeed saved by a powerful figure back then, he would probably be abandoned soon after. Chapter 438. You must live. The autumn of the eastern continent has passed, but the border remains unchanged. Isn't it better that my realm is higher? Su Liang glanced at him, smiling calmly. Chengdu was unhappy and punched him in the chest. Do I not care about my face for rising so fast? What use is face compared to life? That makes sense. Then let us see when you reach the 9th realm. At that time, I'll pass my position to you. I'll keep it for myself. Oh, you still find it troublesome. In their back and forth, the two, who hadn't seen each other for half a year, seemed to have no sense of unfamiliarity. Chengdu looked at him and didn't ask whether the other 4 continents had come to help. Just reminding him that the boat to the 7th city leaves early tomorrow morning, so don't delay. Finally, he arranged a place for him to stay. Now, because of the active actions from the eastern continent, the border city is no longer lifeless. Gradually, there is some vitality in the large city, and many vacant houses have been allocated to those coming from the eastern continent for support. Unfortunately, their realms aren't high enough to influence the overall situation. They can only stabilize and cultivate for now, taking turns to fight in the 5th or 6th city. To be fair, although these people don't have high realms, their combat abilities are quite strong, especially that group of sword cultivators from the Nangxi Sword Sect. Chapter 439. Endless Heaven and Earth Zhongxian. The greatest spiritual pillar of the border, also the strongest fighting force. If he loses control and turns against the border, the impact would be almost devastating. The demon race isn't blind. They will surely take the opportunity to strike, and the pseudo-heavenly Tao would naturally be happy to see that. The more people die on both sides, the stronger they become. The more spiritual power they can absorb, the faster they can digest the remaining essence of the heavenly Tao. Old Feng, I originally thought I would have to wait until tomorrow to see you on the city wall to ask, but since you're here now, I'll just ask directly. Su Liang tried to change the subject. Can a secret realm like my big brother S be created again? Even if it takes less than 100 years, that'll be fine. Feng Yinyan immediately understood his meaning, but just shook his head slightly. If we were outside, in a place where the heavenly Tao is complete, we old fellows could get a piece of land from it. But here, last time Yuan Kai was able to steal that secret realm, it was a matter of luck, and more so, he took advantage of their unpreparedness. Plus, he paid a great price himself. Is that so? Su Liang was not disappointed. He had been mentally prepared. Then, can you let me tinker with the Hunyuan Great Formation? The topic shifted again, but Feng Yinyan didn't understand what Su Liang wanted to do this time. Chapter 440. Really like sword chi filled the sky, and then a figure revealed its true form. Under the gaze of thousands, he raised the long sword in his hand. The Qingping sword emitted a bright sword cry, and a thin line opened up between heaven and earth, connecting all the sword chi from the Baeti ink, flowing through the palaces and returning to him. It was already a vast sword formation. Despite having lost more than half of his spiritual power, Su Liang showed no signs of fatigue, pointing the sword edge downwards, casually directing it at the demon army. This power seems to annihilate the world. Endless visions flashed before everyone, covering everything around. Which of the 9 realms sword cultivators has arrived? Most people were astonished. As the sword light dissipated, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the world. The originally thousands of demon clans were completely slaughtered by this sword formation. Su Liang's figure still stood in place, but there were no opponents left in front of him. Above the sky, the peak 8 realms cultivators who were engaged in fierce combat all stopped, dumbfounded. Where did this person come from? The peak 8 realms demon clan leader felt a tremor in his heart, unwilling to continue the fight, and began to retreat quickly. The situation was not right. It was time to retreat early. Fortunately, the first wave of demon clans that had come overacted as vanguards, and the main forces had not yet arrived, so there was still time to return and block them. Chapter 441. The confusion of the pseudo-heavenly path. Su Liang did not confiscate the possessions of Captain Wei, but opened a clinic in the 7th city. Although it was called a clinic, it was actually a temporary outdoor shelter with 2 benches and a long table, upon which a soft cushion was placed for patients to rest their hands during treatment. Next, Captain Wei acted as a guard, standing 3 meters away, isolating the long queue of patients. Whenever Su Liang finished treating a patient, he would nod to signal to let the next injured person through. Everyone who had been treated by Su Liang felt grateful. At the same time, they marveled at his miraculous skills. No matter how severe the injuries, as long as the person was not dead, he could pull them back. even in the severe situation of demonic energy entering the body, which other doctors would generally declare as a slow death, waiting for the demonic energy to reach a certain level before going completely out of control, either going berserk or self-destructing. With Su Liang, that demonic energy was completely crushed by the little green sphere, as if this thing was born to restrain them. Half a day's time passed, and Su Liang once again exhausted the spiritual power within him. At the same time, he summarized some patterns. For peak 8 realms like Captain Wei, a full-body treatment would consume about 65% of his spiritual power, while ordinary late-stage 8 realms would use about 35% per person, mid-stage nearly 20%, and early stage just over 5%. Chapter 442. 8 realms. There was no longer any fighting on the battlefield of the 7th city. Fighting at least involves some back and forth. But dying upon meeting cannot be called fighting. It can only be considered crushing. To be more straightforward, it was like the opponent was delivering themselves. On top of the city, a figure in black robes continuously floated, wielding a sword, with a golden expanse in front, resembling a vast ocean. The projections of the pseudo-heavenly path fell one after another, yet no shadow could cross this sea. Such means almost exceeded the understanding of everyone present. Even the peak 8 realms Captain Wei felt it was a bit absurd. The pseudo-heavenly path was not conjuring up mere chickens and dogs. It was real historical demon clan prodigies. In the past, 5 late-stage 8 realms had teamed up and could surround him for quite some time. Among the few peak 8 realms, one-on-one combat was even fiercer, and with the need to prevent demon clan disturbances, the pressure on the 7th city was still significant. Otherwise, how could their 12 leaders have lost 2 in half a year? The sword sea flowed backward, raising vast sword shadows. Su Liang was no longer satisfied with defensive combat. He began to advance forward. Just because you can't come over doesn't mean I can't go over. With successive strikes and maintaining a sword heart state, Su Liang had further insights, advancing his sword path. Chapter 443. Are you afraid I'll die? The first thunder was still intensifying, reaching the point where Captain Wei had to immediately notify Old Feng to come. He chuckled bitterly, truly unsure of what to say. The thundercloud of breaking through 8 realms meant that he, a peak 8 realms, had no qualification to even witness the first thunder tribulation. Feng Yinyan arrived very quickly, mainly due to Su Liang. However, he did not take action. When the first thunder tribulation fell, a half-grown person appeared, opened their mouth, and swallowed all the thunder completely. Tao Tao let out a small burp, blew at the 3 hairs in front of him, and commented, "This is delicious." Su Liang remained calm, sitting still, showing no intention of rising to resist the thunder tribulation. As the heavenly thunder brewed, Tao Tao, who had not shown up for days, relayed a message to him. Thus, he no longer distracted himself and focused on the major matter at hand. Using the Tao method to comb through his own heaven and earth, he truly aimed for an endless cycle, unbroken. However, this process seemed somewhat difficult. Feng Yinyan glanced at Tao Tao, who understood, turned his head to smile at him, and introduced himself. Hello, I am Tao Tao, and he is Yi Ji. He even gave Su Liang a second mention. As soon as he finished speaking, the second thunder tribulation quickly brewed. Chapter 444. One in charge of the inside, one in charge of the outside. He was indeed somewhat apprehensive. He still had not completely consumed this half of the heavenly path's origin. You ultimately do not belong to this realm. Why bother? I was born in the Eastern Continent. You're deceiving yourself. I have gone through all the consciousness of the Eastern Continent's heavenly path. You do not belong here. That's fine. At least I am here now. I have no intention of being your enemy. Not calling me I anymore? The pseudo-heavenly path ceased to communicate. Meanwhile, the brewing heavenly thunder slowly dissipated. He was not fully confident. Moreover, the fusion of the heavenly path's origin was accelerating, so there was no need to take risks. Seeing this, Su Liang felt a sense of relief in his heart. To be honest, he had no confidence in receiving the heavenly thunder. Comparable to the 9 realms thunder tribulation, if he, who had 1 foot in the 8 realms, could casually receive it, then the gap between the 9 and 8 realms could not be called a difference between heaven and earth. Although Su Liang could currently crush the pseudo-heavenly path projection of the peak 8 realms, he truly had no confidence facing this 7th heavenly thunder. The gap was too direct. Perhaps if he were at his peak state, he could give it a try. But now, in order to transform into the 8 realms, he truly had no extra strength left. Chapter 445. Let's see the day after Su Liang woke up. Feng Yinyan left the seventh city. Also departing were the last half of the city defenders. Those with the strength were sent to the eighth city, the fiercest battlefield. The ninth city was reserved for top-tier battles. Those below the 9 realms had no qualification to enter. Those with slightly lower combat power were dispersed to the rear cities, completely alleviating the pressure on the border. This approach was not determined by Feng Yinyan, but was requested by Su Liang. One person guarding one city. It was not to show off, but simply because he did not want people to die in vain while he had the ability to help. Su Liang had completely entered the 8 realms. However, he had no clear idea of the next steps. The path he walked was completely different. The usual divisions based on the quantity of comprehension of the heavenly and earthly paths held no reference for him. On the third day, to test his limits, Su Liang deliberately left behind all the peak figures of the 8 realms in the pseudo-heavenly Tao projection, a total of 6 demons. Under the siege of the 6 demons, Su Liang fought back with all his strength. The result was unsatisfactory. In a single encounter, only 2 demons died. It took several breaths to completely wipe out the 6 demons. He used his best swordsmanship. One can only say that he still needs to practice more. However, he has roughly assessed his own strength. Chapter 446. War begins. Did it really come into play? Shunjin murmured to himself, somewhat unsure. He then turned around and looked at Shun Huayu, who was sitting cross-legged on the broken city wall, deep in thought. The moonlight was bright, casting a radiant glow on her. The half-source of the heavenly Tao that originally pressed Shunjin down here was now dripping down, wrapping around Shun Huayu, slowly merging into her body. The absorption speed was not slow at all, even quite fast. You really don't want to make a deal with me? Suddenly, a humanoid light shadow emerged beside Xinjun. What I can offer you is not just freedom. If you can reach that so-called extreme realm, you should understand how splendid the scenery is at a higher level. The previous heavenly Tao couldn't give you what you wanted, but I can. The projection of the pseudo-heavenly Tao was making a final effort. It hid within the heavenly Tao command and remained concealed until Chun Huayu broke through the barrier of the myriad formations. Only then did it reveal itself to communicate with Shunjun, the other half of the heavenly Tao source. It had always known where it was. It was only the projection of the true heavenly Tao that had not been heard from. According to the original plan, after it walked out from the border, it would naturally be able to take over the other half of the source once fully integrated, and at that time, it wouldn't matter if the true heavenly Tao could not be found. Chapter 447. Kill him. The bloodstains on the city wall grew heavier. Gu Zian leaned against the section of the city wall, sitting cross-legged. His bowstring had already snapped 3 times, and he had 2 deep scars on his body, visible to the bone, looking rather serious. His chi and blood were difficult to calm, making his face very pale and weak. You should go down and rest. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder. Turning around, he found it was Chun Xian. This martial arts genius had recently broken through to the mid-stage of the 9th realm and was working hard in the ongoing battle, almost fighting 3 at once. Chun Xian was quite satisfied with this disciple taken in by his commander, especially after learning he was Su Liang's junior brother. The people in this sect, whether in talent or temperament, were all very good. Even after knowing that Xiantiani was safe, Chun Xian still felt a sense of guilt. No need. I'm an archer. I just need to stand back and shoot. You still know to stand back. Chun Xian sighed helplessly, saying, does that archer rush up to shoot someone in the face and then use the bow blade for a finishing blow? That's how it is. After all, I'm still a martial artist. Gu Zian smiled slightly. But perhaps the movement was a bit too large, causing him to pull at his wound, and he instantly gasped in pain. Chapter 448. Waiting. Crazy people, all crazy. The pseudo-heavenly Tao was completely mad. It really couldn't understand how someone could cultivate to this extent. Rejecting the great Tao, wanting human feelings. Utterly foolish. After Meng Yuan Ku took action to eliminate this incarnation, all projections were completely wiped out. Its goal had never been to replace the heavenly Tao of the Eastern continent, but to glimpse the severed path to immortality, seeking an opportunity to reshape the great Tao, just looking for a chance to become an immortal. But these people, these madmen, were all indifferent. There would always be various unexpected changes. The group from 20,000 years ago could not move forward after touching the source of the heavenly Tao. 20,000 years later, these people, these variables, didn't even aspire to the source of the heavenly Tao. What kind of immortality are they cultivating? After complaining, The pseudo-heavenly Tao gradually calmed down. If that's the case, then let them all die. It seemed to have made a certain determination, resolutely walking toward the depths of the heavenly Tao source. If you don't want to live, then don't live. Whether it's the demon clan or the eastern continent, it's the same. Today's projection of the heavenly Tao is gone. The demonic river pressing down on the border suddenly vanished. Similarly, the boundary river above the demon clan also disappeared without a trace. Yuan Tianma frowned, immediately took out a token, and began to communicate with the pseudo-heavenly Tao. Chapter 449. Exit the Fifth Domain, Eastern Continent. South Creek Sword Sect. Sun Yuandao sat silently in the primary seat of the Qingyang Hall, with some people on both sides, and some positions empty. Until everyone had arrived, Yu Qingyao lightly coughed. Sun Yuandao, still lost in thought, focused his eyes and began this sect-wide decision. Everyone, I have invited you here today to inform you of some situations at the border and to make some adjustments. Our South Creek Sword Sect this time. Sun Yuandao paused. He admitted that even after adjusting for several days, it was still difficult to accept. Xiantiani tilted his head to the left, looking at the several empty peak master positions. Those peak masters who had always complained that the disciples of their little Lotus Peak had too few resources now. Brother, they can never come back. They had just broken through to the seventh realm at the border, and many of the elders were older. He could fully imagine how excited they must have been when they finally broke through the seventh realm. Even the Grand Elder, Sun Yuandao, took a deep breath, then stopped again, supporting his forehead with one hand, his gaze evasive. He couldn't bring himself to say it. He couldn't say it. Brother. Xiantiani suddenly spoke up, his gaze calm, and called out again, Sect Master. Chapter 450. Return to Unity, Part 1. The pseudo-heavenly Tao received this sword. Firstly, it was not weak to begin with, and secondly, Luo Zijin hesitated. If the pseudo-heavenly Tao were to disappear, the heavenly Tao of the Eastern Continent would also cease to exist. My source is in its hands. There was no emotional fluctuation. The voice of the Eastern Continent's heavenly Tao fell into Luo Zijin's heart. The pseudo-heavenly Tao pinched the sword light and folded it back, one by one, giving face and not knowing how to be shameless. Do you really think anyone can come up and squeeze a few times? Luo Zijin raised his eyes, and as he opened and closed them, more sword energy was casually picked up, instantly slashing horizontally, blocking the punch that the pseudo-heavenly Tao hurled toward his face. The next moment, their figures seemed to flicker simultaneously, leaving a shadow in place, disappearing into thin air. Whoosh! Pure sword energy poured out, without any flashy momentum, simply drawing a white line from top to bottom. As the white line expanded, one could see the void within. The void began to twist and shatter. The pseudo-heavenly Tao showed no fear, stepping forward with the momentum of the great Tao, and with a loud rumble, it stirred up a fierce wind, instantly exploding forth and even blowing apart this sword energy in half. Immediately after, it no longer passively received the sword, but began to actively attack, with thunder in its left and right hands. This is a true thunder tribulation, which can easily kill those at the late stage of the Nine Realms outside, and even those at the peak of the Nine Realms would not dare to face it lightly. Chapter 451. Unification, Part 2. Inside the Heavenly Gate. The false heavenly path is somewhat annoyed. You're truly hard to kill. During a brief ceasefire, it shouts at Luo Zijin from a distance. The time both sides have fought is not long, but the intensity is extremely high. The false heavenly path even feels that this battle is second only to the one where Shun Jun confronted the heavenly path head-on. You're also quite difficult to kill. Luo Zijin smiles slightly. However, the false heavenly path becomes even more irritated. Luo Zijin is stronger than it. The reason they are currently at a stalemate is simply because he does not have a sword that matches his strength. This is hard for the heavenly path to accept, but it has to admit it. Why must you oppose me? Is it for the Eastern Continent? For what? The South Creek Sword Sect. If you agree to ally with me now, I can step back on these matters, and you can take what you want. Luo Zijin lowers his gaze slightly and even rolls his eyes slowly. Do I look like a fool to you? The false heavenly path is taken aback. All right, stop pretending. From the very beginning, you never intended to give the border, the Eastern Continent, or those foreign demon clans any chance of survival. After all, this is your first condition for opening the path to immortality, isn't it? Luo Zijin crosses his arms, and two light swords appear, one on the left and one on the right. Also, as you said, you already killed me once before. Chapter 452, Technical Work in the Eastern Continent. In Danding City, the South Creek Sword Sect is truly foolish. Such matters are not something we can bear. Trying to stop a cart with a mantis arm is asking for trouble. Now, what is there to talk about in terms of cooperation? Let them play by themselves. We have already given enough spirit stones, formations, talismans, and now even the elders have all died inside. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? All the high-ranking officials of Danding City gather together, sealing off all perception and spying, and begin to speak freely. Since the matters over there have been settled, we might as well set off now. The South Creek Sword Sect cannot possibly guess that the Northern Continent has already agreed to accept Danding City. Since all conditions have been met, I also agree with Elder Su's view. The Supreme Elder has been inside for such a long time without any reply, and this time many have died at the border. I think it is better for the two city lords to make a decision in advance. Most of those still hiding here are either afraid of death or purely self-interested. What if the border can break through the seventh realm? After going to the Northern Continent, can it not break through? It's just that Su Liang had temporarily frightened them before. Now, Su Liang has been missing for nearly a year, and half a year ago, Shun Huayu also disappeared. The entire Eastern Continent is left with the South Creek Sword Sect in charge. Chapter 453. All parties entering Danding City cannot leave. If it takes the lead in leaving, the little hope that the entire Eastern Continent has barely pieced together will quickly collapse. It's a joke. Which force can be unafraid when facing the foreign evil demons that could charge out at any moment? Over the past year, even the slowest reacting forces have understood the severity of the current situation. The other four continents do not know why they are watching from the sidelines. Escaping from the Eastern Continent is extremely difficult. If many had not found hope after entering the border, the hearts of the Eastern Continent people would have long since fallen apart. But since so many people suddenly died more than a month ago, many have begun to worry again, afraid they cannot hold on. So at this time, if Danding City leaves, it would be all harm and no benefit. Chun Tong Tong naturally has to stop them. Being afraid of death is human nature, but causing trouble is not acceptable. The backup Su Liang left in the Eastern Continent begins to rise slowly. Besides Danding City, the Frost Snow Palace also begins to show signs of fear. They are similarly entangled with a major force from the Western Continent. But when the Zhu family brings all the first-tier forces from a northern part of the Eastern Continent to block the door, they find that the various forces they originally thought they could easily manipulate can now actually unite and resist them. The head of the Zhu family has just one request. Chapter 454. The border will no longer exist. Part 1. Within the border, there is only the sound of roaring void. However, the demon clan shows no signs of panic. Instead, they are full of excitement. The chains that bind them are slowly receding, and this secret realm of heaven and earth is loosening. Zhong Xian finds it hard to believe. He did not expect the false heavenly path to be able to break free from its restraints and leave this place. What the Eastern Continent's heavenly path could not do back then, it has accomplished. Everything seems to be returning to the original point, with the only difference being that the demon clan has been weakened too much and the Eastern Continent will no longer exist. There is no reason for it to escape. Xiang Donglai stands on either side of Green Yuaner, looking at the heavenly gate that is continuously shattering and the void that is trembling. Green Yuaner takes over Xiang Donglai's words, but it has indeed escaped. Now what should we do? A brief silence. At the moment, the false heavenly path leaves. The restraints that had originally fallen on them also disappear. You all should leave. Zhong Xian steps forward 2 steps, leaving a silhouette behind. I won't live much longer. After fighting with them for so many years, I can't die without dragging 3 down with me. You are different. Go out, take the border with you. Leave the Eastern Continent, leave the 5th domain. You have already done enough. Chapter 455. The border will no longer exist. Part 2. The next day, Zhong Xian comes to sit beside Su Liang, who is sitting alone on the city wall. Elder Zhong. Su Liang glances sideways, smiles slightly as a greeting. Zhong Xian deliberately turns the intact half of his face towards Su Liang, not tilting his head, his eyes gently turning. Sighing, if any of your fellow disciples had come 1,000 years earlier, or even 100 years earlier, the situation here could have been completely turned around. Coincidentally, Uncle Meng also said something similar to you. Uncle Meng? Meng Yuenka? Yes, Uncle Meng's daughter is my senior sister. Su Liang briefly explains the background, and Zhong Xian is slightly surprised but quickly understands. Sigh. Zhong Xian sighs again. You're quite good. Really good. Yeah. Elder Feng also said something similar to you. What did I say? As soon as Su Liang's words fall, a gust of wind blows by, and then Feng Yinyan reveals her true form, standing on the other side of Su Liang with her hands behind her back, sitting down as well. Zhong Xian frowned slightly. What are you doing here? What? You can come and I can't? Feng Yinyan casually replies, then turns to Su Liang. Are you really confident? You Brett aren't just fooling us, are you? Chapter 456. Just one person. The pressure is immense, as if the heavens are falling. In fact, the true heavens have indeed fallen away. The entire Hunyuan Great Formation bursts forth with unprecedented power, demonstrating to the demon clan what it means to surpass a first-grade formation. Su Liang stands at the very center, the Xuanji disc appearing before him, manipulating the tile, and finally, all the core power falls onto his brow. Peach placed a delicate little hand on Su Liang's forehead, pressing against the 3 lotus petals. A portion of the Tao of Heaven's origin was slowly transmitted over. The entire world began to improve as a result. The shattered void started to close, the heavens no longer fell, and the mountains and rivers surprisingly returned to completeness. Lotus flowers began to sprout one after another from beneath Su Liang's feet, blooming and covering the entire land. Boom! Suddenly, a vast black flame descended from the sky, shooting towards Su Liang, burning and tearing through the sky, its momentum seemingly ready to rip apart the entire space. The abyssal heaven demon made its move. It stood at the forefront, with purple-black mist swirling around it. However, just as the black flame was about to hit, it suddenly vanished into thin air. Anxious, Su Liang's originally tightly closed eyes opened and closed without much change, his tone calm. But the next moment, a sword light wrapped around and spiraled to the front of the abyssal heaven demon, mercilessly aiming to behead it. Chapter 457. Negotiation. The gathering thunder tribulations in the eastern continent increased. Even the dullest person could feel the intense aura of annihilation. At this moment, outside the Demon Domain Mountains, hundreds of cracks suddenly opened up. The void fissures rotated, and then someone stepped out. When they once again crossed the void and stepped on the land of the Demon Domain Mountains, many people were stunned, unable to speak for a long time. Is this the eastern continent they have been longing for at the border? More and more people emerged from the void, and besides humans, there were also demon tribes. Even figures like Zhong Xian appeared dazed. From within the unguarded Demon Domain Mountains, the guardians of the border who had been there for 20,000 years emerged. Old Zhong, shall we proceed as planned? Meng Yuanku appeared beside Zhong Xian and asked. The latter nodded, then shook his head. You all go, I want to walk alone. Meng Yuanku's expression changed slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, Old Zhong, you know I won't act recklessly. Zhong Xian suddenly turned his head, interrupting him. This time I want to just slightly tilt my head, but reveal my entire face, pointing to his left cheek. Smiling at Meng Yuanku. That little guy's gift is a bit too much. Chapter 458. You must die. The pseudo-Tao of heaven understood completely. No wonder Luo Zijin would say those words. This path to immortality was actually severed by him personally. How about it? My proposal isn't bad, right? You can't hold that immortal sword. The pseudo-Tao of heaven did not agree immediately, but retorted. Then, can you hold it? There was a hint of mockery in the words. If even it, which replaced the Tao of heaven, could not control the immortal sword, what could a group of Peak 9 realms do? You don't need to worry about that. We naturally have our methods. So, can I take that as your agreement? Zhao Xiu's voice was calm, staring intently at it. The pseudo-Tao of heaven pondered for a moment, then asked, Okay, after I become the Tao of heaven, as long as I am within the eastern continent, that immortal sword will belong to you. Empty words, and you have already broken your promise once. Why should I talk to you? If you don't believe it, then forget it. The pseudo-Tao of heaven was indifferent. It had not suffered any loss, merely obtained information about the immortal sword in the eastern continent, and now turned its back, which incurred no loss. You must take action first to help us. Zhao Xiu transmitted sound again first. Completely block these few people outside the eastern continent. Oh, without stepping into the eastern continent, the pseudo-Tao of heaven could not directly sense the auras of Meng Tianji and the others, but Peak 9 realms were nothing to particularly worry about. Chapter 459. The Battle of the Tao of Heaven at the border of the eastern continent. It was busier than ever. Too many people began to focus on this place. Apart from the central continent, each of the other 3 continents had a Peak 9 realms. However, they weren't looking to compete for any opportunities for immortality. They just wanted to observe the situation from a distance, to eat meat if there was meat, to drink soup if there was soup. Isn't it good enough to see the world? But they didn't expect the world to be so vast right from the start. The battle between Chun Huayu and the pseudo-Tao of Heaven broke out instantly. No one had witnessed a scene of Tao of Heaven tearing each other apart, so they watched very seriously. When the pseudo-Tao of Heaven was once again grabbed by the neck by Chun Huayu, many people felt a jolt in their hearts. You really want to kill me? Even being gripped by the neck, the pseudo-Tao of Heaven remained unflustered. Have you thought it through? Su Liang is still at the border. If I die, the world there will completely collapse. At that time, drifting in which void fissure is hard to say. Even if you become the Tao of Heaven, you won't be able to retrieve it. Chun Huayu's grip only increased. Shut up, can you die faster? The pseudo-Tao of Heaven was at a loss for words. Then it transformed into a shadow, quickly dodging to a distance, saying, You can't kill me. The Tao of Heaven has rules. It cannot self-collapse. Chapter 460. Demon Shi enters the eastern continent this time. The pseudo-Tao of Heaven was genuinely a little afraid. Once the origin of the Tao of Heaven entered another continent, it would be too difficult to retrieve it. What do you want? Without any probing, it went straight to the point. Chun Huayu's gaze remained calm. I want you dead. In this way, you must understand, if I see no hope, then it's a dead end. Can you protect the entire eastern continent? The pseudo-Tao of Heaven angrily exclaimed. But the other party remained unmoved. How about this? Just between you and me, let us have a fair and just battle to the death. Although it didn't really want to do this, to be on the safe side, engaging in a cognitive tug-of-war with Chun Huayu became the optimal solution. Good. Chun Huayu agreed too decisively, making the pseudo-Tao of Heaven feel a hint of unease. She stood atop the heavens, gazing at herself, her whole body shining brightly. Without any preamble, she raised her hand again, sweeping the brilliance of the great Tao. The pseudo-Tao of Heaven's expression grew serious, not daring to be careless. It was all too familiar with the aura of the Tao of Heaven's origin. It too gathered its strength, and suddenly a 1,000-foot hand appeared in the heavens, smashing down, instantly shattering the void, shaking the surroundings, and finally concentrating all power into a single point. Chapter 461. You must die. Sword energy surged forth. With Chun Huayu holding the sun flame that burned the heavens in one hand and using a light sword to push back the pseudo-Tao of Heaven, frowning slightly. This is a bit troublesome. The pseudo-Tao of Heaven was once again pushed back by a sword. But at this moment, it appeared considerably more composed. Just from the power of that last sword, she had already become distracted. This was a good thing. As long as enough time was dragged out, the true body of the Tao of Heaven in the eastern continent would inevitably appear. It did not believe that all beings in the eastern continent had turned into half-demons, and the true body could remain steady as a mountain. It was impossible. In reality, the Tao of Heaven was merely a rule, even from an instinctive reaction. It should have appeared by now. What it wanted to do was to become the first Tao of Heaven with a strong subjective consciousness, becoming an anomaly to modify the rules of the Tao of Heaven itself and open the path to immortality. Chun Huayu was indeed a bit distracted and anxious, so she no longer attacked using conventional means. In the grand path of destruction, she naturally held the upper hand, as long as she was given enough time. She could completely tear apart the false, heavenly way and absorb all of its original essence. But now it seemed there wasn't much time left for her. Whether it was her own state, the demonic energy that had fallen into the eastern state, or the collapsing border, she let out a light breath, closing her eyes and then opening them again. Chapter 462. 10,000 years of schemes, reduced to ashes so similar, too similar, or rather, completely identical. The false heavenly way stared blankly at the loneliness vaguely reflected in Chun Huayu's eyes. Back then, the terrifying presence within Su Liang also bore this expression. It was strikingly similar. Gulp. It swallowed hard, but its heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. It struggled to lift its head and look around. It still could not see the end of her soul. A deep sense of helplessness surged again. She wasn't wrong. It seemed this time it was really going to die. The gap between the two was too vast, with no comparability at all. Wait. After a mix of unwillingness, anger, fear, hesitation, and confusion, it squeezed out a few words from its throat. Why? What kind of existence are you? Are you a remnant immortal? Or are you an immortal? Chun Huayu's expression was extremely indifferent. The words of heaven and earth, the hidden path has three. To meet reincarnation, the deep cause leads to the fruit. It had warned you long ago. Unfortunately, you did not listen. Now, disappear. The destructive power between her fingers rippled through the galaxy. An inexplicable great power descended upon the false heavenly way, gradually wearing it away. Chapter 463. The struggle for the central state, both sides were completely deadlocked. Mo Ruahue and Zhao Xiu were shocked and confused. Even now, they didn't dare to open their eyes, hoping that everything that had just happened was merely a figment of their imagination. Qi Yuan actually defected at the critical moment. Why? What right does he have? It made no sense. At this point, they could only hope that Zhou Dufu could defeat Jin Duanshuan. But that hope was unreliable. One was the top knife cultivator, and the other was the top martial artist. It was hard to determine a winner, let alone life and death. Regardless of who lived or died, the other person would no longer have much strength to act. After much thought, Zhao Xiu prepared to crush the token, seeking aid from the Hall of Ten Directions. But Meng Tianji's next words once again rendered him silent. Why don't you guess if I calculated that you would use the 10 Directions token? Just stay put. You can't meddle in the situation in the Eastern State. But clearly, after planning for so long, giving up like this is a bit too ridiculous. Buzz. The long sword howled through the air. Mo Ruahue no longer waited and took the initiative to strike. But in the end, Shenbai's sword was the first to arrive despite being launched later. He held a peach wood sword with one hand, its tip shimmering with a bright sword light, covering the entire sword body. The grip was quite strange, but also very reasonable. Chapter 464. The Purple Treasure, Swallowing Heaven Gourd After More Than 20,000 Years. The original essence of the heavenly way in the Eastern State was once again unified. But it was not complete. It was missing 1/10. Chun Huayu stood in the outer heavens, and she could sense various order rules being reshaped, centering around her, or rather, centering around the heavenly way's blessing within her. She did not perceive the ethereal path of immortality, but the remaining 1/10 of the heavenly way's original essence had already been locked onto. It was indeed at the border, but she couldn't get there now. The causal entanglements were too numerous. The reshaping of the heavenly way was more troublesome than she had imagined, requiring the original body of the heavenly way in the Eastern State to personally take over. Before that, she needed to stabilize the original essence for it. Suddenly, a figure shot straight toward this place. Zhao Xiu was dragging the purple treasure, swallowing heaven gourd, urgently approaching. When he saw Chun Huayu, his expression was joyful. The half-immortal artifact was also equally excited. The original essence of the heavenly way, such pure power of rules, good. Zhao Xiu was very excited. This was what he had longed for. He exerted all his strength to continuously pull down the chains wrapped around the purple treasure, swallowing heaven gourd. The half-immortal artifact trembled as well. Chun Huayu turned around, and the power of the original essence surrounding her transformed into 9 divine wheels, reflecting behind her, showcasing an overwhelming elegance. Chapter 465. A garment of green Zhongxian followed the demonic energy in the world. He was very familiar with that pure demonic energy. At first, he had put some effort into tracking and exterminating it. The Eastern State was not like the border. The area was quite large, making it much easier for the demonic energy to hide. Moreover, although the suppression of their realms was not intense, it did somewhat restrict them. Just as he was about to extinguish the last trace of demonic energy, he suddenly found that the lock pressing down on his realm had completely loosened. In fact, after the false, heavenly way returned to the Eastern State, the suppression of realms had gradually loosened, reaching almost the late stage of the 9th realm. Without the suppression, Zhongxian immediately noticed the abnormalities in the outer heavens. Such intense battles of the Grand Path could be detected even if he hadn't taken a few more steps on the extreme path. Thus, he came here. The moment he saw Meng Tianji, Zhongxian was a bit dazed, recalling what Su Liang had said to him. There were still things he needed to do in the Eastern State. As the boundary of the purple treasure, swallowing heaven gourd, was broken, the scenery inside once again appeared. Who? The artifact's spirit suddenly looked over, its face filled with shock. Its abilities could only be broken from the outside if a few extremely powerful individuals exerted their full strength. Chapter 466. The Causality of Mu Xiaoxiao. Who is she? Zhao Xiu did not understand, but was greatly shocked. You want me to roll? He asked somewhat unconfidently. Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't even be bothered to look at him. Nor did she respond. instead lightly grasping at the void, and the purple treasure swallowing heaven gourd, which had been firmly grasped by Zhao Xiao, was now in her hand. She turned it over once, her interest waning. Boring. Zhao Xiao, who originally wanted to activate the swallowing heaven gourd, was dumbfounded. How was that possible? Meng Tianji was equally shocked. The moment he saw that extraordinarily beautiful woman, fragments of memories sealed by causality surged again, labeling Mu Xiaoxiao. Pretending to be a god. Zhao Xiao didn't know whether he truly thought the other party was just putting on an act or if he was just trying to hype himself up. In any case, he charged forward. A colossal hand condensed and straightly struck down. Mu Xiaoxiao had her back to him, not turning her head, merely raising her right hand, her two fingers bending to knock against the entire outer heavens. Zong. After a gentle knock, a ripple surged, and the entire area behind her was instantly blasted out of the deep void. It went straight towards Zhao Xiao's face. The so-called Luo Tian palm had disappeared before it even descended. In the distance, Zhao Xiao, who was quick to react and fast, was sweating profusely, appearing suddenly, unable to stop, gasping for breath, and looked at Mu Xiaoxiao in disbelief. Chapter 467. The Demon Clan, the finale, the border defense against the Demon Clan. With just the South Stream Sword Sect and Chen Huayu alone was naturally not enough. They were only here to rescue people first. The real preparations were outside the Demon Domain mountain range. The reason why the border defense troops had not moved during this time was to surround the entire Demon Domain mountain range. Chen Huayu stepped forward, gently embraced Su Liang. Her side face pressed against his, and softly said, "It's okay, I'm here." Su Liang, who had been tense, felt as if all his strength had been suddenly drained, and the entire Hunyuan Great Formation dimmed accordingly. Out of nowhere, he said somewhat aggrieved, "How can it be okay? My head hurts so much." Chen Huayu hugged him tighter. "It's okay, I'll take you out. But my head really hurts. What should we do then?" "Okish." Su Liang swore he just wanted to be playful. But as the soft touch on his cheek came, he felt a bit dazed. "Are you satisfied?" Chen Huayu stopped at that, looking at him gently. Su Liang nodded blankly, as if his brain had lost its ability to think. "Then let's go out first." After Chen Huayu said this, she raised her hand and waved lightly. The 1% of the heavenly Tao essence that had fallen into the entire Hunyuan Great Formation transformed into a river of stars, all falling into her palm. Chapter 468. Shao Wanshio Central State, Star Observation Palace. You didn't see it. If it weren't for Zhou Dufu running fast, I would have surely given him a slash and his head would have gone pop. Jin Duanshuan raised his head to drink, then turned and limped to Meng Tianji's side. Collapsing to sleep. Did someone almost twist their leg? Just as Jin Duanshuan lay down, he struggled to rise, stretching his neck and looking unconvinced. What twist? That was a change of moves, okay? Who knew that Mad Dog wanted to trade 2 hands for 1 leg? Shouldn't a normal person's thinking be to sacrifice 1 hand? Damn it, you didn't see it. That Mad Dog in the end was no different from a ruffian. Listening to his grumbling, Meng Tianji rarely chose to retort. Until Jin Duanshuan had said enough, he sighed. "Old Jin, you've worked hard." Jin Duanshuan glanced sideways at him, his eyes rolling, and finally, unable to figure out what the other was holding back, simply asked, "Every time you say something nice, the next sentence is definitely not good." "I'm not listening, not listening." Seeing this reaction, Meng Tianji couldn't help but laugh and cry. "All right, this time there's nothing for you to do. You've done a lot already, and I owe you a lot." Chapter 469. Connecting to the heavenly Tao at the bottom of the thinking cliff, the heavenly swing swayed slightly. This was Chen Huayu's first time here. It felt a bit novel and a bit tense. "It's okay." Su Liang patted her hands that were pushing the wheelchair, comforting her. "Sister Mu is very nice." "MHM." Chen Huayu nodded in agreement. Mu Xiaoxiao twirled a strand of hair around her finger, looking at the 2 people approaching her. Her eyes filled with interest. "This kid, his leg is better, but he still sits in a wheelchair. Seems like he really knows how to enjoy." "Sister Mu." As they got closer, Su Liang waved vigorously, beaming as he greeted her. "Sister Mu looks even better now." He was still so skilled. Even in front of Miss Chun, he showed no restraint. But Mu Xiaoxiao's gaze flicked slightly, appearing somewhat indifferent. "Then tell me, between me and your Miss Chun, who looks better?" Su Liang's smile froze. At that moment, even without turning back, he could clearly sense the gaze behind him. Silence was the current state at the bottom of the cliff. But one can't remain silent forever, right? Cough, cough. Sister Mu, I suddenly have a headache and feel faint. He held his head with both hands, his face turning pale, his lips trembling, putting on a vigorous performance. The hands that had been resting on Su Liang's shoulders suddenly loosened, then fell onto his head. Chapter 470. Observing the past free from any constraints, Mu Xiaoxiao took a step forward and arrived at the Eastern Continent's heaven beyond heaven. She held the essence of the Eastern Continent's heavenly Tao and ascended until she saw the other heavenly Taos of the fifth domain. According to position, east, west, south, north, and center, she pinched her palm, and in an instant, the heavenly Taos of the other four continents were pulled before her. The Eastern Continent was already the main continent with domain lord powers, and now, with the presence of Mu Xiaoxiao, the heavenly Taos of the other four continents felt a prickling on their scalps. What do you want? The Central State's heavenly Tao asked first, sounding quite elegant. But Mu Xiaoxiao didn't even spare a glance. A green light bloomed behind her, and the unique aura of her own Tao was revealed. If Su Liang were here, he would feel that this was similar to the heavenly energy within him. It was what one calls the aura of the divine path. Some things, in your long river of time, bring them out, I want to see. She looked down at the four directions, clearly making no movements. Yet the heavenly Taos of the four continents felt a tremendous pressure. The intuition of the heavenly Tao is the most accurate. It felt as if saying a single no would provoke this woman to erase them and recreate a new heavenly Tao. The main heavenly Tao, combined with the aura she was currently displaying indeed, made it possible. Chapter 471. Peering into the Divine Path, Part 1. As the river of time slowly dissipated, Mu Xiaoxiao fell into contemplation. She still couldn't see her origins. Even within the entire historical river of the fifth domain, she still couldn't find her starting point. But interestingly, at almost every time point, those connected to her were Su Liang, and she often forgot the details among them. Next, what do you plan to do? Are you going to restore the Eastern Continent's heavenly Tao? The Central State's heavenly Tao reminded her as she remained silent for a long time. They were forcibly summoned and had not left for too long, which was not beneficial. Mu Xiaoxiao raised her eyes, glanced lightly, and said, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Clearly, she hadn't done anything, but the Central State's heavenly Tao already felt a heavy pressure. Now, the heavenly Tao dared not speak again. They had originally left some tricks in the river of time, intending to teach her a lesson. But throughout the process, those so-called tricks couldn't even stir a ripple. This sense of helplessness seemed only to be felt by the previous 10 directions immortals in their transmission of order. Mu Xiaoxiao did not linger long. After dispersing the heavenly Taos of the other continents, she returned to the bottom of the thinking cliff, reaching its deepest part. The round trip took no more than half a stick of incense for Chen Huayu. Chapter 472. Peeking into the Divine Path, Part 2. How did you come out? Wasn't it said to be the 9 realms? It still has some skills. The divine being Su Liang did not explain too much, but looked towards the Eastern Continent's heavenly path and spoke. Although I promised you before that at a critical moment I would take action, so I give you a choice. Leave him and return to the heavenly path. However, the Eastern Continent's heavenly path instantly refused. Can I choose another option? The divine being Su Liang just looked at it. I have accumulated too much to turn back. Once the heavenly path develops self-awareness, it is hard to go back. Even if I were to become the heavenly path again, it cannot be said that it won't collapse again on that day. Also, I am tired. 2,000 years of slumber is enough for it to think a lot. You can change. I said, I will grant you one thing. The divine being Su Liang's tone was calm, yet exuded a sense of dominance, making Su Liang envious of himself. Why do I always feel a sense of security? I rely on myself. I want to embark on the path of immortality. Once this was said, the Eastern Continent's heavenly path became somewhat nervous. It was not about continuing the broken path of immortality, but rather the path of immortality that belongs to me. I want to seek the path of immortality. The divine being Su Liang actually squinted slightly. Chapter 473. The light of the fifth domain finally, it was above the 9 domains. The divine being Su Liang began to make the final arrangements. With so many things coming down at once, you should be able to guess, right? Wasn't it said that the path of immortality is broken? You are walking the divine path. What does it have to do with the path of immortality? So, I will leave one person behind. The divine being Su Liang shook his head and nodded. That depends on you. Another riddle? This time it is not. The divine being Su Liang began to transform from the lower half of his body into starlight, slowly dissipating. The cycle of reincarnation turns, and the opportunity at present is only this once. Go to the first domain. There is the safest passage to the upper realm. After the specifics of the 9 realms, there will be an opportunity. Without the causal support of the Eastern Continent's heavenly path, the reason for his continued existence becomes insufficient. As he completely departs, Su Liang sits alone on the Heart Lake, pondering for a long time, until Tao Tao, with 3 tufts of hair on top of her head, stealthily approached him from behind, her eyes darting, not daring to speak or look at him. Did you hear everything? Su Liang seemed to have eyes behind him, turned around to look at the little one, and asked softly. Tao Tao fidgeted with her hands, feeling very unnatural. Yes, another branch has been hiding me up there. Chapter 474. The greatest variable. This was the 3rd heavy snow day welcomed by the South Stream Sword Sect after the border incident. It was also the 3rd year since Su Liang began to evolve the heavenly path, with the Eastern Continent's heavenly path no longer having defects in just 3 years. Someone had touched the threshold of the 8 realms. It cannot be said to be slow, but it was also very normal. Putting aside the accumulation of thick and thin purely from the powerful teaching lineup of the South Stream Sword Sect at present, it is difficult for them to slow down. Once the suppression of the heavenly path no longer exists, the presence of figures like Zhongxian makes them not dare to have any thoughts. Plus, this old man often visits one by one, settling accounts, while the other 4 continents can now only hope for the flourishing development of the Eastern Continent. They can't fight back, not at all. Among the peak of the 9 realms, Zhongxian is truly unreasonable in his strength. Only the Central Continent is much better off. First, the current Hall of 10 Directions is taken over by Meng Tianji, who is from the same era as these old guys and has a good relationship with them. Combined with Meng Yuan Ku's efforts over 2,000 years, the Central Continent has not suffered a large-scale settlement. But those at the border won't settle accounts. Meng Tianji will take action himself. After Mo. Ru Hui's failure, many things need to be dealt with. For example, the Liu family. Interestingly, after learning of Mo. Ru Hui's failure, the head of the Liu family and the senior executives all fled in advance. And now leading them is actually the newly elected young family master, Liu Bairong. Chapter 475. Dao Mingwan, F.A., Immortal Lord. The bright moon once illuminated the colorful clouds returning, 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains, yet the person has not returned. This is my final conclusion for myself. That person slowly manifested a complete form, ultimately transforming into a silhouette that Su Liang did not expect. A pseudo-heavenly path. So, for this outcome, I was actually prepared from the very beginning. The pseudo-heavenly path shook his head self-deprecatingly, looked straight at Su Liang, and asked, "What exactly are you? What kind of existence?" Su Liang countered in his heart. He is a god, but what is a god? Glimpsing the confusion in his eyes, the pseudo-heavenly path no longer asked, naturally nodding. So you also don't know. Strangely, he felt much calmer inside. Su Liang looked at him, pondered for a moment, and spoke. Is it you who has been secretly messing with things, causing me to be unable to perfect the heavenly path? Yes. The pseudo-heavenly path nodded in acknowledgement. Light and breezy. Moreover, the layout began very early. When I observed you, this greatest variable I started. At this moment, he is the last remnant, unrelated to the heavenly path or the immortal path. Since he no longer exists, what is there to be concerned about? Su Liang was somewhat puzzled. Why? You're not from the Eastern Continent, right? The pseudo-heavenly path quickly replied, his expression somewhat nostalgic. Chapter 476. Lotus falls to all beings, blooming together from beginning to end. Su Liang did not depict according to the previous heavenly path template. Instead, he referenced the divine path and world within him, opening up a new road. The pseudo-heavenly path was indeed not wrong. He was truly creating a new world and great path. Listening to it sounded like a fantasy. After all, in a sense, his strength does not even reach the 9 realms. If purely discussing combat power, perhaps it is so, but if from the perspective of foundation and pattern, then Su Liang's background is quite significant. Even to some extent, the current Su Liang is like an incredibly detailed blueprint, just needing to be filled in step by step. That level of detail, the Eastern Continent's heavenly path cannot compare. With the support of the source of the heavenly path, Su Liang is trying to depict in the Eastern Continent. He was very careful. Every step was repeatedly pondered and measured with divine consciousness. So 3 years passed in a flash. Now, at this final moment, it is time to add the finishing touches. The pseudo-heavenly path also said one thing correctly. The divine path needs something to bear it. He already has the divine path and world within himself. So there is absolutely no reason to include the eastern continent's heavenly path. There could be countless clouds above, but it can only be one sky. And at present, he has already chosen the spiritual object that the eastern continent can bear. At the South Stream Sword Sect, on the Little Lotus Peak, there's a pair of lotus flowers blooming together. Chapter 477. Reporting to the Azure Emperor, subconscious longing is indeed a manifestation of love. Therefore, for 3 years, Chun Huayu never thought that missing him was a bad thing. Everything should be this way. She even gradually got used to this longing. But when he suddenly appeared behind her, she was suddenly awakened, feeling somewhat at a loss. What happened? What happened? Su Liang was also somewhat at a loss. A warm sensation came from his hand, followed by delicate tears streaming across his palm, prompting him to quickly release her hand and naturally support her arms on either side, his voice betraying a hint of panic. Miss Jin was crying, but she shouldn't be crying. Yet when Mu Xiaoxiao had once told her that she didn't know how much time he needed, or even if he could succeed, she truly felt a bit lost at that moment. In this life, Chun Huayu was particularly emotional and gentle. Su Liang let go of her hand, shifted positions to stand in front of her, cupping her face in his hands, carefully wiping away her tears. I'm sorry. Chun Huayu, with tear-filled eyes, lightly bit her red lip, looking directly at him. Finally, she raised her hand to rub her eyes, then lightly pounded her fist on his chest, softly saying, "It's okay. Huayu, shall we get married?" Chapter 478. The Eve Mu Xiaoxiao called Su Liang over not just for fun and games. Having regained many memories, she had probably sorted out some thoughts and now needed to verify them with Su Liang. Su Liang actually had things he wanted to say to Mu Xiaoxiao too, but he didn't know how to start, like about the Azure Emperor. It's strange. These are clearly his personal experiences, yet Su Liang felt little resonance. He didn't know if it was because the separation was too well done or if his own consciousness was too strong. With the power of the source of the heavenly way, I observed the past of the fifth domain. She got straight to the point. Mu Xiaoxiao's sudden change surprised Su Liang, but he quickly reacted and nodded. Did you see what you wanted to see, Sister Mu? Naturally, she saw something, but she couldn't understand it. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't respond immediately. Instead, she said to the little red dragon beside her, "Why don't you go out and play for a while? Haven't you always wanted to tell the entire Nanshi sword sect that you've awakened?" The little red dragon peeked out, its head fully revealed, full of anticipation. Really? During this time, it had been consolidating itself at the bottom of the thinking cliff, but it was bored. Although staying with Sister Mu was very reassuring. It was still a dragon that loved adventure and couldn't sit still. Chapter 479. Great Joy, Part 1. Junior Disciple, I think this outfit suits you perfectly. Although the last one was also suitable, it was slightly inferior to this one. Chun Huayu's makeup artist was just Li Ximiao, while Su Liang had many people advising him. Everyone had to come and give their opinions. Meng Weiji thoughtfully examined the gorgeous dress that Fu Qing was holding, shaking her head in disapproval. It's a bit too bright. Especially the black and gold-red silk thread on the chest. It feels overpowering. Upon hearing this, Fu Qing pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. You're right. Xiao Weiji. Then let's change it. Junior Disciple. Wait a moment. I'll go get another batch. Su Liang numbly nodded, his gaze vacant, glancing around. The large courtyard of Nanjai was filled with various boxes, all containing clothes and decorations. Report to second senior sister. Third senior brother seems unhappy, as if he is not satisfied with how we dressed him. Yu Qingwei raised her hand beside them, adding a playful jab, a smile on her lips. Hey, junior sister, are you really going to report me? Su Liang spread his hands helplessly. Yu Qingwei smiled without saying a word. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoxiao, who had been sitting quietly without giving any opinions, weakly asked, Does Su Liang Gage think changing too many clothes is tiring? Su Liang's eyes brightened. Since that's the case, why don't you try on the headpiece I picked out first? Su Liang Gage. Chapter 480. Great Joy. Part 2. For thousands of years, there has never been a true dragon in the world. The red dragon of the Nanshi sword sect has always been regarded as a flood dragon. However, today, that so-called flood dragon has transformed into a genuine lineage of true dragons, marrying atop a true dragon. The entire fifth domain searched through historical records and found nothing like it in ancient times. Was that all? No, it is not. At the bottom of the thinking cliff, Mu Xiaoxiao looked at the streak of azure light in her palm, and at the moment the little red dragon bowed its head. She tossed it into the sky. Like a flash of flowing light, the azure brilliance broke through the clouds, soaring upward, and then, with another flash, it appeared outside the Nanchi Sword Sect, landing before the red dragon. Immediately afterward, the azure light expanded. Like a painting, it stretched across the sky, creating a path. In an instant, auspicious signs appeared, and along this path of light, various ethereal beast phantoms emerged continuously, while spiritual beings of heaven and earth rippled, accompanied by the continuous sounds of celestial music. The heavens and the earth were filled with cheers and praises. Thus, they walked all the way to the Jade Tower Palace. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Huayu remained seated in front of the bronze mirror, with Li Simiao doing her final touches. However, throughout it all, she did not wear any headpiece. After finishing, Li Simiao hesitated and asked, Huayu, shouldn't we have a headpiece? Chapter 481. Are we waiting for dinner? In the desolate world, a light rain began to fall as the moon slowly sank in the mountains. The bustling atmosphere of the Nanchi Sword Sect gradually slowed down after a month. After all, cultivation still had to continue, and in front of them lay a brand new world. Without the obstruction of the laws of heaven and earth, an unprecedented wave of cultivation surged in the eastern continent, with many people already seeing the scenery above the seventh realm. Their talents weren't too bad. They just lacked such an opportunity. Su Liang was different from everyone else. He walked to his own rhythm. Being affectionate with Miss Chun could also be considered a form of cultivation. But such days naturally wouldn't last long. He still had to go to the first domain to find that so-called path to the upper realm, and further still, it was the thing he had been searching for all these times. There was no clue. In the courtyard of Nanjai, Su Liang held Chen Huayu's hand, enjoying the moonlight under the eaves, and suddenly turned to say, Huayu, I might have to go to the first domain. Chen Huayu looked at him with a hint of charm in her eyes and lightly glanced at him. Then I will go too. Su Liang, with her hand covering his cheek, said pitifully, You don't have to go. She effortlessly pulled her wrist away, then slapped his head aside, decisively saying, No way. Chapter 482. Su Liang studies. I didn't expect you to have time to come visit me. What's wrong? Did you think I wouldn't come on the day of my wedding? That would be sending a gift, right? What did Qin Shi write in that story? All right, as long as the gift arrives, who cares about the person? Shun Jun was nonchalant, leaning against one of the highest pavilions in Dongguan City, surrounded by a pile of storybooks. It seemed he had received quite a few from Qin Shi. Su Liang smiled, staring at Shun Jun. Shen Lao, your words don't come from the heart. Oh, then tell me something that comes from the heart, and if you get it right, I'll agree to your request today. Huh? How did Shen Lao know I had a request? Shen Jun had a look of complete control, saying, Of course, don't you see my experience? If I can't see through this little thing, then I might as well not live for tens of thousands of years. Since that's the case, then Shen Lao, I think there's no need to say anything from the heart. Su Yang stepped forward to him. Shen Jun patted his butt and stood up. That won't do. Words once spoken are like spilled water. Does Shen Lao really want me to say that you are afraid of being reminded of old feelings? The atmosphere instantly froze. Su Yang spread his hands in helplessness. See, now that I've said it, he won't be happy again. Shen Jun is actually very afraid of noise right now. Chapter 483. The upper realm's immortal domain. The lower realm's prison in the place of immortal light and spirit. The magnificent palace stretches endlessly, with rich earthly spirit energy mixed with the aura of the immortal way. This is a level that is completely different from the entire 9 domains. Brother Tong Hao, is what the master said true? Are we preparing to open another place in the lower realm? So suddenly, the two men walked side by side, their pace not fast. The man called Tong Hao was somewhat taller, with a fluctuation of spiritual power around him, indicating a high cultivation level. Why are you inquiring about this? Song Haoran rubbed his hands. Brother, this is a bit of a leading question. Do you want to sneak down to play again? This time, don't even think about it. The Immortal Tao Conference is approaching. The master won't let you go. Haoran, you should also focus and see if you can finally shed the title of Eternal Second Place this year. Upon hearing the phrase Eternal Second Place, Song Haoran's face fell. Brother, why do you have to mention that? Who wants to compete with that freak? It's like wanting to split one day into two just to use it. Why bother? Tong Hao stopped in his tracks. At first glance, his appearance seemed ordinary. but upon closer inspection, he was quite pleasing to the eye. Howren, there are many places of exile in the lower realm which are not beneficial for your cultivation. It's fine to play, but it should be within limits. Chapter 484. Achieving first rank, I've said it 3 times. The formation here cannot be like this. Shenzhen stretched his neck and slapped the wall behind him. The wall was covered with incomprehensible runes. Shenlao, you're being unreasonable. If we go this way, the obvious safe routes will be blocked even more, and the effectiveness of the trapping formation will be even better, with the cost being just a slight increase in the risk of exposing the formation eye. Su Liang said methodically. Moreover, the formation eye here is itself a place of change. Even if discovered, it can be covered with bait to lure enemies. That method is for dealing with fools. Why don't you try it on me? As soon as I make a move, I'll pick you apart, believe it or not. Shenzhen crossed his arms, extremely confident. You should be confident. After all, this second-rank formation, while clever, still felt a bit childlike to him. Su Liang sighed. Shenlao, we're not discussing ordinary situations here. To deal with you, I naturally have to follow your lead. But ordinary people certainly don't have your extraordinary skills. Improving it this way would yield better results, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Shenzhen's expression softened slightly. Fine, since you have an idea in mind, then this one could be considered barely qualified. Chapter 485. Resounding throughout the sect Meng Tianji. After all these years, was it you who agreed to what happened back then? Wu Xiao frowned, genuinely unable to understand. No matter the outcome, you are now the master of the 10 Directions Hall. Don't you know this? Originally still maintaining some calmness, Meng Tianji suddenly lost control upon hearing this. In an instant, half of the sky outside the star observation hall trembled. He raised the power of the stars, as if there was a galaxy in his hand, and suddenly grabbed Wu Xiao by the neck. Despite being at the peak of the 9th realm, Wu Xiao found himself unable to break free, shock evident in his eyes. Do you think you are worthy to talk to me about the past? A brutal aura surged from Meng Tianji, completely inconsistent with his own Tao. Even Jin Duanshuan, who was beside him, sat up, his drunkenness gone, one hand resting on his waist, ready to draw his sword at any moment. Did Li Taiping not tell you that these words should not be casually mentioned? The chill and killing intent in Meng Tianji's eyes gradually became tangible, condensing in all directions. Clearly both were at the peak of the 9th realm. Yet he was firmly suppressing Wu Xiao, who was the master of the slaughtering soul hall in the 10 Directions Hall. Wu Xiao wanted to break free, but found his own Tao seemingly asleep, unable to muster any strength. Chapter 486. Immortal light falls to the 9 domains, spring passes, and autumn opens again. Flowers bloom and bloom again. This is the 3rd year. It has been 3 full years since Su Liang went to Dongguan City to study formations. Chun Huayu has planted and nurtured many flower seeds in the small courtyard of the South Shy, but she has never been able to replicate the rose red above her head. This has left her somewhat frustrated, and she decided that when she visits Su Liang next month, she would ask what kind of seeds the roses actually come from. After all, she has cultivated several mysterious level spirit flowers quite well. Could it be that this ordinary rose flower requires extremely rare seeds? In 3 years, she has seen him only once every 6 months. It's not that she cannot go on ordinary days. She just wants to avoid distracting him too much. He wants to become stronger, and so does she. However, Chun Huayu certainly hasn't just been thinking about him while planting flowers. Her own cultivation has not fallen behind either. Although the peak of the 9th realm is currently illusory, isn't it just about finding a way to make it real? Sister Mu really has a way, laying out a path for her, referencing the path of the divine Tao. At first, Mu Xiaoxiao was worried that Chun Huayu wouldn't practice well, as it conflicted with the current Tao, but she didn't expect this little girl to adapt extremely quickly, becoming adept without any blockages. Chapter 487. The immortal sword spirit arrives Central Continent. A middle-aged man dressed in white, like snow, sat atop a mountain peak, slowly opening his tightly closed eyes. He still looked like a scholar, unchanged over the years. Throughout all these years, he has quite enjoyed teaching. But he cannot only teach. The immortal sword has its own status, and he has his own mission, even though he could choose not to follow it. Will there still be such a day? He sighed deeply. He has already felt that rich aura of the immortal way. Aside from this place, the entire 9 domains have seen half-immortal artifacts awakening one after another, trembling continuously. It is the immortal path. The immortal path has reopened. After that, it will be the peak of the 9th realm. Cultivators below the ninth realm actually cannot sense that immortal way aura. Those above the ninth realm who can fully confirm that it is the immortal path, aside from the few top existences with half-immortal artifacts, are those who have taken a few more steps towards the peak of the ninth realm. However, this immortal way aura did not last long, and before everyone could investigate in detail, it lost all traces. At the bottom of the Repentance Cliff, Mu Xiao Xiao is the only one who has completely captured the source of the immortal way. It is one person, or rather, it is the teapot held in that person's hand, from which water flows out to create a passage. Just as Mu Xiao Xiao was about to set out, she also lost her target. Chapter 488. Tong Hao's curiosity. Tong Hao was clearly taken aback. Then his tone became much more respectful. May I ask, what is the honorific title of the Immortal Sword Senior? It turns out to be the spirit of the Immortal Sword. Did he really find an immortal artifact? Honorific title? The gentleman looked a bit confused but quickly shook his head. It's been too long, I don't remember. Upon hearing this, Tong Hao nodded. The celestial artifact, or semi-celestial artifact, left in the lower realm can stabilize its own celestial aura without collapsing, which is already quite good. Memory loss is a normal phenomenon. But it doesn't matter. As long as the celestial sword is brought back to the upper realm, it can be slowly nurtured then. Even the lowest grade celestial sword is still a rare treasure. Thinking of this, the softness in Tong Hao's eyes increased a bit. Did the senior sense my aura? Did the other party sense the celestial path's spiritual resonance and prepare to return with him? Tong Hao was delighted. It really is. I am here to kill you. So, would the senior be willing to come back with me? Did he just hear some strange sound? Or did he mishear it? How did he hear the words kill you? The scholarly-looking sword spirit of the celestial sword noticed his daze, so it repeated once more, I am here to kill you. The voice was much louder this time, and the enunciation was as clear as ever.